obviously talk extensively about it. The Eagles, they look to try to clean up a problem from last year. Bryce Huff looks like he is on the way out the door. We'll get to that. NBA and NHL Finals both set. Look, a lot to do today, including your chance to win Phillies tickets. You got to dial. You got to call in. You got to join us at 215-592-9494. Richie Rich.
Hello, Joe.
Hello there, Johnny.
Antarctica is the world's largest desert.
Wow. That is a fact.
You don't have to have cacti or sand to be a desert. The technical definition of a desert is an area that receives no more than 25 centimeters or 10 inches of precipitation per year.
Well, that's hard to believe. That's a factoid that I did not know. Won't remember, but do enjoy right now. I think that's a cool fact. I like it. You know, it's not a cool fact. Ugly baseball.
Yeah.
Ugly baseball, bad baseball. Now, let me say this. I'm gonna be. To me, this is like a little bit of a "where are we as a fan base" type show. I mean it. I really am curious. I was curious going into yesterday's game, knowing could win, could lose. Let's see what happens if they get swept. How people react. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's see what happens. I mean, I'm curious where you're at 215-592-9494. Because I'll tell you right out of the gate. There's not going to be a flip out from me. There's not.
No.
There's still.
Nor should there be.
No, there shouldn't be. They're still within a game and a half of the best record in baseball.
Yes.
And they're still one game out of a division lead with a team that's really good also.
Our best player got pegged by a baseball the first at bat of the first game of the last series against the Braves. Right. And our team fought. They won that series
and
against the Braves.
And they're feeling the effect without him.
I think so, too.
Yeah, I say it.
So our best bat goes down. Is it any wonder that the bats get cold? No. Yeah. I mean, this is not time to panic. It's not time to worry. The team's not in the dumps. And we can use some help here and there. But we are okay. We're still in good shape. And the areas that we need the most help in, I feel like they're addressable. Yes, it's annoying that our shortstop sucks at shortstop, but he can also be an incredible weapon offensively a lot of the time. And sometimes it's hard to overlook the incredible suckage at shortstop, though.
Yeah, no, I think you hit it there, John. So, again, I really want to see, and line up, guys, 215-592-9494. Get in here and tell us your big picture reaction. Is there a freak out zone for you or not? I'm telling you, from me, there is not. Obviously, you can hear from John, there is not. With that said, there were two things in particular that I thought were really bad this weekend and merit real dives into what the hell was that. The first, obviously, and I'm going sequential, was the Saturday Lazardo thing where he's kept out there to the point where his Cy Young candidacy just gets freaking just
torched. Set on fire.
Set on fire. I mean, set on fire. So I felt so bad for him.
And a guy who's up for a contract after that. There's so many implications to it.
Now, you're right. He could be ticked at death. Now, the Machiavellian in me
76 pitches. So it was 3 1/3.
I know, but here
how early should you pull a guy?
7 runs earlier.
Yep.
Yeah.
7.
Well, look, they weren't bad pitches. It felt like a lot of the times they were hard and they were, like upper corner quadrant, and they were reaching that thing.
You got to protect the guy.
Why is it that they all seem to be the four-seamer? Why?
I don't know
what the
that.
heck is going on with that?
I don't know that. Here's what I know. Not Rob Thompson's fault. Bench guy's fault. Topper gets thrown out. Topper got thrown out when Lazardo had given up 5 runs. Then there's a guy, I never heard of him. Normally, these Phillies bench guys, the third base, first base, the bullpen, the pitching coach. This Mike Calitri guy, he takes over. Whoever the hell that guy is.
The bench coach.
Yeah, I know. The hell was that? 7 more runs? 7? Mike Calitri? Like, dude, I mean, maybe you're a super nice guy. Maybe you listen to our show. I hope you do. I don't know what that was. I know this. If I'm Lazardo, I'm in a freaking bad mood about it. Now, I will say this. Because this used to be a bigger part of baseball when you go back decades before, when you had less starting pitchers out there. Excuse me, less relievers out there. You used to see a starter have to kind of wear it. I remember Schilling in St. Louis in '93. He was getting rocked, and he was in a bad mood, but Fregosi kept him out there. Dutch was yelling at him. It was a hot, sunny day in July. And sometimes, like, you used to only have 5 relievers in the bullpen. Now you have like 7 or 8 or 9, depending on circumstances sometimes, postseason and all that. So it is there may be something to, Lazardo had to kind of wear it and gets a badge of honor. I mean this. I actually mean this from the guys for dealing with it, maybe not complain. I don't know. I don't know what he said privately after the game. John, I know this. If I was Lazardo, I'd be really upset. Like, I had front-runner Cy Young capabilities, the resume, let's call it, and capabilities, and now my ERA is like 3.5.
I don't know. If I'm Lazardo, I'm probably looking at it like, what the heck just happened? It was
Right.
such a short period of time. It was 3 1/3 innings. It really was fast and furious, and it was he's going 4-seam,
But it
and
was
they're
12.
going
But it
every
was
single
12 runs.
I get it.
12.
I get it, but it was 3 1/3, and it was 76 pitches, and there's something to, like, man, this guy has been so fabulous to this point.
Right.
It's obscene, the number of runs that we're talking about here.
I know.
And it is such a shame that it does seem to, poke a massive hole in the side of the whatever boat he was sailing in on the way to a Cy Young.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe that's not what's important. Maybe what's important is I do worry that there's something going on with our pitchers. Remember, Romano had something going on where there was tippage with his fastball, or maybe it was just of all his pitches. Why is it? It seemed like, once again, they were so on his fastball yesterday, so much so that it was brought up, on the broadcast.
I don't know the answer to that. Here's what I do know the answer to, though. So, look, you can weigh in on the Lazardo thing. What did you make of it? All right, especially if you were there. If you sat through that nonsense at the stadium.
Bless you.
Seriously, right? Like 215-592-9494. Talk to us. I'm really curious your perspective. We don't know what Lazardo was told before the game. I mean, sometimes the pitchers. Listen, maybe Rob Thompson didn't prepare him because you don't expect him to implode. Entirely possible. Maybe they talked to him at some point earlier in the. Because remember, he gave up 4 in the first. I think it was 4 in the first. But it was one of, maybe they grabbed him.
It was 4 in the first.
Yeah, maybe they grabbed him entering the 4th inning. It was like, hey, we're leaning on you, man. Because look, the bullpen has been used a lot, and you didn't have Longman Taiwan at that point because he started on Friday night. All right, so where do you stand on that? But here to me is the bigger thing from the weekend, because it's Lazardo isn't going to impede them from winning the World Series. What happened? Trea Turner's defense could. That to me yesterday. Matter of fact, let's listen to the moment. Tight game. Phil's up 1, 7th inning. I think everyone knows Phil's didn't win the game. I think everyone knows the biggest reason was this moment. Let's listen.
And the pitch. Swinging a ground ball to short. And Turner booted it. And the game's tied. Right at Trea Turner. And he commits his 5th error of the year. And this game starts over 2-2 here in the 7th.
Part of what makes it problematic, it was so simple.
It was so simple, and it's a double play that ends the inning, and then that inning, of course, that goes on to yield a run, and then 2 more runs that make it
exactly.
A major
John,
run.
This one strikes me as the biggest thing from the weekend as it relates to long-term viability this year, to win it all or not, to get close to winning it all or not. And I'm struck by, and I've said this a few times, but I was struck when that moment happened by this fact. The 2 times the Phillies have won the World Series, 1980 and 2008, they had what certainly considered by many the 2 best defensive shortstops they've ever had. Now, look, guys, I can't tell you the 1932 shortstop how good he was or even who he was. But I know this. Larry Bowa, totally legit defensively. Jimmy Rollins, totally legit defensively. There is no debate about that. There is no debate. And so, yes, maybe you can say, well, it's a lot easier when you got Schmidt and Ryan Howard. You got Carlton and Cole Hamels. You got Luzinski and Rose, and you got Utley and Victorino. And that's all true. That is all true. There was a lot of talent on both teams. But, I mean, fundamentally, it is a fact to state when they had Bowa or Rollins, not only did they win the World Series, with each of them, but I mean, sustained success making the playoffs year after year. Now, look, this team has made the playoffs a lot. But I mean, let's be real. When you evaluate the hitting, the fielding, the running, the pitching of the main guys, because you're going to have guys in and out. You're always going to have your Kepler, he's here, he's out. Austin Hayes, he's here, he's out. You're always going to have some change there. But when you talk about the main 4 or 5 hitters that are going to be here for a long time, the main couple pitchers are going to be here for a long time, the reality is Trea Turner's defense is the weakest, the worst of all those main guys. And I'm talking about the Phillies, John, they made a decision to stick by him this year as the shortstop. And I believe that decision was rooted in fear of a conversation with him. I believe they stuck with Trea Turner because of fear of a tough conversation. And the Phillies, sink or swim, are going to have to live with the consequences of that. That, to me, is what stood out to me the most this weekend, because that's the thing for October, John. It's like, man, they're on a very shaky ground there. Your thoughts?
I don't know anything about whether they wanted a conversation, whether they feared a conversation, whether if that's the impetus for why he hasn't made this move.
Why isn't he the center fielder?
I think it's absurd that he's not in the outfield.
Yeah. Or even John, or even second base.
Sure.
Right?
Just swap the two. Swap Bryson and swap Trea. I don't know why. It feels like, and I hate to say this, it feels like this is like promises were made that are being upheld. And that's the worst.
100%.
It shouldn't take place in sports, right? It should be a meritocracy. Not a promisocracy or whatever that would be.
Look at Sirianni.
This is
didn't play Bryce Huff.
Right.
Didn't play him.
That's so respected.
Right.
And that's Vic Fangio saying, I don't care who brought this guy in. He's not my kind of player, and we need to trade him. And so they're trading him. Good. This was this was different.
Yeah.
I'm not
James,
there.
which one bothered you more, or category 3? I can't imagine there's a third. I mean, bullpen is a concern, but what bothered you the most this weekend?
Well, the Trea defense, the play, and to your point, just what bothers me now. They're a good baseball team. I'm not going to freak out over a bad series. I do think it's a fair question to bring up the competition thing. I think that's something to talk about and all that. But I think they're a good team. But to your point, everything I watch, the concerns I have are all through the prism of what could come back and end this team's season. And the defense and the bullpen are the two things that stand out to me right now as the most likely things to end their season.
Yeah, well, no, I think that is true.
But the bullpen is more addressable because and I don't know if it's because of the conversation, Joe, or the need for one or fear of one. But don't you think it's still like, aren't we holding out some hope that this could still happen, or is it just way too far past? The idea of moving Trea.
Not in season.
Not in season.
Really?
No, they've made their bed.
It's just impossible.
They're sleeping
to consider that.
Yeah, they're sleeping in this bed for this year. So,
look, that is a shame.
We'll take your reaction. I mean, I think the Lazardo thing was the biggest fiasco from the weekend, clearly. But I do think the Trea thing is the thing that will linger the most as it relates to October. Where do you stand? 215
sick pit in my stomach thinking about October still with Trea Turner at shortstop, and if that's the deal that the devil made,
what it is, man.
Oh, it really does sicken me.
It's just what it is. And look, guys, we saw them get to the Game 6 of the World Series with stop playing shortstop. I mean, you can't act like they couldn't flip them. They could, but they haven't, and they won't. At least not this year. 215-592-9494. Your reaction to everything from the weekend. I may sound aggravated, and I am. I'm not flipping out. I'm not. I'm telling you I'm not. They're an outstanding baseball team.
Your voice is raised.
Yeah, I know my voice. It's funny because I noticed I said I'm not flipping out, and I got a little worked up there for 6 or 7 minutes. Look, where do you stand? Let us know after a lot happened with the Phillies at the ballpark this weekend. Reese back the whole deal. 215-592-9494. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with the potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. Get started at FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR today. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP as well. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR to win today.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Another road game takeover with Fans of Philly. Join Fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
The Reading Fighting Phils are the AA affiliate of your Philadelphia Phillies and play at America's classic ballpark in Reading. And our Phils game is like a trip back in time. Affordable tickets and food. Reading is home June 10th through June 22nd. June 12th is Hall of Fame night. Adults receive a Roger Maris bauble and Walkman Ruff and May are inducted. June 14th is Swifties night with Mega Blast fireworks. Father's Day, men receive an Our Phils Hawaiian shirt. June 21st is Star Wars Mega Blast fireworks. Tickets online at ourphils.com.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call Cordell & Cordell today, because your business is more than a job, it's your legacy.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Who's the man in a white plumbing van?
Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's the dude who clears your drain of food?
Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's the guy to keep your basement dry?
He's the Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's your friend for a pipe on the man?
Roto-Rooter Man.
If plumbing, drain, or water cleanup are the plan, better call your Roto-Rooter man. Roto-Rooter, we put water where it should be.
Call Roto-Rooter, that's the name, and away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter.
Hey, it's Ike Reese here. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
BetParks Online Casino and Sportsbook and Parks Casino. Proud to be a major sponsor of the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Golf Tournament, benefiting the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation that helps young people in underserved communities.
Summer is here. It's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is going to help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of your new energy-efficient windows and doors, including an increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Today, a mix of sun and clouds and warmer. I-75.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. All right, Father's Day is coming up soon. My advice, get him a gift from Family and Company Jewelers right there on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. Look, they're the best for every seasonal sort of, holiday, gift shopping, Valentine's Day, whatever, Mother's Day, Father's Day. It's coming up. Route 70, Marlton, New Jersey. Get the dad something special from Family and Company Jewelers. They've got a great selection of Father's Day gifts. And, of course, they've got those handcrafted pocket knives from designer William Henry. They also have chains, pendants, and a massive selection of designer watches. So ditch the ties this year. Guys, he's got enough ties, all right? He's got enough. Get him something different. Get him something from Family and Company Jewelers, a gift from Family and Company Jewelers. You can find them online at familyjewelers.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phil's open a series at the Blue Jays tomorrow. The hope is Bryce Harper will be back. They could use him. Phil's got swept by the Brewers 5-2. Shoddy defense in the 7th bit them. Weston Wilson misplayed a ball in the outfield, and then Trea Turner committed an error.
Grounds one right at Turner. Oh, he booted it off the heel of his glove. The tying run will score. And that run is charged to Ranger, so he cannot win.
Tom McCarthy, the call on NBC Sports Philly that would lead to 3 runs. Was a quality start for Ranger. A run through 6 innings charged with that unearned run in the 7th. Expected the Eagles trade of Bryce Huff to the 49ers should be finalized soon now that we are post June 1st. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free between now and June 30th. Plus pay nothing for 24 months. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Mostly sunny. I-75 is currently 56. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, great to be with you on this Monday morning. One thing to keep your eye on with the Bryce situation, as Rhea's talking about in the update, hopefully they get him soon. If they don't, then I would imagine he'll go on the DL soon, IL soon, whatever it's called, and they'll just retroactive it. Because you're getting to that point where it's like either get him in there soon or just get someone else in there. And know by making it retroactive, you can, maybe buy someone else to play 4 or 5 games. Because clearly they, knew from the beginning he wasn't going to play day 1 or day 2. But the idea is you want to get him to play by about day 5 or 6. Otherwise, you don't want to carry someone for 10 games without playing. I mean, let's be real. That's actually part of the whole circumstance when you get to weird bullpen stuff. There's a whole trickle-down effect of stuff. I mean, I don't want to say it directly relates to the bullpen, but I'll just say this. They're a man short right now. They just are. So
kind of pretty important guy too.
He is, and I do think they're feeling his absence right now. I do believe that. All right, let's go to the phones. 215-592-94 94. Where do you stand on all this after a lot was going on this weekend at the ballpark? Patrick in Tabernacle right now. Patrick, good morning.
Morning, everybody. How we doing?
Good, buddy.
Hi, Patrick.
So, I want to apologize. It's like I was kind of rude to James on the phone. I was John Ritchie. Your optimism sometimes, I just can't. I appreciate the optimism, but I ain't buying it with the Phils. And Joe, I was a little surprised to see you relaxed today. Your relaxed attitude.
Well, I mean, look, I'll tell you, Patrick, let me just tell you why I'm going to flip it right back to you. They're still within a game and a half of the best record in baseball. I know that great teams get swept. So I'm not going to freak out. I mean, I'm aggravated with certain things, as you can hear I'm discussing, but I'm not going to freak out. I'm not there yet. I could be at some point. I'm not there now, but you talk to me.
But my issue is, first of all, the expectations of this team. This team wasn't, 80 win team, 78 win team last year, and now they're putting together this great season. Listen, I know we're still there. It's beginning of June and all this, but the expectations that I had with this roster, especially the pitching staff that we keep hearing about, I expect more than what I saw from. I expect more from a 3-game series at home against Milwaukee. I can understand, I can.
Well, Patrick, what about this fact? I mean, I'd have to do the math, and we could figure it out in the next 60 seconds. They're probably still on pace for about 95 wins. I mean, to me, it sounds like you're acting like they're on pace for 82 wins.
No. I'm not saying
because
that,
that's what it sounds. That's what it sounds like to me.
Okay. What I'm saying is this is a team that at least I have World Series expectations. I really do. I had a lot of expectations coming in here still, especially with the pitching staff. Okay, but we're still stuck with the roster. Whether or not, listen, and I'm not buying because Bryce was out, we lost this 3-game series. You got to get one game. Come on, guys, especially after that beatdown.
Well, look, Ranger.
Topper, listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Topper can't. You're going to tell me Topper can't, from getting tossed out from wherever he is, he can't pull a Bobby Valentine.
I thought about it.
And get the word out. Get this guy off the mound.
I thought about that.
You can't tell anyone, Topper, to yank this guy out. That's atrocious.
All right, so James, give me what's your opinion on that? Is it Rob Thompson's fault for not back channeling against 100%. The rules to remove the pitcher?
Yeah.
100%.
You think so?
Absolutely. You're still the manager of the team. I don't care if you got ejected. It's not like you're like leaving the stadium and disappearing and not paying any attention anymore. Like you could talk to a
clubhouse attendant.
Exactly. Yes. So I think ultimately, even if he's ejected, it has to come back on Topper.
Yeah. Listen, there's a big dom around that stadium somewhere that can maybe a little.
Let me tell you, Patrick. Let me tell you something. There's only one big dom in the whole world, man.
Yeah. Well, there's a little dom. There's a little dom at the Phillies. But listen, you know what? It's just I expect more from. I expected. You know what? I had a lot of expectations Sunday after what one happened. And I'm not buying. Look, Bryce is out. People got to step up. You can't in 3 games. We can't get 1 or 2. And listen. Up the hole with Turner and up the hole with our outfield, this is not a championship team. You cannot. We got lucky with the outfield we had making it to the World Series. When I look back, I almost want to say, not that we didn't have any business, but boy, were we lucky. And we're not doing that twice again ever with this configuration of who we have in the outfield.
I think you are too rash with jumping into that. I do, Patrick.
Joe, I've been here, man.
Well, Patrick, let me hold on.
We got the same number of wins as the Yankees and the Dodgers right now.
Yeah,
like we're doing all right.
Size that one up for me.
I understand that, and we have a great pitching staff that's getting us to where we are right now.
Well, that's correct.
That's a huge deal because that's sustainable.
And it is a huge deal. But if you jump ahead to October. Our October is going to be rooting for the Flyers because we're going to be booted the hell out the first round.
Well, okay,
there's no October.
I disagree.
All right, now going deep. There's no deep run here. Come on.
Okay,
Patrick went Flyers instead of the Eagles, who would be playing in October as well.
Flyers.
But sure.
Well, right, yeah. All right, look, first call, very negative. I mean, I told you, John, it's almost to me like a sociological study today. How are people going to? And look, I'm not telling you I can prove you wrong if you're the mindset of Patrick. I can't prove anything.
There's a lot of bad warning signs from the weekend.
There are issues. There are.
Really are.
What bothered you the most?
Rob Thompson. He is my problem.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not a fan. So, you know, I didn't like the no immediate response to the beating of Harper.
Yep.
Your superstar getting hit 3 times in 4 games. Nothing. Shrug. Leaving Lazardo win. Disgraceful.
And you put it totally on him?
Oh, 100% that's on him. And then not pinch hitting Weston Wilson in the 6th.
Yep.
Kepler should have been in. Your defense would have been better. Led to complete disaster. I just think he makes bad decisions.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, there are certainly a big chunk of the fan base that think he does. All right, where do you stand on everything from the weekend? Like I said, there was a lot going on. Something else from the weekend was Bryce Huff, apparently on the move. We'll get to that reality coming up next. Phone calls on all of this. Where do you stand on the Phils, the Bryce Huff thing? Something very interesting from Elliot. We'll get to that about Bryce Huff. Actually kind of letting him off the hook. Putting the Eagles on the hook, letting Bryce Huff totally off the hook. Perspective I did not expect. Let's put it that way. What Elliot said about that, phone calls and all of it, and your chance to win Phillies tickets for a game coming up in about a week. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie, 215-592-9494.
Burst pipes, leaks, clogs, corrosions, even a loud, mysterious noise. Don't wait for one of these plumbing problems to strike. Contact Horizon Services today and just stop worrying. No matter the time of year, you can always trust the experts at Horizon Services to solve any of your plumbing problems because, frankly, they have seen it all. And you won't be waiting around days for a plumber to arrive because Horizon Services has same-day service, so they will make sure your problem is fixed fast. As always, with Horizon Services, job will be done right the first time. If it's a bigger job, say maybe a water heater installation, Horizon Services has money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Doesn't matter what season it is, you shouldn't have to worry about having enough hot water for everyone in your home. And you shouldn't have to worry about your wallet when you need to take care of your home. Horizon Services, they are available 24/7, so don't wait. Schedule a visit at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. Book today, knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Breaking news, and this one is it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Edge with Galaxy AI. Plus, we'll help pay off your old phones. Up to 4 lines for $800 each. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days. Visit T-Mobile.com/switch.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
EPA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
A few years ago, CTV was a buzzword. Now it's your most important channel, while your current DSP is still playing catch-up. Viant's been leading CTV from the start, delivering real results across the world's most premium streaming content, viewed by real consumers, backed by real reporting. With AI-driven optimization, people-based targeting, and inventory from the biggest names in entertainment, Viant doesn't just reach audiences, it moves them. Viant, where premium streaming meets performance. Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You've heard me talk about my friends at PDQ POS and how their top-rated restaurant management system has helped thousands of companies in the restaurant, hospitality, bar, and casino businesses across the country. We've seen their operation. We've done our show from their headquarters, and the people, the technology, it's all so impressive. So if you're thinking of cutting your old point of sale, it's time to go all in and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. They're the game changer in the world of POS solutions. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years for a reason. It's because they offer everything. Mobile POS, self-service kiosks, enterprise reporting, contactless functionality, data and cybersecurity, and the best service and support in the industry. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, they'll build a custom solution for your business. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. Schedule your free demo and business consultation today at pdqpos.com. That's pdqpos.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Phillies off today after getting swept by the Brewers 5-2 in a sloppy game defensively. A few batters after Weston Wilson misplayed a ball in the outfield. The ball found Trea Turner with disastrous results.
And the pitch. Swinging a ground ball to short. And Turner booted it. And the game's tied. Right at Trea Turner. And he commits his 5th error of the year. And this game starts over 2-2 here in the 7th.
Scott Bransky, the call, and just like that, a 1-run lead turned into a 2-run deficit. Rob Thompson says Bryce Harper could be ready for Tuesday when the Phillies open a series in Toronto. He was not available to pinch hit Sunday. And now that it's post-June 1st, the trade of Bryce Huff to the 49ers is expected to be finalized. ESPN reports Huff already reworked his contract to help make it happen. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Mostly sunny, high 75, currently 56. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
All right, we'll get to the Bryce Huff thing in a moment. As, I think a good development to shed him. I saw Baldy say some pro-Bryce Huff stuff. Elliott said some pro-Bryce Huff stuff. We'll get to it because there's sentiment out there this guy can play, which, of course, is, I think for most of us, comical because he got here and completely stunk. But we'll get to that shortly. 215-592-9494. All right, let's give you a chance today to win Phillies tickets. I know we're not in the greatest Phillies mood, but they still have a heck of a club, and we'll be playing a game next week that we're going to as a show. This is the Wednesday game of next week, June 11th. Afternoon game, 1:05 first pitch at the ballpark. For tickets to this or any Phillies game, get yourself to Phillies.com. Well, John, a happy birthday has to go out to that Morgan Freeman Care to guess how old he is, John?
I'm
80.
nervous.
Say it again.
80.
I was
8.
I was going to say older, yeah.
80.
No.
I was going to guess
way.
84. I still would have
thought
been
I was
light.
going high. I thought I was on the high side.
88.
Holy cow.
88.
He's doing so great. I was
Yeah.
just recently watching Lioness, and this is very recent. I mean, this just came out, and he looks the same.
Well, he's going at a
Except
stronger
he's got
clip.
a different haircut now.
Okay.
There's
all right.
no hair.
So Hackman, obviously who passed away recently, was off the stage before 88. Clint Eastwood, I think.
Was he?
Yeah.
'Cause he
Yeah.
acted for a
retired
long
for
time.
like 8, I think 75, 76 he was, and he died at 95,
Yeah.
It's like 20 plus years of not working.
He didn't do much for a while.
I think 2004 was the last movie he made.
Yep.
No way.
Clint has still been kind of involved, but now he's
making another movie, Clint. 95, he said he's directing another movie. It just came out over the weekend. It's already in pre-production. 95 years old.
All right,
He's so tough.
So God bless Morgan Freeman. We all love him. 88 years old. Now here's the deal. Here's how you can win the Phillies tickets today. You got to give us something great. That's like a movie or a show or a song, something of that nature. There's a title in there. Give us the title that's got a child of some sort in the title. Know why? Because he was part of $1 Million Baby. So what kind of words are we looking for a title? Song, movie, show, band that's got like a child in there. Son, daughter, kid, children, child, baby. We're giving you a lot of examples here of the type of words that can work. Now, here's what doesn't work. Like Annie. She's a kid. She's someone's kid. She doesn't even know who the parents are. Of course, she's an orphan, but like just her name. Not Annie. You got to give me Sweet Child O' Mine. Bang.
Ooh.
Guns N' Roses.
Man.
Big answer.
Right out the gates.
I'm going song.
Wow.
All right, give me a big answer, ladies and gentlemen. Best answer, whoever provides it. The movie, the show, the book, the whatever. You can win the Phillies tickets, and we'll all hang together as a group when we go to this game Wednesday afternoon next week. John Ritchie, what are you thinking?
I had a child over the weekend with Alicia. We had a child.
Excuse me?
Now.
Excuse me?
We went and we got a puppy.
Buried the lead there, huh?
Got a puppy.
9 months ago we did.
A canine child. That
Nice.
we went and got together over the weekend.
Good for
And
you.
so this really does hit close to home. Children of the Corn.
Oh, yeah.
Children of the
Good
Corn.
one.
I feel
Yeah.
like I might need to name this little puppy Malachi.
Okay.
Malachi, who is the leader of those evil Children of the Corn, because this puppy seems evil sometimes right now.
Does Louis like him?
They are working that out.
That's great.
Yeah.
All right, Seltzer, a child of some sort in a reference in a title.
Daughter, Pearl Jam.
Okay, yep. Look, songs may have the most
Incredible
answers.
song.
I'm going to guess that songs get said the most today. I don't know. Rhea, what are you thinking here?
I'm going to go oldie but a goodie. 3 Men and a Baby.
3 Men and a Baby. Absolutely. Very good answer.
Did you guys ever see the still frame that's like a ghost or something in that
I don't remember
3 Men
that.
and a Baby?
No.
Man, what was that? There was something.
No.
Maybe it was 3 Men and a Little Lady.
Which was the next one.
Yeah. But there was some, I
Okay.
don't remember exactly what it was, and maybe I'm speaking way out of order here,
Okay.
but there was something where there was a spooky moment.
It's an urban legend.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that there's
Okay.
a ghost in the film.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so give us Rhea's the best at looking things up fast.
That was fast.
I mean, that's
Jeez.
really,
I
bang.
type 100 plus words a
Blazingly
minute.
That's impressive. All right, give us something really great that's got a child of some sort in the title. Best answer, whoever provides it is going to win those Phil's tickets. We'll all hang together next week. Let's go to Rick. He's calling from Easton. Rick, good morning.
Good morning. So to add to Rhea's frustration, which I totally agree, you're trying to avoid a sweep, salvage a game. Yeah, I know they're playing well. I know all the positive upside. But I'm sitting there, with my wife. I treated her to a diving club, which I love doing. I'm sitting down with a 2-0 lead. Rangers pitching well. Rojas gets a hit. Turner comes up. Not only does he have the physical errors, instead of letting Rojas, I said, let Rojas, I said to everybody around me, let Rojas steal a base, put some pressure on the D. What's he do? First pitch, pops the ball up. Then later, you look at the lineup. He always goes right, left, right, left. Let's put Stott down in the lineup because he struggles against left-handers sometimes. But let's not forget, he had 2 hits against a lefty 2 nights ago. He puts Wilson ahead of him in the lineup. Then he has a chance to pinch hit for Wilson with a guy on base. He's got Kepler on the bench, and he doesn't hit Kepler. People say, why don't you manage this team? Because I'm not a manager. But it's common sense stuff. It's the little things that eventually can break this team down in the postseason.
Well, you're not wrong. I mean, that can happen, and I do think he's had more whoppers of mistakes in the postseason than most, if not all, managers I've seen in my lifetime in Philly sports.
I didn't let the outing from
Lazardo?
Both of them, and even Wheeler. I didn't even let that bother me. And yeah, they could have gotten swept. It's not going to be the end of the season. But when you have these little things that are staring you in the face, that are fundamental baseball, it's not even analytic versus non-analytic. It's baseball, for goodness sake. Do the right things to give you the upper hand, especially when you're up 2-0. Baseball 101 is put extra pressure on your opponents when you're up 2-0 at home. Let's not forget, right? Citizens Bank Park is our home haven, right?
Yeah.
Well, not so much sometimes.
Okay, Rick, I hear your frustration.
One of my favorite horror pictures, Child's Play.
Child's Play. You got it, Rick. Appreciate the phone call, man. Appreciate it a lot. Let's get to the Twitter poll questions of the day. Both are brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. What's the Armin difference? It's simple. It's Armin's people, well-trained, friendly, and caring. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. First poll question, as we've been discussing so far pretty much through the show, what bothered you the most this weekend with the Phils? Was it A, Lazardo kept in so long, whether you blame it on Topper or that bench coach, whoever's decision it was it that Lazardo was kept in for 12 runs, or B, Trea's defense? And obviously what Trea's defense represents for October is, I think we all know the point. Second poll question. Let's get to the Bryce Huff thing. Poll question. Not that it mattered in 2024. Always a good start for a poll question about a negative topic because they won the Super Bowl anyway. But not that it mattered in 2024, but was Bryce Huff the Eagles' worst free agency signing ever? Maybe. I got to think about that.
Back in the day.
Well, say it again?
There's one way back in the day.
We all talk about it. You thinking Namdi?
No, I'm going back to maybe Buddy Ryan or maybe
Well, just to be clear, I'm thinking when free agency started, like the real free agency, mid-'90s to now, like 30 years. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm saying like this. So, think about the big ones. I mean, there was that Everett guy with the Browns who came here, the center.
Steve Everett?
Yeah. You had Namdi.
I was thinking
Steve Everett
Ron
was
Salt.
nasty.
Until he got here. Ron Salt was a trade. Ron Salt was a trade.
Okay.
Yeah, Ron Salt was a trade. Seltzer gut feeling out of the gate. And we'll see what people say at 215-592-9494. And you really do have to kind of disassociate it from what happened to the team because the team won anyway. But James, is this worse than DeMarco? Like,
it is hard to disassociate it. It's hard to
I know.
look, you know what I mean?
I
Because
do.
I don't have that same venom towards
because
it.
things like DeMarco and Namdi sunk eras.
Exactly.
Or
And thus the
seasons.
venom has lasted and gotten stronger. But I will say, I honestly do think Namdi was worse based on the fact that we all thought Namdi was a superstar.
Yeah, we thought-
Bryce Huff,
and
it was
Namdi
like, oh,
was-
look at this guy. He had 10 sacks last year. Like, cool, maybe he's good.
Right.
They gave him a lot of money. Namdi, we were like, we got the best corner in the NFL. Oh, my God.
And how
And
many
he stunk.
years was Namdi locked in for?
Well, a while, but I think he played for 2. But the problem was you could tell with him 3 or 4 games he wasn't good. I'll say this, James. The thing about Namdi is I guess he probably was really good with Oakland. I mean, the thought always was that no one ever threw his way.
Yeah, that's what
So,
that's what
like,
they said.
and no one was even watching Oakland like we weren't watching
Correct.
Oakland games
So we
back
didn't know
then.
better, but we
Right.
just assumed everyone was right. He's like the
Right.
best corner in the NFL.
The
What
thing
a
about
deal.
this Bryce Huff thing is he was supposed to be on the come. Like, he's not old guy trying to hang on for 3 or 4 more years. He's guy emerging right frickin' now, about to burst on the scene. I don't know. I'll be curious. You tell us, 215-592-9494, which...
I wish he would have burst onto the scene last year. Seriously, this guy's about to burst onto the scene. I
Right.
love that this narrative is now out there because it does make it feel like it's going to get us a 3rd or 4th round pick out of it. Like, that's amazing.
I mean, it's stunning to me. It's stunning.
I don't know if I don't know what's true with Bryce.
I don't either.
I have no idea.
Well,
it's crazy to me that someone thinks he's still viable based on what we saw.
John, I feel the way you do.
That's a team that's good.
Well, it's right. It's
The
Saleh.
49ers. Saleh, yeah. I'm so worried for, I guess, Robert Saleh fans, because once upon a time, I thought that guy really knew what he was doing.
Look.
Once upon a time, and then
he went
and became a head coach, and then he went and,
It's just hard to imagine that Vic Fangio couldn't make this guy work. But, okay, there is talk of it was a scheme thing and the way they run it. Look, tell us if there's been a worse Eagles free agent signing. 215-592-9494. Let's also get to the guided door and window to the weekend, because I want to get to something else with Bryce and what Elliott said here in this segment. You can receive 20% off all windows and doors with no money down and up to 3 years to pay off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. So obviously when you talk about this weekend, well, a few things. Phillies, as we've been discussing a lot. The NBA, NHL Finals both set. So we're going to have the Florida Panthers versus the Edmonton Oilers in hockey, which is a great finals. And we'll probably do a poll on this tomorrow, like which one are you more interested in. We'll probably do that tomorrow. NHL starts Wednesday. NBA starts Thursday. Too long a wait. Too long.
Yeah, it's Thursday, Sunday, Wednesday to start. Are you kidding me? Like, even the waits in between Thursday,
Horrible.
Thursday to Sunday, I can't get a Saturday night game or something. It's crazy.
Horrible.
Thursday to Sunday to Wednesday.
I mean, give me Tuesday, Thursday,
How about some
Sunday.
continuity?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you cannot have continuity with Thursday, Sunday, Wednesday.
Well, especially when you got to wait from, I think that was Saturday.
Yeah, it was Saturday.
From Saturday to Thursday for it to start. Anyway, that's Pacers OKC. I certainly expect OKC to win that. I'll say in 4 or 5. I'll say 5, but I think it's a better chance.
Get excited.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it's a better chance to be in 4 than 6. We'll see. Look, credit to Indiana for getting as far as they have, and I'm not saying they have no shot. I mean, they certainly did something none of us thought, which was win the East.
Yeah.
I mean, guys, in this whole
But that's
era,
the thing. They've done an amazing job.
They probably
Great
went as
job.
far as they
Hang up
can.
your
Probably.
high tops.
All right, one more thing from the weekend. So, Bryce Huff reaction. So, the most interesting thing I heard, and I heard a lot, some of which defended Bryce Huff, including Baldy and Elliott, was something Elliott said about Bryce Huff. And basically, like, don't blame him. I mean, I'm on the mindset to blame him, but Elliott's saying don't. Let's listen to the first half of the point Elliott was making. Then we'll get to he makes his point. Whether you buy it or not, you're going to understand what he's saying. Here's Elliott after the Bryce Huff, let's call it pending trade, was announced.
Let's say you get offered a job at a new company. You get offered a ton of money. Like this is a good financial opportunity for you. And then you get to that company and they want you to do things completely different than you've done it in the past and made you successful. Like maybe you could do it. Maybe you could adjust to that. Maybe you are still as good of an employee. But if you're not, I'm not really sure you would feel the blame there. Like you would probably feel guilt that you couldn't do it. But why would they hire you and then ask you to do something completely different? It would be like if another company hired me and asked me to do a pod about the Toronto Maple Leafs. Like I have certain skill sets that could allow me to do it, but I don't know anything about hockey or the Toronto Maple Leafs.
All right, so you're getting a sense of what his point is, but I want to play the second piece of audio so you really understand what he's like. To me, like football's football, and I know some things can be a little different,
so
but
different. Like we're talking about rushing the passer.
I agree,
aren't
John.
we?
I can't.
It's not reporting on hockey.
I agree.
In Toronto. It really is. Vastly, it is so incredibly similar no matter how different a defensive scheme can be.
That's what I think.
The concept of just go get the quarterback. I mean, you've got different assignments.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll have to drop, but that concept of go stick your hand in the ground and beat an offensive tackle.
Well, you're talking my language, but Elliott does make his point. Whether you buy it or not, he makes his point. Here's more of what he said.
The Eagles signed Bryce Huff and asked him to do something he had not been successful at in his career and paid him a premium based off how he was successful before. And you might sit here and say, well, just let him rush with 2 hands in the ground. Clearly, they didn't want him to do that. For whatever schematic reason, they didn't want him to do that. So that's why there have been players in the past that were busts. Like I think DeMarco Murray came to Philadelphia with a bad attitude and it didn't work out. I think DeMarco holds blame for that not working out. I think Bryce doesn't really hold blame here. He signed, they used him differently. He didn't put up a fuss all year. Was he like Mr. Pumped behind the scenes? He wasn't playing? Of course not. Every time I talk to him, he's not like the loudest, most vocal guy anyway. But it's pretty clear they used him in a way he wasn't comfortable with, and it didn't work out. And to me, that falls on the Eagles.
All right, John, translate this for us because you're the one guy here that played pro football. So the concept is in New York, Bryce Huff liked to have both hands in the ground, and that's how he would begin the attack at the quarterback. And Vic Fangio didn't want him to do that. Can that make that big a difference?
I
mean, it doesn't seem plausible to me.
So I've never heard of anything like this.
Two hands are standing up.
Well, two hands or
one hand.
2 feet in one hand.
Right, or one hand or no hands.
Or a 2-point stance is where you're just standing. A 3-point stance is where you have one hand on the ground. A 4-point stance is where you've got all fours on the ground.
Yeah.
A 4-point stance versus 3-point stance, I don't know if you're coming off the edge. I guess it is like your coaches want consistency, I guess. They want guys to be coached up with using the same techniques, I guess. So maybe that was a sticking point. Hey, we want you in a 3-point when we're in this look.
Yeah.
When we're in base, we're going to want you in a 2-point because we're going to be in a 3-4 where you and the other outside linebacker are going to be on the edge in a 2-point stance coming off the edge. And we might be asking you to cover a tight end in that situation. Maybe that's what Elliott's talking about here.
Yeah, it could be.
Covering a tight end, doing the outside linebacker stuff but because he was strictly a pass rush specialist in New York with the Jets. A third down, like that's when Bryce Huff goes in. Just let him go get in whatever weird, funky stance he wants to get in and get real wide and just use speed and come off the edge and go clobber quarterbacks. He was good at that for one season. So replicate it or don't replicate it. I would prefer a guy who can play football, period.
I agree.
Like he didn't play at all.
Look, I'm baffled, guys, because I thought the guy's like an all-time bum. And I got Elliott and Baldy, by the way, being like, hey, this guy could go somewhere else and play really well. Like, I guess we'll see.
Would you be shocked if he plays well for the 49ers?
Yeah.
I wouldn't. Just because.
I will be shocked.
It just would strike me as very odd that Vic Fangio couldn't use him. But look, you tell us, 215-592-9494, your reaction to that audio you just heard and what you make of the Bryce Huff situation. All right, more on the Phils up ahead. We got a lot happening here today. Obviously, Phil's the biggest thing after the weekend. It was not good. But also the Eagles Bryce Huff trade, which I saw was like, good. Get him out of here. Where do you stand on all of it? Your chance to win Phil's tickets. Give us a great answer for a child of some sort in a title. So many ways to go with that answer on 94 WIP.
A hotel can offer a great club or a bar. A resort could provide a high-end restaurant or a spa. But if you want it all, dining, bars, pools, spa, gaming, clubs, and shows, it takes much more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata. If it takes the best dining tables under the same roof as the best gaming tables. If it takes one pool being just a dozen pool lengths away from the next. If it takes trying your luck and a new dish on the same night. If it takes room service and bottle service. If it takes nothing short of a village to make your stay. So they built one, and they call it Borgata. Visit theborgata.com to learn more.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
When you're ready to propose, shopping for the diamond can be intimidating. Trust me, but the Benari Jewelers team puts you at ease, showing you everything you need to know for that important purchase. You'll feel like an expert browsing through the largest selection of hand-picked diamonds. At Benari, the value shines through. You'll walk away with a superior diamond that she will love. Benari Jewelers, when ordinary won't do. Everything at Benari is extraordinary. Hexton and Newtown Square, online at BenariJewelers.com.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's Crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake. Except no substitutes.
Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's with big savings on the tools you need. Save $100 on the Craftsman V26 Tool Power Tool Combo Kit, now at $199. No matter what the project is, Craftsman's high-quality, high-performance products empower you to build on. Stop by your nearest Lowe's store and check out the full line of Craftsman tools today. Valid through 6/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers slip-ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
When something happens to your car, you might say, but what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Knicks went all in last offseason acquiring Mikal Bridges and Karl Anthony Towns. The idea was that with better players, they wouldn't lose to Indiana for a second straight postseason. Now, as the Pacers advance to the finals, the Knicks are left to decide whether or not this core group is ultimately capable of winning a championship. A few tweaks here and there, and I think they can. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Hey, John, you and I have both had our new windows from Window Nation for a little while now. Beyond keeping my house comfortable, the thing that really strikes me is the quality because they feel so secure and solid.
I know exactly what you mean. They're smooth, they're strong, and that's the confidence that comes with their 50-point factory inspection and a lifetime warranty. Plus, their installers they're true specialists, many with over 15 years of experience. They installed my windows while I took a nap. It was so quick and easy and quiet and painless.
When you can take a nap when your windows are getting installed, that's pretty impressive. It is no wonder they have an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and over 45,000 five-star reviews. They've installed over 3 million windows across the country. They're not just a company. They are experts you can genuinely trust.
And for anyone who wants that same trust and quality, Window Nation is making it incredibly easy. Buy 4 windows, you get 4 more completely free. And if you replace a whole house full of windows, they'll give you a free exterior door.
Plus, you can do it all now and not worry about the bill. Get 2 years with no payments, no interest, and no money down. Hurry. Sale ends June 30th. Don't overpay for windows. Call 866-90-NATION or at windownation.com.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Summers are for ignoring your wife at the barbecue and listening to the Phillies. Hey! On WIP.
Yeah, big answer. Great song, great band. And a child obviously in there. You can win the Phil's tickets today. Give us the answer with a child somewhere in a title. Sweet child of mine.
I think we're going to name our dog child Carl.
Name it what?
Carl.
They're not Malachi.
Okay. Malachi is a little evil sounding. I mean, I don't know, very biblical, I guess. Yeah. Malachi is a cool name. But Carl is also a cool name. And Carl is also kind of understated and human, which is, I really like it.
Okay. I do
Very
too.
human name for a dog.
Like a, kind of just a random name for.
Yeah.
Like Fred.
Yeah, like Fred, exactly.
Yeah, Fred. Like, hey, Fred.
Fred was a consideration.
That's great.
Fred. Larry was a consideration.
There you go. All right, good stuff. YouTube. So 2 things. One, our show's on YouTube. I think most people listening at this point know that. We've been saying it for about 2 months now. You can watch our show on YouTube live anytime. You can also go back later in the day and watch it. If you miss certain segments, or if you just want to see how ridiculous we all look, which we generally do, because we wake up very early in the morning.
Or look at what I'm drinking right now. It looks absolutely horrendous.
It does.
Look at that.
What is that?
What do you
It's
think
like
that
dirty
is?
water.
Yeah. Well, it's, water with the remnants of the coffee that I had earlier.
So, dirty water.
Yeah.
Brutal.
It does look offensive.
Yeah, I thought
actually.
someone left that here from the weekend. I really did. All right, so here's the deal. 1, you can watch our show on YouTube. 2, and this is something we also really enjoy, you can interact with the show on YouTube by commenting. Comments, questions, whether it's about sports, whether it's about us, like, why am I wearing this? Why is John wearing that? Why
Looks
is John...
like you got a new sweatshirt.
I do have a new sweatshirt.
I noticed that.
Amy gave this to me over the weekend.
Oh, is that why you
Very
said
cool.
that?
Well, it
is
was in my mind.
Wow,
Yes.
that's new.
Yeah,
and
it's
it's
brand new.
vibrant.
Yeah,
you got
I
the
like the
day
colors.
glow.
Put it on this
And it
week like a
doesn't say
highlighter.
St. Joe's Prep on it, which is a shock from us.
No, that's right.
Yeah, this is your new summer style. It looks
Well,
real beachy.
Dude,
Is that what that's?
I like it, but I mean, this is going to be more of a spring fall. Like this is too big for the summer, but it's good.
Huh? What do you mean? Oh, heavy.
Heavy. I mean,
But at the beach, you need a.
if it's a windy day.
Yeah.
Windy day. But here's my point. Comment on YouTube, and then Seltzer will select later in the show the best comments and questions. Like, I have the first comment of the day. No, it's a question. It's not a comment. It's a question. I'm going to type on YouTube right now. I'm typing. Okay, here's my question to James Seltzer. James, as the fine producer of this show, or maybe not so fine, where's all the stuff behind us that you were going to put behind us? Like we accumulated a list. Like 2 months ago, stuff just should be like.
When did it become you were going to put behind us?
Like John's jersey. John's
you
Eagles
were talking
jersey.
about putting it behind you, and then all of a sudden,
Who produces the show?
Yeah, that's not my
Who
job.
produces the show?
Are we allowed to put stuff back here?
Yes.
You know,
Listen,
there's
we
a
are.
lot of other shows
Here's what we
that
got.
use this
Odyssey,
studio.
WIP, Odyssey, WIP, Odyssey, WIP.
All right, but,
like, we don't have
but
to have
right
37
after us,
Odysseys.
Hugh is sitting in this chair, and Hugh doesn't want a picture of.
Yeah, you know what happens?
Carl.
Then Seltzer, the producer, then comes in here and removes it.
Yep.
Say,
Yep. Lock it in.
I don't think
All right,
that
James,
should be
how
on
about
Jimmy's
Lewis?
plate.
Sure, Lewis can
Second
do it.
producer.
There we go. Yeah,
I just
put on Lewis.
Just took you off the hook.
I like that. That's
Like,
good.
here's what I'm looking for. I want John's Eagles jersey. I mean, that's got to be hung up, right? It's got to be hung up. You could kind of mock me with my Phillies fantasy camp jersey. Like, there's a lot of things we could do.
Oh.
Let me give you another example.
You want to hang your Phillies camp jersey and my
would look-
Eagles
right.
jersey. So it's like that is a nice contrast.
And then here's another one.
Fake and real.
Right, exactly. And I'll give you one more, John. One more. So I'd like to
That was
say that
harsh.
today with Bryce Huff out of here, or at least he's going to be soon, post June 1, whenever the heck that is soon. I'd like to say, hey, we're adding Bryce Huff to the Philadelphia Sport Athlete Wall of Shame. You know why we can't add him to the Philadelphia Sports Athlete Wall of
'Cause
Shame?
there's no Wall of
We
shame.
don't have a Wall of Shame.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Seltzer,
I like that.
get on
If
it.
we make it a wall of shame, and then we lead the way with our own.
Let's actually try and do this. Hey, Ava,
I like
can you
that.
help make this happen if you're listening, please?
It can be on a big cardboard.
Because if we talk to Ava, it actually might happen.
I know.
You know?
We'll take it out at the end of shows, and we can have like Namdi's face up there, DeMarco Murray, Chip Kelly, Doc Rivers, Ben Simmons.
We discussed DeMarco Murray during the break, James and I, and we pointed out since he sat next to Jeff Lurie in a plane and told him
Oh, boy.
exactly what he thought of Chip Kelly, it actually wasn't a
It
terrible.
actually helps his case.
Helps his
Yeah.
case.
It does help his case a bit. All right, but if you have a good idea, because I really do want us to get to some visual behind. Again, I was joking earlier when I said WIP Odyssey. We do have about 30 WIP and Odysseys behind us. We could use 20 of them and like cover up 10 of them. We don't have to have 30 of them. So tell us what should be behind us.
Your jersey and my jersey is
Yeah,
a great start,
right?
For the wall of shame.
Well, not for the wall of shame, for a different portion of the backdrop.
The wall of Lynn.
The wall of us. It's life. All right, let's go to the phones. Phillies weekend was bad. It wasn't good. I'm not going to freak out. I'm not happy about Trea's defense, and I'm certainly not happy about Lazardo being hung out there for. I mean, my God, 12
3
runs.
1/3.
12
76
runs.
pitches.
I know. To the phones we go, and what should be behind us, so you can see it on YouTube and comment on YouTube and comment on the show. And let's get to Ed in Phoenixville. And yeah, I agree, James. You're going to need Ava's help. I agree.
I'm just being realistic here.
We're all going to need Ava's help. Ed, good morning, buddy.
Hey, good morning, guys. What's the difference between Jason Babin and Bryce Huff?
Super Bowl or not?
Jason Babin played some snaps.
Bang, bang.
Yeah, that's that's right.
Geez, but it's with Bryce Huff, the thing, like, there was no sample size. Like, oh, man,
True.
that play he blew against the 49ers are bad. Just.
Well, I'll say this. In the limited way he played, you could tell there wasn't much. I mean, it's not like he played 0 snaps. Eventually he did, but he played earlier in the year. He looked like he stunk when he played. But, I mean, Ed, the fact that Vic Fangio, like, imagine if I was the defensive coordinator, people would be like, oh, DeCamera's an idiot. He's not playing this $50 million guy. Maybe I would be. But, like, Vic Fangio chose not to play him. So what are the chances he's going to go be successful elsewhere? But I'm hearing Baldy and Elliott both say he, like, will be. We'll see.
Yeah, I just I don't know what's a bigger miracle, us foxing a first-round pick out of the Colts for Carson or not having to pay more money to the 49ers and getting a mid-round draft pick, even though
Let's
I don't know
see
if
what
they
it is.
specified.
My guess is it's going to be contingency based.
Any draft pick.
Yeah.
Who cares, honestly?
I think it'll be on snaps and sacks and all that. It won't shock me if it ends up being not nearly a third or a fourth, but we'll see.
Yeah, but it remains a position of relative need. So, I heard, Trey Henderson, we've heard the name bandied about, but then I've heard Trayvon Walker. I don't even know if that's a starter, but I think he would be more expensive than Trey Hendrickson in a trade, but we still could use a little help there. So,
Georgia boy.
Yeah.
What about you guys heard Kyle Pitt's name thrown out there?
Sure.
I really like the idea of
I'm
bringing
good.
Kyle
I'm good.
Pitts
I'll
in.
be shocked if
we can
they
get him
do
for
it while,
cheap,
while Goddard's here.
He hasn't been good ever.
I don't
He's
think they
never
overlap.
been good in the NFL.
Think about his quarterbacks. Think about his offenses.
No, that's fair.
I think Kyle Pitts is an undervalued tight end right now because of a really awful situation with coaches, with the guys throwing him
Can
the
he
ball.
block at a tremendous
No.
level? Then I don't want him, because for this offense, I want a blocker. I mean
Okay,
it. I really mean that.
Right now, he would be the guy who, after Dallas Goedert leaves next year, assumes the role of the premier tight end, receiving version tight end.
I think blocker is more important.
I do think his block. I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, I'm assuming his blocking's bad because he's so talented as a receiver.
But he did go with the 4th pick in the draft, and I got to think he might have had some blocking.
Yeah,
Be the
you'd
4th
think
pick
there'd
in
be
the draft.
some balance.
All right, Ed. By the way, what cheesed you more this weekend, Ed? Leaving Lazardo in or Trey's defense?
I think most of the times I've cursed in front of my kids are when I'm in their car and Trey boots a ground ball.
It's brutal, man.
I was on the way back from the supermarket and his ground ball, he booted it.
Yeah.
And then it was a Ralphie from Christmas Story situation, like,
Well, it was so easy, too, because the
It was
thing...
right at him.
It was right
It's
at him.
He has more of those. Like, he's just a bad defender, but he has more balls hit
Correct.
right to him than anyone I ever remember.
And let's be
honestly.
real, guys. He would have more errors if he got to more balls.
100%.
And by the way, the Castellanos one in right field, I think that was Saturday, should have been called an error. I mean, the guy literally, and I love Castellanos. I know I very much like Castellanos. But I mean, I know he had a run to get there, but he did get there. The ball hit his glove and he dropped the ball. I mean, how is that not an error? But all right, Ed, I need an answer from you for a kid somewhere in a title.
John Ritchie, did you ever stand next to a mountain and chop it down with the edge of your hand? Jimi Hendrix, Voodoo Child.
You got it, man.
What a great
You got it. All right, that is a big answer. There's no question. All right, speaking of answers, more answers, including what Rob Thompson said about Trea's defense. We'll get to that. Elliot Sure Parks. I thought this would be a good time to play this audio from about a week or two ago on potential NFL salary cap changes. Because I wonder if what happened with the Eagles kind of like getting out of Bryce Huff, if that's the kind of thing they won't be able to do when their salary cap changes. I don't know. It's very complicated, but there's talk of the NFL changing the salary cap, and Elliott weighed in about a week ago on what that could mean from the Eagles. We'll get to that. TNT, sayonara to TNT and the NBA on TNT. We'll pay tribute to them and how Ernie Johnson signed off the air. All of this, your phone calls on all of it on 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. You want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with the potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. Just head to FanDuel.com/JohnR, J-O-N-R, and once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, J-O-N-R, to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR, J-O-N-R, to win big today.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies head to the Great White North to battle the Blue Jays. Tomorrow, leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:07. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Way gone up into the second deck, Kyle Schwarber.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Ring, make it, ring, girl, make it. Hey, Prime members, Grubhub and Amazon have just the thing to help you save. You can get $0 delivery fees on eligible Grubhub orders. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to start saving. Terms and additional fees apply.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, no interest and no payments till 2026. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-U-R-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month or YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
BetParks Online Casino and Sportsbook and Parks Casino, proud to be a major sponsor of the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Golf Tournament, benefiting the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation that helps young people in underserved communities.
When there's a crack in your basement wall, your house is trying to tell you something. Will it get worse? That's when you call the friendly, local experts at 58 Foundations in Waterproofing. Since 1958, they've seen it all in foundation issues. They offer free estimates and back their work up with the industry's only money-back guarantee. That guarantee gives you the confidence that they know how to fix foundation issues, waterproofing, and even that nasty crawl space. Give 58 a call at 888-698-1958 or visit 58foundations.com.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
What? All the budget has to be used now? And we can use all the media buy?
Javier's marketing firm just got its dream funding.
Okay, ideas. Bobbleheads. No. T-shirt cannon. I seriously need some help here.
He needs to find marketing managers who are worth every dollar.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsoring a job on Indeed gives it a visibility boost, so you can hire faster. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Love my dog, Cheney. It is my job to make sure Cheney is happy and healthy, and the place where they can make that happen for me and for your pets is at Dogs and Cats Rule. The lead dog, George Perante, he'll tell you that's the place to not only get help for your pets, but many solutions for your pet's needs. It's at the Dogs and Cats Rule store. So maybe if your pet has specific dietary restrictions, maybe allergies, that's what my dog has. The staff at Dogs and Cats Rule are the best trained in the business, and they can help you with all that. We've got the warmer weather here, so it's time to think about natural flea and tick prevention. Also, probably going to be outside more with your pets. Maybe go get a new ball launcher or something to tug on. The selection of food at Dogs and Cats Rule, it is second to none. Large selection of raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, and premium kibble and canned cannot be beat. Visit Dogs and Cats Rule. They've got 7 convenient neighborhood locations. Princeton and Pennington in New Jersey, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, Bluebell, and New Hope in Pennsylvania. For more information, online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Helen's Sausage House. Phillies overtaken by the Mets atop the division after getting swept by the Brewers, while the Mets went 5-1 against the White Sox and Rockies. Up 2-1 in the 7th. A pair of defensive miscues doomed the Phillies. Weston Wilson misplayed a ball in the outfield. Trea Turner booted a ball, and that would lead to 3 Milwaukee runs.
I think it really just comes down to reading those hops. I feel like I did a good job on those plays and got myself in good positions, and the second you don't, you can see what happens. So I knew he hit it hard. I knew he was coming right at me. And sometimes, when the ball's hit hard right at you, you tend to stop moving your feet a little bit. And on those other plays, you're kind of moving and reading. So you got to create your own momentum on some of those plays, and I didn't do that.
Phil's off today. They'll open a series at Toronto Tuesday. The thinking is Bryce Harper could be ready for the Blue Jays series. Helen's Sausage House, with locations in Smyrna and Newark, Delaware, for over 40 years. Breakfast, lunch, and catering online. HelenSausage.com. Mostly sunny, high 75. It's currently 56. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie.
Vinny, Vici, I'm out of order.
This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I know to do my job. Right about now, what I'm supposed to jump in and say good morning to you. A fired up John Ritchie, which you could see if you watched our show on YouTube. It is good.
You did a great job there.
Thank you, buddy. It's really not that hard, but sometimes I just
this is
bust through it.
Furious, isn't it? Just makes you want to go. Really, this is one song that lights that fire. It makes you want to go strike people, doesn't it?
Well, I'll tell you what it makes me want to do. Go watch Trea Turner play defense. Really pumps me up. Seltzer, I put some context into this weekend from a Philly standpoint, from your perspective.
Yeah, look, I think your main point to begin with, that it's a weekend series. I'm not going to overreact. They've played good baseball for a while.
Great baseball.
Great baseball.
Yeah.
I think the two things that stand out to me are, one, that I do think it's fair to question the level of competition they played. We have not seen them play great against good teams. That's something to watch moving forward.
Except the Dodgers.
Yeah,
but that was 3 games.
Yeah.
But they do well against the Dodgers.
It was the
all
second
time.
series of the year.
It was
whatever,
a long
so
time
it's hard
ago.
to take it too seriously. But I think it's viewing these things through the prism of what could end their season in the playoffs, and watching Trea Turner boot balls. And in that game, sure, there were 2 innings left. You could say they absolutely lost the game because of that one play,
I agree.
arguably. And then the bullpen issues. I just look at it, and I like the Lazardo thing. That was annoying. I don't love that it happened, but. And I'm annoyed by it. But in terms of the big picture stuff for me, it's what am I seeing that could end their season?
Yep.
And we're seeing things that could end their season.
Phil's also made I'll call it semi-big move this weekend with Mick Abel is going to be in the rotation and Taiwan to the bullpen. Now, the reason I say semi-big is because Mick Abel is going to be bumped out when Nola comes back. It's obviously taking longer than we at least initially thought, based on what the Phillies initially thought. I don't know how much longer it goes, but Mick Abel will get those starts. It may be to be a Phillies long-term pitcher. It may be to be a Phillies relief pitcher. It may be to be traded as they approach the trade deadline for a bullpen, for a center fielder, for a whatever. A lot of ways you could go there. A future catcher. I mean, they could trade. Look, I'll give you one thing. They could trade Mick Abel for a catcher of the future, and it really has no impact on joining the team this year and helping them in the postseason.
Well, they got Taid. I mean, he's young, but I mean, he's legit.
Okay.
I do think they have
How soon?
He's young, so a few
you got a
years
couple
away.
years.
Couple
Yeah.
years
So
away,
it could be a catcher.
Sure, I
mean,
just wouldn't say catcher of the future as much as
well. So anyway, all this on the table. One other thing, Rhea, the Lazardo thing.
Mm-hmm.
So we all agree it was preposterous.
It was disgraceful.
All right, here's my question.
Yeah.
Because you got a good antenna for this stuff. Does Lazardo's agent call Dave Dombrowski?
I would, 100%.
And say, what the hell was that?
Well, yeah, because if that was Wheeler, they wouldn't have allowed that to happen. Now, Wheeler's been an ace for much longer, but this guy's pitching great. You know what?
It's just screwed his Cy Young candidacy.
100%.
Now, I don't think it's going to hurt his when he becomes a free agent thing as much as you might think, because like smart general managers will realize with their homework that like one start at the end of the year, it's going to be really interesting to know at the end of the year, how much does this inflate his ERA? Like, is it a whole?
When
is it a whole
should
point?
he have been removed?
Is it a half a point?
Like what?
I don't know.
At what point are we talking?
Before
Is it
they
like
scored
pitch
6
50?
more runs?
I don't honestly
'Cause
remember
we're
this.
talking
I think
real
it
early
went
then.
from 5 to 7. I think, and then there was a 3-run homer, and then
I'm just asking from a practical perspective.
You don't let it
are we
get past
talking
7
the end of the
runs.
first? Like when exactly?
No, in that 4th inning, like you can't let it get past 7 or 8 runs. I just don't think it's fair to the guy. Now, I will say there is something to be said, and Ben and Ruben, when we next get them in here, their perspective will be interesting because they played in an era where sometimes a starting pitcher would have to go longer and suck it up. James, you'll remember that.
100%. You said the phrase before, wear it, and it was
Wear
like,
it.
it's exactly right.
Yeah.
Like that rings true.
And I
through
will
my
say
life.
this, it is entirely possible that Lazardo is getting credit in that clubhouse, especially because there's no public complaint. Maybe the agent won't call the general manager or the vice president of baseball. Maybe he won't. I don't know. But I know this. Like, if I'm Lazardo, I'm ticked. And at the end of the year, it will be interesting when he has whatever he has, 170 innings,
I'm
190 innings.
that my fastball's getting hit
Yeah,
every
but-
time I throw it.
But sometimes you need the manager or the assistant manager who is in place of Rob Thompson just to come relieve.
Is it that the fastball was off that much, or is it that there was something else going on?
I have absolutely no idea. I just know we
But it's a problem.
Well, you
it's
better
a
hope
problem.
there was nothing else going on, like an injury,
It's
because that
a-
makes
Well,
it
I
even
think he
worse.
meant
Yeah.
pitches tipped.
Well, that's the
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
It could be pitches tipped. It could be he's struggling with something
It was weird.
physically. I don't know. It still looked good.
Look, it
to
was
me.
one start. I mean, look, Rangers had one horrible start. Wheeler said one horrible start. Lazardo said one horrible start.
There were
It
some
happens.
good pitches that they hit, and in some cases, like holy cow, Reese Hoskins is on. Like that was a movie.
It did
Reese
happen
Hoskins
fast.
having 2
It happened
3-run
fast.
homers.
Yeah.
Like it just seemed like I don't know.
Anyway, they should have gotten him out of there. That was bad. All right, the Bryce Huff trade, that's obviously on the table. Also, something Elliott said about the salary cap with the Eagles. We'll get to that shortly. And has there been a worse free agent signing than Bryce Huff for the Eagles? I know it didn't matter. They won the Super Bowl. But has any individual player delivered less for that type of money? 215-592-9494. And also, everything we discuss, including this Phil stuff, like what cheesed you from the weekend, you can always react to on Times Yours. Best Times Yours calls make the show coming up in about 2 hours. Times Yours number. Remember, put this in your phone. Anytime anything happens, ever, in a Philadelphia sports game, someone cuts you off in traffic, whatever it might be, Times Yours is there for you. Write this number or put it in your phone. 215-238-4500. 215-238-4500. And then you can call Times Yours day or night and react, and then we play the best calls, which we will at 9:45 today. Nick in Bucks County. Nick, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you today?
Doing great, Nick.
Yeah, pretty good, man.
Yeah, it was a rough Phillies weekend, but it made me think about some Phillies trades, and one I've actually been working on for a little bit. I call it my Chicago double doink because we got 2 Chicago White Sox players.
Okay. So not Cody Parkey.
No, Lewis Robert Jr. and Kenyon Middleton. Middleton's he's only under contract for this year, so we would get relief pitching, but he wouldn't be long term. But Lewis Roberts under contract for I think 5 years, and a great prospect. And we would probably give up Alec Boehm and like maybe Mick Abel. I hate to give up Mick Abel under his contract, but it's a good fit for us.
James, does the Crawford thing enter that if they acquire a center fielder
I don't
like
think
that?
they're going to trade for Robert. It's like possible. I just think he'll cost more than they want to give up for a center fielder when they have Crawford ready to come. Maybe not right away, but in the near future. So I doubt it. But look, it was a name that we talked about at the trade deadline last year. It's if they're going to trade for a center fielder, he's like the most obvious trade candidate out there.
And Nick, if that were to happen, I would just guess that Crawford would be part of it, but I don't know, but it would kind of make sense.
You wouldn't really need him anymore, but maybe you make the move with him for a catcher then,
Maybe.
if you can make a few moves. But going back to Jen's call on Friday, before she crashed the radio with her quantum physics talk.
Oh, yeah.
she brought up the most underrated athlete in Philly, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm going to go with Nick Castellanos.
No, like
he's
Moro Ojomo would be more underrated. I mean, until weeks 15, no one even heard of Moro Ojomo.
Okay, true.
I still don't know if that's how you say his name. I don't know if I've ever.
I mean, he could be their
I've never
starter
heard the
instead of
official
Jordan Davis.
pronunciation. Yeah, I think he is.
Yeah.
And Nick, part of what I'm getting at is Castellanos makes $100 million. Moro Ojomo probably makes under $1 million.
I think he's our starting D end in base. Moro Ojomo.
Yeah, I think he's more underrated, Nick, because he's actually pretty solid. All right, Nick, give me an answer, bud, for a child somewhere in a title.
Wax on, wax off, the Karate Kid, baby.
Oh, that's a big
answer.
one. Was watching that this weekend.
Nice.
Yeah,
Hey,
I watched it. Emily had never seen it, so we watched it a month or two ago.
Wow.
It's great.
It's
it
phenomenal.
totally holds up. It's an awesome movie.
There's only one thing that I thought looking back, and I only watched about half of it this weekend. I forget what day. Saturday, Sunday was in there somewhere. But there's a scene where Elizabeth Shue wants to pull away from.
Why does it have to be Elizabeth Shue?
Shocking.
We have to live your fixation.
Well, it was
All right.
also Ralph's and Johnny's and Daniel's. She wants to pull away from Zabek. How do you say his name?
Johnny.
Zabka.
Yeah, Johnny,
but William Zabka.
And he looks at her at one point while they're dancing. She's pulling away, and he grabs her arm. He's like, "Can we finish this dance, please?" And then she out of being nice, she finishes the dance. That one flat attack. Yeah. It was my point is it was cheesy. It was almost cheesy the way it was with Tom Cruise and Val Kilmer in the Chomp Down. It almost kind of didn't. It almost kind of didn't.
It didn't
fit.
translate to today quite so well as the rest of the movie.
Yeah, that was my point.
That's too bad.
Yeah. All
You know
right.
who did translate to today really well, guys? Javon Curse. Has anyone seen Javon Curse
No,
lately?
with what?
I saw Javon Curse last night. I went to Brian Dawkins Island Field.
Nice.
Oh,
party.
John, hold on. I'm giving John
that's
Rich a stand.
phenomenal.
I've
Yes.
been looking for John to get involved with his former teammates for 8 years. He's there. John, God bless you. Tell us about Javon.
That's not patronizing. At
No,
all,
I mean,
is it?
I'm legitimately, I'm happy for you.
Okay.
I mean that.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, tell us about Javon.
He looks younger than he did 20 years ago.
Wow.
20 years ago,
Wow.
I was sitting in the first meeting of every morning next to Javon Curse. This is 2004.
Yeah, sure.
Wow, 21 years ago. He looks younger today. Saw him last night. I don't know what the heck is going on. Javon Curse is living an unbelievable life.
Good for him.
He looks fantastic. And Carlos Emmons. I saw Carlos Emmons last night.
Well, you love
Carlos
Carlos.
Emmons,
I know.
the hardest guy to block, who no one knows is impossible to block.
Yep.
He was there last night, and I feel like I could impart some wisdom because, of course, he's got the shoulder stuff going on. And having had stem cell in my shoulder, we could talk some shop there. But Carlos Emmons, what an unbelievable linebacker.
Oh, I love
when
it.
he
We're
broke his
talking
leg, that was just awful.
Truly tragic.
Was that 03? Because he missed the playoffs, and I think that was 03. Was that is that the injury you're talking about?
So yeah,
The guy
he was
did
playing great.
his
He was playing great.
job. He was so strong. I mean, you're talking about against the run, against the pass.
Oh, he was terrific.
He could do it all. He could do a little bit of everything. But I'm telling you, you try to go block that guy.
Yeah.
No one on the planet can do it, and no one ever gave him enough credit for
He
that.
was really good. No, he
Keep
was.
everyone out
I
of his
know.
body, and
I know.
if he did hit you, you felt it for days. It was like a cement truck hit you.
Yeah, no, he was outstanding. So, James, all right. Right now, John's at a 10 out of 10.
Oh, yeah.
What could reduce him to a 7 out of 10? He went there, he gave us a good story, interacted with his buddies.
Mm-hmm.
What could bring it down to a 7 out of 10?
Who's making the evaluation?
Yeah.
Me.
Something you say.
No.
Go ahead.
Which one of them's calling into the show today?
There you go.
Oh.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, that's a good point.
question.
Yeah.
Jimmy? Did you get any of them?
That's awesome, John. You hung with those dudes. All right, let's get to TNT. Wrapped it up over the weekend. I guess that was, Saturday, I think. So the Knicks out and the Eastern Conference done, which means TNT done. Now, this crew is going to be together with ESPN and ABC. It'll be fascinating to find out if they can keep the magic going to the same extent.
Is Ernie Johnson going to be
Yes,
with them? He is?
all of them.
Okay.
The four of them and a lot of the production crew. which is awesome. Let's listen to how they wrapped it up with Ernie Johnson, the send-off on Saturday night after the game, after some post-game stuff. He had already done a lot of thank yous to the staff and like all sorts of good stuff. And then he really this is it. Like, we are closing shop. Here's what Ernie Johnson said on Saturday night.
Thank you. We have been honored to do this. And we look forward. Look, the four of us, as you've already heard, the four of us are going to be together. Our production crew is going to be together. It's going to be that same bunch. We're still going to be shooting that show in Atlanta. It's just going to air somewhere else. And so the craziness that you've seen, the nonsense and the foolishness and the top-notch basketball analysis, all of that stuff's going to be on. It's going to be on ESPN or ABC next year, not on TNT. For that, we're sad. But I'm proud to say for the last time, thanks for watching us. It's the NBA on TNT.
Before we go, guys, let's give a mic drop.
And they dropped the mic, and that was it. Look, I think that group and Madden and Summerall, in my opinion, go down from a grouping standpoint on a national level the best I've ever seen. And it's just a matter of which one's better. National grouping. I put maybe Brent Musburger's NFL Today in third, maybe Chris Berman back in the day, the beginning of Countdown to Primetime with Tom Jackson, maybe fourth, maybe third. It's all kind of similar. But, I mean, John, this was a historic show. And, of course, what we all hope is that they can keep the magic going when they move to ESPN, and time will tell. Because I just don't know. You know, sometimes a move I thought Madden and Summerall kept it going. Here's the example I'll give you. Madden and Summerall moved from CBS to Fox. Didn't change anything. It was still
shocking at the time.
Well,
remember?
It was because CBS had the NFL and the NFC for about 40 or 50 years, and then they didn't. They moved to a different network. It was no problem. No problem. So hopefully this will be no problem. But we'll see. You never really know until you see it. So, but congrats to those guys on a great run.
I tend to think that that combination of personalities, no matter who is doing the broadcasting or whose cameras or who's producing, you know, they've got that recipe. They've got the recipe of they actually like one another. It seems, or that's the way that's conveyed.
There's no question
when they talk
they're
and
very
joke
close.
and race to the board together. You know, like they do so many things I look forward to.
It's great.
I look forward to them, you know, capping on each other, busting on each other, and it's just a good chemistry that I don't think that can be broken.
I hope you're right.
I expect to see a lot more.
You just don't. My point is,
come.
you don't want ESPN interference. Just let them do what
the
they
editorial
do.
control.
Just let them do what they do. But congrats to that group because they really, I mean, that was a historic run. And all the golf courses in Philadelphia better get ready because Sir Charles always comes back to Philly in the summer, and he's going to be out there in the coming weeks. All right, let's go. But congrats to him, Shaq, Kenny, and Ernie. Unbelievable job for all those years. 215-592-9494. Not an unbelievable job by the Phils over the weekend. They lose 3. And the third was really primarily because Trea Turner booted a ball. It was a well-pitched game by Ranger. He did his job, gave them some length after a short Lazardo start. You know, it's like, all right, let's salvage one, and Trea Turner basically made it not such.
And the pitch. Swinging a ground ball to short. And Turner booted it. And the game's tied. Right at Trea Turner, and he commits his 5th error of the year. And this game starts over 2-2 here in the 7th.
So that was obviously a consequential moment, the most consequential from yesterday. I will say, kind of gets lost in the shuffle, but I brought this up earlier in the year at times, and it's worth bringing it back. What followed was a classic example with Kerkering, where a relief pitcher ultimately gets charged with no earned runs, but didn't help the cause. I mean, the reality is that, you know, the Phillies lose the game in part because Kerkering gave up more. And because of the Trea error, they're all unearned. Like, Kerkering's ERA went down yesterday, but he didn't help the cause. So, you know, I just want to point that out at times. These bullpen ERAs can be deceiving when you have inherited runners or when, you know, stuff keeps tacking on. Because,
and it's yet another, you know, lukewarm, what the heck is Orion Kirkring really going to do
I
for
got
us?
one
Why?
guy. I got one guy I truly trust, and even he's been more shaky this year. But it's Strom.
I don't trust Strom right now.
I trust him, but I don't trust him as much as I did last year.
Yeah, right now I don't.
So you're at zero.
And I'm not saying I'm at zero.
No. I'm saying of all the players,
Oh,
you'd
there
say
are zero
full trust.
players I truly trust. Zero
Of the
in the
bullpen.
bullpen. Zero.
Yeah.
Zip.
It's a bad
None.
spot.
Yeah, that's a bad spot.
Well said.
I actually trust Romano more than Strom, and that again, I said zero. Like
Yeah.
I'm not saying I fully trust
No, I
Romano,
understand.
but I trust Romano more than Strom right now.
Well, I don't think anyone trusts Trea's defense. Rob Thompson talked about it after the game, and I the first half of how Topper answered this, I didn't love. Second half of how he answered it, I actually liked quite a bit because he keeps it real at the end. Let's listen to Rob Thompson after the game.
Is there anything you can say to Trea after a play like that, or is it just one of those things?
It's just one of those things. You know, I know Bobby will talk to him, but I don't know what to tell him because it's kind of a routine ground ball, and he knows that he's got to make the play.
Got to make the play. But he's also giving you that he knows it.
Bobby's going to talk to him.
He knows it.
That'll clear it all up.
All right. They should have moved him. And to me, the headline that really has consequence for October from this weekend is I think they made a mistake not moving Trea Turner. I've said it all year. I said it before the season started. I thought he should have been their center fielder. I think he's not because they were afraid to have a conversation with him. And we'll find out in October if it bites them. But we know this. Jimmy Rollins and Larry Bowa are the two shortstops the Phillies have won a World Series with. I mean, they are. And yes, there was a lot around both of them. You know, Schmitty, Carlton, Tug, Rose, Luzinski, etc. Ryan Howard, Chase Utley, Shane Victorino, all that, etc. Cole, Brad Lidge. But like it really, 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 really helps in that sport to have a lockdown defensive player right there. We all know the three main positions: catcher, shortstop, center field. Three main defensive positions. And like, man, Trea is not good at it. Let's go to the phones. Let's get to Earl in Langhorne. With that said, I'm not freaking out. They still got a heck of a team. Earl, what's going on, man?
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Hi, Earl.
I got a lot to throw at you real fast. I'm really upset that you took Sweet Child of Mine off the board because I partied with Guns N' Roses for like 4 hours backstage once.
Look at you.
Was it?
Yeah, man.
Was it
I
as
have a question
insane?
for you, Joe. Not you were talking about Nnamdi Asomugha. Who was the other corner opposite of him? Because no
there
one
were
was
three.
afraid back then. Who was it?
There were three of them. So it was Nnamdi, it was DRC, and it was old man Asante.
Yeah,
I think, right? He was still there,
I
James?
remember that time time of our history. No one was afraid to throw at us. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, because Nnamdi and DRC were old. Excuse me, Nnamdi and Asante were old, and DRC was not as advertised as a
Played
young
well
guy.
after he left here with the Giants, didn't he?
Giants, I
seem
believe.
to recall he played well there, but just not here.
But he just and they got him for Cobb, I think, and
They got a second round pick.
it just didn't. I think it was Cobb and DRC, wasn't it?
Yeah, they got a second round pick in DRC for Cobb.
Yeah,
I think.
which is a pretty
It's a good
solid
trade as the
haul
player.
for
Yeah.
a guy who stunk as a quarterback. I
Earl.
mean, basically.
Earl, were you involved in any debauchery with Guns N' Roses?
Correct. Good question.
Yes. So I was witness to a lot of it.
You were witness when you use
I
a
like
word,
how much he
a
considered
verb
how to
like
answer that.
witness.
No, Earl,
Wow.
Earl, are you considering
Was it that
whether
crazy?
are you considering whether a wife, girlfriend, or daughter is listening right now?
No. And my wife knows the whole story. But John,
Yeah.
they were playing at the Tower Theater just when Appetite for Destruction came out.
Wow.
It was
That must have
86
been
or
awesome.
87.
Whoa.
And then they, this entourage of press was in line to go to the back to do interviews, and I had no press credentials, nothing. I just got in the middle of the press corps and walked right in with them. But there's a security guard there, big old fat dude, and if you were a woman, you couldn't get in there unless you took your shirt off.
Holy mackerel!
Whoa!
Even if it was press.
Wow.
It was crazy, man. And
Different
this
time.
big old fat dude, this big old fat dude put his lips on every woman's everything. So
Holy
it was
mackerel.
and then
Now it's getting a little uncomfortable in
I
here.
spoke to
Yeah.
everybody.
And I don't know if I'm supposed to laugh or
everybody on
chastise.
team.
Say it again,
Say it
Earl.
again, I'm sorry.
No,
Say it again?
we're good. That's a story. You did pretty much paint the picture. I will say you gave context that puts us in
Was
the
enough.
room. visually.
I fit the bill. Okay,
Yeah.
so as far as this weekend with the Phils, and I'm a big Phillies fan. I mean, I'm always glad to see Reese come back to town.
Yeah, I love him.
But there's a piece of you that goes, hey, you know what? Good for you that you had a successful run, but not against us. Everyone keeps saying it's going to be different when Bryce comes back. I don't see it. I don't see how Bryce is going to make that big of an impact coming back because I think he's forcing himself to come back early.
Well, we don't know that. Well, we don't know that. He hasn't played yet, so we don't know that he's coming back early. I mean,
Bryce Harper will make a huge difference.
Yeah,
no difference. You can't say that.
Earl, he's clearly one of the, let's put it this way, he's historically the best hitter on the team. I think it's fair to say this year, even though he wasn't having a full Bryce year, he was still their second best hitter this year. Like, I'd put him above Trea, who's done a nice job and come on. But, he only follows Schwarber this year as far as success when you look at things like slugging and on base.
Indeed. Yeah.
And he very well could pass Schwarber by the time the year's over. I mean, I think Harper can make a monumental difference.
I hope so.
Yeah.
And listen, I have a song that might work for you.
Yep.
It doesn't actually say the word child in it, but it's John Lennon's "A Beautiful Boy."
Yeah, boy would work.
That works.
Yeah, boy.
So for boy and girl are all right. That counts.
Because it denotes a young kid. Yes. Like if it was man, I'd say no. But
we're
boy,
talking child.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you're
Kid.
if you're tuning in, what we're giving away the Phillies tickets today in honor of Morgan Freeman, who turned 88 recently, and of course was in $1 Million Baby, using the word baby. We're looking for a movie, a song, a band, a title of any sort that, a television show, whatever, that's got boy, girl, child of some sort in the title. It can be children, can be kid, any of that, baby, any of that kind of stuff. So a lot of good answers so far, including Voodoo Child and Karate Kid, which probably are the two best so far said by the audience. All right, Seltzer, question for you. You said earlier you blame Rob Thompson for Lazardo staying in, even though Topper was ejected 5 runs into the game, and Lazardo stayed out there 7 more runs, which is still astounding. First time in some
1930s, I think, was the last time a Phillies pitcher gave up 12 runs.
Incredible. All right. So are you sure that he can make that call after being ejected? Because I'm not.
Look, I'm not. I've never been a part of being ejected from a Major League Baseball game. I don't know how serious they are about the clubhouse thing, about waking. But do I think that Rob Thompson could talk to somebody to get a message to somebody in the dugout?
Yeah.
I think probably. I mean, he's got a phone. He could text somebody. Again, I get it. It's harder for him to do it. If he were there and the 12 runs happened, I'd be even more upset. But I don't think you can just say, oh, you got ejected. You don't have to worry about your team anymore. I don't think that works.
You know what I wonder, and I've never thought of this? I wonder if there's a baseball security where they keep an eye on the guy.
I don't
know.
Because they definitely didn't before Valentine, because he was able to do that.
He came out of the dugout in a costume.
A mustache.
And a mustache.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
I mean, because, John, you would almost think if they don't have security of some sort, then how can they regulate anything? Because you're 10 feet away from the dugout, right through the clubhouse. I mean, not 10, but you know what I mean, not far.
It's a bit of a walk, though.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Yeah, it's close enough that if you want to.
But is it like just the honor system that everyone works on? Like I don't know
just
if
roll
they
an
even
orange
have a
down
protocol.
Roll an orange, like you're on an airplane
with a message
with
inside
a message.
it. There you go.
Here it goes. Remove Lazardo or keep him in the game. I still cannot believe whether it was him or the bench coach.
That's the thing.
How does it get up to 12 runs?
I mean, doesn't Dombrowski, can he call down to the dugout and go, yo, what are you doing?
I mean, in football terms, that is a touchdown, an extra point, a field goal, and a safety.
It's like being down. It's like being down 56-0 and being like, starters, roll back out there. Let's see what you got. You know what I mean?
It's not good. Let's go to Joe in Mayfair. Joe, good morning.
Long time. Good morning, crew.
What's up, bud?
What's up, Joe?
Just living the dream. That's why I love hockey better than baseball. Brendan Moore could be behind a bench F-bombing officials and he doesn't even get a penalty. But in baseball, they get kicked out. That makes no sense to me. Even in football, coaches can go off on referees. And
that's a great part of the game. I love when the manager is giving the business to the ump. Love it.
Get kicked out for a reason to support your teammate. But that's the reason. Another reason I don't like Topper. I don't understand what he did. JT earlier in the year, you don't stick up for him at all, but you want to get kicked out when your team doesn't show up. Like, I think it's weak.
Well, two different things, Joe. So, one, he did have a point that it's odd for the third base ump to make the call instead of first base ump on a lefty. That is true. The second thing is, because he may have been truly 100% heated, like there was no acting, but I actually just wondered if about 20% was him leaning over to the ump and saying,
Toss me
out of this game. I just wondered if it happened.
And that does happen.
It does happen, and he may have been trying to charge up the dugout and the crowd, and because they were already down 5-0. I
got a 7:00 reservation. Can you help me? I'm kidding.
Not for that purpose, but sometimes the manager will want it.
If you need to resort to that to wake your team up after you got your ass kicked the day before, there's something wrong with that team.
But it happens. I mean,
I know,
people
but
do
I'm
it.
just saying.
People do it. All right, Joe, what do you got on our squad? What are you thinking?
But it's the same as I said earlier. I'm surprised they bounced back and beat tomato cans and ham and eggers. Like, it's going to be the same thing as the process. It's going to be the same thing in certain runs that teams have. They don't have this it factor. They don't, and they won't. And you're going to look.
I don't think you know that. I think you think it. I don't think you know it. Joe, they're a game and a half behind the best record in baseball. I just.
And ham and eggers, and once they play teams above 500 or 500 teams that have some talent and some moxie, they're going to go 10-15 and go back again. They have talent, but they don't have that it factor. They just don't. They don't have this it factor. You're not going to win a World Series with Rojas in center field. You're not going to win a World Series when you don't have guys out of the bullpen that come in and dominate. They're not going to win a World Series. Don't make the playoffs, and you're going to be disappointed again.
Maybe.
It's the same every year.
Here's my only thing. Listen, Joe, you may be right, but here's my biggest argument against you. If I asked you to name the teams that have the it factor, my guess is you would name 2 or 3 teams, and my guess is there's a good chance a different team would win the World Series. I mean, I'm just... You know,
it's not the same every year. That's why we play 162 games.
Yeah,
that's the beauty of baseball. I anticipate that this group of guys, this roster is just dynamite, and we do need to make some additions. But
I don't think
we
the
have
roster.
time to make some additions.
I'd say the starting pitching is dynamite. I don't know if I'd go whole
The starting
roster.
pitching is like all time.
It is. It is.
Unbelievable.
That's what,
and we are so deep. We're talking about trading a starter, a starter who gave us an unbelievable performance yesterday.
Ranger, yeah. Like that could happen.
Ranger Suarez,
could
that
get
guy
traded. Could get traded.
Yeah,
could get traded
because we have that luxury.
Yeah.
We have that luxurious padding of pitchers.
Joe, give me a great answer for a child somewhere in a title.
I will in a second, but John, it's the beginning of June. We haven't played a lot of teams above 500. Let me know if Nola comes back. Let me see if Lazardo gets seen the second time through a lot of these teams. We're proclaiming a young group of pitchers and a falling apart Nola and a 35-year-old Wheeler to get it done late in the season. And a team doesn't hit late in the season. They don't. But I will go with
they
something.
haven't.
Well, they have until they didn't. Let's not forget
they
slugged
did in 2022
and 3.
Yeah, and 3
for 2.5 weeks.
You're right. Yeah,
like Castellanos was hitting homers all over the place.
Did things no one has ever done in the history of the sport home run wise.
Yeah,
no one's ever hit multi-homer games back to back in the history of the playoffs. Nick Castellanos, he's the guy.
Totally.
That's it.
I guess they didn't sustain it long enough for everyone's.
Say it again, Joe.
I don't believe this team is going to bring home a trophy.
I know you don't.
Thompson.
I know you don't. I know you
It's
don't.
going to be a 6th or 2nd round exits every year. I will give you one of your favorite shows, Joe. It's an all-timer. There's no kids in it, and that's why it's funny. It's the Golden Girls.
Oh, girls, yeah, Golden Girls. So it's not one of my all-time favorite shows, but Amy from Villanova and I are thinking about making it our next, kind of doze-off show. We're looking for like a B show. I'm trying to advocate Dick Van Dyke because we just did Mary Tyler Moore.
God.
So I want to go back 10 years before that.
Sure.
Dude, it was tremendous. Dick Van Dyke, you kidding me? Dick Van Dyke and Mary Tyler Moore together? I'm good, but I don't know. I'm not probably winning that fight. It's probably going to be Golden Girls.
Good. Go, Amy.
All right.
I can't believe that we're hoping for you to watch something that's like 40 years old instead of 60 years old or whatever.
Pretty much. All right, Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet in 2025. Armin Chevrolet proudly celebrating, and congrats to them for this, 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive arminchevy.com. ESPN.com. First poll question, which bothered you more, which bothered you the most this weekend with the Phils? We got two choices. A, Lazardo being kept in for so long, which was outrageous. Or B, Trea's defense, which obviously yesterday was, not only bad, but I'll just call it typical. I mean, not that he does that every game, but I mean, come on. We know he's got that in his negative bag more than most, which is booting the routine play. That was bad. And it does worry me for October. Second poll question. And we literally phrased it this way. Not that it mattered in 2024, but was Bryce Huff the Eagles' worst free agency signing ever? A, yes, B, no. You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. One thing about the free agency with Bryce Huff, and, it looks like they're going to get out of this contract and he's going to get shipped to San Fran. And it made me wonder, and I'm going to be very candid here. I don't know the answer to this. But is this one of those things, the way Howie structured it, where Howie maneuvers in a way that the rest of the league doesn't based on how he sets a contract up? I mean, James, doesn't it seem kind of implausible that they get out so easy?
Yeah, like you're saying that when Howie did the contract to
Yes.
begin with, he planned for the potential eventuality of maybe a horrible first year.
Correct.
Because it's wild to think about, especially because if you're that willing to buy in on this guy to the number that they did, I mean, to even think to put that stuff in there is wild.
I want to read to you a couple of tweets, and then I want to get to some audio of Elliott, because ultimately what is going to matter a lot for the Eagles moving forward is the extent to which the salary cap has changed and how that could impact the Eagles, who have had a competitive advantage based on Howie's excellence and Lurie's spending under the current system. So I just want, John, listen to this series of tweets. Just bear with me. It's three different tweets here. So here's what happened over the weekend. Adam Schefter first reported, ESPN sources, 49ers and Eagles are working to finalize a trade that will send edge rusher Bryce Huff to San Francisco for a mid-round pick. Okay, blah, blah, blah. It's going to be processed after June 1. I don't need to read it all, but let's just start with that. Schefter then has a second tweet. He says, before the trade can get finalized next week, the Eagles restructured Bryce Huff's contract this week. He was set to make about $17 million fully guaranteed this season from Philadelphia, but the Eagles now will take on only $9.05 million in salary, leaving the 49ers responsible for the remaining $7.95 million due to Huff this season. Okay. Then Field Yates jumps in, and he says the cap specifics of this deal. The Eagles declined Bryce Huff's $15.58 million fully guaranteed option bonus, which turned it into a base salary. I know this is getting confusing. Just bear with me. He says Philadelphia then turned $9 million of that base salary into a signing bonus, which allows San Francisco to take on the remaining money, $7.95 million. In sum, the Eagles save $7.95 million in cash and create north of $15 million in 2025 cap space. San Francisco will inherit the final 2 years of Huff's deal, blah, blah, blah. Okay, then Jake Rosenberg, who you may remember used to work for the Eagles and was Howie's contract guy. So Howie and this Jake Rosenberg were doing a lot of this together until Jake Rosenberg left the Eagles was it prior to last season? Yeah, prior to last season. And so he's doing his own business venture, but he weighs in on social media on these kind of things. So he responds to Field Yates saying this is a misleading way to describe the cap impact and process. Happy to try to answer some questions, but the amount was always base salary, though treated as an option for cap purposes. And with that at signing, the OB, I don't even know what that means, is assumed as exercised, though it hadn't been yet. Here's my point. We're all confused right now, right? Every person listening right now is confused. I'm confused. Like, what am I getting at? I'm getting at, I wonder how they got out of this, where they're going to get a draft pick, not get crushed on the salary cap. And like, to me, it strikes me like maybe Howie had a thing on the way in the door that led to this on the way out the door. What's my point? I want to play audio of Elliott for you from about a week and a half ago on our show, because the NFL is thinking about changing aspects of the salary cap in the next CBA. And we asked Elliott, what could the implications for that be for the Eagles? Listen to what Elliott said.
Basically, what it seems like the NFL wants to do is fix the salary cap so that teams can't like use loopholes to manipulate it, essentially. Now, we all know from talking about the Eagles and covering the Eagles the past few years, the Eagles are awesome at working the salary cap. And the best way to explain it would be this. If you took their top 10 players on the roster in terms of average value, like average contract value, it should be over $200 million. I think it's $215 million per year on the salary cap. But because of how the Eagles structure their contracts, it's just over $100 million. So simplistically, just look at it. They have $100 million less in salary cap hits than they should based off the average value of the contract. Now, the reason that's a big advantage for the Eagles specifically is because they have an owner in Jeffrey Lurie that pays a lot of cash and allows that to happen. So the reason the NFL is going after this is because the poor teams, or the teams that are not willing to spend cash, they're essentially being put at a competitive disadvantage because they're not getting these like long contracts.
John, when this Bryce Huff news came down on Friday, I thought of what Elliott had said and thought, I wonder if this is a tie into that kind of thing. Like, it's all above my head. I want to be clear, guys.
I feel the
Nobody
same
understands
way.
the salary cap, but how are the Eagles suddenly going to have cap space from this?
Yeah, it just feels like Howie has mastered this sleight of hand,
right?
And that really feels like all we're talking about: sleight of hand, taking what should be $250 million and making it look like $100 million because you've kicked 150 forward, and it's all in dummy years and stuff like that. That somehow like vanishes from everything. I don't know how.
And it could hurt them if the league changes the rules. Let's listen to more of Elliott because he really brought
think
this.
about that. Yeah. 250 million compared to 100 million looks like that's a major hit.
All right.
If we have to make those books look like 250 million.
Correct. Because think of it this way. Then we'll get to the Elliott audio. But think of it this way. And I'm sure this has gone through a lot of people's minds. It certainly did for me last year with how amazing the talent was. How do you have Jalen making that money, AJ making that money, Devontae making that money, Lane making that money, Mulata, Dickerson, Saquon? And that's just on offense. I mean, Goddard had a pretty good salary. Okay, that's just offense. Now, defense, they weren't spending nearly as much. But, I mean, I just named like 8 really big contracts for their positions.
Deals. No, they're like the top 5 type deals.
At their positions.
For all those spots.
Which is
so
like, how does that happen?
And you've got everyone happy for the most part. It helps when you're winning.
Well,
but
of course.
You look around the NFL, and most teams, you've got people who are holding out. You've got people who are miserable.
Yeah.
They are angry with the organization because of the way they conduct business. Guys in the Eagles organization, they know. Look, as a player, at least we did. We knew that the 30 thing was real. That you got to be, when you get 30, you don't know what's going to happen. But we also knew that, they were operating at a different standard. We knew that that our organization was efficient and smart.
Well,
and
Joe
good
Banner
at
and Howie,
doing all of this. Yes,
both
Joe
have
Banner
been,
set
and
that standard.
this Rosenberg guy, they were all part of it. Anyway, when the Huff thing came through, I mean, I'm in a good Eagles mood. They won the Super Bowl and they got rid of Bryce Huff Christmas Day. But I just wonder how long some of these advantages will go on. And Elliott really brought the point home of how it truly could impact the Eagles when he said this to us about a week and a half ago.
For as much as the tush push was focused on the Eagles, and we talked so much about how like it could impact them, ultimately it was not going to impact them a ton on the field. If the NFL changes how you can structure contracts, that is a potential big deal for the Eagles. Not so much this iteration, because it won't be for a few years, but in the future, they'll lose the advantage of having an owner that spends a lot of cash.
Yeah. Well, look, you can react. I know it's confusing, guys. I get it. I don't know anyone that truly understands all of this, right? But I just know to get rid of a player after 1 year of a huge deal and gain cap space just seems, James, is implausible.
Implausible. That was literally the word in my head. I was going to finish the sentence for you. Implausible. I just don't get it.
All right, 215-592-9494. Obviously, the biggest thing coming out of the weekend was the Phils. It was a terrible series. Terrible. They should have salvaged one yesterday. Trey booted the ball, and that hurt him. And it basically cost him the game, basically. Let's go to the phone. Tim in Swedesboro. Tim, good morning.
I'm going to say this. I swear, if somebody says that Trea Turner is the best shortstop in baseball again, I swear I'm going to lose it.
I
guy-
haven't heard anyone say it in a long time, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, I talk to like other friends and stuff, and they always say, "Oh, Trea Turner, best shortstop in baseball."
No.
No, he's not.
Get smarter friends, but go ahead.
Yes, because I tell him, listen, I heard this guy. Was it 5 hours now?
Yeah, but it would be more if he got to more balls. Like 5's not like a disaster.
I'm shocked that it's 5. And
'Cause-
that's got to think. I got to think
Yeah.
that sometimes they're not getting ruled errors.
Well, we know that that's
It's a
been in play
baseball
this
thing,
year.
yeah, across the league.
But Tim, we also know he doesn't get to balls that if he did could be errors. I mean, he's only tracking for 15 for the year. That's not so bad. But we know it's his not getting to the baseball, the lack of range, that's the killer. And I think in center field, that wouldn't be the problem. 'Cause I don't think it's lateral like first step thing. In center field, once he would get on his horse and move, because he can run. I mean, around the bases, I don't think there's a faster Phil.
He is athletic. Yeah,
I mean, maybe Rojas. I don't think so. I mean, Trea Turner can still fly, and that's where in center field, to me, he's very appealing. And at shortstop, because of the lack of, he doesn't have that thing Dion had, or Allen Iverson had, which was like a unique ability to have remarkable quickness in a short space. Dion and AI had that. Trea Turner is like the exact opposite of that.
He's got no hips.
Yeah, something's not working in that body. Anyway, but Tim, you still want him to, frickin' grab the routine ball. Go ahead, man.
Oh yeah, and I also heard that since he's been a Philly, he's got 45 total errors since he signed here.
Correct.
And when I heard that, I was just, this is what we get for a $300 million man. This is what we get. Come on, man.
Tim, they are going to, rightfully so, get tremendously criticized if they lose in October because of his defense. Because they could have had a conversation with him in November and December and said, we're putting you in the outfield. We're doing it. We're doing
Well,
it.
God forbid.
And they
God
chose not to.
God forbid they move him somewhere else because, I see with Bryson Stott, I know he's the second baseman, but it's you move him somewhere else and it's okay, now you're going to mess with his mind.
You could at the very least just flip-flop those two. Even if they didn't want to put Trea in center, you could just have Trea at second, Stott's a better short. Look, we saw them get to Game 6 of the World Series with Bryson Stott as the shortstop.
Well, it's a good parallel with their, converse of the Bryce Huff thing, where the Eagles, he stunk, paid him a lot of money, and they're like, "You're not playing," and then they're just going to get rid of you. And the Phillies won't even talk to Trea about moving a position.
Correct. I mean, Tim, I was really struck and impressed by Sirianni's accountability and how he going with it. And this just strikes me as a lack of accountability. And look, credit Trea for hitting well. I mean, he's really hit well the last 6 or 7 weeks. But, I mean, it's not good with the defense. Give me a big-time answer, bud. You can win Phillies tickets. Something great, a title that's got a kid somewhere in there, a child somewhere in there.
Okay, I thought of this one for a little bit. Hopefully nobody said it. Neil Diamond, Sweet Caroline.
No. Caroline, see, okay, and I said,
name.
I said earlier, it can't be just a name, even if the name's a kid. You got to have kid, daughter, son, boy, girl, stuff of that nature. Because we used Annie as baby. We used Annie as an example. You can't just say Annie, even though she was a young.
You really wanted Annie to be
Dude, she's an all-timer, man.
See, not so much for me.
I know, because you're a big, gruff guy.
No,
you don't,
I mean, look.
You don't like The Notebook. You don't like Annie. You don't have a heart.
I thought The Notebook was, man, devastating. Okay. It was devastating.
Thank you.
I couldn't believe where it went.
And
I was crushed by watching The Notebook.
Right. Devastating and lovely.
I don't enjoy that. I don't enjoy being emotionally distraught.
But they had a life together. So, even though she eventually gets dementia.
Oh,
it's 20.
Spoiler alert.
21 years ago.
Well, I mean, I didn't know before I watched
By the way,
it.
I didn't know either.
Well, I didn't either. Darth Vader is Luke's father, if people don't know that.
Good.
I know that'd be a spoiler alert.
I never watched The Notebook or read it, only because I did a cross-country thing on a train. I went across the country for 2 weeks. I got on and off it. And I got stuck talking to a woman for hours who went on and on and on about The Notebook till I wanted to hurt myself.
I could have joined that conversation.
Oh, no. It was so bad. It was so bad.
It is a beautiful story.
Never, and I just said, no, not doing it.
All right, 215-592-9494. So whether it's Trea's defense, getting out of the Bryce Huff thing, have the Eagles ever had a worse individual signing? I mean, even though they won the Super Bowl, have they ever had a worse signing? Like, gotten less for more? I mean, it's...
Oh, Stacey Andrews is another one we didn't think about.
Yeah, but it wasn't this much more.
No, it wasn't. I'm just throwing it out there.
No, it's another one.
That was another, just got nothing from a big contract guy.
And push Brian Dawkins out the door. Because it's Stacey Andrews Day.
Right. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll also get to your comments and questions from YouTube, people watching that. And Baldy, with his observations from training camp last week, something really interesting he said. We'll get to that up ahead next as well. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie, it's 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. Just head to FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP also. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to win big today.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetPark's online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage, while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger, Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Extraordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler, for the ride of life. How about those Colorado Rockies, who yesterday made history by posting the worst start ever through the first 59 games of the season? The 9-50 ball club now has been swept in 10 of its 20 series. That's a first in the 21st century. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Hey, Joe Cameron here. Let me tell you about PI Dental Center, how they've helped me through the years and how they can certainly help you as well. You know, they've got decades of experience in complex dental treatment. Now, fortunately for me, I've never needed the complex dental treatment, sort. Like for me, it's been year-to-year maintenance, the simple stuff. And obviously, most people in society are in the simple stuff category. And good for you if you're in that category. Get to PI Dental Center, year-to-year maintenance to take great care of you. But if you got a big old problem, like a major issue, major pain, maybe you don't like the way you look, and it actually creates a self-esteem issue, which I've heard is about 65% of the people that come in for major reconstruction is actually because of an appearance thing. Well, know that Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, who are both board-certified prosthodontists who specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, they can, change it. They can fix you up, so to speak. So get yourself there. They are the originators of the teeth in a day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So if you had an accident or fall recently, you got banged up, or if perhaps you've got something that goes back to childhood you've always wanted to get resolved and never did, we know that PI Dental Center, located in Fort Washington, can really help you. Start at their website, pidentalcenter.com. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Phillies open a series at Toronto on Tuesday after getting swept out of the bank by the Brewers. Up 2-1 in the seventh. Things fell apart defensively. Weston Wilson misplayed a ball in the outfield, and Trea Turner committed an error.
Grounds one right at Turner. Oh, he booted it off the heel of his glove. The tying run will score. And that run is charged to Ranger, so he cannot win.
That is Tom McCarthy with the call on NBC Sports Philly. Expected the Eagles trade of Bryce Huff to the 49ers should be finalized. Now we are post June 1st. New members win up to $10,000 free play. Learn more at theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Mostly sunny, high 75, currently 59. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
That's all I'm saying.
There's a movie, old school,
Yes,
that sort of
yes.
lives this out.
Yes, there is.
You could use it as a template.
Oh my
almost.
God! But my brain is like, oh no! Like it already feels bittersweet because they'll be back in there.
That's too
and then
quick to
I'll
already
be
feel the bittersweet.
and then I'll be ripped out.
Wow.
All right,
I mean, you're in a bad spot because
I
it
know-
doesn't feel like you're going to be able to enjoy this as much as you would like to
I know what you
already.
mean. It'll be in my mind even when I'm having fun. I'll be like, all right, 13 hours left, 12 hours left.
Is that a byproduct?
11 hours left. That's tough.
That is rough, man.
But anyway, I'm looking forward
I wish
to
you didn't feel that way. That's too
I know.
bad.
Well, I am
It's-
genuinely excited. I mean, as you can tell, but it's
You must love these
Oh, I do.
college friends.
Well-
Maybe you should get together with them more.
We do, but not like this many. Like
Yeah.
we already got over 100 people signed up. Like it's going to be a thing. So I'm
100 people that you know and care about.
Probably about 40 or 50
That's
that I know.
amazing.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
Pretty good chunk that I know, which is nice. And it's probably
That's
over
pretty
100.
rare, I would think, that you have 40 or 50 people from college that you like.
Yeah,
like
I'm in
that
touch
you
with.
keep in touch with.
Oh, for
yeah,
sure.
that's amazing.
Oh, for sure. All right. Had a dream last night. Only slept for 2 hours, but in those 2 hours, Nick Sirianni popped into the dream. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Wow.
And we were like
What was
hanging
the
out.
yeah, we need some context.
I don't
here.
know much. I just know a couple of us. I don't know who was
Are
there.
you trying to do a dream journal?
No, every once in a while I'll just bring something to the show if I felt it
All
was
right.
noteworthy. I mean,
I think it means you want to be friends with Nick Sirianni.
it might, but I mean,
Right?
I'm not seeking
What
that
does
out.
Nick represent is the question.
Winning.
Aren't dreams just symbols?
know.
He might. I mean, I thought that was Jalen Hurts who
Well,
represents
Jalen
winning.
represents winning
Who
as well.
represents winning more, Jalen or Nick?
Well, Jalen won more going back to college. I mean, Nick was at Mount Union. Jalen had
Jalen does
that had
represent
that
winning
Alabama Oklahoma thing. Anyway,
Strong point.
Sirianni in the dream. I don't know what's up with that. All right, YouTube. We'll get to some of the comments.
Do you remember what you did?
Not really. I just
Were
know
you friends?
friendly. It was just a casual hangout.
Were you on an adventure together?
Don't remember.
Did you have superpowers?
Have no more memory.
Did
Were
you
you-
shake your head?
Did you look different?
We can't tell because you got a hat on.
You know what this reminds me of? What John's doing right now. I had a buddy in college. I'm going back to the college thing. Have you ever said there's a little smoochy smooch? No, I'm not a kiss and tell kind of guy.
I've heard
as
this
you guys
about
know.
you.
But I had this one friend. He'd be like, "All right, so your right hand, like it went where first, and then and then her hand, and then like he would break people down, like moment
approach.
moment by moment. Dirty dog. He wanted all the dish. All right, let's go to the phones.
So are you saying that you had lots of dish all the time?
No, I was very.
So
I was stayed.
Wow.
Yeah, I was not.
Stayed.
I didn't
Stayed.
have much game in college. I really didn't.
Oh.
I really didn't.
Well, that's
Certainly
big of you
improved
to
since then.
admit.
Yeah, well, like I told you, I'm not a kiss and tell kind of guy, so maybe I did.
I
Let's go to
know,
phones.
that is Let's
go to Chuck in Cherry Hill. He hasn't
Upstanding.
needed game forever because he's got a wife he loves. Good morning, Chuck.
Thank you very much. Indeed, that is very
Chuck,
true.
did you have game in college?
I'm sorry.
Did
that I
you
had.
have game in college?
I've always been blessed with a little bit of that. Yeah, like
Oh.
my friends used to say, "How did Chris?" He said, "You don't have enough looks to win the match, but you have enough game to talk to anybody you want to always and be successful."
There you
That's how
go.
he used to. Yeah, I accepted that.
Okay.
Yeah, model looks, but I could talk, and I've always had the gift of gab.
Good for you.
And a starting place, which I need with you, Joe. Hope you had a good weekend. You had a caller about 5 of 8. I think it was Joe. Could have been John. It was Joe. Did he ever crush it? And the points he made were the points about the Phillies playing sub 500 against 500 teams. Okay, which once again, here we are, 13 and 15 against the better competition, which is 13th in the league. Now, today, they wake up with the illustrious distinction of last in the league defensively. So they're right there. Their company is the White Sox, Rockies, A's.
Are you sure about
How
that?
do they arrive at that?
Yeah, are you sure that that's a
last
fact?
in the league?
It's funny.
I think you might be.
It's funny you're saying that today of all calls.
Okay.
Because I was prepared today to walk you through it if you don't mind. I know you like fast calls. But I know James.
But you're saying there's
this.
but just to be clear, you're saying there's a certain stat
A metric that says
that
we're
says
the worst.
that they're literally worst.
Yes, and I also think James is familiar with the DRS. I think James is familiar
Defensive
with DRS.
unsaved.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So you just take the time. There's a little trick to get there. It's little. Once you know, it's like algebra. Simple. But, okay, so that's your company. When you combine the both, the sub 500 and the last two teams defensively, that's never been done before in terms of a championship. Now, your pushback to that always is, but it's still possible. Of course it is. Anything's possible.
Yeah.
But
But Chuck, I'll say this: I'm shocked to hear that they would rank last. Like I see Trey as below average significantly.
way below.
I see Stott as above average. I see Real Muto as above average. I see Castellanos as
I got our whole
okay.
outfield that's
I see
below.
Harper as
Right.
okay. I see Bohm is maybe a little below average, maybe.
Okay, but
Kepler's been pretty good. Like my point is, I would think there'd be 5 Treys out there to be last in the league. You know what I mean, John?
You're one, and listen, the eye test will fail. It's the one position that's playing above the line by a lot is Kepler in left is having a good to great season so far.
Nice.
He's been terrific.
So when you look at Stott -4 this year, that is surprising. I've watched the games. I don't think he's having a minus year, but the stats don't lie. These DRS stats have been refined every year.
Maybe they do, though, Chuck. I watch Bryson. Yeah, Chuck, I watch Bryson Stott play, and I see a quality defensive second baseman. Quality.
I'm not going to argue with that, but it's defensive run saves is plays you don't make off the ball.
Well, I
There's a
see it with
zone that they
JT also.
measure.
I know he missed that one ball this weekend, but it didn't matter because it was ball 4, and the guy didn't
Yeah.
get to second, so what difference does it make? I see JT as an outstanding defensive catcher still. I mean, that's my eye.
He's digressed tremendously the last 2 years. He's now league average on caught stealing. He's average on caught stealing. Look it up.
Well, look, I'll keep my eye out for it. Chuck, give me an
They
answer.
have changed the rules of the game to make stealing more readily available.
But he's
for
saying
everyone.
but
percentage.
He's average.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same for everybody, John.
Yeah.
Okay.
All boats rise.
All right,
buddy,
Chuck,
all boats rise.
give me a kid somewhere in a title.
This has probably been said. Does Billy the Kid qualify? You know I'm out in left field these questions, but anyway, I'll throw that out there. I don't know.
Billy the Kid. Well, is that the name of the song by Billy Joel?
No, isn't that a movie or
No, but there's the Billy the Kid.
I think that is the name of the song. I'll check.
Yeah, I think that might be the name of the song.
Maybe.
Yeah, but I mean,
Probably.
it's a good song. You know, it's a quality song. All right,
The Ballad of Billy the Kid, but still works.
We'll count it. Yeah. Twitter poll questions of the day brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. What's the Armin difference? It's simple. It's Armin's people, well-trained, friendly, and caring. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. First poll question: which bothered you more this weekend with the Phils? Was it Lazardo being kept in so long, or Trea's defense yesterday? We'll see where the poll result goes there. I was going to say I think it's going to be Lazardo being kept in so long, but Trea's defense might trigger people. We'll see. Second poll question. Not that it mattered, because, of course, the Eagles won the Super Bowl. But was Bryce Huff the Eagles' worst free agency signing ever? Now, we're defining this as the start of, like, the real free agency in the mid-'90s. Like, if you go back to, you used to get players in the 70s or 80s that they got cut by a team, then they're a free agent, and you can sign them, But we're talking about when the NFL implemented free agency, and then you get these higher-priced guys. James, we're 2.5 hours through the show. We've kicked around about 7 to 10 names. Do you think from a production standpoint, and you can and should probably put it in light of money made, or money at least that was initially allocated, $50 million 3 years, do you think Bryce Huff gave him less than anyone ever?
No, I've been thinking about it. I got another one. Byron Maxwell feels pretty high on the list because that was a huge contract.
He at least was better. I mean, Bryce Huff.
At least he played, but he played horribly.
I know he did, but Bryce Huff, they got to a point they said, you don't get to play.
Yeah. Look,
Maxwell's up there. Don't get me wrong.
Up there.
I think Huff's worse.
He might be. Again, it's very close, I think, between all these.
Rhea, what's your instincts tell you as of right now? Is he the worst ever?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of not giving you anything, at least the other.
I mean, it was almost Andrew Bynum-like.
Yeah, I mean, because the other players actually played. They didn't do anything, but they did play.
I agree.
So if you're going to go according to those metrics, I would have to. He was a 0, which is his number.
Yeah,
right?
he was. I kind of think it's him. I mean, it's hard to remember all these guys. Steve Everett stunk. Namdi was a disaster. Byron Maxwell was a disaster. I mean, there are, but.
Demetrius Bell.
Demetrius Bell. Yeah, there's some. DeMarco Murray's pretty high up there.
He was running to the ground.
He was.
They should have known that.
They should have known that.
What the Cowboys did to him the year before.
That was crazy.
Was insane.
All right, so let me put you in a better. I mean, I think people are in a good Eagles mood getting rid of Bryce Huff, but it's interesting. People like Elliott and Baldy think he actually could go play well for San Fran. We shall see. But I want to play some other Baldy-related audio for you because I found this interesting the other day. So, of course, John Eagles had the OTA last week, couple practices. Mm-hmm. And there's that one practice in particular where the media could watch extensively. So Baldy was there, and he had some observations from practice, and I thought this was pretty cool because this really speaks to two things: good coaching and just a good job by players who are hungry to get better and be exceptional and stay exceptional and become more exceptional. Listen to Baldy this is an Odyssey podcast he does. Listen to Baldy with his observations from one of those Eagles practices last week.
It's really the first big day they had as a group, and it was just what you would expect from a Super Bowl champion team. It was a up-tempo, and I mean up-tempo, fast-paced practice where nobody stands around. Everybody is doing something. You watch the young players like Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. Like, if they're not in a drill, they never stop working on the footwork, like nonstop. Nolan Smith, if he isn't in a drill, he's working on bending the corner and rushing the passer and two-hand swipes and spins. Jeff Stoutland, the offensive line coach, they've got 3 rookie offensive linemen. Drew Kendall, center guard. I mean, those guys never stopped working in the corner if they weren't involved in a team drill. And then when they did do team drills, Nick Sirianni's got a blowhorn, and he's calling out situations. 3rd and 6, 38 seconds to go. And here's Jalen Hurts got the offense lined up.
Pumps you up, John, right? You hear something like that, just gets the juices going a little bit.
It's so
about 3 months, by the way, to the start of the season. 3 months and a couple days.
It's 97 days till the first game.
It's early September.
Yeah. Well-oiled machine. This is why this is replicable, guys. This is why we've got a coach who treats this with such a serious nature. His whole approach, the itinerary, it's going to be exactly the same as what they're accustomed to with the new offensive coordinator to bring everyone up to speed. But man, these guys work because it's their culture, and they've got a quarterback who really does look at this like his greatest challenge is overcoming the idea that you can't do this twice, like in a row. He is dead set on whatever he can do to differentiate this team from all those other teams that failed at repeating. This is his fixation now.
Look, he's always
which is
fixated
great
on
for us.
on being as great as he can. There's no
Such a big
doubt
deal.
about that. I agree. All right, comments from YouTube and questions from YouTube. We're going to get to that shortly. Rob right now. Rob, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
Great, Rob.
Good. Good. I just wanted to ask your guys' opinion because there is a fix to Trea Turner at short. I think it would be kind of an upgrade, not a great upgrade, but a kind of an upgrade with the glove at least. But Bo Bichette is a free agent at the end of the year, and Toronto's general manager said that he's willing to. He'll talk about trade offers. He'll entertain trade offers for Bo Bichette, and I think the Phillies have maybe a little bit too much starting pitching, and Toronto might need pitching, and it might work. I just wanted to see what your guys' opinion was.
Look, I got a lot of opinions on this. I think the Phillies could trade a starting pitcher this year.
Yes.
And I think the players that are most likely to be traded this season are Ranger and Mick Abel, but I wouldn't put them in that order. I'd put Mick Abel 1, Ranger 2. I start with that. I start with the fact that even in the offseason, they could be trading players. But here's where it starts, Rob, in my opinion. It doesn't start with, can I trade a pitcher for a shortstop or whatever. It starts with Dave Dombrowski, and I'm a big fan of Dave Dombrowski, but it starts with him answering this question. Do I have the guts to have an uncomfortable conversation with a shortstop I gave $300 million to 3 years ago? Like, it starts with, am I, like, because, we just talked about Sirianni. James brought up the point earlier. Bryce Huff didn't get to play in part because Sirianni and Vic Fangio said, no matter how much money you make, you don't merit playing. You don't. Jalix Hunt gets to play over you. He does. That's it. That's the way it goes. And it helped him win a Super Bowl. And of course, 20 years ago, anyone old enough to remember, hopefully remembers the year it was a complete farce when Chase Utley was a rookie and they had Chase and Polanco platooning at second base, and they had David Bell walking the plank every day at third base, and they could have just moved Polanco to third because he had played many years at third base up until that point. They could have had Polanco every day at third, Chase Utley every day at second, and they would have made the playoffs. They missed the playoffs by like a game or two. So these things come down to decisions of what you're willing to do, and sometimes look a veteran in the eye and say, enough.
Yeah.
And I to this point, there's nothing that has told me the Phillies are willing to look Trea Turner in the eye and say, enough at shortstop. So my hope's not very high.
Yeah, gotcha.
Right? I mean, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with that. But at some point, you have to sit down with your players and just
no question
level with them.
No,
Just
I mean
level
that's
with
my
them. Hey,
point.
Look, this is what this year. Let me
I
maybe show
agree.
them some highlight. Maybe even show them some highlights. This is what we're looking at. And I don't know if Bo Bichette is a big upgrade on the glove, but he's a good hitter.
Well, he's a good hitter.
And,
Rob, I read a book on Jeter a few years ago, and he was extremely deep into his career, and actually was annoyed when he found out that the Yankees apparently hadn't told him for a couple years that he needed to work on his defense, and then started digging in way deeper to try to salvage it. But have the conversation, and that's one thing about Nick Sirianni I really admire. I think
all transparency.
He gets right in there.
I do think that was a weakness. And Andy Reid, for everything that I appreciate about Andy, when I got cut, I had no idea. Like, maybe that's just me for being somewhat clueless and focused and blinders on.
I think that's different because that's training camp.
Okay, but I do think that in today's NFL, there's a new level of discussion and openness and transparency, at least from what I can see with these guys and this coach.
Well, I'll give you one on
they talk about everything, including the contracts, but also just like daily activities or like their colleges, like the rivalries. Like, they really do seem to almost be friendly.
Yeah, they do.
Like they're friends.
Yeah,
like
they do. They have that. They
with
have
Nick
that thing.
Sirianni.
Yeah.
That's different. That's very different than with Andy.
Here's the Andy one, and Rhea, I know this is going to resonate with you in 1,000 out of 1,000 ways.
Okay.
The all-time Andy, and you can say this is Andy, you can say this is Jim Johnson. Love him, okay? But It was a historic screw up to put Blaine Bishop in the NFC Championship game instead of Michael Lewis.
To put him in there.
It was it might have cost them the freaking Super Bowl.
Oh, I absolutely believe it did.
He could not move.
No, he couldn't move. Michael Lewis had played
Great.
really well.
Yes.
And then Blaine Bishop re-tears it on the first play and never says a word to anybody.
But they can see that he's not moving well. And the Jaravicious play.
My dog could see. Jaravicious is still running down Broad Street.
I mean, Blaine Bishop had no shot on that play. So the point, Rob, is you got to have accountability. And a coach or a
Coach
general
has to have
manager.
as much accountability as players do.
You have to make the tough call sometime and just say, listen, no more. And I fear that the Phillies haven't yet exhibited the gumption to have that conversation with Trea, and that disappoints me. Rob, you can win Phillies tickets. We're going down to the game next Wednesday. Give me an answer with a child somewhere in the title.
Well, the one I told James was taken a long time ago, but I got another one.
Sure.
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids?
Yeah,
Sure.
kids. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not going to win, but it's okay. Look, right now, it's Voodoo Child versus Karate Kid, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Voodoo Child is interesting, though, because it is child.
Child. Yeah, I was wondering that when he said it. I was wondering how we were going to
Oh, my fault.
litigate that.
My fault. Karate Kid's in the lead, I mean, as far as I see. I mean, Golden Girls was good, too, but I mean, Karate Kid? The irony of Golden Girls with a bunch of old hags.
Oh, that's a
Yeah.
nice way to put it.
Am I allowed to say that on the air, James?
Well, you just did.
so.
But
Sure.
I'm commenting on something from the 80s, so it's
Sure.
it's still PC because they were hags back then.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah.
Keep going with that.
Yeah, like that, right? No, I'm playing around. All right. Comments, YouTube, questions, YouTube. James Seltzer, what are people observing today? What are they saying about our show? What do they see? What are they thinking?
All right. Rick actually says, Joe, I love the old school Eagles hat.
Thank you, bud.
We usually get ripped for the
Well,
hat, the backwards hat
I'm gonna
with the
tell you why.
hair and the whole thing.
Hold on. So my hair is longer than it's been since the
Still haven't
pandemic.
gotten a cut?
No, tomorrow. It's going to be
Oh,
12.
should I make fun of you for
It's gonna-
your
Here we go.
bad hair?
I'm showing people on YouTube. It's going to be 12
Oh,
weeks.
you look ridiculous. Oh, your hair's so dumb.
It might be so matted down right now. It might not be, spiking up as much as it can. But it's been 12 weeks since the haircut. So I'm in full hat mode until, after tomorrow's show when I get the haircut. But thank you. I'm glad you enjoy the Eagles hat. I do want freedom of, I want the head to breathe a little bit. It's been.
So are you going to go new hairstyle?
Nah.
Are you ever thinking that? Ever thinking of getting creative? Like a summer do? Like, why don't you consider that?
Well, I did consider doing what you did for the last couple of years. And I thought, well, I'd have to grow my hair for about 4 more years and be comfortable looking ridiculous.
Mm.
And I decided, John, you got to admit, okay. The girlfriend entered your life upon finally cutting the hair. Not the other way around.
That's a good point.
James, like we had been telling him for a couple of years.
Yeah.
Do you feel some?
Do you
like we were right? Like I was rightest.
No.
Because if she came first and the hair
You
went
think-
second, then you'd be right. But I mean, that's not what
It feels
happened.
like you think my sole purpose on Earth is to find
Female
a girlfriend.
companionship. Well,
yeah,
I mean,
and that was not my sole focus.
no, but a year ago,
previously,
we were.
it was there was a lot going on.
I know.
And so I was distracted from having a normal life
I
in
know.
a lot of ways.
I'm just poking fun at you.
Yeah.
All
But
right, so-
yeah,
so-
the hair was a problem, but I will probably stop cutting it again at some point in the future. Just I don't know because it does get old.
That's
having
her
to go and
territory
cut
now.
and all that stuff.
We don't
You're
have to
right.
comment on that anymore.
You're right.
That's- I mean,
She'll probably
she'll
have an
handle
opinion.
business.
I bet she dislikes the long hair because everyone else seems to dislike it. Either they say nothing at all or they say, "Holy cow!" Now everyone feels very comfortable saying you looked horrendous. Now everyone's like, "Oh yeah, we didn't tell you, but that looked stupid, and you look."
Well, we told you.
We
10
told you
years
the time,
older."
but maybe no one else did.
Well, I'm just saying what other people said.
All right, James. Other questions and comments from YouTube. What are they
All
saying?
right, Scott and KOP says, you can wear it, but don't burn him, in all caps. Topper didn't have a man in the pen ready in case at the start of the inning the mistake started there.
Well, I don't know about that, man. I mean, it's the start of the 4th inning. You're only down 4-0, and 3 of the runs were on a home run. I don't think I would have someone ready in the bullpen to start that inning.
Yeah,
I mean,
I agree with
we
that.
could look up his pitch count, but it was probably only around 40 entering the 4th inning. So, no, I don't think it's the start of the 4th inning, but it's it's once things developed, at some point, you got to get Lazardo out of the game. Yeah, but not as early as you're saying there.
All right, Kuko Express says, give me a Hammer live record tally in the back.
In the back of what?
Behind you
guys.
Oh, yeah.
Behind the stuff.
Behind us.
I don't know if I could handle a live Hammer record.
285 and 45, is that what it is?
I mean, it's not that hard to keep track
Hold
of.
on, I got to read. Yeah, 285 and 45.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
Maybe I just put the 285 on. You know what I mean? In blinking lights.
That was a tough one on Friday.
285.
I was listening.
That was a little.
I think I got one of them.
They were pretty tricky. Some of them were tricky. What more you got, James?
All right, let's go with Mopar says.
By the way, I like these YouTube questions and comments.
Yeah, it's good.
This is,
keep them coming.
Yeah.
Keep the comments coming. We'll
Yep.
read them on the air.
Yep.
All right, Mopar says, if I was to worry, I would bring up the absolute pass that the pitching and hitting coaches get in this town. I strongly disagree with the pitching coach thing. I think Caleb Cotham has done a fantastic
he
job.
has.
He's been great. But Kevin Long, I think, gets a bit of a pass.
Look, they have changed their style of hitting to an extent this year. I think the bigger issue than hitting coach, guys, the thing I'm starting to wonder more and more is how good are some of these hitters? How good is Bryson Stott?
He's good.
He's average at best.
Okay.
Right now, he's average at best.
He's average
below,
at
slightly
best.
below
He's average at
as a
best
hitter.
when he's in a slump.
No,
And when
This
he's
year
good,
he is
he's
slightly
really good.
This is 2
Last
months
year,
in.
come on. He's
Bryson
Bryson Stott has a great eye. Bryson Stott is
Let me look up where he is.
at the plate.
Here we go.
And
That-
defensively,
that's
he's
It's like
different.
a 650 OPS
Here
or
we
something,
go.
right?
Average 254. On base 320. That's not good. It's not horrendous, but it's not good. Slugging percentage 363. That's horrendous. It's horrendous. So here's the deal. You've got and I'm a Stott
you could
fan.
say that for a lot of guys right
Yeah,
now.
but John, he's supposed to be, when healthy, and he's
Better than this.
He's supposed to be one of their 3 or 4 best hitters.
And I do think it's been.
He's supposed to be their second best hitter, definitively. I mean,
No,
he's
no,
not.
no,
I'm-
Schwarber and Harper.
I'm saying big picture wise, the money, the signing, like who you brought the guy in, he was supposed to be
Who
your
are you talking about?
Trea Turner.
No, I'm talking about Stott.
Oh, my fault.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're talking about Stott. So, like, if I got a 254 average, give me power. 254 average and almost no power. That that's not great. By the way, some other guys. I mean, if you really look at these numbers,
Like Castellanos has a good average, but no slug for him.
and bad on base, not
Yeah.
bad, but not good. 324 on base, 411 slugging percentage. That's not very good. Bohm is still a disaster for the season. Now he's climbing out of the April hole.
But it's still just average. Like, there's
Yeah.
no power.
Well,
The doubles aren't there like they were last year.
It's below average.
Yeah.
So Bohm's on base is 300. His slugging percentage is 379. That's horrendous.
So all things
Horrendous.
considered, guys, these guys underperforming, as you're pointing out. Our team should be outstanding, considering we've got the same record as the Yankees and the Dodgers right now.
Because of
with
pitching now.
36 wins. Yes, because our pitching, that aspect of our team, has elevated the performance
Yeah.
of the entire team itself. When the offense gets going, can you imagine
But
how
my
good
point-
we
but-
can be?
But my
We're
point
not
is,
there yet.
This may be what they are. Like, they'll have their hot 2 weeks.
Why do we assume that
Because it's
they'll
been-
just be not hot?
Okay, let me ask this question. Other than Bryce Harper and Schwarber last year and this year, who else has had a great season hitting the ball?
Are we talking
None of
season
them.
or
Season.
section
Season.
of
No,
season?
season.
No,
We've
season.
seen Trey
I'm
have
giving you
sections.
everybody.
We've seen
I'm giving you everybody.
Castellanos have sections.
No.
Schwarber.
No. I said
She said
other,
other than
has been on
Schwarber and
base.
Harper.
other than Schwarber last year and this year.
Mm-hmm.
And
No.
Bryce, no one else has had a great
Bohm
season.
last year was on his way to a great season, then fizzled out. Like, no.
I mean, I don't even know what the closest is to a very good season. Maybe a younger JT, maybe.
Well, again,
Maybe.
then we should be in good shape when these guys start playing great
Nah, but you're missing
baseball
my-
for
The
them.
point
But
is
you're
they're
missing
in
my
their-
point.
Look how
they're-
much
They may
better the
not.
team can
Why
be.
though? They're 32 and 33
Yeah.
and 31 and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like their best baseball is behind them.
Remember
like Nick
when-
Castellanos, his best baseball is way behind
Guys,
him.
Castellanos the year before he got here, 300 batting average,
309.
30 home runs, 100 RBIs. We haven't seen that guy for 6 months. We've seen him for a month. We've seen him for 2. We've seen him for a week. We haven't seen that guy for 6 months.
I haven't seen a guy hot for 6 months. I haven't seen any guy hot for 6 months. Like,
Well,
what are
but
we
they do
talking
exist
about
in
here?
baseball, man.
Well, then I
They do.
just haven't seen that ever.
No, I get it. But I mean, look, I don't know all the stats, all the guys right now, but like, there's dudes like that Cruz guy in Cincy. How's he doing this year, James?
Ellie?
Yeah.
I haven't checked his stats.
I don't check stats anymore, but I just know there are legitimate I mean, think of what Trea Turner used to be. I mean, it was out there. I mean, it was like legit.
We've never seen it here.
Yeah, we got the Namdi here.
Oh, God, that's so bad.
All right, let's go to the phones. Anyway, I'm just, but look, the Phillies can still win it all because their pitching might lead them there. But I don't think their hitting is going to lead them there, is my point. Let's go to Joe right now calling from Baltimore.
The Phillies can still win it all. Needs to be highlighted.
I agree,
there.
John. Listen, I'm not doomsday.
But you keep saying that, and then the entire conversation is woe is me. Our offense sucks. Look at the stats, look at the numbers. Everything sucks offensively.
I got two players I can
Our
trust.
pitching is unbelievable.
I know.
It's so deep. We're talking about trading a starting pitcher.
A good one.
That's crazy to me.
I know.
The offense is going to be better. Holy hell. It's going to be better. Our best player just sat for the last 2 series. Yeah, it makes us feel a little bit flat, doesn't it? Our best player didn't play.
That's fair. And I also hope they just remove the whole center field thing and have a different center fielder for the playoffs.
Well, that would be helpful.
It really would.
But you know what? Johan Rojas showed us signs early in the season that he could actually get on base. If he gets on base, we can score with
That
him.
ain't happening. And by the way,
I'm excited about his speed to go steal second, go steal third, and give us a man in scoring position every single time. Well,
and Sosa's coming
he
back
gets
to
on.
he's coming back to earth.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's still
he's-
batting 294.
Yeah, but it's coming down.
Slugging, oof,
It's coming down.
338.
Let's go to Joe. Joe, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. How are you?
Doing all right.
Yeah, pretty
Joe.
good, man.
I'm trying to feel
Man, love listening to
positive.
Philly sports. You guys do a great job. I
Thank you.
commute a lot from Bucks County down to Baltimore.
Oh,
Man, I've been listening to you all the way down. I'm about to hit the Bay Bridge.
wow. Well, that's
Yes,
thank you.
congratulations on the
Thank you.
on the Phillies. Not such a good weekend, but I tell you what, the Eagles have been awesome to watch. Congratulations on that championship.
Well, to all of us. So are you not a Philly sports fan? I'm just confused with the congratulations.
I'm absolutely a Philly sports
Good
fan
man.
based on
Good
my
man.
affiliation. Yeah.
Because I will say,
But-
Joe, I think I specifically did a lot to merit that congratulations.
You're dreaming of Nick
the way
Sirianni
the way
now.
I was pushing the Eagles all season, I properly scolded them into sculpting themselves into a championship squad.
There you go.
Yeah.
I tell you what, you guys have been a tour guide for me for Philly sports. I've really been enjoying listening to you
Thank
up and down 95.
That's awesome.
Good deal, bud. All right, what do you?
Thanks,
what-
Joe.
But
You
I
got
got a good
what?
trade for you, man.
Yes.
I'm gonna give up Gunnar Henderson for Trea Turner. What do you think?
There's a less than 0% chance. Not in 10 zillion years would the Orioles do that.
Yeah, man. I tell you what, you guys keep me up on the top level for sports.
Thank
Baltimore's
you.
in the basement right now, but I tell you what, it's fun to watch and listen to you guys on.
Good deal, man. Well, Joe, keep listening, whether it's on the regular radio or that Odyssey app. We love that you listen. You can win the Phillies tickets. We can all hang together next week. Give me a child somewhere in a title.
I got it for you, man. The boy in the plastic bubble.
You got it. Now,
Did they
is that the
make an
Seinfeld
actual-
thing?
yeah,
Is that
did they
a
make a
TV movie?
I don't know.
Well, that was a Seinfeld.
yeah,
It was a
John
Seinfeld
Travolta.
thing. Oh, you're right. Yeah, the Travolta
Yeah,
thing.
Travolta
yeah, she's
back
right.
like 30, 40, probably
Yeah.
40, 50 years ago. Born in
Gotcha.
the Bubble, yeah.
Okay.
It's like a big show on TV.
All right.
Big movie.
I'm thinking about going back and trying Seinfeld one more time. Like
You
the,
should.
the full
Oh,
gamut.
that's a good idea.
Yeah, it's
Thinking
so
about it.
great.
Wait,
I find it a
trying
little
it?
dated.
Remember I
he
tried about
stopped
3 years
partway
ago?
through. Remember, he got
Season
it, like,
one was a little lame-o.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that would be a good.
Yeah,
I'd
please.
actually support that.
And it would help the show. It's referenced all the time
You
on the
and
show. Like how
Amy.
often does Dick Van Dyke come up on that?
That's
How's that
the
gonna help
thing.
your help
Is
your
it
life,
between
you know?
Dick Van Dyke on this side and Seinfeld over
No,
here?
Golden Girls.
Holy cow! Okay,
Hey,
Golden
Golden
Girls. Wow, Golden Girls really is a cool show.
You do love
I
Golden
love
Girls.
Golden Girls. Man, awesome.
James, I will say Dick Van Dyke does not come up much on the show.
Very rarely.
You
I
think?
mean, it's,
But that's-
Unless you say it.
But
I don't
that's
think it ever comes
important
up.
to note.
and you know
There's
what
a
context
reason.
it normally comes up in, right?
Sure do, buddy. Yeah.
Right? John, do you want to say the context?
We already know because you're pointing it out, and you have this strange genital fixation.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying it's. I mean, it's like a twofer. I mean, it's like there's a lot in there. All right.
It's a twofer.
There's a lot.
Man's like 95.
All right. More calls up ahead.
You don't have,
whatever's
there's
going
no
on.
need to point that out. Like
Look.
it is very clear.
There's a van in there.
When you see his
somewhere,
name.
There's a van.
Yeah.
He's driving a van. Somewhere in there's a van. And then other stuff.
There's all sorts of stuff.
On 94 WIP.
After years of wear and tear, you've made a decision. It is time for a knee, hip, or shoulder replacement. You talk to your doctor. You got a date set. Well, the team at NovaCare Rehabilitation, they are here for you. Because one thing you might not know is attending physical therapy before your replacement surgery can significantly help your recovery and movement post-surgery. Then once you have your new replacement, you already trust NovaCare's physical therapists to help you fully heal because they are experts in balance, gait training, and pain management. Your joint replacement needs are unique. NovaCare's team will develop an individualized treatment plan. It's going to get you back to feeling strong and to the things you love to do. It's not a decision you came to lightly, so rely on the physical therapy provider you know and trust. Choose NovaCare to get back to work, sports, and life. To learn more about the benefits of physical therapy before and after your joint replacement surgery, or to schedule an appointment at one of their 150 convenient locations, go to NovaCare.com. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
BetParks Online Casino and Sportsbook and Parks Casino, proud to be a major sponsor of the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Golf Tournament, benefiting the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation that helps young people in underserved communities.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with NyraBets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at nyrabets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Join us once again as we celebrate the Summer of Shellfish, featuring our incredible seafood boil with mouth-watering snow crabs, tasty shrimp, clams, and mussels. Feast on our Dungeness crab clusters served Chicky style. Or our seafood pasta with decadent crab, shrimp, and penne pasta in our legendary red sauce. Delectable choices from our Summer of Shellfish menu, plus a whole menu of new mixed seasonal cocktails for a cool start to your summer meal. Only at Chickies and Pete's.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Kenny Atkinson. The 58-year-old Cavaliers head coach is the 2024-25 NBA Coach of the Year, and deservedly so. The Long Island native claims that, painful as it was, getting fired by the Nets made him a better coach. His experiences assisting Ty Lue with the Clippers and Steve Kerr with the Warriors made him feel more confident and comfortable. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Hey, folks, if you've been putting off replacing your old drafty windows, I'm telling you, now is the time to call Window Nation. I had my windows replaced. The difference in my home's comfort during the summer is absolutely incredible. My AC runs less, the house is quieter, and frankly, it just feels more secure. And the offer they have right now is one of the best.
Rhea's so right. I had my windows done by Window Nation too. I could not be happier. My kids could not be happier as well because, hey, new windows in my room and they look awesome and they tilt in. We're all such huge fans of that feature. Fascinated by the tilt-in feature to clean them. Regardless, the offer is phenomenal. If you buy 4 windows, you get 4 more completely free.
On top of that, you can get it all done now with no money down, no interest, and no payments for 2 full years. It is the smartest home improvement decision you can make, especially with their lifetime warranty and the fact their windows are assembled right here in the USA.
And you're getting the best of the best. Window Nation was just ranked #1 by Forbes for best window installation companies. But act fast because this incredible sale ends on June 30th.
Get peace of mind for the summer and beyond. Schedule your fast, free estimate with Window Nation. Call 866-90NATION or online at windownation.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Phillies are off today after their sweep at the hands of the Milwaukee Brewers. Things came undone in the 7th for the Phils. First, a misplayed ball by Weston Wilson, and then a Trea Turner error.
And the pitch. Swinging a ground ball to short. And Turner booted it. And the game's tied. Right at Trea Turner, and he commits his 5th error of the year. And this game starts over 2-2 here in the 7th.
That is Scott Fransky with the call. Milwaukee tacking on 3 runs in that inning. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older. Must be in New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Weather brought to you by Window Nation. Mostly sunny, high 75. It's currently 61. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free between now and June 30th. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
I hope you're having a great start to your week. I'm not kidding. At the end of this week, I'm not coming back next week. I'm staying up at college. You think I'm joking?
What happened to Joe? He just went back to college to stay there.
I'll tell you what.
What if you stay at college?
Second degree. Don't be that dork, that old guy, trying to party with the kids.
I think it might get old.
Well, it probably would.
Because you probably can't really.
You'd have to make new friends.
You'd have to
all
make
your other
new
friends are gonna go back to their
new
lives,
friends,
and then
and you'll be much older than these new friends. It'll be hard to have like the common ground. I keep thinking of old school. Like,
yeah, I know.
You're gonna be Will Ferrell.
It's not a spot you really.
More like Blue than he is.
You're my boy Blue. Boy Blue. You're not really a winner when you're that. But
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, my reunion. Don't count on me showing up next week. I'm gonna need some.
You think maybe you're like overly romanticizing this a little bit?
No.
A little bit.
No. It's because John,
have you been to other reunions that were just so bang up crazy that it's going to be that good?
Well, this is going to be the most, at least since the 5-year, most people, and the 20-year got obliterated because of COVID. So we had like the 21st in 2021, and there weren't that many people because people weren't like back in the swing yet. So you really got to go back like 10 or 15 years ago. But I can tell a lot of people are showing up, and I will, and I won't show up here. So just get ready to host next week.
So are there
When is
people?
It? Is it over the weekend?
Friday,
or is
Saturday, and Sunday.
Wow, 3 days.
Well, I don't know how much is Sunday. I mean, you wake up and you probably disperse.
Are there people that?
And I'll wake up and like be a stowaway in one of the beach
Are
homes.
you taking Amy from Villanova?
No, she's busy this weekend. I threw it out to her, but
Are there people there that she is? I don't know.
She knows
that that you dated.
Oh, it depends who shows up.
Because that could be
I
a
don't
real
know.
sticking point.
It could be, but it's not something I'm worried about. But yeah.
Really?
No.
Well, why not? She could feel really.
I don't know.
Concerned.
Well, she doesn't have to be concerned, but
oh yeah.
Look at John. John's really trying to. Here he goes.
Needler, man.
Here
He's
he goes.
just the needler.
Here he
He
goes.
can't help himself.
Troublemaker.
What is this
If you
nonsense?
let him, you do the whole rest of the show.
I know he will.
Well,
He's like
totally.
my buddy. And so the hand went, where next? And he said, what? And then she said, what? And
Nothing good happens after midnight, Joe.
I'm well aware.
If I'm Amy,
okay,
I'm concerned.
All right. I mean, now you make it not fun.
Is this
I mean,
co-ed? Is this a co-ed reunion, Joe?
I mean, no, I'm tapping out of this. This is not a fun conversation. All right, let me ask you a question about hanging with people.
Uh-huh.
So if you missed it earlier, everyone listening, John, yes. So coming up at 10 to 2, Brian Dawkins golf outing. Hugh and Joe are going to be broadcasting from Dawkins Golf Outing. Great charity initiative. We had Dawkins Studio about 2 weeks ago. It was really wonderful to connect with Doc in that way in here a couple weeks ago. Joe and Hugh will obviously get some of the former Eagles players on as they do their show, as they golf and make the turn certain spots. I'm sure they'll get a lot of guys on. John, you were hanging with some of the dudes last night. Give us a little more. Who was there?
Harold Carmichael was there.
Legend.
Yeah.
Who else? What stood out there?
Harold jogged. Harold ran. Harold is 75 years old.
Yeah.
Harold ran until 2 or 3 years ago. He would go out and run every day. Harold Carmichael looks like he could go out there and own you, like in football.
Sure.
In football.
Well, John, I'll give you
75-year-old Harold Carmichael.
Yeah, Amy from Villanova's mom is older. I'm just going to say older. I'm not going to say age.
Good stop by you.
Okay, older, and still plays tennis. Like, pretty actively. Anyway, okay, Eagles players. Who else?
That is impressive.
Yeah.
Well, I thought Javon Curse. I hadn't seen Javon for 20 years, and he looks exactly the same, maybe even younger than he did in 2005, 2004. Javon was living the good life. I don't know what he's eating or how he's working out or whatever he's doing. I need to start doing that myself.
He also was one of the higher paid players. I mean, he got a lot of money. So,
well, that's a good point. I saw Hollis for
good.
the first time in a while.
Excellent.
Hollis is good. Man, he's doing great. He looks kind of svelte.
Good.
Really?
Well, I mean,
For Hollis. For Hollis.
Yeah.
He's the best.
Yeah. He looks in great shape. Like really, man, it was great seeing him. Ike, of course. Saw Ike last night. Brian Westbrook.
Good deal.
Was, man, It was great seeing Brian. He said that I was the only true fullback who ever blocked for him that started out a fullback.
Well, Cecil Martin was the first guy when
There's a lot of qualifications there put on that.
Yeah. Well, wasn't it Cecil until 02 and then John 03, right?
Brian was not the starter when Cecil was
Correct.
It was Deuce.
That's right.
And then when Brian moved into the starting position, it was me. And then after that, it was a lot of guys who were moved from different positions.
That's right. I remember that.
It became the fullback is dead era, and so it kind of was it feels like a privilege.
Yeah, you were his
that
best
I could
fullback
say
there.
I was the only true fullback,
Sure.
or whatever. But that felt good. It was great to see him. He's always, he came and tried to help me out when I ran for office.
I remember that.
He's just he's a great guy.
He's a wonderful person. And what a player he was, man.
Oh.
Anyone else? Who else we miss?
Jeez.
Any defenders? I mean, more because normally, a defensive player gets more defenders.
I saw
like a Bobby T or a Troy or
Carlos Emmons, who I have long admired as the toughest guy I ever tried to block, was there. Takeo Spikes was there.
Sure.
Takeo Spikes, who ruined my shoulder in 2003.
The game versus the Bills, week 3?
Yeah, completely. And I talked to him about it last night. He didn't seem concerned at all. He didn't say, you have kept me up, Takeo, for 20 years now. Like,
he was a great player,
feel
man.
that hit. I was going to block the Mike linebacker. Takeo Spikes ear-holed me. I wasn't blocking him.
That's a shame.
I'm going to block you, and all of a sudden, boom. So that did not normally happen.
Wow.
That was an unconventional move. It was incredibly, it worked. I mean, it blew up the play because I didn't hit my guy because he hit me. But anyway, it was really cool seeing a lot of old heads who didn't look very old.
Good.
They were doing pretty well.
Well, the one thing about a pro football player who retires at 33 is 12 years later, they're still only 45. I mean,
But a lot of times guys are moving slower.
I know,
Which
it
felt
tough.
like guys were doing really well.
Good. Well,
So
glad
that
to
was
hear
great
it.
to see.
All right, so good. And again, reminder, 10 o'clock today, and it should be really fun with Joe and Hugh, broadcasting from Doc's golf outing, and I'm sure they'll be cooking up some interviews with the guys, which is awesome. All part of a great charity initiative. Doc is so community-based, just such a wonderful person. So, obviously be tuned today, and I'm sure Doc will talk more, maybe, I don't know if there's direct donations to the charity, but just know that he's got a great, great foundation, and we certainly want to support it here at WIP. All right, 215-592-9494. Andrew in Ambler. Good morning, Andrew.
Morning, everyone. How you doing?
Doing great, Andrew.
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So, I wanted to debate/ask a question about the starting pitching strength, because I think that's all we've got hope on right now. And my concern about the starting pitching actually is that I'm a little bit more of a pessimist. Jesus Lazardo's inning count has already surpassed all of last season. Is that not going to be a concern down the road, that his arm's going to give out just like Ranger's arm gave out last year? Is this not...
Well, Ranger's arm didn't give out. His back was the issue last year. So, look, the answer to your question is it's possible. It's a problem. I'm not too worried about it. But I can't be ignorant and act like it's not something to keep your eye on. But I'm not freaked out about it. Andrew, the single biggest thing that concerns me about the Phillies starting rotation, because, there's very few things to be worried about. But I'd say the main thing I'm worried about is if they will give Nola a start in the postseason if he doesn't deserve it. You know what I'm saying? Like he may pitch his way out of how he's pitched so far, and by the time you get to October 1st, you say, I want Nola in there. It's a no doubt. Plus, he's the veteran, and he's pitched the last 15 starts to a 3.2 ERA. Put him in there, and that'd be awesome. But it's certainly possible that the rest of the way he pitches to a 4.5 ERA, and you got 4 or 5 other guys pitching to better ERAs, and he gets rewarded as the veteran. That, to me, is a worry.
Well, that's my whole thing. Is like I'm not as high on the starting rotation as everybody else is because of. So we're talking about.
You should be, man. It's really amazing.
Well, Ranger gets traded, so you're losing an arm there.
Well, first off, we don't know that Ranger's going to get traded, and I tend to think he will not. but he could.
I hope not.
He could.
I really hope not, because otherwise then you're losing. So I've heard you guys talk about it quite a while. A big concern is Nola's on the downward trend of his career with his age and all that stuff. So if hypothetically Ranger gets traded and Nola doesn't perform and Lazardo's inning counts is a problem, now you've got a starting rotation problem as well.
Well, you could, but I'll tell you this, Andrew. I think Dombrowski is smart enough to not trade Ranger unless Nola has reestablished as you approach the trade deadline. I'd be surprised with trying to get a title if they moved off of Ranger unless Nola's reestablished.
Well, that needs to happen because you have to.
And you got 2 months. You got all of June and all of July to figure that out.
You have to solidify.
Yeah.
You actually have to solidify what your strength is right
Yep.
now.
Andrew, give me an answer, bud, for a. Well, I disagree. You don't have to solidify your strength. You have to solidify your weaknesses. Andrew, give me an answer for a child somewhere in a title.
Well, does the word baby work
Yes.
for it?
Yes.
All right. So how about the whole era of the baby boomers?
Well, we're looking for a title, as I said earlier: movie, show, book, song, not term. Give you another shot.
I thought baby boomers would be a decent one.
No.
Kid Rock then.
I'm going to write it down, but it's not going to work. Okay, it's
We're looking for a
nickname.
title.
Yeah, title. Nickname's not a title. All right, I'm looking for an answer here to this question. Let's all weigh in. Will the Taijuan Walker thing to the bullpen work? Who wants first crack?
No. I mean, they're saying like they want to make him into a leverage guy, like a Taiwan in the 7th in a 2-2 game.
I'll be under the table.
Yeah, I
in
don't
fear.
I don't think his stuff translates to that type of work.
Does
you know what I
his
mean?
stuff with the uptick from being the bullpen Taiwan, does his stuff look different than starter Taiwan? Does it look very different? Like I
mean, it hasn't to my eyes.
Sort of. Like he was pretty
No.
good.
You know, look,
There was an uptick in velocity. It felt like he was, I don't know, he handled the duty. Now it was against bad teams. Bad team. Has he come out of the bullpen twice?
I don't remember, but look, he did it a little bit. Let me tell you this, John. Seltzer and I are about to butt heads. We're going to be two Rams here butt heads.
Can't wait.
I'm not telling you Taiwan's going to be great at all. I will say I don't think he's going to be guy that pitches 7th, 8th eventually. I think they're doing that now while they have very few. I think he's going to be 5th and 6th inning guy come later in the year. But that's a whole nother matter.
Well, at least he can give you a couple.
I would be fine with him in a lower leverage
that's
role.
what he's going to become.
I'm fine with that.
Here's where James and I are going to disagree because he's got this thing. James, you have this thing you lean on, and it's stuff for the bullpen. Like the way you talk, I would think that you would think Greg Maddux would not have been a good relief pitcher.
No, there are exceptions to all rules. Yeah. No, Taiwan's just not a good enough pitcher, and he doesn't. I'm saying more
Like
often
Jamie Moyer could have been a good relief pitcher.
Look, you can. I'm not saying you have to have. I'm just saying that the vast majority of relievers these days have stuff.
I know
Like,
they
it's
do,
just-
but my point is Taiwan's not going to not be great in the bullpen.
I just think Taiwan's not
because
good. Period.
That's
Yes,
my point.
Of course.
All right,
Yes, that's part of my calculation. It's not. It's his stuff isn't good enough. Period. You know.
We got there.
If he doesn't have to muster it for 3 or 4 innings, 5 innings. It's
not about that. He's just not that good.
Look, is it significantly better though
here's
than what it was for 5? If you take him for 1,
I don't buy it. Here's what he might be better than Joe Ross.
Well,
so are you.
Jeez. Yeah.
They finally ended that
Experiment.
nonsense. Look, guys, I really think there's 2 or 3 guys that are currently in the bullpen that probably won't be in October. So at some
Or
point
they won't be in October.
Or the Phillies won't be in October.
I mean,
That's
seriously.
right. Yeah. All right, Chris in Philadelphia. But one more thing. I'm glad the Phillies are beginning this Taiwan thing in earnest now. Like they announced
I agree with this.
Like this is we're not now turning back to put him back in the rotation. Like Taiwan, go learn to do the role. Right, James?
100%.
You got 4 months for me to figure out if I can trust you in October.
And look, again, if he can even be a 5th, 6th inning guy, that'd be huge. Like that would really help this team the way they're set up right now. He's
Right.
not going to make a big difference if he's a starter. He's just not.
Tell me
Like you
if
may
I'm-
as well move him
right.
to the bullpen now.
Tell me if I'm remembering this right, James, because I think I got it. So Chan-Ho Park, I thought was really good for the Phillies, I think in 2009. Hadn't he been a starter
He was
earlier
a
in his
starter,
career?
for the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he became very effective that 1 year for the Phils. Like, try it. It probably won't work because Taiwan's probably not good enough, but like, Try it. All right, Chris in Philadelphia. By the way, is the most expensive long man in the history of Philadelphia sports.
And we know he can get it done against bad teams.
All right, Chris, what's up, buddy?
Well, good morning, team. I think it's time to bring up Justin Crawford up to the majors. Brandon Marsh, 220, batting 220, with no hits in April, and Rojas, with only 6 hits in May, are not major leaguers. It's time to bring Crawford up.
Well, if he's ready, and it seems like the Phillies think he's not ready.
He's doing great in the minors right now, though. He's
been hot
killing the
of late,
ball.
I
He's
know
stealing
that.
bases.
Well, that was after a slower
playing-
start in April. So,
Right.
listen, maybe he's close. Maybe he's close.
Okay, my other point is I think Turner should move to second base and put Stott at shortstop. Turner did play center field with the Nationals, and he was not very good. So I think the move for Turner is to move to second base.
Look, I think that's the move for this year. I don't think they'll make it.
Okay.
They're not. I just.
And my third point.
Yeah, go ahead.
My third point is I think Taijuan Walker, I was one of the biggest detractors of Walker last year because every time I went to a game, it seemed like he always lost. But I think he's going to do great in the bullpen. I mean, he had that great relief. That was against a bad team. He had a great 3-inning relief appearance as a reliever.
Look, Chris, he's pitched
So,
better. He's pitched better this year, both as a reliever and starter, than he did last year. That's clear. And we just got to hope that he's discovered something that will make him somewhat effective. I mean,
I think he's going to throw harder with that short stint.
That's a low bar.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, last year he was unpitchable, and right now they're
It's horrible. Yeah, horrible.
But to be fair to him, he's been okay this year. He's not been what you'd call good, but he's been okay. And frankly, he has been better than some of those guys the Phillies have had in the bullpen this year. I mean, I said Joe Ross, and he's probably been the worst of them, but there's a few other guys we could rifle through that, when they get out there, it's an adventure. Chris, give me an answer, my man, a child and a title.
Teach Your Children by Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young.
Yeah, I think I do know that song, right? That's a pretty well-known song, right? Yeah.
You definitely know
Children well.
Yeah, I like that song. Very, very good. I'll tell you this one. Teach your children not to sign Bryce Huff. Is he the worst Eagles free agent ever? We're going to find out where the voting came in on that coming up next. Phone calls on all these topics, plus something Elliot said in support of Bryce Huff. We'll get to that and more. Your phone calls on all these topics. Time's yours, too. Coming up next on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook. As always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, it's the place. It's the best place to find all of your favorite player props. And right now, you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. If you want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe you've been flirting with a potential triple-double, we'll get the latest stats right there inside the app and see who is heating up. And then once the game starts, well, that's when things get really interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win big. And you can do it all with FanDuel Sportsbook at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. Get started with $200 in bonus bets. Again, FanDuel.com/hammer. Obviously, the NBA and NHL finals upon us this week. One begins Wednesday, one begins Thursday. You got baseball day by day, of course, all around Major League Baseball. So find the bet or bets that works for you and consider that same game parlay as well at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies head to the Great White North to battle the Blue Jays. Tomorrow, leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:07. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Way gone up into the second deck, Kyle Schwarber.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Rob Brown, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. The Commanders are coming off of a surprising to some of y'all, but not me, NFC Championship run with Jaden Daniels winning the Rookie of the Year. Like I said, you're welcome. This offseason, Washington made great moves in adding Deebo Samuel and Laramie Tunsil. I love the Commanders over 9.5 wins in 2025. I'm Rob Brown. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Going up.
Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available if at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Dietz & Watson. Phillies open a 6-game road trip tomorrow at Toronto, and then they are on to Pittsburgh after that. Phillies wrapping up their homestand. Bit of a dreadful note. They got swept by the Brewers. Good news is Bryce Harper could be making his return on Tuesday. He's been out about a week since getting hit by a Spencer Strider pitch. Phillies 1-4 without him. They did win the game Harper was injured in. Phillies just 1 home run in the last 5 games. Dietz & Watson meats, cheeses, condiments, and Dietz Nuts meat snacks are the perfect snack. Online at DietzandWatson.com for local retailers near you. Weather brought to you by the Laborers District Council Illicit Fund. Mostly sunny, high 75. It's currently 64. The Laborers District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Laborers building a better future today. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Ritchie. Future President Joe DeCamara. Bang! This is the morning show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is a good song. It's a beautiful song. Folksy.
Definitely folks.
Yeah. All right.
Up your alley.
It is up my alley.
Wholesome.
We won't have this, though, going at the Fairfield reunion.
No,
next
you
weekend.
want to just be linking arms and kumbaya or something.
All right. The Eagles are not linking arms with Bryce Huff. They're saying be gone. But they had to work with him. 3-work contract and ship him off to the 49ers, which apparently still hasn't been officially announced, but I guess it's expected to be sometime soon. James, why isn't a post-June 1 thing already done?
It's a great question.
June 2nd.
That's a great question.
I mean, we are.
Because it was Sunday and they were all off.
Yeah, that's probably the answer.
So
Yeah.
today's the day.
I would think today, yeah.
All right, so let's get to some audio that Elliot, and then we'll get right back to the phones. But Elliot had some interesting audio a couple days ago when the news broke that Bryce Huff was, pretty much going to be shipped off soon. And Elliot really doesn't blame Bryce Huff to a large extent in a way where you can actually tell Elliot thinks Bryce Huff can still play when he goes to the 49ers and have success, which is news to me. But, maybe Elliot's right. Baldy said something very similar. Maybe they're both right. Shocking to me, probably shocking to most, because I think we all just think the guy stinks. But anyway, here's something Elliot said on WIP the other day.
Let's say you get offered a job at a new company. You get offered a ton of money. Like this is a good financial opportunity for you. And then you get to that company and they want you to do things completely different than you've done it in the past and made you successful. Like maybe you could do it. Maybe you could adjust to that. Maybe you are still as good of an employee. But if you're not, I'm not really sure you would feel the blame there. Like you would probably feel guilt that you couldn't do it. But why would they hire you and then ask you to do something completely different? It would be like if another company hired me and asked me to do a pod about the Toronto Maple Leafs. Like I have certain skill sets that could allow me to do it, but I don't know anything about hockey or the Toronto Maple Leafs.
All right, so I don't think it's as extreme as that example,
No.
but what he's saying is that they didn't play him the way he was used to playing with the Jets. And he one more thing. He brings this point home. I'm going to play one more piece of audio and then react, Sean, because he brings this point home by Elliot says this.
The Eagles signed Bryce Huff and asked him to do something he had not been successful at in his career and paid him a premium based off how he was successful before. And you might sit here and say, well, just let him rush with 2 hands in the ground. Clearly, they didn't want him to do that. For whatever schematic reason, they didn't want him to do that. So that's why there have been players in the past that were busts. Like, I think DeMarco Murray came to Philadelphia with a bad attitude, and it didn't work out. I think DeMarco holds blame for that not working out. I think Bryce doesn't really hold blame here. He signed. They used him differently. He didn't put up a fuss all year. Was he like Mr. Pumped behind the scenes? He wasn't playing? Of course not. Every time I talk to him, he's not like the loudest, most vocal guy anyway. But it's pretty clear they used him in a way he wasn't comfortable with, and it didn't work out. And to me, that falls on the Eagles.
John?
I just, I'm amazed. I'm amazed that it's considered acceptable by some teams to be so limited. You know, like the Jets said, we're going to use you just on 3rd down, and we're going to say, hey, it's going to be a passing only situation. Go in there and get the quarterback. And that's Robert Saleh, and that's where he's going again. Robert Saleh is now the defensive coordinator in San Francisco. He's going to use him in that capacity. It's such a limited capacity. And Vic Fangio, it sounds like he said, okay, we want you to do that, which you've been doing, but we also want you to be able to cover a tight end. And we also want you to be able to, stand in a 2-point stance on the line of scrimmage when we're in base and shock a pulling guard, to set the edge against the power.
The way Nolan Smith
Keep
was.
your outside arm free against the stretch solid. Like you've got other responsibilities besides just go pin your ears back and get the quarterback.
Right.
And he apparently just was not good at these new job descriptions, and so just didn't play.
It just strikes me as hard to
me.
believe a guy could be so good at getting the quarterback and so bad at the other stuff. Now, look, Ben Simmons could run the floor. He could pass. He could rebound. He could do all. He couldn't shoot. He literally couldn't shoot.
What Robert
So
Saleh's
maybe some guys just have these dramatic
I think
differences.
Robert Saleh is going to find out that weren't there like 4 sacks in one game out of the 11 that he had in a 3rd down only capacity for the Jets 2 years ago. I think Robert Saleh is going to find out that the limits to his game are far too expansive for even his taste. Like right now, Robert Saleh is saying, okay, what the heck, for a 3rd or 4th round pick, what do we have to lose if we get 10 sacks out of him?
Well, if you do, but if you don't, then
But he's deficient in so many other ways. Well, I appreciate that the Eagles, that Vic Fangio held his ground and said, hey, we want a complete player.
I agree.
And he's not.
And somehow they're getting a draft pick out of it.
That is amazing.
And somehow they're
wheeling
saving
and
cap
dealing.
space.
Yes.
It's a whole nother
fantastic job on
All
that
right,
front.
so let's get to the Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. In 2025, Armin Chevrolet is proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive, ArminChevy.com. All right, first poll question. Let's all go on the record and just yes or no. The question is not that it mattered in 2024 because the Eagles won the Super Bowl, but was Bryce Huff the Eagles' worst free agent signing ever? Yes or no? My instincts is yes. I know we've batted around about 10 names today. I can't think of someone they've paid more and gotten less from. So I will say yes. Now, it didn't have the impact some of the other disastrous ones, but I will say purely player, contract, performance, yes.
It didn't
I think
have
it's
the
worst.
impact of the other disastrous
I know.
ones because this guy didn't even qualify to be on the field.
I know.
Incredibly.
All right,
This
well-
is a new level of ineptitude.
What's your answer, John?
I think it's Bryce Huff. Yeah.
Okay, James?
I'll say no, but I admit that it's hard for me to disassociate the fact that we won the Super Bowl, and so it's like hard for me to get too angry about it.
Who do you think it is?
Byron Maxwell. Byron Maxwell. I think it's Byron Maxwell, personally.
But he wasn't like the worst corner in the league.
He was up
pretty
there,
bad.
man.
Guys,
he was pretty bad.
You don't have to convince me.
He was one of the worst corners in the league, and he got $60 million or something.
Yeah, I thought he was going to be a great player, and it was dreadful.
Guys, I think he stunk. I'm just saying, do I think he was like the worst? I don't think he was the worst. But anyway, all right, Rhea,
And his
yes or
attitude
no?
was it. I mean, the one thing I'll say about
Well,
Bryce
it was so obvious in that Julio Jones game, the first game.
I
It's
mean,
like, all right, it's all over. They
yeah.
signed a bum.
and that so yeah,
Game 1, first quarter. He stinks.
Maybe I'm being magnanimous
Yep.
because the Eagles did win the Super Bowl, but I just I think Byron's way worse.
Okay. Byron worse than DeMarco?
These
no,
guys played.
No, DeMarco. See,
Bryce Huff didn't even play.
I'm with you, John.
He didn't even play. He
I
didn't even
agree.
dress.
I'm with John.
He got $51 million, and he didn't even put a helmet on.
Yeah,
he played for a while, then he got hurt.
But he didn't
and then-
play much when he played. I mean, there were games he would get 2 or 3 snaps.
He was inactive for the Super Bowl. That's the one.
Yeah, but even when he would play, he wouldn't play. You know what I mean? Like, he would get 5 plays or less.
He only once played like 80% of the snaps.
Well, must have been really early.
It was late. It was late during one of those.
Oh, well, one of those throwaway games.
yeah, of course,
Oh,
yeah.
So, Rhea, your sense is Maxwell's the worst?
Yeah.
Worse than DeMarco?
Because he just, I mean, there were expectations.
All right, John, where do you think the results came in? Again, the question was Bryce Huff the Eagles' worst free agent signing ever?
I think Nnamdi's going to cut into him a good amount. So I'm going to say it's going to be close, but Nnamdi and Byron and everyone else might outweigh. So
they do.
Yeah.
59% say no.
Okay.
But
Still a lot.
It is a lot.
That is close.
It is a lot.
Oh, man.
All right, second poll question is, which bothered you the most with the Phils this weekend? Lazardo kept in so long or Trea's defense? How do you think people voted, John?
Trea's defense.
It wins.
Yeah.
59%.
Man, these are both pretty dicey, though. 59%. It's not overwhelming.
No, and it doesn't surprise me on either because you can make a good case both ways for all 4 answers. I mean, All right, let's get to Marcus in Percy. Marcus, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Marcus.
I have what might be a stupid baseball question for you.
Okay.
So
That's nine.
I pose those a lot.
9 innings in a normal game, just so you know. 9 innings.
Thanks, Joe. So here's my question.
Yes, sir.
I played Little League a few years. I didn't really care for it or wasn't really good at it and that kind of thing. But one of the first things they teach you is if a ground ball is hit directly to you, you kind of kneel down and get in front of it so that if anything goes wrong, like it hits off your knee.
Buttermaker style. Bad News Bears.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So do the pros just think that's beneath them?
Yeah, well, no. The reason the pros don't do it is because it would be a bad fielding technique when you actually have skill.
And you have to throw to first base.
Yeah,
still.
it's good when you're 6 years old. Okay.
All right.
But it's bad when you're 26 years old.
I kind of figured that was the answer.
Yeah.
But
Take that Trea Turner.
Me.
Trea had a play. I forget which game it was this weekend, where he didn't get the ball to first base on time. It was a fast runner, but he just didn't do it fast enough to get a guy out. He should have gotten out. Didn't put proper zip on the ball. Like, you got to charge a ball. You got to be ready to rock and roll to throw that thing. And you can't do all that if you're down on one day.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. I had to ask.
Yeah. No, I get it, man. All right, Marcus, give me an answer for a movie or a show or something that's got a child somewhere in the title.
Smokey Robinson and the Miracles. Ooh, baby, baby.
Okay.
Nice.
All right.
And doubled it up.
Yeah, he did double
really
it
nice.
up. So,
hey, Mike Quick was there last night.
Very
also,
nice.
And Irving Fryer.
Oh, that's awesome.
Totally awesome.
We got to get Irving back on the show again. How fun was that last summer?
Oh, he was great.
Wasn't that amazing?
He was really cool.
Let me put that on the list.
Yeah, Irving.
I'm going to put that on the list. Irving is.
I thought Mike Quick looked very slender. He looks like he's in good shape, like he's getting in summer golf condition or something.
He's in summer golf condition in the winter.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? The only thing that prevents him from golfing more is he actually has to call Eagles games once every 7 days.
Yeah, he's still a talented athlete, like really smooth in every way.
Mike was, I mean, for those on the young side, he was so unbelievable as a football player. And without the knee issues, would have so totally been a Hall of Famer. I mean, you can make a case. You can make a case second best wide receiver of the 80s behind only Rice. You really can. Because basically they'd be like him and Largent. You'd have Art Monk. I'd have to figure them all out. But
Altoon.
Yeah, but below that.
Oh, I agree. Below, yeah.
But Altoon's in there somewhere. But like, I think Mike was probably
He was up there.
I think he was probably the second best wide receiver in the 1980s. I really believe that. One other thing, back to the baseball question, John, where guys like joking when I said 9 innings for
I
a baseball
think you're
game.
right about them. Well,
I know.
I mean, I do think we're biased.
No, Mike was really, really legit. Like he was
Totally.
better. He was better than Steve Largent
guy.
was a great player and a Hall of Famer, but
everyone knew it was like Steve Largent.
he was a possession receiver. He was a
Mike
possession
Quick
receiver.
would break games.
Correct.
open.
Mike
It was
Quick
just
would break.
like,
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. All right. So back to the point, and I was joking earlier when I said to that guy, like 9 innings for a baseball game. But you brought up old college girlfriends earlier, John. So let me circle back to this one.
Will there be
I don't know.
college
You're asking me
girlfriends
again.
here?
I don't help
You said you knew 100 people.
Correct.
Who were going to
Well,
this.
I
were
haven't
any of them
see. I haven't
ladies
seen,
you dated?
I haven't seen the list. I only know about 25 to 30 I've texted with, but I've been told by people the list had 90 as of about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I got to log back into the system. I haven't done all that. I signed up months ago. All right. Here's my point. First college girlfriend. This is true. And you got to really, really, and I'm not ripping her, okay? Wonderful person. You got to really, 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 really not know sports to not know this. Freshman year, first girlfriend I ever had, freshman year of college.
Mm-hmm.
She knew who Babe Ruth was.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
That is incredible.
That's pretty
truly
That's
incredible.
tough.
That causes you
Especially
to
back
question.
then. Like now, today, it'd be a little less weird if
30
someone.
years ago.
What's she been
back then,
doing
Babe
with
was like
her life?
Babe. Everyone knew Babe. I mean,
Yeah.
Babe Ruth.
Did she live
What are we doing here?
in some remote place?
No.
Her whole life, was she in like Fairbanks, Alaska?
No, she was from Connecticut. She didn't know Babe Ruth. I mean, it was.
So did you dump her?
I will not answer that question.
I mean, did this create problems?
I know what your question is.
Because of
I do not,
the lack of connection.
No, we got past that one quick. But anyway.
Quickly, huh?
Yeah, no, she was very cool. All right, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us what you want to say. The time is yours.
Time's yours.
I just want to point out.
John is really being a
I do.
butthead now.
I find it incredible
I know.
that Joe, he still maintains positive relationships
do.
with his exes.
I
So
do.
that's why. I mean, it is
Yeah, it's
an
nice.
interesting dynamic.
Yeah.
If those exes are gonna be there,
You're still
this
just
weekend.
you're just trying to cause problems.
It's just amazing
Let-
that you're able to
you-
do that.
YouTube,
Congratulations on that ability.
People on
That is something.
YouTube, look at this guy's face. He knows. He just knows. He's being Dennis
I
the
know.
Menace. All right. Talk about an old reference, Seltzer.
Yeah, we noticed.
Golly, Mr. Wilson.
All right, Time's Yours is brought to you.
G.
by,
Willikers, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, that was
That's
another
what he
one.
said.
Yeah. Time's Yours brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go only from Xfinity Mobile. Let's hit it with Time's Yours.
I've been watching baseball going on 51 years. I've never seen a negative x-ray and a player needs a week off because he got hit by a pitch. Love Harper, throw some ice on it, buddy, and get out there and play baseball.
No.
This is a joke. I just watched the Brewers pitcher get hit with a line drive, and he continues to pitch. Get it together, Harper.
Dude, circumstantial,
surgically
man.
repaired elbow.
That's not fair. That's not fair. We all know enough about hits. Some hits can do more damage than others. That's not fair.
So, Joe DeCamera's talking about returning to college. Joe, as the president and CEO of the Jalen Hurts bandwagon, I totally encourage that. You should go get your master's degree. So that way you won't destroy the 2025 Eagles season with your constant harping on how bad Jalen Hurts is.
Destroy them. I prompted them to greatness.
Hurt them so bad they won the Super Bowl.
I pushed them, and they heeded my words of get it together.
Well, I have great news and I have bad news. Great news is that Thompson shows he is among the living. He got thrown out of a game. The bad news is we have another Concrete Charlie in Philadelphia sports history. He plays shortstop, concrete hand.
Well, yeah, he's not a good defensive shortstop.
Welcome back, Tockett. Here's the difference. Tockett coaching the Phillies. Harper gets hit. Next batter from the Braves gets choked in the head. What are we doing? Tockett's bringing back the heart and the grit. Give me some W's. I'm so happy Rich is back in Philadelphia. Welcome back, buddy.
I agree, man.
That was great. Good call,
Smoke him
buddy.
in the head, he
Yeah,
said.
wow. So if you missed it on Friday, we had talking on the show. Would definitely encourage you to go back and check out that podcast if you can. It's right there on the Odyssey app. I mean, James, we covered a lot of territory with him on Friday.
I thought it was awesome, man. He was so invested
Right?
in doing the interview, which, you know, he was like excited to talk to you guys, and that doesn't always happen.
And he sounds genuinely really excited to be back. So, I'm
You
super
bring him on,
psyched.
he's like, yeah, you can keep talking Eagles.
Yeah,
I was laughing about
that. Was good. Him talking. Yeah, John, you weren't here. He started the whole thing talking Eagles and the Super Bowl, and it was
awesome.
It was good stuff. And how he's friends with Schmitty back in the day and Barkley. Like the players used to commingle more across teams than they do now. I feel like it's kind of started up a little bit with some of these guys, but 40, 50 years ago. I mean, you had Jaws and Doug Collins were close, and Pete Rose, and all these guys would cross sports. With that said, time's yours. Let's shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
If you don't know, it was it Pete Rose or Doug Collins that gave Jaws the name? I think it was Pete Rose, right? Gave him the nickname Jaws, I think.
Wasn't it Collins?
It's one or the other.
I think for some
It
reason
was either Doug Collins or Pete Rose gave Jaws the nickname
I
Jaws.
think it was Collins, but I'm not
It
sure.
may have been.
Did he live down the street from him?
Well, a bunch of them did live close to each other. And then they had that famous photo in 80 when the 4 teams all got to the finals. And all right, Seltzer, $100 if you name the 4 people in that photo. So you got 4 famous Philadelphia athletes when they all get to the championship round.
Yeah, isn't it Bernie?
You're gonna get 3 out of the 4, maybe. You're not gonna get 4. Go ahead.
So it's Bernie is one of them, right?
No.
No, I'm wrong already.
Yeah, it's Pete Peters. That's the
No,
one.
that's the tough one. Okay.
Well, that's
no one
There
gets,
we go.
No one gets that.
who else is there?
Or Schmidt,
Moses?
right?
It was Schmidt. No, it was Tug,
Oh,
Doc. It was Pete Peters. And what sport am I missing? Oh, and Jaws.
Yeah.
Jaws,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, let's quickly turn to. We're looking for something great that's got a kid somewhere in the title. Let's get to Barry right now. Barry, give me a great answer. We're turning to you can win Phillies tickets. A kid in a title. What do you got, Barry?
Sure. Child's play.
I'm sorry, can you say it?
already given.
Already said.
Already given?
Yes.
Yeah, you got a different one?
Sure. Let me see. Just to say one thing in there. I want to go over the retaliation for Harper getting hit.
Yeah, he wasn't a fortunate son in that moment.
Ah.
See what you did there.
Barry, that could be a big answer.
Okay, listen. First off, the guy who says he should get out there and play doesn't know what he's talking about, because on that elbow is a place called the ulnar nerve. When you irritate that by impact, it can hurt getting into a car and resting your arm against the back of the seat.
Sure.
Well, Barry, not to mention
Funny bone.
swinging a bat with that injury and throwing a baseball from first to second with that injury. I mean, yeah, I thought that caller was off base. All right, Barry, we got to move. But
And one other thing.
Yes, sir.
You have to de-escalate stuff like that, because we can get to situations where the dugout and the bullpen empty. You're asking guys who are trained to throw baseballs to throw straight right-hand punches. They can't do it.
Yeah. All right, Barry, you stay well, bud, and enjoy the Phil's games. We appreciate the call. John, I can't move fast past that guy. He's
that's okay.
got more wisdom than all
He
of us.
sure does.
You know, he's seen a
You
lot,
can
so we want
feel
to
it.
give that guy a little bit of time. All right, we got to come up with a winning answer.
Karate Kid?
Karate Kid or Teach Your Children? If
I think it's Karate Kid.
Karate Kid.
I did too.
Yeah.
Easy winner.
I do think it's Karate Kid. That's a good answer. Ed, you're going to join us at the Phil's game. Congratulations. Everyone have a wonderful rest of the day. Reminder, Joe and Hugh, they're up next from Dawkins Golf Outing. I'm sure they're going to have some interviews from some of the Eagles players, from great Eagles players and teams of the past. So be tuned for that. We'll talk to you tomorrow. 94 WIP.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speed. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
So, you get in your car and head to work and the check engine light comes on. What do? One thing you shouldn't do is wait to get it checked out. What you should do is head to your locally owned and operated Meineke, where their trained technicians will diagnose your problem, fix it, and get you safely back on the road. Meineke works on any make, model, or year vehicle and has been doing it right for over 50 years. And Meineke offers same-day service and fix-it-now pay over time payment solutions. Meineke, doing car care right.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Hey, it's Ike Reese here. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome and times of congestion. Unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with the new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You could combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get into the action. You'll get started with $200 with bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come and enjoy one of your seasonal favorites from our new Summer of Shellfish menu, including our flavorful garlic and herb, roasted shrimp and lobster, tasty crabby tuna poke tacos, or our incredible seafood boil featuring crab legs, scrumptious shrimp, clams, mussels, and more. And try one of our delicious seasonal cocktails with your meal. The Summer of Shellfish, only at Chickies and Pete's.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at ungc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
This
Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Dylan Scott's new album, Easy Does It, available now. Scotty Scheffler fired a final round 2-under par 70 to capture his second straight Memorial. His 4-stroke victory over Ben Griffin was his third win in his last 4 starts. According to Jack Nicklaus, Scheffler, quote, reminds me so much of the way I like to play. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The 0-2 pitch to Hoskins, and he belts it deep left field, and that is going to be his second 3-run homer of the afternoon. And the Milwaukee Brewers absolutely blasting away here on the Phillies and Jesus Lazardo. Hoskins with a 2-homer, 6 RBI day, and it is 11-0 Milwaukee.
Yeah, that about sums up the weekend. Welcome on in. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, guys with us. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop aboard. Kyle Quinn back in the studio, and we're live today from the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament at Penn Oaks. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. And good morning and happy Pride Month for all that celebrate Pride Month. It's Pride Month.
Yes, it is. It is June. Good morning.
Because we're all inclusive.
We are an all-inclusive show. We're excited to be out here at the Brian Dawkins Celebrity Golf Tournament. This is an important thing for a great cause. I know you were here last night, Hugh.
Yes, it was.
So you've been here yesterday and today, and we're going to be here for the entire show today. Excited to be here. We'll have some guests as the day goes along, as the golf starts, and hopefully maybe everybody else, maybe the guests we have today can make me feel better after that weekend. That was a disaster by the Phillies this weekend. That was a disaster. I mean, they got swept at home by the Milwaukee Brewers, who are a decent team, nothing special, coming off the loss last Thursday in the second game to the Braves. They haven't played well in a week now. And I know some people we'll see. I have a feeling what Hugh Douglas is going to say. But we have some people, they're going to try to sugarcoat this today. No big deal. It's just a couple of days.
See, why do you do that, Joe?
Because
why
I
do
know,
you do that? Why does it have to be sugarcoated?
Because it is sugar. What we saw this weekend was obviously a big deal. What we saw this weekend, Hugh, was the stuff that could destroy this team in this season. All their weaknesses came out all at once. Their bullpen, we know, stinks. Their defense, we know, stinks.
Somebody say something about defense.
Yeah, we'll get to the shortstop, all right? Yeah. And then the lineup, which obviously needs another bat here, without Bryce Harper this weekend, was ice cold. Hugh, what did you think this weekend? As the Phillies, I mean, they're usually so good at home, and the Brewers came in here, slapped them around. That Saturday game was ridiculous. I mean, Reese Hoskins, after we talked about it all day on Friday, comes in here, hits 2 home runs on Saturday, and then yesterday a very winnable game into the bullpen, and the defense got involved. What did you think this week?
Yeah, shout out to the lady that I saw yesterday at the Eagles women's event that said something about the fact that we needed Reese Hoskins here before the game started.
Well, she's right.
You know what I find ironic is that the defense was one of the biggest problems that we had with this team this weekend.
What else is new?
Well, and that's what basically I talked about when we talked about getting Reese Hoskins here. Now, I understand that the bat would have helped out tremendously. And the week prior, before the Brewers got here, bats looked like they were doing their thing. But to me, defensively, that's where the problems lie. You talk about some of the errors in the outfield. You talk about the Trea Turner error that basically cost them the game yesterday. Like, there was a lot going on yesterday. So, to answer your question in long form, Joe, am I worried about it, concerned about this team? No, I'm not. This is the ebb and flow of baseball. Because it's just funny to me, just a couple days ago, we were talking about how great this team was and how great they looked, and then they have a tough weekend. They just need to get it together. This was not an acceptable weekend, but they just need to get it together.
Well, they do need to get it together. Look, Bryce Harper coming back probably tomorrow night in Toronto will help, certainly. And look, 3 games in the standings in one weekend. The Mets have now taken back over first place. That's going to go back and forth, right?
Yeah.
They're in a division race with the Mets. I expect both teams to be there the whole time. I think that is what it is. I'm not losing my mind today because they're not in first place on June 2nd. My concern is, and why I think this weekend was a big deal is, Hugh, I'm going to steal a phrase from you. They're pretty much done with the tomato cans. Between now and the All-Star break, they only play 2 bad teams. They play the Pirates this coming weekend. They play the Marlins in June. That's it. I mean, everybody else they're going to play is a pretty good or very good team. So we're done with the tomato cans portion of this thing, and now we saw them play a real team, and they got they got beat up. I mean, Saturday was really bad with the Hoskins home runs and Lazardo. They left him in there to just get rocked. I mean, I couldn't believe how long they left him in there. And then you mentioned the defense and Trea Turner. Let's hear it yesterday as the Phillies have the misplay in left field by Weston Wilson. Not great. And then after that, the ball goes right to Trea Turner. And you know what happened. We've seen the Trea Turner special many times over the years. Here's what happened yesterday late in that game.
The Trea Turner special?
I thought we had the Trea Turner.
Oh, I'm sorry, dude.
That's
I'm
all
on
right.
the phone. My bad.
Yeah.
And the pitch. Swinging a ground ball to short. And Turner booted it. And the game's tied. Right at Trea Turner. And he commits his 5th error of the year. And this game starts over 2-2 here in the 7th.
That was on me. On me.
Well, you know what?
You're fine.
We all make errors sometimes. You don't make nearly as many as Trea Turner, who now has 45 errors since he got to the Phillies. And that doesn't even include the ones that aren't called an error, like last month when he didn't step on second base.
You know what it is when Trea Turner does that, and it's because we're fans. It's the look that he has on his face.
Yeah.
After the fact.
Yep.
And I'm not a fan of the look because it just looks. I guess it's the smirk. It's not a smirk, but it's something. Well, it's the look when you screw up. It's like when your kids mess up, and they do something they're not supposed to do, and it's just that look, that blank look on their face. That's the most irritating thing to me.
Well, what's frustrating is he seems to make these in crucial moments. I mean, he really
the game finds him.
And the moment finds him because he plays one of the most important positions on the field. Like this weekend, we saw all the flaws the Phillies have that were covered up when they're playing the Rockies and they're playing the Pirates and they're playing the A's. That it's very difficult to win consistently when you have bullpen issues, when you have defensive issues, and the lineup. I keep harping on this, and we go back to the Hoskins thing from Saturday. They're missing a bat. I mean, the Phillies are missing a bat in this lineup. Now, this weekend, Hugh, it was even more accentuated because no Bryce, right?
Yeah,
like, no Bryce.
When Bryce was, yeah.
So the lineup looks even thinner. I mean, I can't do the Alec Bohm in the middle of the order thing. I mean, that we've seen that story. It doesn't end well. He needs
to do better.
Well, I'm done holding my breath on Alec Bohm doing my better. Alec Bohm?
Wasn't he in the All-Star game last year?
Boy,
No.
What you're going to give us?
Well, when I say that, what I'm basically saying is he's here. They believe in him. They need more.
Nobody else does.
Thanks a lot, Kyle. I appreciate that. They need more from him in this lineup. That's what I'm saying.
Of course they do. But he's had half a great year in the major leagues. Really a couple of good months. I mean, they need another bat. Now, it was, like I said, accentuated this weekend because no Bryce Harper. Let's hear from Topper. What is the latest on Bryce? Because every day we're waiting for this lineup, and every day they put it out there, and there's no Bryce Harper. Here's Topper on when we could see Bryce back.
How did Harper come out of everything?
Good. He wasn't available today, but he feels like, or we feel like he's going to be ready for Tuesday.
All right, well, that's a good thing. That's a good thing that he's getting closer because they could have put him on the IL as soon as the injury happened last Tuesday, and that would have knocked him out till, I guess, this coming Friday. So they didn't do that. They've been playing a man down for a little while here. They need Bryce back in a big way. 215-592-9494 was what you saw this weekend. You can go back to the middle of last week when they split that game, that's doubleheader against the Bears. Is it a big deal? It is to me because we're seeing the same themes that were the issues in April, and we're seeing the same themes that we've seen as issues over the years. Like this is what the Phillies are when they play some good teams. It's very choppy sometimes, and when they don't get great starting pitching, they lose games. At least we know the deal. I took the pledge. I'm going to criticize the Phillies today. Hugh Douglas, of course, did not take the pledge.
I did take the pledge, and I am being critical. I'm just not being. I am not being as knee-jerky as you and Kyle. Listen,
I didn't even say anything.
Well, you give it time, Kyle. You enjoy using.
I'm with you. I'm with you today.
Oh, okay, my bad. My bad. I didn't know that was the day. But normally, this is what we do when it comes to baseball. It just seems like yesterday, well, it was Friday, that we were throwing a party for the Phillies. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but we were talking about how good they were and how we wanted to add another bat and all this other stuff, and how we were willing to weaken the outfield.
Well, the defense stinks anyway. Did you see Weston Wilson out there yesterday?
Could you imagine If Schwarber was out there,
Yeah, but okay. Would he have not caught the ball Wesley Wilson didn't catch? He wouldn't have caught it either. Here's what I'm going to make it very simple. Because a lot of people said to me, Joe, how could you say the defense is so bad, but yet you want Reese Hoskins back? I can't have the status quo. I either need more offense to
offset something.
To offset
you
the
need
defense.
something, yeah.
Because what they're doing right now, like yesterday, they didn't hit and they didn't play defense. You can't win like that.
It was an ugly day.
Oh,
and you know
my
another
goodness.
thing I saw? I did not know this, and I guess I'm naive because this is Philadelphia. I didn't know as many people tailgated for Phillies games like that. I did not know because I guess
weekend games more than like
because
weekday.
I didn't know that. I did not know that.
You were there for the Eagles.
Yes,
event yesterday.
for the Eagles women's event. So I was like, wow, they're tailgating. Like I've never seen that before for a baseball game. So I thought it was pretty cool. It wasn't to the extent that it is for football games, obviously, but there were some people out there tailgating. So shout out to the tailgaters yesterday.
215-592-9494. All right, let's go get Kyle's thought on this. Then we'll get everyone's phone calls here. Coming up, 10:30. Brandon Graham is going to join us. Brandon Graham going to join us live here at the Brian Dawkins Golf Outing. So BG's going to hop in at 10:30. Let's start with some Phillies talk and your calls as the Phillies get swept over the weekend by the Brewers. It was the defense. It was the starting pitching. It was the bullpen. It was the offense. It was everything. Kyle, where do you come down? Was what we saw this weekend a big deal?
I think the biggest deal that happened this weekend is that we put the Brewers squarely back in the playoff race.
Not great.
And now the dream of adding Reese Hoskins, I don't know if it's dead fully, but I don't feel as good about it as I did just before we left for the weekend. But like, I don't know. I don't think that even, I guess we'll go, the 4 games that they just lost, 4 games in a row. We can include that last game against the Braves in there. It didn't tell me anything I didn't already know about the team. Like, I know that Trea Turner sucks on defense. I know the bullpen is shaky at best. And I know that the offense goes hot and cold, and especially it's going to be cold when the best hitter in the middle of the lineup
is not there.
And, like, I think I would feel a little bit worse if – I mean, I think what makes me feel better is that Zach Wheeler and Jesus Lazardo, they had awful games. And it's so rare that Jesus Lazardo and Zach Wheeler, who are up there in the Cy Young voting, well, maybe not Lazardo anymore, but, like, those things don't often happen. They will, you might see it like once a month or once every 2 months or something like that. Like, that's okay, I think, if that happens. It's not ultimately going to kill the Phillies at the end of the day. I know they're now a game back of the NL East, and I know this doesn't sound like pledge talk, but there's a lot of time for them to make that up, and I think they're going to be better. Like, the offense is going to get hot again. Now, am I prepared for a little bit of a stretch here where the offense isn't very hot? Yeah, I am. And even with Harper coming back, like, I think that's a very strong possibility that maybe it takes him a little bit to start getting going the way that he was again. And the offense, we might see these 2-run outings and stuff like that, and they might slump again a little bit. And I don't like it. It's going to be frustrating to watch, but this is the Phillies team that I've come to know during this season, that I've come to know over the past few years. And, like, I think at the end of the day, the way that they played this weekend it's going to be okay. Like, they're going to end up being fine. We're going to go back in like a month or two and be like, man, they're playing great again. And then they might go through a slump again. Like, it's going to happen.
Well, I hope it does. I hope we get back on the hot streak again, because right now, without the tomato cans to feast on, I'm not sure how good they're going to be next month.
It's just a stark contrast.
It is.
From what it was a couple of days ago as opposed to what it was
And
this
look,
weekend.
I think that it's pretty clear what the stark contrast is. When they're playing the Rockies and the Pirates and the A's.
Well, yeah, that's a part of it.
They beat the crap out of those teams, and then they're playing – like, they're 13-15 against teams with winning records this year. The Mets are 18-10. It's a big difference. I mean, that is a big difference against teams above 500. The Phillies – don't play great baseball when they play other great teams. And guess what? To win the World Series, you have to play a good month of baseball against all good teams. 215-592-9494 was what you saw this weekend from the Phils. A big deal. Let's go to Chris in Middletown. Good morning, Chris.
Chris.
Happy Manic Monday, man.
It is a Manic Monday. What's up, Chris?
Manic Monday.
Hugh, let me start with you first, because you're a really bad friend. You are a bad friend.
Tell him, Chris.
I mean, I've heard this before.
You let your boy Ike fall right into Stewardess Jim's trap.
What do you do?
Joe has the evidence. I sent it to Joe and Kyle.
Yeah, remember what Stewardess Jim brought you
The bourbon.
Gifts, and he had it delivered
With
by
little
he did the same thing to Ike, apparently.
Stewardess Jim. I don't care what y'all say. Stewardess Jim knows some fine-ass women that drop off some nice.
Yeah, but he's trying to soften you guys
No,
up
I'm just
so
saying.
you don't crush
I
him
mean,
on the air.
No, I'm just saying.
And it worked. Obviously, it worked.
You know some fine-ass.
I mean, it's easy to win you over, and you're telling the whole audience.
No, I'm just saying. I just, ain't nothing wrong with looking. As long as you don't touch nobody. I can look all day.
Stop it. Say Stewart's Jim is a jerk. He's a loser. You got to say it. Come on. Come back. Be an Eagle fan.
Stewardess Jim, I hate the fact that he's a Cowboys fan. I hate that.
No buts. Nope. Just end it there.
All right. Let's move on because we're getting nowhere here. With
and we never do. Let's get to the Phillies.
No. Joe, I'm panicking. I know this is a shock. All right, but I can see. I just can't see a way for us to win when we just play god-awful, terrible defense. I mean, Weston Wilson gives up that double. The only saving thing for him is he's a backup player, so he doesn't necessarily get the reps out there. So can be forgiven. But this Trea Turner thing is just like a bad dream. Just keeps repeating over and over and over. And the worst part is, like, somebody keeps slamming our head in the door, and we just keep willingly putting it back in the door. And that's what's infuriating me. And, like, the fact that, like, these problems are never addressed is killing me. And Rob Thompson, I'm beyond done with this guy. He's softer than the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Bryce gets hit and misses an entire series. No retaliation. Soft. Trea Turner continues to boot balls, routine outs. No action taken, nothing. He's not moved even over to second base, which I don't even want him anywhere up the middle because you got to be strong. But no, nothing's ever done. Soft. This team is complacent with not admitting their mistakes. They are idiots. Look at the Eagles. They signed Hughes Hero Huff. He stunk. He was a disappointment. You know what they did? They admitted their mistake and said, we can't keep falling on this sword. Let's get him the hell out of here, move on from our mistake. They openly admit it. Dave Dombrowski, hit your knees, find some humility, and listen to the wizard, Joe Giglio, and W-A-N-D, Trea Turner. I'm done with this bum.
He spelled wand. He wand. W-A-N-D. Magic wand. Get him out of here.
A wizard.
Is anyone surprised at what happened yesterday with Trea Turner? Is anyone surprised?
He's been working hard.
Oh, jeez.
I'm just telling you what I've heard.
We've gone from pledge behavior to this outright excuse-making.
I'm not making excuses.
You are.
See, this is
working
why,
hard.
This is why I try to save you from yourself.
They
I
all
knew
work hard.
This was coming. I knew this was coming. You're the same cat that told me last week that I need to give Topper more credit. Now you're mad at Topper. You mad at Topper?
I'm not mad at Topper. He probably should have had Weston Wilson out of that game. What's he going to do about Trea? That we know that's an above him decision. That's a Phillies decision.
It's just unfortunate that the money that he makes and the errors that he's making, they just it's tough.
Hey, he's working hard.
It's tough to
well. Hard work.
I was
work hard.
I was channeling my inner Scott Fransky when he said that, trying to give him a little bit of grace. But I get it because there are plays, those are plays I should say, that are routine plays.
Yes.
They're just like routine plays.
Yep.
But when you in the game in that crucial situation, like I said, it changed everything. And you could tell as much. I'm glad I didn't get a chance to hear him yesterday, but I can hear the disappointment in Scott Fransky's voice. Because, we've talked to him, and I've had a chance to ask him the questions about how is it calling a game. And he tries to call it, like, fair and even. But you could tell in that moment that there was a little bit of, there was some disappointment.
This
in
is
that
a
call.
joke, quite frankly.
It was basically, it was some disappointment in that call.
Well, of course. And it was a joke. I mean, that play has to be made. And
Yes.
Look, to the point of their defense, they're a bad defensive team. Hugh, I saw a stat this morning. You ready for this? There's only one team in baseball that has converted batted balls into outs less frequently than the Phillies. Like when the ball is hit, right? Not a strikeout, not a home run. When the ball is hit into play, there's only one team in baseball that converts it into an out less than the Phillies. You know who that is? That's the Rockies. It's the worst team maybe we've ever seen. I mean, the Phillies defense is a joke. I mean, that it's been that way the whole year. They're below average at short. They're below average at third. It's right field, clearly. I mean, they're not a good defensive team. And when they don't hit, it just becomes more of that. Let's go to Aaron in San Diego. What's up, Aaron?
Good morning, Philadelphia.
What's up, Aaron?
Just some quick YouTube notes. Hugh?
Yes.
Looking like 10 pounds of meat in a 5-pound bag. Go with your bad self. Pop it out all over the place.
Well, at least you wore a golf shirt today and not a sweatsuit to the golf outing.
Wait a minute. I thought I looked presentable.
What is he?
today.
Are you saying he's wearing
You
like a
look,
schmedium?
you look great, man. You look like you're working out. I'm just saying. You look
well, I
like
didn't
you're
say that.
but
you know what?
You're popping out all over the place.
No, you know what, Aaron, when you said it though, because normally I didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing when you stuffed in it. Because normally when you say that about other people, like when they're stuffed in it, they're like oozing out all over the place.
Yeah, it's not great. That's not what you want. You don't want to ooze. Go ahead,
Hey,
Aaron.
Joe, it's obvious you need to get some meat in your life because you having to get through the day with a super big gulp-sized coffee is something of concern, my friend.
I just got this coffee, too, so the energy level is about to rise even more. Aaron, what do you got
I've
for
been
us?
back on that Mountain Dew, you see.
So today is they are who we thought they were Monday. And we're going to start off with our young Padawan, Kyle Quinn. Young Padawan, in order to be a Jedi Master, you have to learn patience. You cannot succumb to the dark side, to the arch nemesis. You cannot rely on the Boston Celtics to take care of your business. You just have to be patient.
What are you talking about?
And let the
about
New
this?
York Knicks be the New York Knicks, my friend. They fell on their face, and there was nothing but glory, 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 hallelujah, my friend.
We're not friends.
You know what? I'm not bringing you a Torrey Pines hat when I come
don't
back.
want it.
How about that?
Don't want it.
All right, Aaron, what do you got on the
It
Phils?
beats the heck out of that Killington hat that you
It
got.
doesn't. It doesn't.
All right, what do you have
Looks
on
like
the Phillies?
Dragged it out of a dirty laundry. But anyways, hey, back to the other. They are who we thought they were.
Yes.
Joe, you know this is great radio, but it's also great YouTube. To watch you one week talk about the best team in baseball, they got the best record. They're amazing.
I didn't say they're the
and
best
then
team
the
in
next
baseball.
week fall flat on your face.
I didn't say they're the best team in baseball. And in fact, I said I didn't buy it when they were beating the tomato cans. So last year I thought they were the best team in baseball. This year I've been skeptical, and they've beat up on tomato cans the entire season. That's why they have this record.
I love listening to you squirm and wriggle and try to get through.
The only squirming is when I watch the ball get hit to Trea Turner.
That's
That's when I
like a
squirm.
golf ball. Listen, they are who we thought they were. Okay, this is not a playoff team. The only way that they're going to win anything come playoff
Well,
time
they might be a
is if
playoff
they get
team,
hot.
yeah.
That's all.
They
the only
very
way.
well probably are a playoff team. It's a matter of what they do when they get to the playoffs.
And then Bryce Huff. How wonderful. Howie Roseman does it again. He takes a mistake and he turns it into a positive.
Well, that's why Howie's great, and it was a mistake. I mean, it's an all-time bad signing. I mean, it was terrible. Aaron, we appreciate the phone call, but Huey, and we discussed it when the news broke on Friday. We'll do a little bit more on it today. It was a good move by Howie to admit your mistake. Some GMs, some people just can't do that. Howie does it very easily. Just like, I made a mistake. Let's move on.
Yeah, and that way recoup some of the money.
Yep.
Lost some of the money, but obviously there was a lot going on with that we didn't know about. That's not an excuse. It's just I've never seen anything to that nature. You give him that kind of money, and he doesn't get a chance to redeem himself at all.
Well, they told him to stay away. I mean, the fact they didn't want him here. They didn't want him to redeem
That's
himself.
a lot.
All right, 215-592-9490 for the Phillies lose 4 straight, swept by the Brewers over the weekend. Was that performance, what we've seen recently, is it a big deal? I think it is, because we're seeing all the things that, if you were any concern before the season, it all reared its ugly head this weekend. The bullpen is not good enough. We know that. They've made a move now to try to help it a little bit. We'll see how Taiwan does there. The defense is not good, and Trea Turner is not a championship shortstop. We knew that.
Oh, he got his golf outfit on for real.
He
got on his Michigan colors.
Also, a great prize to give away, and
okay, that's old school.
Brandon Graham's going to join us live. We are live today
golfing for real.
at the Brian Dawkins Driving It Back Celebrity
Got
Golf
time.
Tournament
We're
on
gonna get to the
Sports
next
Radio 94 WIP.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth-in-a-Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
So tell us a little bit more about the Morgan & Morgan Law Practice.
We sitting here talking about law practice? It's not a game. Not a game. With over 900 lawyers nationwide and $15 billion recovered, we got full court domination.
No more questions.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers. Offices, Philadelphia.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick. Anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Summer is here. It's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is going to help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of your new energy-efficient windows and doors, including an increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud. So you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on. That's right, you don't have to bend down and you don't have to touch them, which is why people can't stop talking.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
So how do hands-free Skechers Slip-ins work? It's like they have an invisible built-in shoehorn so your foot slides into place. Then our heel pillow keeps your foot comfy and secure. And Slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids, in all your favorite Skechers styles.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins, and I'm never going back.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast, What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to the midday show, live from the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back to Midday Show. We're live today at the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gillian. Joining us right now is BG, Brandon Graham. What's up, BG?
What up, what up, what up? Good morning. That's what I meant to say.
So far, how's retired left treating you? You know, because this, to be honest, B, this ain't the time when you get the itch. Because, you know what I mean? So how you doing so far?
I'm enjoying this right now because summertime, probably be down at the shore sometime coming soon. And man, enjoying the summer, enjoying them later months too. August, you know what I'm saying?
Well, you know, in August, I'm gonna tell you, when August come around, that's when
But September is really when the itch is gonna be like, dang.
Yeah.
But you right, that grind, the breaking in of the feet, all the stuff that's going on, them camp eyes, all that. Everything.
Yeah. So we had a chance, me and Joe, we check out you. We saw you on the NFL Network. So how has that been for you? How have you liked, you know, branching out a little bit? I know you've been doing this with us for a while, but now you're doing the television stuff. How does that feel to you? Does it feel natural?
It feels natural. It feels good. The radio definitely has helped me just even slow down because just being able to be comfortable with the people that you have, just make it seem like it's just a conversation. And some of those guys that I was on with, those were people that I've interviewed with over the years with football, and so it was like we were just reminiscing about old days, and that's where my comfort came.
So, BG, we saw Friday the Eagles traded Bryce Huff. I mean, he was your teammate last year. What do you make of that? Because when he signed him, Hugh was really excited about Bryce Huff coming to the Eagles. 10 sacks with the Jets, and then. You know, I know during one point of your career, you were switched back, different kinds of defenses. With him, do you think it was just a bad fit? Like the defense here maybe wasn't what he did well? Because people were excited when they got him, and now 1 year out, now he's a 49er.
Well, I know he's a player. He's a player for sure. I think it's the scheme. Scheme fits, and that's a true thing. And I know going back to that old 4-3 pass rushing type of defense, I know he's gonna like, because that's what he does. And so I'm happy for Huff on that, because me and Huff, we got close as he was going through things. That's the stuff that you talk about during the year where people is not having the type of year that they want and still being a great teammate. He was one of those guys. You ain't really see him mad about nothing. It was just more, if he was mad, it was more in private, but it was just more of him just being a great teammate, serving, going out there working, giving looks. And I'm proud that he was able to get a ring at least off of it before he got out of there.
So basically, B, you saying that it just wasn't a scheme fit for him. The way that they were asking some of the stuff. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, I said it's a scheme fit. It's really like for him. I know he thrived in that 4-3, And I mean, that's when I got resurrected my career in that Jim Schwartz type of defense. And
Yeah.
that's what out with the 49ers, him with the Jets, with Saleh. He was the one that was raving about how he loved that defense. And so when he came here, we kind of had the similar traits of getting off and doing all the same stuff because we had that 4-3 for so long, and then we went to 3-4, and so we just had to get used to Coach Vic's way of doing things. You know how I go. Once you know to learn a new technique with your coach, you start going over and over, and you're doing it. It felt good, and I just think that Huff just didn't have enough time to kind of get right.
You know what? Talk about that a little bit because I played in the 4-3 when I was in New York.
Yep.
And they moved to the 3-4, but I wasn't an outside linebacker. I became the D tackle.
Yep.
So for you, because we're about the similar body type, how different was it for you going from defensive end to outside linebacker? And talk a little bit about some of the responsibilities that you had with that position at outside linebacker.
Well, for one, if you as an outside linebacker in the scheme, you got to be able to jam the number 2, and sometimes the number 2 is like
whoever the receiver
the receiver is. If you're lining up out there, even if you got a blitz, sometimes it's delayed. Then you go, but man, jamming that number 2 when you got Devontae Smith standing right there in the number 2, and then you like, just don't get beat inside because I'm my number 3 on the far left. You got to know all this stuff. You got to know where your help is, where your help is not. And I think for me, that was easy for me to pick up because of how fast you got to transfer the information. But actually doing it was what you got to have reps in. And so some people just didn't thrive in that. And when you out there, you got to be able to do both because we know you can play the run and do all that stuff. But how can you jam this guy to give us time to get back there?
So wait a minute. I'm sorry, Joe, because this is fascinating to me because, like I said, in a 3-4, I was the D tackle. So I had like a two-way go, which meant that I had the 2 gap and sit on the line and play off of everything else. So you mean to tell me that, like, in your blitz, it was all predicated on that, like, where that slot receiver lined up, that number 2 receiver lined up, and whether, like, you didn't get just to go when you got off the line. You had to wait and see.
Yeah.
What was happening? That's a lot.
I mean, and
the game is moving. And the
game
is moving.
It's moving.
It's like a lot of thinking in that.
Yeah. It's more. It's not as complicated as maybe as I made, but just know that if you the one on the so say if it's
strong, say if it's strong right.
Left, so say we blitzing from the left, he'll call like a lucky or and that tells the defensive with an outside linebacker to make sure he's still lined up on number 2, act like he's not coming, and then go from there. Yeah. And so sometimes he wants you to chip the guy and then go. And it just depends on who it is. But you got to get, but
the predicate, you got to get hands.
Yeah, you got to get hands.
You're trying to reroute them.
You're trying to reroute them.
That's a lot.
Yeah, and so some dudes really good at it, and some dudes not. And I just know for sure that what's his name is a pass rushing guy, and Huff. I'm happy for him go to the 49ers.
Brandon Graham joining us here at the Brian Dawkins Golf Fund. All right, so one thing that strikes me about the team right now as we get closer to the summer is they're young up front, Brandon. I mean, they're young at your position, at the edge, and I think we all see the talent with Nolan Smith and we see with Alex Hunt. Do you think those guys are ready for the next step? Because Josh Sweat is gone and Huff is gone and you're gone, like veterans that were here. Do you think those young guys are ready from what you know about them to take that next step and play more and kind of be the leaders of that room?
Well, I think it's a big step for a lot of them that they got to take because it's really about the leadership that they got to continue to have while the other guys are not there no more, because it's not going to be guys reminding you. You got to be the ones being the reminders and the ones, because you've won a championship. You've known what it takes. You've seen certain guys that was here and the work that has to go in. And if you keep that going and you make sure that you are leading the pack with that, what you saying, I mean, what you doing more than what you saying, I think that they'll be headed, like the saying part to be, as the season go, they'll continue to grow into that role. But I know it's all about doing exactly what you're supposed to do, working the technique, making sure that you're going out there and serving somebody else, bringing them up, because, I mean, Nolan Smith, he is the guy. I told him, like, you the guy. You got to make sure that you showing them, and then, of course, you got to make sure you breaking them down, giving them some words, and just being you. And at the end of the day, as long as you know being you is all you did, that's the best way I can go out.
All right, Hugh, I think we got to ask Brandon about the big debate we had last week. So I'm not sure if you saw this. You probably were unplugged. So Pro Football Focus put out their list last week. Their top 32 quarterbacks enter in the season. I'm going to tell you where they put Jalen, and you tell me if it's fair or unfair. All right? So they had the elite category. They put 4 guys. They put Patrick Mahomes. They put Burrow, Lamar, Josh Allen. Those were their top 4. Then they had the next tier, and Jalen was the number 5 overall quarterback, and he was the first guy in that next tier. Fair? Not fair? Does he belong in that first group? Like, when you hear that, Jalen Hurts ranked number 5, but below those 4, what do you think?
Well, I think about how they always talking about the Eagles and always having us as the underdogs. So it don't surprise me that we still the underdogs, even though we won last year. He's slayed all those quarterbacks. But we going to keep it quiet. We're going to keep it cute and classy. And Jay going to just go out there and do his thing again. And when he's done, hopefully they're giving him his flowers, because I don't expect him to this year. So it doesn't surprise me.
You know, last week when we debated this, Hugh's point was, if you win the Super Bowl or you're in the Super Bowl, you got to be one of the top.
You got to be. I mean, that's what I said before, but I'm like, hey, I don't know who's actually doing it. It might be a Cowboys fan that's doing this list.
That's why I didn't say nothing, BG, because I didn't want them to think that I was influencing you in any kind of way.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, man, it's not right, but if you win the Super Bowl, and the only reason why I put him at number 2 is because of what Patrick Mahomes has accomplished in his career.
Yeah.
But, man, and you've been with him, like, I call it unquantifiable intangibles when it comes to playing that position. Now, Jalen might not be the biggest. He might not be the strongest quarterback when you talk about those other guys.
Yep.
But it's something about him that makes him a leader of men.
Yes.
And that's the thing that you know, people don't seem to get. And not only that, BG, because you've been here for 15 years. It's hard, and you've seen quarterbacks come and go.
Boy.
And you've been in locker room. I can't wait till you write this book now, because I know you're about to write a book. Especially
another one has to be a second book.
Especially after, like, you were here for the Carson Wentz thing.
Yeah.
So you saw all of that. So you have a unique perspective on what it takes to be a quarterback here, for number one, from your purview.
Yep.
And how the quarterbacks here handle the adversity that they go through.
Yes, because that's important. That's very important.
Because you've seen the Carson Wentz thing and how that played out.
Yep.
And you also saw this year how the I guess the word I'm using, maturation of Jalen Hurts, or the evolution of Jalen. Because you started out the season one way, trying to throw the football.
Yep.
And then it changes. So I just want to know when that book is coming out, man, and
he wants an advanced
what's
copy.
your perspective of all of that, just seeing him grow as a quarterback.
Man, he's grown because he's been consistent, and I think consistent matters. And then standing on when people don't like some of the choices you make, and just standing on it anyway, because that's who you are, and you're gonna go out like the way you go out. Because I know he's all about learning. He's all about like getting better as a person, as a player. But people don't see. He don't want people to see the behind the scenes stuff. He just wants you to see the finished product. And so I know a lot of people just don't know what they don't know about him. And man, I'm just excited for him to go out this year and shut him up again, because you got Josh Allen, who's been to the championship every year, just can't seem to beat Mahomes. You know what I'm saying? Just can't seem to beat Mahomes.
Speak on it.
But that boy Jalen done been to the Super Bowl MVP the 2022 year. That would have been, man, if we, a couple calls here, fumble here, we don't do, but hey, they won. But I'm just saying, that boy Jalen came back and went to the Super Bowl again, where Josh Allen definitely hasn't even sniffed it. And it's like, okay. Like, they just like who they like, man. And so that's why I say, Jalen, keep your head up. Your teammates got you. Everybody that's fighting for you, they're going to see your consistency, and they're going to fight for you on Sunday. And that's all that really matter, because people don't never see what they don't see, but they always try to judge off what they see, on game day. But, man, he's a leader of men, as you said, somebody that you want in your room, your locker room, and can't wait to see him this year take that next step and shut him up again.
Well, let's end with this, Brandon. You were 2017. You guys win the championship. 2018, you make it back to playoffs, but that was kind of a choppy year. It was not as easy. It was more challenging. It felt like. What's the biggest challenge you think this group's going to face in trying to repeat that the whole league is kind of honing in on them as the defending champions?
Don't try to be the team we was last year. It's every year you got to continue to. You got new guys coming in. You got Uche and them guys up front. You got to find out y'all rhythm and chemistry together.
Angry Africans. I want to name them the Angry Africans.
Yeah,
I told you we can't do that.
Hey, well, he got to go. Hey, he got to go show it. He got to go show it. Then you can start. You can put a name on it. Then that's something.
I told you he could say that. I'm not saying. I'm not doing
that. But no, I'm just saying. Really, the question mark is the D line right now. A lot of people don't know what they're going to do. I mean, they know JC, they know Jordan Davis and them guys, but we did lose a lot. Nolan Smith, but it's the other side is open. Jalix Hunt, who is it going to be? It could be him. I like Jalix a lot. I like that he put on some weight this year. I can't wait to see him out there in the grind of it when we get to training camp, just to see him, just grow. Off what he learned last year.
You going to training camp, B?
I mean, me, man.
B, that's gonna be hard. B, that's gonna be hard for you, man.
It's gonna be hard, but I'm gonna be talking my stuff on the sideline. Yeah,
that's gonna be hard for
talking
you,
about
bro.
that D line, boy. Can't wait to see him going against Lane and all them. But you're right though. The offense, man. If we just go out there and don't expect. Don't worry about what last year is all about. Talk about this year and the new focus. We got to have a new focus for this year, and I know Coach Sirianni already captured that and got the saying already. And then you just got to believe it, and then we got to get the other guys believing it, and then it's a daily walk and injury free. That's what you're striving for to stay healthy. And man, I think we can repeat. We can be going on our three-peat era right now.
Well, there we go. Then Jalen will be right near the top. If
I hope so.
Yeah,
I don't think so, though.
Then it'd be hard not to do it. BG, we appreciate it. Enjoy today. Beautiful weather and a great spot here. Thank you to Brandon Graham for hopping on with us at the Brian Dawkins Celebrity Golf Outing. Thanks, BG. We appreciate it.
EAGLES.
There we go. BG with us here. All right, 215-592-9494. That gets you aboard on the midday show. We appreciate Brandon hopping in. All right, let's grab Jeff in Wilmington. Then we got to get you set up for Hughes Clues because we got a great prize today. What's up, Jeff?
What's up, guys?
Jeff, what's up?
I love when BG comes on.
Oh,
Guy's
great.
so fun to listen to. It's awesome. So with the Phillies, a couple of things. One, we need Harper back as soon as possible.
Yep.
It's glaring that lineup is weak without him. We need an actual center fielder, one that can actually hit over 250 and catch balls and take control in the outfield. We do not need Weston Wilson in left field. He could be a DH.
Yeah, I'm about done with the Weston Wilson platoon experiment.
Yeah.
I mean, he's supposed to hit lefties. He hasn't even hit them, and he's obviously not good in the outfield.
Yeah, and the 2 home runs by Reese. I when he hit those, I was just thinking, man, Joe is just going to be peacocking like crazy on Monday.
It's all I thought about all day on Saturday and then yesterday.
Well, see, that's an issue with me because not with you, but the idea that our defense is suspect at best now, bringing in somebody who has average or below average defense, regardless of what he can do hitting wise, I don't think that's the answer. I really don't.
So I understand that perspective, Jeff. I guess the status quo doesn't work for me. So they either need to fix the defense, which I think is possible but also challenging because we know they don't want to move people, or they got to get a bat to at least offset it. Like if they just stick the way they are now, it's like we're still missing a bat and we're not very good defensively anyway.
Yeah, and we had a couple of pitchers that had bad days.
Yep.
Now, I don't think Lazardo should be confused in any way with anybody that's going to win a Cy Young. I mean, he's like the Marty Bystrom of this era. Like, he had a couple of good months. The guy is not even close to being a Cy Young candidate, even though he had a good first 2 months. So,
well,
I don't know about that, dude.
He's certainly his chances of winning it, Jeff, we appreciate it, got crushed. I mean, the fact they left him in that game, Hugh, on Saturday to give up all those runs, it basically torpedoed his chance to win the Cy Young.
Well, yeah, and it's like, don't want to be. I told you so. Douglas.
Really?
But,
really?
mean,
At 10:47,
okay,
we're doing this?
Okay, I'll leave it.
No, go ahead. What are you
I'm just saying.
What, are you going to put him in the bullpen
Well,
now?
how does allowing 12 runs mean that he's better suited to go to the bullpen?
I didn't say that.
I felt like you were about to.
I'm just saying the irony.
No irony.
Of all the stuff
Speaking
that
of peacocking.
we were talking about last week.
Yep, here we go.
Came to fruition this weekend. That's all I'm saying.
Here we go.
That's all.
Reese Hoskins hit 2 home runs in one game, and you didn't want him.
I mean,
and we're running out Weston
because
Wilson.
the defense,
Their
defensively
defense stinks anyway. I tried to tell you this. I can't believe we're doing it. I told you so.
I'm not doing it. I told you. I'm just saying.
No, we are.
You want to.
I didn't say I told you so. I just said, isn't it ironic don't you think?
Yeah, this is your way of soft selling.
Who's saying that? Atlanta Morrison, right? Isn't
it annoying?
Hugh Douglas. All right. 215-592-9494. Is what we saw this weekend for the Phillies a big deal? We're live today at the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament. Hugh, before we go any further on the show today, we do have a really great prize to give away. In fact, the prize we're giving away today, one of our next guests coming up in the 11 o'clock hour is going to be part of this prize. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
All right, so Merrill Reese is going to join us.
Reese.
Merrill's going to be here and sit down with us in the 11 o'clock hour. But we're giving away today a pair of tickets. This is really awesome. To see a championship season at the Mann Center. The Mann Center, the Philadelphia Eagles, and NFL Films are coming together to celebrate another Eagles championship season with a special concert hosted by the voice of the Eagles, Merrill Reese, on July 24th at the Mann Center in Philadelphia. So we have a pair of tickets to that to give away today. 215-592-9494. And we'll do it by playing a little game we like to call Hugh's Clues.
Have you seen my dog Hugh? He's got a brand new clue. It begins with the tramp stamp. Everybody's looking for Hugh's Clues. Come on in, Hugh's Clues. It's Hugh's Clues and you.
You know what's funny? This first clue kind of plays into the guest we just had.
Okay.
Because, BG has just retired.
Yep.
And, we were talking about the fact that he's been on the NFL Network. Obviously, he's been working with us a little bit. So the first clue is this. This is an athlete that turned sportscaster.
Okay, athlete that turned sportscaster is clue number one today for Hugh's Clues. On the scale of good or bad, first clues for Hugh's Clues, at least people have an idea of what you're talking about this time, right? Like sometimes you say things that are so obscure, people are like, what is this guy?
I mean,
like this one more. It's like a category.
Well, it's supposed to be obscure.
But people are supposed to have a shot.
The level of hatred that I get for them drives me.
Deserved.
Well, I mean, it drives me.
Okay.
I'm petty.
He wakes up in the morning saying, "How can I get my haters today?"
And Joe, to be totally honest, I do. I wake up every morning. I've gotten to this point, and I say, "How can I irritate you people today?" And
wow, they're really rent-free.
Yeah,
you're waking up in the morning thinking about it.
Because it's just, you know what it is? Not technically, it's not.
Well,
it's more.
It's
more. I want to be
That's
annoying.
the most rent-free thing I've ever heard.
I mean, it's like
you wake up in the morning thinking about him.
Yeah, but I wake up happy. I wake up happy thinking I'm
Sure
about
you
to
don't.
irritate. No, I'm serious. I wake up in the morning and say, man, I'm about to irritate a bunch of people today by something I'm gonna say, and then I go to sleep the next night thinking, how can I be even more irritating tomorrow than I was today?
Yeah, spoken like a true talk show host. Hugh Douglas over here. He's fully transitioned from player to talk show host.
Transition.
Yeah, he's fully transitioned. All right, 215-592-9494. Here's what we got going on. We're live today at the Brian Dawkins Golf Outing here. We thank you again, BG, for hopping on. Merrill Reese will join us in the 11 o'clock hour. Your phone calls is what we saw from the Phillies this weekend, last 4 days. Is it a big deal? They've lost 4 straight games. I mean, this is as poorly as they've played in a long time after a good stretch of playing good baseball. Is it a big deal? It is for me, because all the things that we've seen here are things that I think deep down we're worried about. The offense looks like it's missing a bat, and I understand Bryce Harper wasn't there, but they look like they're missing a bat. Their defense is just not good, especially up the middle at shortstop right now, where Trea Turner's a mess, and his defense crushed him. And then this bullpen stinks. I mean, it's part of the reason why they left Lazardo out there. They didn't want to go to the bullpen on Saturday, and they left him out to hung him out to dry. I mean, he gave up a million runs in that game. 215-592-9494, giving away a pair of tickets. This is really an awesome giveaway. NFL Films and the Mann Center, a musical called, or a special called, A Championship Season, a special musical concert performed by the Philadelphia Orchestra to celebrate the 2024 Eagles. Hugh's Clues, athlete turned analyst, sportscaster is clue number one. 215-592-9494. All right, coming up, audio from Trea Turner and Rob Thompson on the error that cost him the game. And, of course, we'll get to Merrill Reese as well. Midday show on Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, That's what things get interesting. You combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 of bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to watch the Birds buck Tampa. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Even when you just need a little something to get you right. Popeye's new chicken wraps cap those in-between on-the-clock cravings that just kind of sneak up on you like a parent's birthday. Classic, spicy, honey mustard. That's 3 flavors for $3.99 a pop. Sounds like a fantasy, but this is the realest deal you've ever tasted. Nobody wraps like us. Love that chicken from Popeyes. Limited time only at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
BetParks Online Casino and Sportsbook and Parks Casino, proud to be a major sponsor of the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Golf Tournament, benefiting the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation that helps young people in underserved communities.
It's our famous amateur night this Wednesday at Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret, where girls strut their stuff in the buff for a $500 grand prize. Creekside Cabaret, 3225 Advance Lane, Hatfield. Amateur night this Wednesday at Creekside. CreeksideCabaret.com.
I was just at Wawa, and I think I experienced a panini paradox.
A panini paradox?
Yeah, you see, clearly the bacon mac and cheese with its crispy bacon and toasty bread is the most delicious panini on the menu.
Obviously.
But then, so is the Southwest Chipotle chicken panini with its melty cheese and crunchy bread.
Panini paradox!
Try a breakfast or lunch panini today and see for yourself. Only at Wawa.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co. LLC. Used with permission.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
what he'll never have. The smash hit from Dylan Scott appears in the brand new album, Easy Does It. The album also features the #1 song, This Town's Been Too Good to Us. This town's been too good to us. Until I Can, I Will. I'll do whatever it takes. Yeah, believe me when I say, till I can, I will. Dylan Scott. Search, follow, and listen now on all music streaming services. Sponsored by Curb Records.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. Karl Anthony Towns came to New York with all-star credentials and sky-high expectations. What followed? Confusion. Anonymous teammates say Towns blew defensive coverages with zero explanation, and worse, didn't seem to grasp why it mattered. Towns may be a walking bucket, but he may not be the guy to take the team over the top. Not yet, maybe not ever. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Back to the midday show. Live from the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, JoJo. Yes, we are at the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament. And the reason we're here is Doc. He's with us right now. Brian Dawkins on the Midday Show. Doc, how you doing today?
Absolutely blessed. Beautiful day, nice weather, and appreciate y'all coming out, man.
You know what I got to say? I'm glad we get a chance for everybody to see my dog outfit on YouTube because you have dressed for the occasion. I really like those pants, man.
Come on, man. Come on. Listen, we just talked about it. I mean, if you don't play golf good, you got to at least look the part.
You look great, man.
You got to look the part.
You look great.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, you got to know how much that Hugh cares about you because he at least wore a golf shirt today. We went to an outing last year. He wore a sweatsuit. We were like, Hugh, come on. We got to wear some golf clothes.
I have been criticized and accused of not knowing how to dress for golf outings. So this is the first time that I've actually had a chance. I'm trying to step my game up. I'm trying to do more mature adult things. And I said, this is a great time to start at your golf tournament. It's a great time to start.
Appreciate you.
So don't
know how long it's going to last.
Yeah, no, probably not long. All right, but before we get to any football stuff, tell us about this day, why it's so special to you and your foundation.
So the foundation is something that we started in 2019, and the premise of it is to bless single parents and the young people in the household with opportunities, and with those opportunities, prayerfully that they'll come up with visions to then pursue life from a different angle, right? So providing them with the different resources that they need in order to have that be something that they want to go after instead of seeing the things around them as blocks for them not to do anything. Now we can potentially give them opportunity to do things that they would not be able to do other than without the foundation's givings. Again, so that they can go after a life in a different way through a different vision of what they can do with those opportunities.
So Doc, I know you tell the story all the time, but I think that our fans need to hear it. What was it that motivated you to do this and give back the way that you're giving back?
Yeah, so basically it was the loss of friends growing up. I lost a couple of my friends to the streets, if you will, and neither one of them had fathers in the household, and I knew their moms, and their moms were working their behinds off, and so oftentimes they weren't home to raise the children, so they were left to kind of raise themselves. And so once I got into the space of retirement and wanting to do things in a greater way to bless people, this is what then came to mind. How can I bless one of the individual's names was Gary, the other one's name was Keith. How can I bless Gary and Keith before they get into those situations, right? So that's kind of how this foundation is. And I'm not saying every kid is Gary and Keith, but my point is, if they would have had probably an opportunity to then do some of the things with the gifts that I know both of them had, if they would probably been given an opportunity to do things, maybe they wouldn't have gone down the path that they went down, that to have their lives been taken the way that they were.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, man. It really does, especially when you talk about because you grew up from Ohio, but being in neighborhoods where you see kids that probably are more talented than you at a young age, and all of a sudden something happens where they make the wrong choice or they go down the wrong path, and that dream is just gone. That happens a lot.
It does, and I guess because we've been able to do what we've been able to do as far as going to the National Football League to do things from a different degree, then you can look back, because I'm telling you, I look back over my life and I look at, because I hung out with both of those dudes.
Yeah.
Right. And so, you know, I lost one of them when I was in the 9th grade. So like, I remember him asking me to go like places with him at times. And I'm like, no, I can't do that, because I knew what he was doing. I know he was selling drugs. And so, you know, oftentimes I would think, you know, what if I went with him that last time and I was in the front seat and it wasn't him in the front seat, and I won't be too graphic here, but what happened to him happened to me because I was in the front seat, right? So, and that's something that could have happened had I made the decision.
You're reflecting.
To not have football and sports to be such a part of what I wanted to do with my life. Certain things I wanted to do, and certain people I did not want to disappoint, like my father. I didn't want to disappoint my father. So having that as something to kind of steer me away from doing things and going places with him allows me to then be where I am. But on the other side of that conversation is, I knew like Gary was a phenomenal artist, could draw. Like he probably can do comic books. As a matter of fact, he would do comic books for us. And then my other guy, Keith, who I lost, he can talk you into doing anything, bro. So I think he could have been like a lawyer or something. So the point is that these young people have gifts, and these young people we're reaching here in Philadelphia, they have gifts that they don't know they have yet, right? Or they have gifts that they're using the wrong way. So if we can then steer them in a direction with giving them these resources to bless them in that way, that's what the foundation is about.
Well, it's an important cause. Doc, it's one of those things I think all of us have empathy for people in that situation, but to actually give back and doing something for them, it's a special thing. We're happy to be here today and happy to be at your tournament. All right, let's talk some Eagles here. Yeah. Doc, what do you think the biggest challenge for this team's going to be to try to repeat? It's one thing to have that great season they had last year, but now they're trying to do it again when they're the hunted. What's the biggest challenge for the Eagles to try to do it again?
All right, follow me here. You exhale too long. You exhale, you got it done. Oh, yeah. You exhale too long. And then you don't get back into the mindset of the grind. You don't get back into the mindset of, okay, yes, we did that. We're going to celebrate it where it's time to celebrate, but now it's time to get back into pain mode. We got to reintroduce yourself to the grind and the pain that got you to the place to be in the playoffs and be into the Super Bowl in the first place. Sometimes that is the thing that hinders individuals, because they celebrate too long, or it's always, but we won the Super Bowl. I didn't do this thing, but we won the Super Bowl. Yeah, we didn't do it, but
we hear that a lot. We hear that a lot.
Yeah,
we hear that a lot.
So it has to get to the point, and it has to get to the point that last year does not exist anymore. You really have to then go back into the lab for yourself to be brutally honest. What you see on film, don't give yourself ways out when you look at film. And then you get back into the pain, the beautiful pain of getting better. The beautiful pain of getting better.
And that's hard. I mean, I have to imagine that it's hard, at least, because when you're at the top of whatever profession, but certainly the NFL, you got to feel like I arrived. I mean, I've seen this offseason. There's certain guys that have enjoyed it a lot, and they should enjoy it. But like now, it's got to be that time. I don't know when that time started, OTAs or minicamp. I would think now's that time. They got to lock back in.
So obviously, we didn't win the Super Bowl, but I'll tell you that when we then have those long seasons, it is tough. When you have longer seasons, it is tough. They have a whole lot more recovery devices than we did. I'll just say it like that, right? But you have to flip that switch, I would say sooner than later, to get back into that process, because what you don't want to do, I don't want to live off of yesterday's success, right? So yesterday was great. Again, beautiful, had that success. But when you look at film, if you're brutally honest at what you see things that you could have done and should have done better. And you need to be as aggravated with yourself not doing it and getting it right that you were last year. During that period of last year, I talked about that team was going to have growing pains, and they did. They had growing pains throughout the year, and they played their best football at the right time at the end of the year. But that came with, I'm telling you, that came with tough conversations about when you look in the mirror and with one another. And it took you not taking the easy road. You can't take that easy road, and that easy road is what we won the Super Bowl. If that keeps in your mind, you will not grind to the place that you need to be so that you can go out and play that dominant football that they played last year.
When you look at Cooper DeJean, what do you see? What makes him the good slot corner that he is, dog? When you watch him play, what is it that makes him so special?
Well, I think the first thing with Cooper that you see is that he's extremely confident. Mm-hmm. Right. I was asked this another time. Like I was not as confident as him as a rookie. Mm-hmm. I was not confident in what I can do. He's confident in what he can do. And the other thing is that he's patient. He doesn't panic. When you see him in his press coverage, he does not, even off coverage, he does not panic. He's very patient in his technique, and he believes he has the tools to be able to stay hip to hip with guys consistently, and he does. So his transitions are smooth. He doesn't stumble a whole lot. And then again, that confidence to me is the main thing. But I will also say that when he, Carolina, who was their slot receiver?
Was it
Adam Thielen? Adam Thielen.
Oh yeah, it was Thielen. Yeah, you're right.
I was so happy that happened. That Adam kind of got the best of it.
The veteran, yeah.
Because oftentimes I want to see how you respond from adversity. I want to see when someone gets the best of you, what comes out of you, right? Do you go into a shell, or do you get better, learn from that mistake, and then get better the next time? It seems to me that he got better after that opportunity to learn from a veteran, to get handled a little bit by a veteran. He learned from that and got better. Now, this year will be different for both those young corners. Every team has had now a year to then study them, to see maybe where their weaknesses are, right? So that's why it's important for those young men to be looking at their film, to be honest with what they see, because other teams are seeing maybe some things that we can kind of go after, and maybe they'll party too much and not get better in these areas, and we can attack them. So I'm kind of anxious to see if that then plays out in the way that teams begin to attack them in different ways, to see if they can exploit something that they think that they saw on film.
If you were in charge of the defense, because when they drafted Cooper DeJean, no one really knew exactly where he'd play, right? He played everywhere at Iowa, corner, safety, slot, and then he found a home and he was really good at nickel corner. If you were in charge of the defense, would you just leave him there? Because we did hear last week they started him a little bit more on the outside. It seems like they're going to bounce him around. Would you leave him, or would you say, hey, let's see what you could do?
So I'm not in, and here's what I always say. I'm not in practice. I don't see what they're doing in practice. I don't study film to watch them in practice. If you have someone that you know can play inside and out, leave him there and then allow everybody to fight for that outside position. Right? Again, if you're more comfortable with him in the slot, you leave him there. Why? Because a lot of the skilled receivers, what they try to do is put them in the slot so that they can go against linebackers and go against guys in the slot that aren't as good, right? So if you want to have him in that slot position, but that's only if you have that guy outside that can handle their business. So allow those guys on the outside to battle that, knowing that you have Cooper, if you need to stick him out there, to stick him out there.
Who's the best golfer that's going to be here today? Ike? Ike talks a big game. Can Ike golf?
Why would you bring up Ike as the best golfer?
I'm asking. I'm asking of your former teammates. We know.
As former teammates.
We know it's not Hugh. We know it's not Hugh. I mean, he can't golf. But
I would say Irvin.
Yeah.
Rev takes the game way too serious, man.
Ike does too, though. Ike takes it pretty serious.
He does.
So Irv is one of those guys that he'll take like 30 minutes to warm up with different devices.
Oh, he's real.
Stretch.
They be dead.
Yeah, so he's into it.
He's dead.
He's into it.
See, here's the question that I have for you, dog. You ready?
Talk to him.
Because it's been bothered because it's so
when he says you're ready.
Well, because I'm curious. Cause we were talking about this last night. So because we still know you bench. So are we still putting more weight on the bench, or are we at a certain weight that we just play with, or are you still in there trying to max out?
All right, so I don't one rep max anymore. I don't try to load the weight up on the bar to max, but I will put a couple of plates, 3 plates.
He tried to be don't be modest with me. Don't be what you working with, man? Seriously, because you're making me mad over here playing.
So like for instance, like I can get 315 probably like 12 times, right? So that's. All right,
I don't need to hear no more.
You heard what he needs to hear.
Hey, dog. The last time I tried to put 315 on the bar about 10 years ago.
Oh, we need to see this again. We need to just see what this looks like.
No, your elbows and stuff don't be hurting.
Yeah, but that's not an every time thing though. You can't like go in there every time and do that.
Don't tell me you be in there with the elbows wrapped up.
Yeah. No, that only happened when I was trying to do too much too often.
What you mean? What you was trying to do 400?
Yeah. So that's what I came down off of.
So wait a minute. You said okay, 400 too much.
Yes.
But damn near 50. 315, right? That's in my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
You asked him a question, he gave you an answer, Hugh.
I hate it so much right now. No, I'm struggling probably with like. I keep it like 185, something like this, just to keep it nice.
185?
No, dude. Like if you're doing reps.
What happened to you? What happened to this guy?
If you're doing reps, dog, the elbows and stuff hurt, the shoulders. This old cat right here, still playing with 315.
Yeah, but
12 reps.
It's not like a explosive.
No,
workout
but I can see. I know how you doing it, dog. You like
and that's the sound right there. Yeah. That's it.
But 12, like dog, you don't understand, Joe. 12 times with the slow rep. Yeah.
No, I don't. You're right. I don't understand. I have no idea what it's like to push that much weight here. You're dead right.
Man, get out of town. See, now I've got this thing going with Spike at the station, right? Spike said he can do 250 push-ups like straight out.
Right, like in one sitting.
Well, he does 5 sets of 50.
50.
A lot of people are skeptical he actually can do this. So Hugh wants to challenge him to a push-up.
No, he wanted to challenge me. So I've been doing. But listen, with these elbows and trying to get it ain't the same thing. I'm just a little jealous.
And that's the other thing too. Like I haven't had a whole lot of trauma to my joints and stuff. Like elbows.
You've given out a lot of trauma.
I did. But I haven't had a whole lot of trauma to those things, so I still can do those. But again, I don't do that every time.
See, now you trying to make me feel better.
No, yes, I don't do that every time.
Hugh's crushed. He's done for the day now. He's done for the day. Doc, we appreciate you being here, and we appreciate you having us there. We're excited to be here.
Appreciate y'all, man.
Thanks so much. There he goes, Brian
Hit
Dawkins.
him straight, brother.
Yeah, he's with us here, and we appreciate him on. All right, 215-592-9494. That gets you aboard here. All right.
Like them pants, man. Them pants is not.
Well, now YouTube sees the pants.
Hey, listen.
Now they
I wonder if they got them on Sheen. I'm gonna get on Sheen and see if I can find me something like that.
Yeah, you can get those pants.
It might not be.
You can get those
Sheen.
pants.
If I get me them pants on Sheen.
All right, before we go back to the phone lines here, we do appreciate Doc with us here. Talking, that was interesting, Hugh. A couple things. One, about the trying to repeat, and my mind went to two guys that seem to have enjoyed their offseason, Sake and Saquon. They both.
Yeah, I mean it's tough. Like,
and there's nothing wrong with them enjoying their offseason.
Ain't nothing wrong with it, but
to get locked back in now.
Coop is a rock star, and everything that he's getting right now, he deserves.
Yeah.
He deserves, because I just saw he had the celebrity basketball tournament at his home.
Yep.
And his teammates came out to support.
To
which
Iowa
I thought was
City.
great.
You saw that Slay was there.
Listen, let me tell you, I tried to do something similar when I was playing in my hometown of Mansfield, Ohio, and it's something to be said about the teammates that will step up regardless of where you're at and come to things like that. So I thought it was a big deal. I thought it was phenomenal that his teammates decided to do that, because a lot of times teammates don't want to travel to the middle of nowhere. Not saying Iowa's the middle of nowhere, but when you think of Iowa, you think of corn or something like that. It's not a mecca that you're going to, but to have that in his hometown like that and to have the star players come in like that, that was big, man. So, yeah, he's enjoying his offseason. So, with all of that, I think that there is a chance that he might get off to a slow start, but that's okay.
Yeah, it is. 215-592-9494. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop in. We are live today at the Brian Dawkins golf outing, and this segment brought to you by?
It's brought to you by the Mattress Warehouse with exclusive bed match technology to find your perfect mattress. You know, everybody on YouTube saw that. I didn't know what you was doing.
We got it.
We got it together.
It's theater of the mind.
Yeah.
Only you people saw that.
Yeah, only you people. Yeah. But, you know, I got to say something because you people, I've been poking at them for a while, so they about to kill me for that. Anyway,
they're in your head? You're worried again?
No, I ain't worried about it. I enjoy you people. You people are great.
All right, and speaking of you people, let's get to one of those people. Tim in Virginia. What's up, Tim?
Hey, guys. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Tim. What's up?
What's going on?
Hey, man. First-time caller with Mountain Lake, Virginia, man. So,
what's up, Tim? What are you thinking about?
I'm thinking about you with Trey, man. This is you got to leave Trey alone, man.
Leave Trea Turner
alone? Leave him alone. Trey's playing good. I mean, you guys talking about his defense and everything, and I just think you guys are wrong. I mean,
did you watch
I watched him play. I watched him play. He made two fantastic plays yesterday, and yeah, that one was kind of a kindergarten kind of layup for him, and yeah, he messed up, but the dude's only had 5 errors in 60 games.
So two things. I mean, so two things. He has 45 errors since he got here. So yeah, you could say 5 in 60, or you could say 45 in 2 years and 2 months. So we could however you want to do the math. Tim, the other thing is you sound like you watch a lot of baseball like I do. They don't call errors on half the things they should. So I mean, if you look at some of the numbers, the Phillies are towards the bottom in baseball in errors made. But if you look at the metrics, they're one of the worst teams in baseball in converting batted balls into outs. So you can be a bad defensive player and not get many errors charged to you. I mean, leave him alone. He's a $300 million player. $300 million player.
I get it. He's batting 300 right now, or 299.
That's wonderful.
I mean, he's doing well. He's picked that up.
Sure, he's hit
the dude's
fine
playing pretty good. I see many stars make many errors. Now, in terms of like the entire team making errors, yeah. I mean, Sosa made a bad play yesterday. That wasn't an error, but it might as well was a mental error.
It certainly was about you. I'm glad you brought that up, Tim, because I brought up the Wilson one, but you have to factor that into it. Sosa basically gave up the chance to cut down a run at the plate. It was a mental mistake for sure.
Yeah, and then the last note before I go is you guys keep busting up on Max too. And, I mean,
Kepler?
I'll tell you, Joe. Yeah, Kepler, yeah.
I mean,
he
can't.
But if you compare him, if you compare him to the other, what was it, $300 million hitter over there in New York, what's his name?
Soto?
Playing right field?
No,
yeah.
Soto.
Are we really? No, hold on. We're not saying we're not comparing Max Kepler to Juan Soto. We can't be doing that.
Yeah, but I mean, he's got a better batting average than Soto does.
Tim.
He does.
Matt.
For the money, I would take Max over Soto any day of the week. The way he's playing right now.
One guy got $10 million. One guy got $785 million. I mean, like.
Yeah, look at their stats.
Right, but Tim, by the end of the year, what are their stats going to look like?
Who knows the way he's playing?
I know. I have a pretty good idea. I mean, Tim, Max Kepler is going to be replaced here by July. You realize this, right? Like he's holding the seat down.
Yeah, well, I hear you. I mean, you know, I do think it's funny for the last 3 years. Ever since we went to the World Series, we still can't. We put somebody in left field. I
know. You're right. They've run through a lot of left fielders. I mean, they really have.
They have, and it's a shame. I mean, I take that on the organization itself. You know,
I agree. Well, Tim, we found common ground there. We could blame Dombrowski and the organization.
Sound like y'all are friends now.
Well, we found common ground. We'll blame the organization. But we're not allowed to. If we can't knock a $300 million shortstop for booting a ball, hit it right to him, like what are we doing here?
You mean a routine play?
Right, a totally routine play.
Because even the caller said that was routine play.
Yeah, I mean it's a joke that he didn't make that play. I don't know what else to say.
That's the thing. It's just like he has been pretty decent, but it's the ones that look like they should be easy to make are the ones that are the frustrating ones.
Yeah, this is offensively, it's the most consistently good he's been as a Philly, right? That's fine. He's got on base more. He's hit overall more, not power, but I haven't crushed Trea's offense this year because I'm fine with it. His defense isn't good. We know that. And yesterday, they lost the game on that. 215-592-9494. All right, we got a lot to do here. Your phone calls in the Phillies over the weekend. Was their performance a big deal from what we saw the last 4 days? You can react to the Trea Turner stuff as well. We'll let you hear what Trea said after the game and Rob Thompson on that booted ground ball. Plus, another clue to help you win this prize. We have a great prize.
Did anybody guess?
Did we get a guess yet?
I
think so. We got busy.
Because we got busy day.
We had Doc here.
We had a lot going on.
Talking about your
we won't
outfit.
hold this against Hugh's first clue then.
We could.
Yeah,
we
still
won't.
will.
Yeah, we probably will. All
The
right,
YouTube people are.
So we're good.
Nah,
215. Well, you care. You said you woke up thinking about it. 215-592-9494. It is the midday show live at the Brian Dawkins Golf Outing on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This Father's Day, give Dad the gift of grilling greatness. It's grilling season, everybody, and there's no better way to celebrate with Dad than grilling up some Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins. They're packed with flavor, easy to cook, and guaranteed to make Dad feel like a king of the cookout. Now, this is a key. It says grill them for Dad. Don't make Dad grill them. And these are the choices that we have for the marinated pork tenderloins that we have. We got Tuscan herb. We got honey garlic teriyaki. We got lemon garlic. And we have so many different flavors to choose from to match every dad's taste. Make this Father's Day one to remember. Visit simplyhatfield.com and put some Hatfield pork on Dad's fork.
The Phillies head to the Great White North to battle the Blue Jays. Tomorrow, leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:07. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Way gone up into the second deck, Kyle Schwarber.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
When it comes to restoring cars, Diego's got skills. And with Total Wireless in his corner, the whole world sees them. With the dual camera system on his new iPhone 13, he can take amazing car photos and post them on the fly with super fast 5G, and even turn this hobby into a full-time gig. His claim to fame? Claiming iPhone 13 with 5G on us. Get iPhone 13 with 5G on us when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan. Total Wireless, in your corner. For limited time while supplies last. Valid in store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires port in and ID verification. Restrictions apply.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a room of rejected mascot memorabilia. Is it real? No one knows. But we do know NJM is proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
This June, Cheerleaders Philadelphia brings you a double shot of undeniable excitement. June 6th and 7th, get ready for the one and only Alexis Monroe. 2 nights, 4 electrifying shows. Known for irresistible charm and unforgettable performances, Alexis is live, up close and personal. Then Saturday, June 7th, it's UFC 316. Debashwili defends his bantamweight crown against Sean O'Malley in the main event. You don't want to miss Alexis Monroe in UFC 316 at Cheerleaders Philadelphia.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800 1-800-GAMBLER. When there's a crack in your basement wall, your house is trying to tell you something. Will it get worse? That's when you call the friendly, local experts at 58 Foundations and Waterproofing. Since 1958, they've seen it all in foundation issues. They offer free estimates and back their work up with the industry's only money-back guarantee. That guarantee gives you the confidence that they know how to fix foundation issues, waterproofing, and even that nasty crawl space. Give 58 a call at 888-698-1958 or visit 58foundations.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sun and clouds and pleasant through the rest of today. High 75.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
This is the Midday Show, live from the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. We're live today from the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament. And we've had some celebrities so far. Brandon Graham joined the show. Brian Dawkins himself joined the show. And now we get to be joined, Hugh, by the voice of the Eagles, Merrill Reese.
Merrill Reese. Hi, guys.
How are you?
Great. Wonderful. Beautiful day. Great golf course and a great cause.
So Merrill, I got to ask, because I'm going to take you back to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
What was it like to call that beat down that the Eagles put on the Kansas City Chiefs? No, let me take it back a little bit. What was your feelings like before the game? How did you feel the game was going to go? And then when you saw it going the way that it went, how did you feel?
Well, number one, I felt going into the game that the Eagles were the better team.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when you looked at both lines and you looked at a lot of different areas, wide receiver, running back, but I thought they were the best team going into the game. But I also thought that 2 years ago in Arizona, when the Eagles lost to the Chiefs, but I felt that this was the best Eagles team in modern history, and I still do. But I felt good, but not. You're never confident in what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And I go back to the Rams game in the playoffs, and I never take out my phone during a game. Never take it out. But I could feel something buzzing in my pocket after Saquon scored late in the game, and I said, that should be the dagger. And at that point, I felt it buzz and buzz and buzz and buzz. So when the game ended, and of course we know that they came within one Matthew Stafford touchdown pass of losing that game. And when I took out my phone, it was my wife, Cindy, and she had repeatedly put down, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, because she gets very superstitious. Now, my son, Nolan, who was a film editor in California, was in the booth with us as our researcher, coming up with stuff. And when the Eagles were up at halftime, 24-0, Nolan handed me a note that said, "Dad, remember, the Patriots trailed the Falcons."
I was a part of that one, Merrill.
28-3.
Yeah.
28-3. So I didn't say anything, but when the Chiefs came out in the second half and went 1-2-3 and out, I knew it was over. I didn't say it, but I knew it was over because if Andy couldn't figure out a way to get them moving for at least the first series, I thought it was over, and it was.
Well, it was, and then the dagger happened, and then the scoreboard was so lopsided at that point. What a dominant effort! Really, Amaro, we don't see many Super Bowl blowouts anymore. That was more of an older NFL thing, right? Once the salary cap era got into place, the Super Bowl is usually close. So
pretty close.
Yeah, it wasn't just, and I agree with you, the greatest Eagles team I've ever seen, but they put an exclamation point because history is going to remember they blew the Chiefs out. I mean, the Chiefs, I think, in Mahomes' whole career have lost by double digits 8 or 9 times in 7 or 8 years. Like, they don't ever get blown out. For the Eagles to do that, it was just amazing.
The other thing is, in the last 3 meetings, Jalen Hurts has outperformed Patrick Mahomes. Super Bowl, the Monday night the year before, and this.
Well, he's beat him twice in a row. I mean, how many quarterbacks beat Mahomes twice in a row to begin with? So all that is so super impressive. All right, Mero, let's kind of look forward here because this was an interesting offseason. We knew they'd have losses, right? They had a lot of free agents, some guys that just it felt like it was probably the time they're going to move off them. So now it sets up an interesting training camp where they're the defending champions, but they have a lot of new or younger faces that are going to be in big roles, especially on that defensive side, which I'm excited for, but it's also like, hey, can they do it again? Can they be as good again without all those vets?
Joe, I think going into the season, they will be the best team in the National Football League. If you look at the rosters, this is the best team in the NFL. But a lot of I'm not somebody, I know you guys have to do it on talk radio, but I am never somebody who puts the W's and L's down on the schedule.
Oh, we do that all the time.
You have to, and everybody does it. I never do it because let's face it, I'm not criticizing you, but basically it's a waste of time.
Well, it's hard to really know what the teams will look like in November and December.
You don't know that. You don't know the injury picture is the biggest factor. I mean, look how great Detroit was, and when they played Washington, they had 18 guys on injured reserve.
Well, it changed everything. You're right about that, right? Because if in middle
changes everything.
It does. And you don't know because it's such a long season with so many games. You don't know by the end what it's going to look like. What we do know, though, Marilyn, I'm sure you've thought about it a lot because your schedule revolves around it. We do know what the schedule looks like, right? We knew the opponents. Now we know when. What did you think of what they did this year? Because there's no back-to-back home games. That has never happened for a defending Super Bowl champion.
Yeah.
They start with Dallas. What's your thought on those two things? No back-to-back home games, and the opener is Dallas.
Well, I like that. I like because we feel Dallas is our greatest rival. Of course, Washington and the Giants also feel that way, but we think that Dallas is the greatest rival, and we feel beat Dallas. What a way to start the season, and what a way to have the championship flag raised with the Cowboys looking and feeling some pain. So I love opening with Dallas. So that I love. I don't like the no back-to-back home games. I look at night games on the road because that means we're going to get home at 5 o'clock the next morning. I love having the Friday afternoon game.
Oh, the Black Friday game against the Bears.
I love having that. I love having that. And then you have the whole weekend to watch football, to sit back and enjoy other teams without worrying about the Eagles. So there are a lot of things I like.
Did you like that Washington was pushed? We don't see Washington until the final 3 weeks of the season. Then we see him twice. I thought we'd see him once earlier than that. Kind of weird.
Well, I don't love seeing a team twice within 3 weeks.
I think we get that twice. Giants and Washington twice.
Both
within 3
of
weeks.
them.
Weird game plans when it's like that. When it's scheduled like that.
That is weird. I'd prefer that there'd be more separation. Sure. In the NFC East.
I think a lot of us would. All right, Merrill Reese with us here is with the Brian Dawkins Celebrity Golf Outing. Merrill, last year Saquon Barkley was as good as you could possibly be, one of the greatest seasons anyone's ever had in NFL history. Do you think he could do it again? I mean, that's because most times when a running back carries the ball that much, the next year it's hard to replicate it. Do you expect another special year out of Saquon?
I expect a special year. I don't know statistically if you could expect a year like that, but I expect as long as he stays healthy, he is a great, great back. So I do expect big things.
Merrill, when it comes to Jalen, because we've had this conversation as well, do you think that since the way we won the Super Bowl last year by primarily running the football, that he needs to evolve a little bit and maybe this year get the passing game more evolved in this offense?
Well, I think they can. I think that basically Kansas City took away a lot of what Barkley could do and said, beat us with your arm, and he did.
And he did.
Yeah. I have loved Jalen since I saw him at Alabama and Oklahoma, and I have never thought that he was anything but a franchise quarterback, and I look for him to have another big year.
Well, and he's proven to be that, and he's a winner, and in the big games, he performs like he did in the title game in the Super Bowl. Merrill, we appreciate you hopping on for a few minutes with us. Enjoy
Hit him
today.
straight, Merrill. Hit him straight.
Listen, you guys do a great job. I love listening to you. I do almost every day, and unless I'm playing golf. But I do listen to you guys.
Merrill
You do a great job.
Oh, he's a golfer. Yeah, Merrill, we thank you. And Merrill is, of course, he's a serious golfer.
Oh, yeah, he's serious about his golf.
Are you serious about your golf game?
No, no. You know what's funny? I have a story. You probably remember this, Merrill. This was like years ago. We were at a golf outing. And I was in a group that was behind Merrill, and I started talking.
Oh, no.
Merrill did not like that at all.
You're messing everybody up.
Hey, Merrill was trying to hit his shot, and I was back there chirping. And Merrill kind of looked, and I was like, the one person I did not want to piss off was Merrill.
You know what? I'm a golfer who loves. I'm a passionate golfer. Serious. You know what? I'm never somebody who will throw a club or go home really upset if I didn't play well. I love the game. I love the sport. I love being out. I love every bit of it. But I just love the participation. I'm very, very passionate.
Well,
so basically tell me shut the hell up.
Yes, yes. I'm going to take that advice on you. All right, Merrill, we appreciate it. Merrill Reese joining us here at the Brian Dawkins Celebrity Golf Hour. Let's get back.
Thank you, guys.
No problem.
We're going to get back to the phone lines in a second. But first, so we've been discussing today the game yesterday, the Phillies over the weekend, 4 straight losses here. And is the way they're playing right now, do you feel like it's a big deal? 215-592-9494. Can we hear, so everyone could just hear what happened yesterday, Trea Turner after the game describing what went wrong on that error?
I think it really just comes down to reading those hops. I felt like I did a good job on those plays and got myself in good positions. And the second you don't, that's what happens. So I knew he hit it hard. I knew he was coming right at me. Sometimes, when the ball's hit hard right at you, you tend to stop moving your feet a little bit. And on those other plays, you're kind of moving and reading. So you got to create your own momentum on some of those plays, and I didn't do that.
What'd you make of that, Hugh? A lot of long talking there about a ball that was hit right. I don't need to hear about the momentum he needs to generate. The ball's right to him.
This is where you're going to get mad at me, but you're talking to a dad who's trying to learn the game of baseball with his son on the fly in the little intricacies.
Yeah.
So I can hear what he said, because you have to, and this is what I do know. When the ball's coming like that, you have to gauge the hops, and you do have to kind of anticipate.
Yeah.
Where the ball's going. You're looking at me like you do not want to hear
your
this.
son is 6'7".
Yes, he is.
Okay?
He's
okay?
6.
Yeah, he's learning the game.
This is great.
This is a $300 million player.
All I'm saying is, I hear the explanation. I understand.
Yeah, okay.
I understand.
What's your favorite line? The labor pains and
Don't.
baby.
I don't want to hear about the labor pains and show me the baby.
I don't care about his momentum.
But
Catch the ball.
As a father, like I said, that's trying to understand it on a deeper level.
Yeah.
I hear that, and I'm like, okay, I hear that.
But again, your son is 6.
No, Kyle, no need for the hostile.
We're all upset now.
Just saying.
We're all upset.
All I'm saying is, okay, if this may. The explanation for a $300 million player is unacceptable, but I hear what he's saying. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah,
does that make me feel better?
I don't care.
I care? No. Show me the baby.
All right. Can I hear from someone who obviously broke it down a lot simpler? Can I hear from Rob Thompson after the game about the error?
Is there anything you can say to Trea after a play like that, or is it just one of those things?
It's just one of those things. I know Bobby will talk to him, but I don't know what to tell him, because it's kind of a routine ground ball, and he knows that he's got to make the play.
That's the kicker right there. Routine.
Of course.
That's why. I hear, like I said, I hear what he said, but routine. That's the kicker. That's the kicker.
Hey, listen, yesterday he's obviously going to be asked about it after game. I get it. You know what answer I want there? I messed up.
That's
it.
it.
I booted it. I mean, like, I don't need to hear about the momentum and the hops and all that. He's probably taken 10,000 ground balls in his life, like maybe more.
And that's the thing. Like, not making an excuse, but that's the thing, because it's one that you would think a player his caliber. That's easy. That's home cooking.
Yes,
right there.
and unfortunately, it seems like those are the ones that get him. The when he doesn't set his feet when he throws, or the ball right at him. See, once in a while, when he doesn't have to think, he makes a very athletic play. Right? I think that's why his defense is so frustrating. It's not like he's unathletic or slow. It's
just that when you have to. I know what you're saying. When you have to go through those steps,
Yes.
those mental steps, instead of just reacting to what you see. And you have to say, okay, the hoppers, and you got to gauge off. That's where he gets a little stuck.
There's something that reminds me a little bit like Donovan had a great arm. Donovan could put the ball down the field. And once in a while, he would just throw the ball on the ground on a guy 6 yards in front of him. Right?
Like call that worm burner.
Yeah, like he was capable of doing it, obviously, and he just didn't do it all the time. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. Will in the Northeast. Hey, Will.
Will.
Dream team, how y'all doing today?
Will, what's up, buddy?
Oh, man, listen. You know what happened to us the last couple of days? They beat us at our own game, man. Like, I keep trying to tell you, we got to stay focused. They play small ball and beat us, bro. And that's how they was running the score up on us.
Well, they did. They ran the bases. They played way better defense, all that.
But that's microcosm of every team that usually has their way with the Phillies.
It's true.
Yeah, and I just looked at that game. I said, damn, they look like us. Beating us at our own game, man. But like I said, man, Rob, he gotta do better, man. Like when you in a situation like these last couple games, you gotta make adjustments, man, but make the right adjustments. It's like, a lot of times he just letting them play out, and then he let what's the name get smacked. Both of them got smacked around both days. It's like, come on, Rob. Like, I don't know what to say. I'm a little disappointed. Hopefully, Harper come back. We'll get that, that full team spirit back. And I'm gonna say this, man. I apologize. I'm gonna eat my words on that. Eye for an eye. From now on, we doing an eye for an eye. We doing whatever it takes to win. You know what I'm saying?
We didn't retaliate, and we still didn't have Harper all weekend. So we lost both ways.
We lost the series. Like, come on, man. Like, but I like I said, June. This is our month. From here on, we're going to start hitting. Listen, stop sleeping on Kepler, man. He about to get hot. I keep telling you. Listen.
I know you're a Kepler guy. Yeah, I just.
He said we're doing more of this.
I've seen 2 months of this. I don't know. All right, Will, what do you got for us? What's your guess for Hughes Clues?
I'm gonna say I know I'm gonna go outside the box. He may be thinking about a female analyst, so I'm gonna say Shanae. I can't pronounce her name. From Stephen A.
From Stephen A. Like
talking about
first take?
A group. I can't pronounce her name.
I don't know.
Well, this fits in with our show.
Those.
So, Will, I don't know who you're trying to say, but I know that's not it. I know whoever was saying that's it. All right, Hugh, why don't you give everyone a second clue?
The second clue is this. I played against this individual.
All right, so we have an athlete turned analyst, and Hugh played against this player.
So we have the sport and the era now.
We do. So we have you have a 10-year span, and you know the sport.
Or you played against them in high school or college.
That's true. That's true.
Hey, Kyle, way to point that out for people.
So I guess we have like an 18-year run of players that Hugh could have.
Sometimes the clues are not enough. You need to kind of hold their hand.
Sometimes.
Well, didn't we also find out Hugh played another sport? What was he doing recently? Or the ballroom dancing?
Not lacrosse.
Oh, no, you called
rugby.
Called rugby.
Rugby.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, he was doing the Irish river dance.
Yes, he did. All right, let's go to Tyler in Delaware. What's up, Tyler?
Yo, good morning, Hugh, Joe, Kyle.
Tyler, what's up, buddy?
Monday in June, y'all. Well, I tell you, Joe and Hugh, we got a lot to talk about. First of all, I'm out here driving. What a gorgeous day. I hope y'all got the shades on. Joe, I hope you got some sunscreen on. I don't need
Always. You no, I carry that stuff with me. It's in my backpack at all times. Otherwise, I'll be red. Yeah, as a tomato.
Good man. So, few points on the Phillies and on the Birds before I give y'all my guess. So, Kyle asked me about if this is a big deal or not. And I mean, just taking it from
walk all in front
what
of
the
YouTube
Phillies
stuff.
have given.
Yeah, we got to
You
call
know,
him.
you know we on there.
Sorry, Tyler. Ike's saying hi to us.
I'm
Oh,
just
cool.
saying.
Yo, Ike.
Last thing Hugh needs is a distraction.
I'm talking to you now, Rev, and you
Irving
chastise
Fryer's
me while-
criticizing Hugh for
you
talking over
chastise
callers.
me while I'm on the job, but you talk Rev. What am I supposed to do? Okay.
Hugh, is it okay if I can long talk now?
Oh,
you can go for it.
After Rev is
Irving Fryer is
chastised.
just putting Hugh in his place. So
Okay,
I didn't want to interrupt it.
sorry.
You know,
I was-
sometimes Hugh needs to be put in his place. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah. He does it all the time.
I'm sorry.
No, so let me ask you both this. Do you think
When you leave, I'm gonna be
that
talking to you.
center field or right field, or I'm sorry, center field or first base is a bigger need for this version of the 2025 Phillies?
Well, I mean, if we move Harper to the outfield, then first base becomes the need, right? And if we leave Harper at first base, the center field production stinks, Tyler. I mean, it stinks. It stunk for 3 years basically. They just don't get anything out of center field.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to throw this out there because I know Hoskins is on a heater.
Yep.
And let's be real. At the end of the year, I do think the Phillies are going to be in contention for the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
And with the way that they're playing right now, I mean, you did just play a team that's on a heater themselves that has won 7 in a row. So I think it's going to be tougher to get Hoskins on his current deal.
It probably will. I mean, well, Kyle mentioned this. The Brewers winning all these games in a row, it puts them more in the race, right? If they're in the race, they're not going to trade him. So we'll see where it goes. Tyler, give me a guess, though, for Hugh's Clues. What do you got for us?
All right, Hugh, I don't know if he played against you, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say who I first thought of is Terry Bradshaw.
Terry Bradshaw.
Oh, damn.
Tyler, appreciate it.
That's
Terry
a-
was
he
out
was
of the
not
league.
that old.
Yeah.
I mean, he was old, but not that old.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, so Irving Fryer came over here and chastised Hugh for talking over callers while they're on the air.
And then he continued to do it
Well, 'cause
immediately after.
he's looking at me.
Didn't learn
and-
anything.
But he's looking at me like he wants me to respond. Y'all got to understand, Rev. Like I remember Rev when I first got Irvin Fryer, and he was one of my mentors, and I've always looked up.
He's trying to be a mentor again.
Yeah, to him and the way that he does things.
But-
It's. I mean, when he's talking, I mean, he's looking right. I gotta say something, and he's telling me not to talk, and I'm like, okay, and he's like, be quiet. I'm like, all
I think he
right.
was testing you.
Yeah.
Would you derail the
He's
show to
doing-
have a
he's doing-
conversation?
he's
And the
doing-
answer is yes. The answer is obviously yes.
I mean, my attention span ain't the greatest. I mean, but we knew that. We knew that when I got here.
Yeah, that one. No one is surprised by any of that stuff. That's
Kyle, and I don't know why you surprised, Kyle. You deal with it every day. You deal with the fact that
I'm not
I have,
mad about it. I'm just
no,
like,
I'm just saying. You deal with the fact that I got ADHD every day.
I know. I'm the
And
one that
not
has
Rev,
to take
not
calls
Rev,
on it.
Not Rev here.
yeah.
Taking
Well, he
position.
puts you in your place. I mean,
Yeah, I got a lot of respect for Rev. Rev used to teach me a lot, man. Like, look, Rev, look, I got.
but are you going to listen to him? Is the question?
No.
Probably not.
No.
When he walk away, Rev, see, look, when he leave, I'm gonna be talking again.
Yeah.
Just gotta wait for him.
This is what you do.
Did it
That's-
right in
but
front
that's
of him.
what Rev. That's what Rev do, man. He be deboing folks, man. And he ain't even that big, but he just got tenure. Now look, now
We got
I
a special appearance from Mike Reese here.
Hey,
Yeah, because I ain't gonna even come on my own show.
No,
This
it's all the work you're doing for
Wait
tonight.
a minute. I just want to say,
Yeah.
I told him about last night. I didn't tell the
Why don't you
people.
tell 'em?
I didn't tell the people. But I told Joe.
He said you did a great job of raising money last night.
But no, I did say that because you did, like, as you always do.
Yeah.
But I did call it. I did call the
You
fact.
called it, yeah.
And then I also called something else.
What you got that I was
No.
gonna go too far?
Like, dog.
A little over the line.
Listen, it was me, Carlos, Dion. We're in the back.
Shout out to Los Emmons in the house.
Listen, as soon as you got to talking, I said, dog, it ain't gonna be long now. And as soon as I said that, you sit back there and go ask Los. All I heard, like, it was like, oh my goodness.
What'd I say?
Yeah, you know what you said. We ain't got to talk. We ain't got, listen, this is one thing that everybody, if you weren't here, this is family business. If you weren't here, then you don't need to know.
Right.
But you did not disappoint. That's what I'm saying. You did not disappoint me. And almost like clockwork, bro, you went exactly where I thought you was going. No, you went close to where I thought you was going to go. And I'm like, wow.
I don't even know what you're talking
I
about.
know you don't. We'll talk off there. But I mean, just for the people out there, for the people that are listening right now, Ike came in and he did a great job, tremendous job like he always does.
You got to raise money, man.
Raising money.
Yeah, you got to get that money.
But here's the thing with my brother from another mother. He talked all that trash about what he wasn't going to do.
And then did he do it?
Joe, didn't even take a whole lot to get him going. Like, didn't even take a whole lot. Like, somebody just said, hey, we about to start auction. And then I stood up. Like, nobody said nothing.
And he's singing and dancing this time? Like last
No,
like
listen.
It's probably worse.
Listen, when I tell you.
It's probably worse.
Now, this is where we're going to get you paid. Because if anybody out there is having an auction and you want to raise money, you need to call him to MC your event. But here's the kicker. My dog don't come cheap. He wants to be compensated.
Unless you're Brian Dawkins.
That's what I was about to say. You beat me to it. Unless you're Brian Dawkins, because Brian gets him for the free. But see, we got to recoup some of that bread. So if you need an MC to sell, listen. This guy,
because he wants to cut.
No, listen. No, I don't need a cut. I just like to see him. I just want to see him do his work. Because, Joe, when I tell you, and I know we got to go to break, I'm going to keep it quick. He raised almost $100,000 on his own last night just from running his mouth.
That's outstanding.
That's a hell of a job. All right, then we got to go break.
You good now? Because Irving tried to tell you about, keep yourself in line here.
It's my time to shine.
Y'all get some of the hot guests. Dog been on yet?
We had Dog.
Who y'all need to get?
Well, let's just see.
Who's running from you?
Nobody.
You chase him down and get him for us, all right? All right. We appreciate
What is Tucker doing?
Tuck just chilling.
YouTube. You people.
Sure,
All right, 215-592-9494. All right, your phone calls to the Phillies. Guesses for Hughes Clues. We got an incredible prize to give
don't
away
go too far.
today. And we want to
don't go too far. I need to talk to you.
We want to get back to the Eagles trade that happened the end of our show Friday. I need someone to blame for all this. 215-592-9494 for Midday's show live at Brian Dawkins Golf Outing on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Until Virtua, I felt like my doctor wasn't listening to me.
From minimally invasive surgery to cancer and more, Virtua Health offers a full range of services focused on the complex needs of women.
This is how every woman should be treated.
Here, you'll find the personalized care that makes all the difference.
We caught Tina's cancer early, before it spread.
If she hadn't listened, my story would be so different.
Virtua Health, here for women, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/hereforgood.
Get ready for
your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Surfside iced teas and lemonades plus vodka are the perfect drink to enjoy on the golf course this season. Light, refreshing, real vodka, real brewed tea, and zero bubbles. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
BetParks Online Casino and Sportsbook and Parks Casino. Proud to be a major sponsor of the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Golf Tournament, benefiting the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation that helps young people in underserved communities.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across our multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get a free quote at ethos.com/win. That's ethos.com/win.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Dan Campbell waved it all off at OTAs. The Detroit Lions have new coordinators on both sides of the ball, are still battling key injuries, and they have the third hardest schedule this season. Nothing to see here, Campbell insists. But now, with real scars from back-to-back playoff heartbreaks, the faith is fragile and blind belief could be running out. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Back to the midday show. Live from the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
He hit it, fumble, and the Cowboys try to pick it up. It's still live, and I think the Eagles have it outside the 20. The Eagles have it. First and 10 outside the 20. Another turnover created by Rush.
Unbelievable.
Charging in and making the hit.
That was Bryce Huff.
It was Huff, and it was Bond with the recovery.
Here in Philadelphia. Welcome back. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gilly. Well, right now it's just Joe Gilly. We lost Hugh. He went for the group photo here at the golf outing.
He's ducking us.
Well, I think he is because we needed to bring the Bryce Huff thing back this segment. So the Eagles trade him on Friday, which I was shocked they could get anything for him, and they got a mid-round pick. We'll see what the details are on that. But now that the dust has settled here, and we have 1 year in the books of Bryce Huff, and now he's a 49er, I'm curious people think about who's more to blame for this, because we had Brandon Graham on earlier with us here on the show, and he mentioned how the scheme fit, and that really was the driving force of why maybe it didn't work here between Bryce Huff and the Philadelphia Eagles. And I'm not discounting that, but I also think Bryce Huff just stunk here. He was given an opportunity early in the season, and he couldn't play. I remember being at training camp early last year, really early, late July, and I remember hearing Vic Fangio talk about how he had to earn time on the field, which meant, and the way I read it was he wasn't doing enough in minicamp and OTAs to get on the field. I just think it was a disaster from the beginning. And then I heard this from Elliott Shore-Parks. Let's hear Elliott on the Bryce Huff situation.
The Eagles signed Bryce Huff and asked him to do something he had not been successful at in his career and paid him a premium based off how he was successful before. And you might sit here and say, well, just let him rush with two hands in the ground. Clearly, they didn't want him to do that. For whatever schematic reason, they didn't want him to do that. So that's why there have been players in the past that were busts. I think DeMarco Murray came to Philadelphia with a bad attitude, and it didn't work out. I think DeMarco holds blame for that not working out. I think Bryce doesn't really hold blame here. He signed. They used him differently. He didn't put up a fuss all year. Was he Mr. Pumped behind the scenes he wasn't playing? Of course not. Every time I talk to him, he's not the loudest, most vocal guy anyway. But it's pretty clear they used him in a way he wasn't comfortable with, and it didn't work out. And to me, that falls on the Eagles.
Well, look, I'm not saying the Eagles are blameless here, but Bryce Huff was given a $51 million contract. He gave them back 2.5 sacks. And in a year where they had a lot of uncertainty at pass rush, he couldn't get on the field. I got the idea that we're just taking Bryce Huff off the hook for playing like he did is unbelievable. Who do you blame the most for the Bryce Huff situation, how it went? I mean, ultimately, and I heard DeCamera this morning in the morning show debating this, ultimately, it didn't cost the Eagles. They won the Super Bowl. But the reality is it's one of the worst free agent signings the Eagles have ever made. $51 million for 1 year, and the guy couldn't play. I mean, they wouldn't put him on the field in any meaningful situation. Even down the stretch, he came back from injury. They had other injuries. They lost Brandon Grant. It didn't matter. They put Jalen Hunt on the field, who was a third-round pick. They're supposed to be a project player. Who do you blame the most for Bryce Huff's failed tenure with the Eagles? The Eagles, Bryce Huff, or Hugh Douglas? We know
it's you.
Well, it's obviously Hugh who was ducking this segment, and we know why.
I was not.
You
ducking
ducked
this
this segment.
Man, listen,
you ducked us.
I told the people. They said we had to take pictures. I said, dog, I got to work. And it's you can take. Joe can handle this by himself.
Well, what I was handling was the Bryce Huff situation, and we know whose fault it is.
Wait a minute. Why is it my way, man? How is it my fault?
Well, you did say he was going to break the sack record.
You sold us down a river.
No, listen.
You made us believe in Bryce Huff, and the guy couldn't play.
So y'all gonna quit jumping on me and allow me to retort?
Nope.
I still think Bryce Huff can play.
Oh God.
I think that there was something to be said about fitting in here schematically and being what Vic Fangio needed him to be. The most unfortunate thing for Bryce Huff right now is that he's never going to get to redeem himself as an Eagle. And I even went so far as to say this morning how crazy it is to be in a position where you win a Super Bowl. You got mostly everything that every professional athlete wants to get out of life. You got a nice little payday. You won the Super Bowl fairly early in your career. But the unfortunate thing about it, when you look at it on the surface, you didn't get a chance to contribute the way that you wanted to, especially coming off the year that you had in New York, 10-sack season. That was what got you paid. And then to come here and not be able to fit schematically. Now, I think that he will be a contributor with the team that is going to San Francisco 49ers. But, man, he was a part of the team. And we're going to say what we want to say, but it has to be tough to look at that ring every day knowing that you were in position to make some things happen, but you just didn't. And I'm being kind when I say that, but you in a position.
You're being so
I mean, I'm
kind.
trying to be, man.
Because you're sugarcoating this.
Well, it's because,
he
man.
stole money.
I mean, to a certain extent, yes. But did he really, though? Because it's because here's this how I look at it. And I'm not making excuses. This is just how I look at it. It's not like when I think of a person that steals money, I come to mind. To me, I come to mind.
Oh, you?
Because I went to Jacksonville.
It's funnier when you say it.
No, I'm saying because I went to I was towards the end of my career.
Yeah.
I had already made my bones in the NFL. I was considered one of the premier pass rushers at the time. So I went for the money grab because I knew that was probably my last go round. So to me, that's a money grab. That's stealing money because I wasn't the player that I once was, but I was a player. I was a baller. But now Bryce Huff, he gets paid off of a 10-sack season and then comes in and is not even able to replicate any of that.
Well, no, he wasn't. Look, and I don't hold – Elliot brought up, and when you were taking that picture here, we played the cut of Elliot talking about how there's been bigger busts in Philadelphia, guys that came in here with bad attitudes. He brought up DeMarco Murray, right? DeMarco Murray came here off an offensive player of the year, stunk here, and then he went to Tennessee and ran it well again. I don't – because they won the Super Bowl. It was a great year. I don't view Bryce Huff with venom. It's like –
it's just that it was unfortunate because he was one of the pieces that we looked at and we were excited about, and we didn't get a chance to see him.
We didn't. But I view it more like we can't just blame – like Vic Fangio created the best defense in Eagles history, and his thought was, this guy can't help me.
Yeah.
Some of that's on Bryce Huff. I know maybe it wasn't what he was comfortable with, but I mean, I remember being at training camp last year where you had Fangio talking about how he had to stop the run better to get on the field. Maybe he didn't want to do that. I mean, I don't know, but all I know is this. Howie Roseman, and it's part of why Howie's great, is he moved off it. It was a mistake. It was a bad signing. It didn't work here, but he moved off it as quickly as he possibly could, and they got something back. 215-592-9494. Who do you blame the most for Bryce Huff's failed Eagles tenure? Kyle, where do you come down? The Eagles, Bryce Huff, or Hugh Douglas? I'm voting Bryce Huff, but 18% on the poll earlier blaming
That's
Hugh.
That's a lot of Hugh blame.
Good.
So if you had to ask me besides Hugh, who do I blame the most? I mean, it's Howie. I think it was a really bad signing by Howie, especially if, like, from what we saw, Vic Fangio wasn't really in love with him. I mean, he took him off the field pretty early on in this whole experiment. And obviously Bryce Huff isn't blameless. Like, there were a lot of other guys on the defense who changed who they were and locked in and bought into Vic Fangio's system and were able to do it. So a lot of that does fall on Bryce Huff, but, like, it was a really bad signing by Howie Roseman. Like, I think the number one person to blame for Bryce Huff failing as an Eagle is the guy who brought Bryce Huff here. And I love Howie, and it's obviously okay. They won the Super Bowl, and the defensive line destroyed Patrick Mahomes in the game. But Howie shouldn't have brought him here. It was really bad signing.
It really does show you how good this team was, Hugh. Like, I don't know if I could ever think of another team in recent NFL history that their biggest free agent signing on the defensive side gave them nothing, and they won the Super Bowl with a great defense, right? Like, it almost feels impossible. Like, a year ago, he was the best. He was the pass rusher they gave. They gave him more money than Saquon.
Yeah.
Right? He was the number one money signing. And he gave them nothing, and they still won.
Yeah, and you know what the odd thing about it is this, too, is that, to Kyle's point, they moved off of him very, very quickly. So much so that I didn't think, at that point, that Coach Fangio had a grasp of what was going on, especially when you take that coupled with everything that happened in Miami and some of the stuff that was being said. But as the season progressed and you started to see, it's like, okay, I look at it like this. I still think Bryce Huff can play. But I think that Coach Fangio was in a position where I don't have the time right now to teach you what you need to know in this short period of time and get this defense where it needs to be. And with that going on, you had the emergence of Jalix Hunt. You had the emergence of Nolan Smith and other guys who were able to come in and, to Brandon's point, implement exactly what Fangio wanted to do with his defense and get it done quickly. So Bryce Huff fell by the wayside. And the unfortunate thing to me for Bryce is that he'll never get a chance to redeem himself here in Philadelphia. Now, he's going to go to San Fran, and he's probably going to be productive. I would venture to say, with Coach Salah bringing him in, knowing him like he knows him, and the type of money that he's making, that and playing opposite of the Bosa kid, he's going to go out and he's probably going to have a decent year.
Well, Brandon mentioned to us he lived through like scheme changes and how
Yeah.
it could affect. Now, Brandon was a smart enough player and a quality enough player that he was at least serviceable even when he wasn't in his, like when they had him in the 3-4 and he was standing up early in his career. That wasn't the best Brandon, right? He mentioned when Jim Schwartz got here, he put his hand back in the ground. That was a better, but he was at least, you could play him, right?
Yeah.
Look,
And it's another thing to be said, man, because when Brandon talked about that, like the skill set to be able to translate to play outside linebackers and defensive end, that's two different things, man. And then when you talk about all the reads that Bryce Huff had and the delayed pass rush that he has, that's not his game. I mean, not making an excuse, but when I saw him play, it was more when the ball was snapped, he'd get up the field and do his thing. Now, when you talk about you have to read different keys and everything and then decipher whether or not you're going to rush, that puts you behind the 8 ball a little bit. And he's not the biggest guy out there.
well, you're right about that. 215-592-9494. Where do you come down? Who do you blame most for the Bryce Huff? It was a failure. It was a 1 year. They signed up to a 3-year deal. It was a failure. That's all you could say. Luckily, Howie was able to recoup something. They traded him to the 49ers on Friday. Blame the Eagles. Blame Bryce. Blame Hugh Douglas. Who do you blame for the failed Bryce Huff experiment? 215-592-9494. Let's go back to the phone lines on the Phils. Big deal, not a big deal. What we saw this weekend, the Trea Turner defense. And we got a great giveaway today. A pair of tickets to see a championship season at the Mann Center. Philadelphia Eagles and the NFL Films coming together to celebrate another Eagles championship season with a special concert event hosted by the voice of the Eagles, Merrill Reese, on July 24th at the Mann Center in Philadelphia. Hugh, why don't you restate those first two clues? First two clues today were?
The first clue was he's an athlete that turned sportscaster.
Okay.
The second clue was I played against this individual.
All right, there are your first two clues on Hugh's Clues today as we're live at the Brian Dawkins Celebrity Golf Outing. Justin is up on WIP. Hey, Justin.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, Justin. What's up?
I wanted to talk about this weekend real quick, and then I did want to run by a couple possible trade scenarios.
Okay.
This weekend, I'm not panicking. I think, Friday they come off a big doubleheader, big series against the Braves. I saw that loss coming. And Saturday, it's almost easier for me to flush a loss when just the starting pitcher gets shelled. And it wasn't like Lazardo's velocity's down. He looks injured. So I think he'll be all right. Yesterday was the game you had to win. And Trea
Where you go? Did he walk away from the phone?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes and no. Justin, I'm going to put you on hold.
Away. Yeah, it's on your phone did something.
Yeah, put him on hold. We'll get him back. All right, David in Maple Glen. What's up, David?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, David. What are you thinking?
Good afternoon, guys. Listen,
Good afternoon.
I promised myself a few weeks ago I would never call WIP again to talk about Trea Turner, but
here we are.
and
here we are.
It changed, but I just want to throw something out real fast before, if I can. Did you notice that Larry Boa was in the dugout yesterday?
I didn't. I was listening for most of the game. I must have not picked up when I was in and out of seeing it on TV, that part of the game. I didn't notice that, no.
Just thought it was kind of interesting because you don't often see people that aren't regularly in the dugout just because they can be. And I thought Boa being there, whatever, I just found it interesting.
Well, it's something I'm definitely going to be paying attention to now that you saw it. So, all right, David, what did you tell yourself you wouldn't say about Trea, but now you need to vent?
Here's what happened. Okay, so the deal is obviously nothing's ever going to change with number 7. At shortstop, it's always going to be the same. As Kyle said, this team is what it is. Trea Turner is who he is at short. But yesterday, it was interesting after the game that Thompson mentioned that he was going to have Bobby Dickerson talk to Turner. Then he mentioned that was a routine play that Turner has to make. And then Turner comments with a talk about long talking. He's explaining away how he should be fielding a routine ground ball, which I don't think I've ever heard a pro player do.
I haven't either, no.
When I heard those three things in succession, what they tell me is the Phillies know exactly what we do, which is they have a person at shortstop that shouldn't be there. So my question is, for the organization is, I'm sure you're going to go out and make a move to help your bullpen. You're probably, hopefully, going to get a bat. But when you get into the playoffs, the end of the season, the playoffs, how do you feel when there's a ball hit between second and third? I mean, personally, if you have enough time, first I get nauseous thinking, is he going to glove the ball? Then if he manages to glove the ball, and I still have enough time to think, I worry about his throw. Is he going to go over the top, or is he going to shift to that sidearm throw that he sails? And you quite never know where it's going to go. So this whole design is really flawed because sooner or later, Trea Turner is going to cost them down the road.
There's no question. You're right. I feel exactly like you.
Didn't it kind of cost him yesterday?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He means October. Like
okay,
the
I see what you say. I see.
In October.
Yeah.
Well, he will. I mean, you're right. He will, and it's a matter of time. And it feels like we all know. It's almost like walking across a sheet of ice, and you hear that
you're
crack.
about to slip and bust your ass.
Yeah, or you
fall through.
Right, you know something bad's going to happen, and you just like brace yourself and try to get to the other side. That's the way I feel with him at shortstop. David, good phone call. What's your guess for Hughes Clues? Who's Hugh talking about today?
I would say Brian Baldinger.
Brian Balding.
That's a good guess.
That's a good guess.
I played well. I knew his brother. Was it Gary?
Did you guys ever play?
No, we didn't play
each
against
other?
him, but he was a part of the Sack Exchange.
Okay.
He's a part of, if I'm not mistaken, one of his brothers was a part of the New York Sack Exchange. And when I went to the Jets, I remember meeting him. Big dude. Like, yeah, he's big dude. So yeah, no, but not Gary, not Brian.
So our last caller there, who said he would never call WIP about Trea Turner again, and then did after yesterday's game, alluded to something that is still to me the most obvious way to make this better, and it's the most obvious thing the Phillies will not do.
What's that?
Well, they have
move guys.
Well, yeah, they have poor outfield offense in center and left. It's poor. Trea Turner, I believe, could play the outfield and play it at a high level, and they could acquire a shortstop. Like, it would make two things better at once. They won't do it. I mean, I know that. It's like I'm just going to keep saying it out loud. They won't do it, and we're all going to live with this, and we're going to hope that he gets better, but he's probably not. I mean, that's why this weekend was a big deal. I mean, not that it was surprising. I'm not surprised they had a tough weekend, and the losses themselves, Hugh, I can get over that, right? They had been playing good baseball for a month. They had a tough weekend. It's not a few losses, like the whatever, 22nd, 23rd loss, whatever they're at now. That's not a huge deal. What concerns me is it's the issues that I know are there that they could cover up against the bad teams. When they play the better teams, it's tough. I mean, I actually think they were lucky to win any of the games they won this week. They won 2 against the Braves, and the first one they won 2-0, and that game was 1-0 until the 8th. And then the other game they won, the first game of the doubleheader, Marchand got the hit by pitch on his foot. I mean, they are this close to having a winless week. They didn't play well the last week at all. They just didn't play well for a week here.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, it's no cause for panic. I think that this team, for the most part, has done a lot to improve the position that they've been in. It's just that, you know how they say sometimes you get the bear, sometimes the bear gets you?
Yeah.
That was kind of this weekend. And it's just unfortunate because it comes off the heels of the Braves performances that we had.
Well, I mean, it's been a week of not good baseball. Most of it's without Harper, which I think gives a lot of people hope that when he gets back, hopefully tomorrow, they'll start hitting again.
It might want to hold off on that, though.
What do you mean?
Well, because I'm saying coming off of that elbow, I mean, I just want to make contact. Just get comfortable. I mean, you're not asking him to knock it out of the park and beat it, Bryce. It's probably going to take a little time to get back to that.
No, I need real Bryce Harper back tomorrow night.
I get what you're saying, Joe, and I understand that. But this is me as a friend trying to prepare you what for potentially might happen.
Well, I didn't get retaliation on the Braves, and now I'm going to get Harper after missing a whole weekend in singles?
That's just too much to ask.
What are you doing to me? Why?
I'm just saying. My job, I feel like, especially with you and Kyle, I feel like it's my job now, especially when it comes to the Phillies, to try to brace you for potentially what's about to happen.
You're a hero.
see that right there? It's okay. I'm still. You see, Kyle, you're a work in progress, but I'm chipping away.
Are you?
Chipping away. Only thing chipping away is you people at you. You minute today, you woke up thinking about people on YouTube to watch
I'm
the
just
show.
saying how I can irritate folks today. Being the voice of reason is thoroughly irritating to some people.
Because we assume that you're not reasonable.
I can be unreasonable at times, but I think when it comes to baseball, I'm pretty reasonable. I'm pretty reasonable.
Some would agree, some would not. All right, Justin is back up. What's up, Justin?
Hi, guys. Can you hear me now?
We got you, Justin. Yes.
Okay, awesome. So, I just wanted to talk about this weekend, and I do want to talk about a couple trade scenarios. This weekend, I can get over for the most part, I can get over the sweep because they've been playing so good for the last month, and I think they're coming off a big series with the Braves, doubleheader. That Friday loss, I kind of saw that loss coming. And then, Saturday, it's almost easier for me to flush a game like that where the starting pitcher just gets shelled. And
yesterday, though, was annoying.
Yesterday was a game you have to avoid getting swept at home to a mediocre team. And Trea Turner, that's all I can. Trea Turner and Weston Wilson, that was just, I don't think they'll move him. They'll definitely not move him to outfield. I think just moving him to second base would be ideal. But seeing that yesterday, I like Reese Hoskins a lot. I love him, but this defense can't get any worse than it is. I don't think
that's what Joe
if you told me it's Reese or no move, I would say sure. But I think there's a couple guys like Cedric Mullins from Baltimore, the center fielder, Ryan O'Hearn. Those would be a couple of outfield guys that they could do. And then I just want to throw out another name, Aroldis Chapman, who I thought was done. He's been lights out this year for the Red Sox, and I think he'd be a great – and they're probably going to move him because they're falling out of contention. So I think that would be a good bullpen.
Chapman feels like a very Phillies move. It feels like a Nebraska move, and he really would. I saw a stat recently of Justin, hardest throwing left-handed relievers in baseball this year, like average fastball velocity, and it's Alvarado and Chapman. I mean, he
might
would
be
fit
taking the same stuff as Alvarado, but he's probably masking it better.
He might be to do what he's doing at his age. Yeah, I would take Chapman, and he's been in big games. He's pitched for the Cubs World Series, Yankees, and I would take him absolutely. I think he would help this bullpen. All right, Justin, what's your guess for Hughes Clues? Who's he talking about today?
I think it's too obvious, but it's the only one I can think of. I'll go Tom Brady.
Tom Brady.
Well, that's a
good one. That's a good guess.
When he brought this up today, Justin, that's not it, but it's a good guess. That is the obvious one. Football player to analyst. You played against them.
Is that right? Is that obvious?
But he's the biggest one now.
Well, okay, yeah, okay.
It's not it. I mean, that's not the answer.
I guess if that's still okay. I guess if that's your rationale, that makes sense.
Well, it's your rationale.
Well,
it's your clues.
Well, let them guess first because I don't want to give anything away. But I wasn't thinking along those lines. But we'll talk about it when the person gets it.
215-592-9494. Our third clue coming up because everyone needs today. Third clue coming up is we're giving away a great giveaway today. This one, I think a lot of people out there are going to really want to go to this thing. You could get tickets. I'll tell you how you can get tickets as well. But we're giving them away on the show this week. Pair of tickets to see a championship season. The Man Center, the Eagles, and NFL Films coming together to celebrate an Eagles championship season with a special concert at the Man on July 24th. Ticketmaster.com for tickets. We got a pair here to give away today. All right, your guess for Hughes Clues. We'll also get to what Bryce Harper said over the weekend about one Brewers player we've been talking a lot about. And I wonder if people's minds were changed over the weekend after seeing Reese Hoskins. So, I'd say it was split on Friday, whether people wanted to bring Reese back. I do. I still want to bring him back. Did people's minds change after watching him blast the Phillies on Friday? 215-592-9494 for a midday show live at the Brian Dawkins Golf Outing on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, the YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries. Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Brrr. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, regripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5.
That's win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
First, a sunrise tea time. Then, lunch with the guys. And waiting on the counter when he gets home, a bottle of good whiskey just for him. Gift Dad the perfect cap on a perfect day with 1.75 liters of Dewar's White Label Scotch for $2 off. Or if he's a rye guy, 750 milliliters of Dad's Hat Rye Whiskey is now $3 off. Now that's a hole-in-one. Shop more whiskeys on sale for Dad at FWGS.com. Offers end July 6, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Join us once again as we celebrate the summer of shellfish, featuring our incredible seafood boil with mouth-watering snow crabs, tasty shrimp, clams, and mussels. Feast on our Dungeness crab clusters served Chicky style. Or our seafood pasta with decadent crab, shrimp, and penne pasta in our legendary red sauce. Delectable choices from our summer of shellfish menu, plus a whole menu of new mixed seasonal cocktails for a cool start to your summer meal. Only at Chickies and Pete's.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Stay cool this summer with AC Pro Refrigerant and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro Refrigerant products that include a hose and gauge. If your vehicle's AC is blowing hot air, beat the heat with AC Pro. Visit your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or shop online at O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the Midday Show, live from the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament on Sports Radio 94 WI.
listen to those in the Odyssey app. Of course, watch on YouTube. We'll get to you people coming up at 1:30 who Hugh admitted they're in his head the minute he wakes up in the morning. He's thinking about people who watch the show on YouTube. All right, Hugh, on Friday we had the discussion about Reese Hoskins and bringing him back to the Phillies. And I felt it was pretty split. We had the discussion. I know Jack and Ike on the afternoon show, they were having a discussion as I got in the car Friday to go home, similar to ours, about whether or not it'd be a good idea to bring Reese back. I want him more after watching this weekend.
He had a good weekend.
He had a great weekend. He had a pair of home runs, and we have no pop in this lineup other than Schwarber and Harper.
I get that. But you know what stuck out to me this weekend was how bad our defense was.
Yep.
And how much worse it would be when we start playing musical chairs out there.
I'm not sure. So I mean, acknowledge this. They'd be worse. Okay, I'm not saying they'd be better. But my idea would be Bryce Harper goes back to the outfield. So in my idea, Bryce Harper's replacing Max Kepler. I think Bryce and Kepler are similar outfielders. Maybe Kepler's a scotch better, but Bryce is fine out there.
Okay.
And we would be taking a little bit of a downgrade at first. Certainly, Hoskins is not as good at first.
What was his nickname when he was here?
Well, Ray Didinger called him the corner butchers first and third. But we're bad defensively anyway.
No. But
can anyone provide me an idea to make the defense better and get a bat in here?
You don't see the irony in that? The football guy coined the nickname the corner butcher and it's stuck.
Well, he's a good writer. And we know Ray can write.
I'm just saying. That's what stuck out to me. I get what you're saying, because maybe those 2 home runs and the way he was hitting this weekend, that kind of offsets everything.
Yeah.
I get that. But, yeah, the defense to me was the biggest liability this weekend.
Well, it is.
That was the one that cost you. To me, the defense was the one that cost you the game yesterday.
Yeah. It's Saturday. It was Hoskins. I mean, Hoskins destroyed the Phillies on Saturday. Do you want Reese more after watching him this weekend? 215-592-9494. And did you change your mind if you were on the other side of this thing on Friday with Reese Hoskins? All right, Hugh, before we get back to the phones, we got to hear from Bryce Harper, because this made it even more interesting for me, because Bryce, sometimes he'll throw these things in and he gets what he wants around here in terms of acquisitions of players. We know in the past he said Trea Turner's his favorite player in baseball and JT Realmuto can't leave and all that kind of stuff. Here's what Bryce said this weekend about Reese Hoskins.
Obviously, he's one of my favorites, so always fun to have him back here in the bank, and he has so many good memories here with this organization and this fan base too, and I expect people to be excited that he's back and he gets the bank on a Friday night, so I'm excited for him and excited to see him.
They call him one of his favorites, Hugh. Sometimes
what that meant? So you took that as cold?
Well, what else did he say? In the offseason, he said for the right first baseman, he'd move back to the outfield. He said it. Those are his words.
Yeah, I mean, Bryce does. Does he still have that kind of pull, you think?
Of course he does.
I'm just checking.
Where would his pull go?
I mean, and if I look at it like this, if we weren't so concerned about your health, then maybe Reese could have probably potentially been here. And then we wouldn't be, trying to go out and get players that we need because they were already here.
Sometimes you got to right a wrong, right?
Yeah.
The Eagles wrote a wrong they wrote off the wrong with Bryce Huff and moving on. The Eagles could rewrite the wrong they made by letting Reese Hoskins go and bringing him back. Kyle, where do you come down after? I know you were pro Reese on Friday. How about after 2 home runs over the weekend?
Yeah, well, I hope the dream isn't dead. Because of how,
they won like 7 or 8 in a row.
Yeah, that wasn't.
Doesn't help.
No, it doesn't help the Hoskins thing. I mean, the Harper comment was interesting. The last 2 people he said that about his favorite player, the Phillies ended up acquiring. But I was for Reese before the series, and I'm even more for it now. Like, clearly the offense, especially without Bryce Harper, is lacking, and I just think Reese fits perfectly into what the Phillies need. They need a guy who can hit with runners in scoring position, and they need a right-handed power bat. So I think putting Reese behind Kyle Schwarber, especially now, it still works for me. So yeah, I'm still all aboard.
It's going to be tough for them to check all the boxes everyone wants, right? We all think they need another bat. Well, that's great. Okay, maybe we can find one. But we also then they need to get better defensively. Hugh, it's not going to be easy to find the perfect fit, an outfielder that could play and he can hit.
So and this is the thing we got to deal with. So what do we need most? Do we need a bat more? Or do you want the bullpen or the defense? Well, I guess you could make one move to fix 2.
A bat that has a glove.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
You can make one. Yeah. But I guess the question is, will we need more a pitcher or a bat?
Well, that's I think until the last week or so, most people would have said no question it's a bullpen arm, right?
Yeah.
And the bullpen's not good. I mean, we've known this. I thought this before the season, but the more I watch this offense, the more I really believe they need another bat. Now, I'm not saying I don't want an arm too. I want both. But you're asking me the question, what do they need more of?
Yeah.
I mean, I think they have more potential options here that could become relievers. We know Taiwan's going to move to the bullpen now.
Yeah.
They called the Seth Johnson kid up. Down the line, they can move other people to the bullpen. I just don't see as many potential options to help the offense. I mean, the kid Otto Kemp is hitting, but apparently he doesn't have a glove. And Crawford, I don't know if he's really ready to come to the major leagues. So I don't know where they're getting an improvement offensively unless they trade for one.
But see, that's what I was about to say. It looks like right now, financially, it's easier to get bullpen help than it is to get a power bat. And that's kind of where you are with it, because getting a bat at this point in the season with teams, and we talked about Reese, they look like they're alive, so they're probably not going to be as willing to move him. So you're looking at potentially getting fleeced to get another bat in here. So that's why I said, as the show started, they need some guys on this roster already to step up.
I don't disagree. I can't hold my breath anymore.
I get that. But that's your only options right now.
Well, right now you're probably right, because we are still 2 months, about 2 months to the trade deadline. I'm looking at the standings. There's only 6 teams in baseball more than 5.5 games out of a playoff spot. So there's not many teams that are clearly out of this thing, right? So that means this is probably going to go to the deadline. 215-592-9494. Let's go to Ken in Cinnamon to Talking Phillies. What's up, Ken?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you today?
Hey,
What's going on, Ken?
Before I get to the Phillies, let's just take a moment to appreciate the beauty of the friends and family finals in the NBA. This is exactly what Adam Silver and the NBA deserve. And I call it the Friends and Family Finals because
who was it? OKC in Indiana, right?
Indiana, Oklahoma City. Only friends and family are going to be tuning in to watch that. So there's going to be Bravo shows that are going to have higher ratings than the NBA Finals
that's
in prime time. So I just think it's beautiful. So in terms of Reese Hoskins, can we stop talking about this guy like it was the equivalent of just throwing a first baseman's mitt out on the bag and hoping the ball hits the bag? I mean, if you look right now, the Milwaukee Brewers everyday first baseman and the Philadelphia Phillies everyday first baseman until he got hurt have the exact same defensive run saves ranking, -2. They're the same. So it's not like this tremendous, step down to put Reese Hoskins at first base, which is his natural position. And, oh, by the way, Reese Hoskins has a higher batting average than Bryce Harper. He's got more home runs than Bryce Harper. He's got a higher OPS than Bryce Harper. He's got a higher slugging percentage than Bryce Harper. They have never replaced that right-handed bat. And this notion that you're extending Bryce Harper's career by moving him to first base, especially when he's got back issues, is 100% opposite of the truth. First base is much more taxing of a position to play in Major League Baseball, especially if you have back issues, than right field. I mean, let's face it, most of the time in the outfield, those guys, it's not like they're not paying attention, but those guys are just kind of standing there waiting for the ball to get hit to them. And they move, they shift around based upon what the alignment is. But, first base, Bryce Harper has to be down, ready for the ball, in a crouch, every single pitch defensively. So you're not extending his career by moving him to first base. We think about moving like JT Realmuto to first base, and that extends his career because first base is not as taxing.
Like Joe Mauer, when Joe Mauer left catcher to play first base. Yeah.
But it's not the same thing with right field to first base. Yes, first base is not as physically taxing as catcher. Very few things in baseball are. But first base is more physically taxing than right field.
Well, and even if you're worried about this, which I understand what you're not, the idea of this is really just for a half a season. I mean, no one's talking about putting Harper back in the outfield for 5 more years. Like, we're just trying to win the World Series this year, and then we'll figure it out in the offseason.
Well, if you're going to have the worst defense in the league, and the Phillies, from defensive run save perspective, are last in baseball. They have the worst ERS in baseball. And your bullpen is going to be a joke. Which is why this weekend doesn't really tell me anything, because I haven't seen anything that tells me anything different than what I already thought about this team. If you're going to try and compete for a World Series by having a terrible bullpen and the worst defense in the league, you better score a ton of runs. And there's no world in which adding Reese Hoskins to this roster doesn't make them better. There's just no.
I agree that it's net positive. That's the way I view it. Like, yeah, okay, maybe they'd be slightly worse defensively. They're bad anyway, right? They need to offset this. They have great starting pitching, and that's the only thing great right now. They got to offset it with more offense. Ken, what's your guess for Hughes Clues? Who are we talking about?
Well, the one that came to mind to me that seemed the most obvious is because he's on here all the time is Ross Tucker.
Ross Tucker, yeah, I did
a
play
really
against him.
good
That's a
one.
really
Ken,
good
not it, but that's a good one. You guys crossed over for about, 4 or 5 years?
I think he was at the Giants.
I feel like Ross got in the league around 2001.
Yeah. Played a couple times against Ross, I do believe. Yeah.
But Ross is not the answer.
No, he's not. He does. Hey, you know what, though? That's a good guess because Ross does a hell of a job at what he does.
Yes. You want to give everyone a third clue? Because two clues in, it's a little challenge for people today.
His son played Major League Baseball. That's a good clue right there. That might be the one.
You're patting yourself on the back for that
look
clue.
at it.
Julie in Swedesboro. What's up, Julie?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Hey, Hugh. Hey, Kyle. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Julie. What's up?
All right. I want to hit a lot of points here. I guess we'll go to Reese since you guys were just talking about Reese. Absolutely. Bring him back. And I said that before this weekend. He's a power hitter that we really don't have in our lineup right now with Bryce, not smacking balls out of the park and not even in the lineup at the moment. And I actually agree with what Ken was saying, which I don't really agree with a lot of stuff he says when he gets on the radio. But Reese has been really good at first base. There was a play, I think, in yesterday's game. I don't know who hit the ball, but their Milwaukee shortstop made an unbelievable play. And then Reese made an unbelievable catch. I feel like we'd improve both on defense and offense, bringing him on board. Maybe not in the shortstop area, obviously, because Turner's a little bit of a problem, but Harper would be back in the outfield. We wouldn't have to
save it. I caught that.
What? Come on! It was a really this guy made a great throw, and Reese had to come on.
No, it was. No, it was.
I wish I could remember who hit it and everything, but and then Harper would be in our outfield. We wouldn't have to worry about Weston Wilson. So I feel like we'd improve.
Julie, I do too. And people get caught up on, they'd be worse here. The only thing matters is, are they overall a better team? And the way I view it is, if they bring Reese back, they would be a better baseball team than they are today.
Absolutely. Agree 100%. I feel like Turner, that play was terrible, and I feel like they lost the game because of that. I really just feel like they were going to win if he didn't make that error. But I remember listening to, I think it was when Fransky was talking to you guys a few weeks ago, he said Turner is a better shortstop. He's the one that sees him every day, and he already had, I think, 3 errors at that point already. I know he's not, it would be better, I guess, if we had someone else in that position. However, I feel like that was just a kind of a fluke play. It just sucked. I feel like this whole weekend they were just totally out of sync. I mean, Joe, would you say that? I mean, you said the Phillies just destroyed their season by this weekend. If they didn't get smacked around with 17 runs, if they lost, I don't know, say the score was 7-5 or something, would you be saying the same thing? I mean, 17 runs, that's not going to happen.
Well, you're right, Julie. No, that's right. No, I don't think they destroyed their season this weekend. What I think is it showed us the weaknesses they have. That when they play all the bad teams like the A's and the Rockies, they just get away with it, right? They're just so much better than those teams that it doesn't matter. But they play the better teams, and you see it. So that's why it's frustrating, because they have the flaws. We know it, and we just kind of forget about it in the weeks they play bad teams.
They ugly head this weekend.
Yeah.
That's true. No, that's true. Yeah, I mean, it's super frustrating. The past 5 games have been, but Hugh, I told you I'd call when they start going on a losing streak, and here we are.
Here we are. Wasn't that long?
That, I know.
Wasn't long.
Want to do this quickly, but they've always been a streaky team. I'm frustrated, but I'm not panicking. I'm not hitting the panic button. Nope.
I think that's a fair way to put it. All right, Julie, what's your guess for Hughes Clues?
I'm going to say Keyshawn. Well, I'm just going to say I thought this before the third clue, and that kind of threw me off. But I'm just going to go with it. Keyshawn Johnson.
Keyshawn's an interesting
good
guess. Not it, but Julie, we appreciate it.
No, I was
former teammate of yours.
Yeah, I was laughing at Julie because it sounded like she almost said, "but poop," or about Trea.
Well, I mean, that's appropriate.
No, I thought that's why I was laughing. But she caught herself. She did a self-edit. I just think it's funny when I'm not the only one that does self-edits at this time.
Yeah, you appreciate other self-edits?
Yeah, I do. I
don't think anyone does them as pronounced as your self-edits.
Yeah, it's a little much sometimes.
Let's go to Tim in Swedesboro. What's up, Tim?
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Hey, Tim. What's up, buddy?
Well, I mean, I was listening to the last caller. Julie was her name?
Yes.
Yes.
And I tend to agree with her. I mean, I was talking to the morning show this morning, I was saying, like, with how many errors Trea has. Like, he's got 5 errors now. He's got 45 errors total as a Philly. But then, I think, come to think of it, I agree with her. I think they're out of sorts. This is a better team. The Brewers are a better team. And I feel like this is not something that I would take lightly. But I think moving forward, I think they'll learn from this. And then obviously they miss Bryce. Absolutely. They obviously miss him. But I think moving forward, they learn from this. And hopefully, if another good team or mediocre team comes to town, we can take care of business.
Well, hopefully. I mean, but that's kind of been the theme of the season. And Tim, they can get to the playoffs doing this, right? Beating up on the bad teams, there's enough of them, and then being decent or a little below against the good teams, that they'll get to the playoffs. But they got to be better than what we saw this weekend to win playoff series. I mean, that's because they look to me like a team that when they play a good team, they're in some trouble here. I mean, if their starting pitching doesn't dominate, it's like, all right, where's the offense coming from? Obviously accentuated this weekend without Bryce. The bullpen is not good, and then we know the defense not good. All right, Tim, what do you got for Hughes Clues? Who's he talking about?
Well, can I just ask you a question real quick about with Huff? Hugh.
Yes.
When the Eagles first signed Bryce Huff, did you think he was going to fit in to the defensive system here?
I thought he could. I thought that with his skill set, it would translate well to what we did, especially when you talk about some of the guys that we've had here. You talk about his name was on the tip of my tongue. He left. Hassan Reddick.
Oh, Hassan.
Hassan Reddick.
I was thinking he was another bust, I thought.
Who, Reddick?
Huh?
Yeah.
Well, here or when he left here?
When he left.
Oh, yeah, he was a bust for the Jets, sure. But when he was here, he was awesome.
When he was here, he was phenomenal.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, well, he didn't. He was the master of his own demise, if you will. Some of the things that he did.
Yeah.
If you're
and
being
the money
honest
that he
about
wanted too.
Yeah, if you're being honest about it, he was he took a hard line. And I mean, hey, listen, as a former player, if that's what he decides to do, you have to be prepared for the consequences. And for him, unfortunately, it didn't work out for him. He's in Tampa now, so hopefully he'll be able to resurrect his career down there. But he's getting a little older too.
I mean, we're going to see him week 4, so we got to deal with that again. All right, Tim, what do you got? What's your guess?
Oh, let's see. I just heard the third clue. Oh, geez. He said his son played baseball. I'm going to take a stab and say Eric Johnson.
Eric Johnson? Do you mean Daryl Moose Johnson?
Yeah.
Who's Eric Johnson? All right, well, neither of the answers.
Yeah,
we appreciate it. I was just trying to figure out who's going with there. It was not Daryl Moose Johnson, but a decent guess. All right, let's go to Bill in Pine Hill. What's up, Bill?
What's up, fellas? How are you?
Bill, what's up? How are you? We're good.
All right. I want to change up the Phillies. I want Rob Thompson to be a man of men and not just sit around and do nothing.
Well, he did get ejected on Saturday, Bill.
That's why Larry Bell was in the dugout last night.
That's right.
Okay? They need to put their foot up Trea's butt and send him to second base and put Stott on short and put Crawford in center field, Reese on first, Bryce on left, and go from there.
This is the new version of who's on first. We're going around the horn here. All right, so you want to trade for Reese, you want to move Stott to short, Turner to second, and you want Crawford up.
And I want Crawford up, and I want Bryce on left.
Hugh, what do you think?
Sure. Why not?
You didn't want Reese 5 minutes ago.
No, I'm just saying. I was just listening.
You don't want to argue with that?
I don't. No, because Bill's voice is real raspy, and they just sound like he about that action right now.
Well, you can hear that.
Yeah, I definitely can hear.
Well, I'm a gummy boy. I don't smoke no more. I'm a gummy boy.
So we're kindred spirits.
There you go. You guys get along.
Yes.
Hey, guys, hang out.
I listen to you guys all day.
I appreciate you, man.
Bill. We appreciate that. All right, Bill. What do you got? Who's your guess for Hughes Clues? Who's he talking about?
I think Tony Romo.
Tony
Romo.
You know what's funny?
Bill, interesting guess.
Never played against Tony Romo.
You were out of the league when Romo started.
Yeah. Never played against him. That's a good guess, though.
I think he may have been in the league as a backup your final year or two, but he didn't play.
Yeah, but he didn't play.
He didn't get on the field till 05-ish, if my memory serves on that. I also don't think Tony Romo has a son playing Major League Baseball or did play Major League Baseball.
Not yet.
That would be
not yet.
Yeah, that would feel pretty quick for Romo there. All right. So a couple callers, almost I wouldn't say defending Trea, but almost saying like, hey, he's been better this year.
Well,
he's been a bad defensive shortstop from the moment he got here.
Here it is. Here is it with Trea Turner in a nutshell. Trea Turner has worked on his defense a lot. But
let me give him a standing ovation for that.
It didn't work though.
Well, see, before you and Joe get upset about what I'm about to say, this is where I think people are upset with Trea. It's because, for me personally, there's been 2 times where it's been routine plays. The one yesterday, and I think it was one a couple weeks ago.
Oh, the one he didn't step on second base.
Yes, that people, like I said, as a pops learning baseball, that because we even said the same thing. Your 6-year-old son knows that there are certain fundamental things that you would think that a player of his caliber and the money that he's making, they're just natural, come natural. And it just doesn't seem for him like that's the case. And there's been 2 instances where that has been true. And I think that's what people are upset about, is because those 2 big instances right there where you look at it and say, oh, that's child's play. That's fundamentals. That's basics that he did not come up big in.
Yeah, that yesterday was basics. I mean, that's his routine of the players you're going to get. 215-592-9494. All right, we'll get to more of your phone calls. Final hour live at the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament. Is it a big deal how the Phillies play this weekend? We got to give this prize away when we come back. Some changes coming to the Phillies rotation, and a name we haven't discussed much in terms of someone the Phillies could trade. Ben Davis that mentioned on the morning show recently. We'll have that for your phone calls. Reaction to the Phillies weekend getting swept by the Brewers, the Bryce Huff trade, and we'll give you a 4th clue for Hughes Clues. We give away a pair of tickets to a great event at the Man this summer celebrating the 2024 Eagles. That's all coming up. Midday show, Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if the guy's setting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get on the action. You get started with $200 of bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free. Plus pay nothing for 24 months. Visit windownation.com.
See Joe Conklin in the city where the Marcus tried, Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
I was just at Wawa, and I think I experienced a panini paradox.
A panini paradox?
Yeah, you see, clearly the bacon mac and cheese with its crispy bacon and toasty bread is the most delicious panini on the menu.
Obviously.
But then, so is the Southwest Chipotle Chicken Panini with its melty cheese and crunchy bread.
Panini paradox!
Try a breakfast or lunch panini today and see for yourself. Only at Wawa.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
What he'll never have is the love I have for you.
What he'll never have. The smash hit from Dylan Scott appears in a brand new album, Easy Does It. The album also features the #1 song, This Town's Been Too Good to Us.
This town's been too good to us.
Until I Can, I Will.
I'll do whatever it takes. Yeah, believe me when I say till I can't, I will.
Dylan Scott. Search, follow, and listen now on all music streaming services. Sponsored by Curb Records.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Indiana Pacers have a tall task ahead of them. They won 18 fewer regular season games than the Thunder. That's the biggest differential since the Celtics beat the Rockets in 1981. OKC has the MVP in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and incredible depth, but this Thunder team has never been here. This year's NBA playoffs have been unpredictable. Everyone had Boston and Cleveland in the East, but here Indy is. Completely counting out the Pacers could be a mistake. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Back to the midday show. Live from the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament. On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, midday show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gillian. We're live today from the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament at Penn Oaks. It's a beautiful place. You have great weather.
Yeah, man.
A lot of your old teammates are out here playing some golf right now.
Serious about that golf game, too.
Well, at least you wore a golf shirt today, so
I did.
You're closer to serious than you have been in the past.
I'm working on it. I'm a work in progress.
Yep,
man.
you are. We can all say that. The Phillies are a work in progress. Hopefully, they progress the right way. Off today. Tomorrow, they start a series up in Toronto against the Blue Jays. And here we get some changes coming here to the Phillies bullpen and their rotation. So
yeah, then we get some help.
It sounds like it. So they DFA'd Jose Ruiz, who has not been good this year, and they brought up Seth Johnson, a young kid that's thrown really hard this year at AAA. So we'll see what he provides. But the big move really is that they've decided Taijuan, your guy, is headed back to the bullpen. But now it seems like as a real reliever, not just a long guy, like one inning stints. Let's hear Topper on the decision to move Mick Abel back to the major leagues after his one really good start a few weeks ago. Abel's coming back up. Taijuan to the bullpen.
Our rotation in Toronto is going to be Wheeler, Sanchez, and Mick Abel. And Ty will go to the pen whenever he's available to pitch.
When do you think Ty will be ready?
Possibly, it should be Tuesday, I would think, Tuesday or Wednesday.
And what kind of role do you see? I mean, before he was kind of like long relief, like, do you see him kind of going in a different role here?
I want to see him in a one-inning stint and see what he can do.
Would Abel be a one-time thing again, or would he?
Not necessarily, no. No. It all depends on Nola and how well Mick does, but I'm assuming we're going to assume that he's going to do well.
All right, a couple things here. I like the move. Abel obviously threw the ball great when he came up here and pitched against the Pirates. He's gone back to AAA, and he's continuing to pitch well. So I think he's capable of pitching in the big leagues.
In a pinch.
Yep, so we have Abel coming up. And they need help in the bullpen. I'm still intrigued. Remember when Taijuan had the 3-inning, 7-inning strikeout outing?
He pitched angry.
Yep, against the Rays. So we really haven't seen much of Taijuan out of the bullpen since then, and then he had to come back to the rotation. I'm intrigued by Taijuan and what he can give them, so I like that. So we're good on that. You in on Taijuan bullpen guy?
I know y'all don't want to hear that today. You didn't want to see I told you so, Doug, but I kind of.
What are you talking about?
I kind of.
I told you so.
Well, I kind of alluded to that a little bit, like a few weeks ago when we were sitting here debating on who should go in the bullpen. I did kind of say that.
But Taijuan already had been moved to the bullpen.
Well, no, I'm talking
You
about
said
before that.
Lazardo should go to the bullpen.
Well, no, that was in a small.
And I'm still
sample
getting
size
messages about that one because you made everyone lose their
No.
minds last week.
Oh, but look who looked like they know what they're talking about after what happened this
Because
week.
he had one bad outing.
I'm just saying that's baseball.
No,
in a nutshell.
nobody's talking about him going to the bullpen after
I'm just saying.
Besides you.
I'm just saying. In a nutshell, that's baseball. But I've always been on the. But let's get back to my original point.
Let's not
I've
actually.
always been on the Taijuan Walker in the bullpen, especially when we start talking about Ranger going.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Ranger because all right. So now
Ranger might not be here.
Well, yes. So now we have a rotation of Wheeler
Uh-huh.
and Lazardo and Sanchez. Right? We got those three going. Ranger,
Yeah.
and now Mick Abel could be the fifth guy. But Aaron Nola, the thought is maybe a few weeks away he'll be back. So that puts us back to 6, right? So
Yeah, we still have the dilemma.
Let's play this out. Let's say Abel pitches well for the next couple weeks because Topper just mentioned that it's not necessarily a 1 or 2 outing thing. Like if Abel pitches well, maybe he stays. Ben Davis recently brought this up on the morning show. A name, a destination for Ranger we hadn't talked much about this year. Here's Ben Davis.
There's not too many players on this team that you can trade away to get something in return.
Yeah.
But Ranger could be one of those guys.
So what's the likelihood and
like a center fielder or a closer, something,
yeah,
right?
I think there's a high probability.
Do you really?
I do.
You think there's a better chance than not he gets traded during this season?
I do.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that
why
might
wouldn't
I
you
don't
make
know.
something out of him rather than lose him?
That's
right?
interesting.
I don't know anything. I haven't heard rumors. I swear to you, I haven't heard anything.
Yeah.
But I'm just looking at it from a business standpoint. He
Yeah.
offers the best to get something in return.
Sure.
Yeah. And you're going to lose him at the end of this year.
And
so
I think that's why the team was shopping Alec Boehm in the offseason because there's really no other pieces on this team, A, that you can get rid of or dump salary with, or B, that you could get anything in return for. Alec Boehm showed that.
I mean, if Ranger gets traded, he might be the best player traded in the whole league. I mean, it depends on who else gets traded.
I
but
would agree with that.
He's an outstanding pitcher.
He's awesome. He's awesome.
I don't know if I'd go as far as say he'd be the best player traded, but I do think it's intriguing because usually when you add something on a contending team, you trade prospects. This would be more of, hey, we have a quality player, but we have a surplus in this area. Do you have something we need, and we trade him?
That doesn't fit your overall long-term plan.
Right.
And that's why I've always been adamant about the fact that, you want Ranger to be out there pitching to show people what he can do. He has that versatility. But obviously, this kind of goes back to those financials that we like to talk about when we talk about the Phillies and the year that they're having or potentially how the year is going to go. You don't want to be tethered with a whole bunch of older guys on these contracts if the team doesn't ultimately get to where you want them to get. So if that means that you could put Ranger out there and use him as a piece that could potentially help your team get better, then why not? Because you're not going to pay him.
So the only issue with this, I think it's harder to find a match because who would want him? Well, a bad team doesn't want him, right? Because he's a free agent.
Yeah.
Why would they just wait to sign him?
Yeah, let's a rent player. He's a rent player.
Right. So then you'd have to find a contending team who has a hole in their rotation, but has like an extra outfielder, extra bullpen piece.
Yeah.
I don't mind the idea. In fact, I think there's something interesting about what Ben is saying. I'm not sure where the match is. That might be harder to pull off.
Yeah. But but nonetheless, he's a piece. He's somebody that you could look at that, would not hurt you if you had to get rid. Well, you won't have to give up any of your prospects in order to get him.
There is another thing. There's another way to do this. There's door number 2. You could trade him for prospects and flip those prospects to somebody else.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
Or you can use him as an asset, especially if he gets replaced in the rotation. Although he's pitching well. Rangers done a good job after his first start blow up when he first came back. 215-592-9494. Our Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet. You learn about and schedule your evaluation. PIDentalCenter.com. All right, we got a few polls up today. Let's start with this one on the Phillies. Is the Phillies' performance over this past weekend a big deal? Yes at 57%, no at 43%. Hughes getting 21% of the blame for Bryce Huff's failed Eagles tenure.
That.
I do too. And did the weekend series change your mind about the Phillies trading for Reese Hoskins?
Hughes getting more than the Eagles, by the way.
Yeah, Hughes more to blame than the Eagles for the failed Bryce Huff experiment. That feels extreme. I'm being honest. That feels extreme. All right, Hugh, why don't you give everyone the fourth clue? We're going into the 1 o'clock hour. We have an incredible prize to give away today. We're playing Hugh's Clues here to give this thing away today. And we don't have a winner yet. So we're giving away today a pair of tickets to see a championship season. The Mann Center, Philadelphia Eagles, and NFL Films coming together to celebrate this Eagles championship season. Special concert event hosted by Merrill Reese on July 24th at the Mann Center. Hugh, clue number 4 is?
This cat had real beef with Joe DeCamera.
Now we're talking.
Like if you hear the beef.
Oh, we'll play it at the end.
Oh yeah, he was about to put hands on Joe. Okay. It sound like it was an on-site situation with Joe.
So this is a player turned analyst.
Yes.
You played against them.
Yes.
Their son played in the major leagues.
Yes.
And this person had real beef with the camera.
Real beef.
All right, there it is. Clue number 4. Tony's in Fox Chase. What's up, Tony?
Hey, what's going on? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. It's Monday?
It is. Of course it's Monday.
Dude, are you serious?
No,
How do you not know what Monday feels like?
No, it didn't feel like a Monday.
What does it feel like? Tuesday?
Taz, doesn't it feel like a Tuesday?
No, you were not at work yesterday. How does it feel like a Tuesday?
Well, I mean, I don't consider this work, so that's probably why.
Yeah, okay.
This is not a job to me. This is just like
that's
I get to interact with the people.
It's lovely.
This explains a
The
lot.
you
Actually,
people.
this explains
That's
a lot.
why the days. You know how some people like dread Mondays coming to work. I enjoy Mondays.
I don't dread Monday ever, but
especially when I come off a 4-leg parlay.
Oh, geez.
And I told you so weekend. Oh man, I
you
love
didn't have
coming
an
to work.
I told you so weekend.
Kinda.
You said you didn't want Reese,
Kinda.
and then he blasted 2 home runs.
Well,
on Saturday.
and I mean, but I did say something vaguely about the defense, and it kind of worked out my way.
Was the first base defense the problem?
No, I'm just saying.
Oh, it was the shortstop.
I'm just saying. It kind of.
Tony, go ahead. We're
defense as a
sorry.
whole.
Tony, we're arguing with each other here. Tony, go ahead.
All right, where shall we start? It's the Phillies, right? Okay,
Yes.
So I would love nothing more than to see Reese come back here, but that's not going to happen. There's a little bit of concern with the Phillies right now. I mean, the number of losses in a row, Bryce Harper out of the lineup. But I think once Bryce comes back, we should be good. We should be good. He brings that energy. He brings that leadership role. The lineup will get put back to the way it was. We'll be all right. This ship will get steered straight.
Well, they'll be all right, and hopefully that day is
Don't
tomorrow.
sound like he panicking.
Yeah, no, you're not panicking. I think it is worth noting because I've brought up before, like they've beat up on some bad teams. They've also Scott had the stat yesterday. I think they're averaging about 6 runs per game against the good teams, and about 3.5 against the bad teams. So I agree with you, Tony. Bryce will help the offense. I still think they need another bat. Tony, who is Hugh talking about? Who is our Hughes Clues person here?
How about Ike?
Ike Reese.
Ike got a son that played baseball.
Ike Reese.
There
It's
was beef
not-
with the camera.
Oh, that's true, Tony.
Oh, he had beef with the camera.
Well, who? Isn't everyone?
But the camera called him a special teamer.
I don't have beef with the camera.
Well,
Yeah,
not yet.
wait,
Oh, okay.
Did you forget what he said
Yeah,
about you?
That don't
also,
bother me.
maybe one-sided. You did call him pregnant.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it was a one-sided beef.
And you said it multiple times.
I did say
A lot.
Also, he did say you were an Eagles great with a lowercase g.
No, he did. He did, but
It was a
I
shot.
don't consider that beef.
Yeah, well, because Hugh doesn't care about that stuff.
I don't consider that beef. You know what I mean?
That's not beef, but
He
you,
was.
but you people
I
are in
look
your
at
head.
it. I look at it like this. He said that because I said he was pregnant, and then he
So you think he was
proceeded
firing
to.
back?
I agree.
Well, he's. You see, he don't look as pregnant as he was.
Well, he's getting in shape for his battle against Jack.
That's what I'm saying. But so he don't look as
Are
pregnant.
you taking credit?
Yeah. Kyle. Yes.
Man,
You-
what a
did
compliment.
you-
You're
did
looking
you-
good. You're not looking as
No,
pregnant as
listen.
you used to.
Joe, see, because you've probably been skinny your whole life.
No,
When-
I had
when
a
you-
chunky phase.
Okay,
a long
you had
time
a
ago.
chunky phase and fat phase are two different things.
I was more chunky than fat. Yeah.
So, in order to motivate people, because this happened with Deuce stayed. Because remember, Deuce went through a phase where Deuce was getting heavy.
Yes.
And I never forget when Trey saw him. He's like, hold up, Deuce." He said, "Boy, you getting real." He said, "You might need to. You people say you pack it on that retirement 20 or something." Deuce started getting his ass in the gym and start working it out. So. It's motivation. When you call somebody pregnant or something like that, or say they look like they're in their third trimester, they get motivated. So yes, Joe the camera, if you're listening, you're welcome.
That is spin right there.
Oh, it's classic
It's spin. I mean,
Listen, how long have I been a radio host?
I mean, that's total spin. You called your coworker pregnant, and now you're taking
No,
credit
that's what
for
I'm
being
saying.
in
But
better
is he?
shape.
Does he look as pregnant as he was?
He does not. I mean,
You're welcome.
If that's the question, I'll give you a straight
Yeah,
answer. He
because
doesn't look as pregnant.
Jack got it. Jack is in his head, living rent free. He wanted to get rid of the baby look, and now he's trying to get in shape. So yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, let's go to Scott and King of Prussia. What's up, Scott? Scott?
Yeah,
Scott, go
I'm
on.
here. It's
Okay,
a
Scott.
really bad connection. Can you hear me?
You know what? Let's put you on hold. We'll bring you back up in a second. Mark in Woodbury Heights is up. Hey, Mark.
Yo, Joe, how are you?
Hey, Mark.
Listen, guys, I've said this all along. And Dombrowski's not done a good job. I know you guys wanted to apologize to him, right? And
You didn't want to do that. Yeah, I'm sure you're feeling good today. I get it.
That was Joe.
Yeah, Joe, you know, if you wanted to
we
take him
still
out to
should.
dinner or breakfast, whatever. Here's the bottom line. This team is a flawed baseball team.
Agreed.
Defensively, bullpen-wise, they have one strength. Offensively, they're really inconsistent. They have one strength, the starting pitching. Ben Davis is 100% right. You have to trade Ranger Suarez. You have to trade him. He's your only – you can get a lot for him. There's a lot of teams battling for playoff spots in the American League that would love to have him. You can get a lot for him. You got to bring up Crawford now. What are we getting out of center field?
Nothing.
Why do we
It's terrible.
Why do we make these guys like Rojas makes that catch last week? He turned the wrong way. He catches it, and we make him out to be Cesar Cedeno. Okay, why do we make Stott out to be the next Joe Morgan? You know, we take these guys and glorify them. You have two good players on this team, consistently good players, Harper and Schwarber. That's it. Turner, what did he do in this homestand offensively?
Nothing.
He did nothing, and I was praising him last week. He did nothing. Boom. You move him up in the lineup. What's he do?
Nothing. And in big spots, he never seems to come through, ever.
Never. Castellanos. We make him out to be, I can't even, Bake McBride. Are you serious? This guy comes up small so often with guys in scoring position. You know, I am just sick and tired. This team is like a roller coaster, and I've said it over and over again. You guys tell me, well, it's early in the season. Back in April, I was ripping. It's early in the season. This is what they are, guys.
Sound like you mad at us.
They're going to win.
Right.
They're going to win 5 or 6 or 8 out of 10, and then they're going to lose 6 out of 7.
Well, and a lot of it's, Mark, right now seems dependent on the opponents. When they face the A's and the Pirates and the Rockies, they just beat them up, and they face good teams, and they struggle.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Have you seen a team worse than the Colorado Rockies in your life?
They're 9-50. 9-50.
Pirates-
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
The Pirates. Can you name 3 guys on the Pirates?
No, it's a Skeens,
Yeah.
Cruz, and that's
These
it.
teams stink. They stink. And at the end of the day, Dombrowski has not done a good enough job, in my opinion. He has not. I don't know why Kyle wants to say he's sorry and he's crying on the other side of the board. What has he done? What has Dombrowski really done? What has he
Lazardo's probably the best
He gave
thing.
a lot of money. Lazardo was a good move
Yep.
so far.
Well, I'll
gotta
say this
see
about
what he does.
Dombrowski's entire tenure is going to be determined by this trade deadline. This is the last shot this group has. His last few deadlines have been a joke. I mean, some of the Hayes gave them nothing. The year before that, it was Lorenzen and Rodolfo Castro. The year before that, they gave up Ohapi to get Marsh. I mean, this is the deadline that's going to define Dombrowski. And if he doesn't deliver, they're not going to win anything.
Joe, you got to be strong up the middle. Turner becomes the DH. Schwarber plays left field. I mean, Kepler, forget about Max Kepler. Schwarber plays left field. Bring up Crawford. Bring him up now. He's your leadoff
I'm
hitter.
not going to fight it. I know he hits the ball on the ground a lot, but he can't be worse offensively than we get out of Rojas and Marsh.
Super quick. Why would you want him at the top of your lineup?
Listen, I'm intrigued, and he's hit well against lefties and righties down there, so I'm intrigued. Mark, give us a guess for Hughes Clues. Who are we talking about?
The only guy I could think of, but I don't think it's accurate, is Chris Sims.
Oh, so he'd be the son, but I don't think his son's a player. Mark, we appreciate the phone call. No, it's not. This has been challenging for people.
Yeah. And I mean, to be honest, I thought it was pretty obvious because to me, this person is kind of the pioneer, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, of former athletes becoming sports analysts and thriving at that.
So I'm going to give everyone, can I give an extra hint?
You go for it.
You've seen him a lot.
He's
particularly our audience has seen his work a lot over the years.
Yes. I mean, he's an OG sports analyst. Like seriously, like when I think of this person, he's the consummate OG sports analyst and a guy that I feel that he's helped usher in a lot of former athletes doing this. I really do.
And great beef with the camera. I mean,
great beef.
I mean, all-time beef.
It was just, it was 2023, I guess.
2 years
at
ago.
this point, yeah.
Yeah, about a year and a half ago, the viral beef with the camera. All right, let's grab Big V in Mount Laurel. What's up, Big V?
Yo, what's going on?
Big V, what's going on?
Okay, first, I don't have huge concerns. Well, one of the things is that some of the changes Topper has made has worked and some haven't. One of the biggest things is that, we've got a struggling, defense, and one of your star outfielders is playing first base. The other issue is that, bringing a guy back because our defense is struggling, and the reason we got rid of him because he was a lousy defenseman. I mean, he was awful.
Well, that's not why they got rid of Reese Hoskins. They got rid of him because Bryce Harper wanted to play first base. I mean, that's it. They didn't get rid of Reese because he was a bad defender. They got rid of him because Bryce wanted to play first.
Yeah, Bryce got that kind of pull.
Well, that's
$billion team.
But maybe Bryce has changed his mind. You ever think of that, Big V?
Well, he did say he's one of his favorite players. So if he's saying that now, why didn't he say that then?
Well, because then he wanted to play first base. They did an experiment here for 2 years. Could they sacrifice offense for defense and put Rojas on the field and whatever crap they put in left field? And the answer is no. It's not made them better.
See, the problem that we have is that we've got big bats. They just need to go back to being big bats.
I'm not sure. Are we sure we really have? How many big bats do we have? Schwarber's a big bat? Yes.
Yeah.
Harper's a big bat. And Turner is a good bat. I wouldn't call him a big bat, but he's a good bat. Who else is a big bat? You're right. He's streaky. Who else is a big bat? Bohm's not a big bat.
Bone can hit. Come on.
That's what I'm saying. He was in the home run derby last year.
I don't care.
That's why they're trying to put him in.
Bohm's not a big bat. We've seen
Joe,
him here for 5 years.
He ain't trying to hit. No, because
what's his career high in home runs? 16.
But they're putting him in position. That's why they're putting him out there, Joe. They're trying to see if they could get him going.
If we roll you on the golf course, you're not a golfer. I mean, you can put that in third. That doesn't make him a big bat.
What does that have to do with the Phillies bat? Come on.
You're saying they put him in the spot.
Why are you attacking you? What did you do to you? Come on.
I'm just trying to make a point here. You could put
by attacking
you could bat someone third doesn't mean they're a third hitter. Alec Bohm's not a big bat. He's just
Alex
tall.
Bohm is a big bat.
Oh my God!
For his
Kyle, put a poll up. Is Alec Bohm a big bat?
I'm not even going to embarrass ourselves with that one.
What are you
talking about?
He's no power.
You would say if Alec Bohm's a big person.
Twins separated from birth.
60% of his home runs this year came in minor league parks. Big bat. Get out of here.
But listen. I mean, the whole thing that Topper really has to do is get his batters to bat. I mean, come on. It's time that they actually start heating up to get ready.
I know, but I think we have this like fairy tale idea of this lineup. Castellanos isn't the player he was 4 or 5 years ago. JT offensively isn't the player he was 4 or 5 years ago. Bohm, look, is tall, so we think he's a power hitter. He can't hit for power. They don't have big bats.
He can cut it out, man. I mean, other than that, it's like bring up somebody from the minors who more than likely isn't ready to play.
See, that's it. Should be.
See, that's what it is, Joe. He should be able to hit, and that's why they're putting him in that position because he was supposed. He was in the home run derby last year. He's supposed to be that guy.
This is the new Trea Turner was an all-star last year.
No,
I don't care.
Yeah. And he's working on it. He's working hard.
Well, you look at last
that was sarcasm.
years, Trea Turner was playing like he could have potentially been an all-star.
Well, yeah, wonderful. That's right. It's great. I'm so glad that our 6'5" third baseman was in the home run
I
derby.
should have known it was going to be like this today. I don't know what I was thinking.
Well, it is Tuesday, Hugh.
It is. Tuesdays, they're tough days. All right.
Tough Tuesdays.
Big V, what do you got for us? What's your guess for Hughes Clues?
I was thinking Mark Schlereth.
Well, you got it, Big V. You got it. Yes, Mark Schlereth.
Schlereth. You butchered his last name, but we'll take that.
Yeah, at 122, we got to give it away. Big V, yes, you nailed it.
Mark Schlereth?
So you're going to the Eagles event at the Man. All right, can we play this for everyone? So a few years ago, Joe DeCamera on the morning show had some criticisms for an Eagles game that Mark Schlereth called. And word got back to Schlereth about DeCamera calling him boring. And here is what Stink had to say about DeCamera.
I love the hate. I love it when people throw things at me. The other thing is, whether you're a fan or whether you're a media member, and you know who I'm talking about, if what you say to me is the broadcast was horrendous, you're awful, it's too X's and O's, plus you were so biased, you didn't hear the game you wanted to hear. I don't get paid to talk about the game that you want to hear. I get paid to cover the game in front of me. And if you're throwing at me, especially a media member, that I was biased in my broadcast, then you're a candy ass and you know exactly who I'm talking about. That's exactly what you are. I didn't get to hear the game I wanted to hear. He's horrible at what he does. He's the worst ever. You're a candy ass. That's what you are. So I can't help you if you didn't get to hear the game that you wanted to hear.
And y'all wonder why I like Schlereth the way that I do. Like, I had a chance to work with Mark, man. And I'll tell you, my first couple years at ESPN, a lot of times when we get in this business, Joe, and you know this, there are a lot of people that do this that aren't willing to help you. They aren't willing to give you the nuances of doing this. Mark wasn't like that. Because I remember, and we've heard it several times where, I might get stuck on a person's name or something, and he used to give me little, like points and clues to how to remember their name. Like, say you might want to go with the guy that plays for the Commanders, plays receiver, like certain things that give you time to remember the name or just write stuff down. He was always willing to share information. And, as you just heard in that clip, he will clap back. He will clap back. And that's the one thing that I've always respected about him, man. He's always been an even-keeled guy, and he's always been a guy that has always been willing to share information if he hasn't.
Actually, when you brought his name up this morning, I forgot, and then it hit me. Didn't he say something about DeCamera when DeCamera said something about him? Well, yes, he did. All right, a fun Hughes Clues today. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop board. All right, your phone calls here on the Phils, on the Bryce Huff situation, Trea Turner. You want Hoskins back even more now. I do. We'll check in with you people who are clearly in Hughes' head, and we'll say goodbye to a great broadcasting crew with some audio that Hugh can relate to. That's all coming up. We're live today at the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies head to the Great White North to battle the Blue Jays. Tomorrow, leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:07. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Way gone up into the second deck, Kyle Schwarber.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. We're going out west today and taking the Padres Giants under 7.5. These are two of the top defensive teams in the National League. For the Pods, it'll be Stephen Kolek on the mound, 3-1, a 4.11 ERA, and it'll be Logan Webb going for the Giants, 5-5 with a 2.82 ERA. We're expecting the pitchers to be the stars tonight, so taking the under between the Padres and the Giants. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It's our famous amateur night this Wednesday at Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret, where girls strut their stuff in the buff for a $500 grand prize. Creekside Cabaret, 3225 Advance Lane, Hatfield. Amateur night this Wednesday at Creekside. CreeksideCabaret.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 62225, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Shop the Delaware Valley's largest selection of craft beers, specialty brews, and fine cigars at B&B Beverages. Conveniently located just off the 611 and 202 bypass in historic Doylestown. This summer, live every moment with Peroni 12-pack bottles, just $17.99. Or grab a 12-pack of Miller Lite 12-ounce cans for only $12.99. Perfect for the next Phillies game. And check B&B's website for their sampling events. BNBBeverages.com. Celebrate responsibly.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
BetParks Online Casino and Sportsbook and Parks Casino, proud to be a major sponsor of the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Golf Tournament, benefiting the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation that helps young people in underserved communities.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Back to the midday show, live from the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
When you got a chance to close out at home, you better freaking do it. Because what's happening now, what I'm going to tell you, Shaq agrees with me, they're not going to win Game 6 in Toronto. But let me tell you something, by the time they get to Game 7, them spinkers going to be so tight.
Hey, must win Game 6.
Yeah, but yes.
Must win.
We lost, or at least we're saying goodbye to this iteration of one of the great sports television shows of all time. Hugh, it's the TNT run for Barkley and Shaq and Kenny Smith and Ernie Johnson officially closed on Saturday night when the Pacers defeated the Knicks. So
yeah,
it's weird. I mean, they've been together for so long,
and they still will be.
They will, but
it's on a different network.
I'm not convinced it's going to be the same. I'm afraid ESPN's going to put their hands on it, and if you change that show or you add someone, like I don't want them to add anyone else's voice in there. Those four had amazing chemistry for all those years.
This is what I hope is going to happen, because I heard early on, like they took shots at ESPN this year when they talked about their coverage of the NBA and said, I remember I think it was Barkley said something to the effect that, ESPN only talk about two teams. One of them is the Celtics and the Lakers. OKC was the best team in the NBA right now. And ironically, OKC's in the finals.
Yep.
So they called that. So I think in order to get exactly what those guys do, you have to allow them
to do their
thing.
Totally.
And if they don't do that, then people are going to call them out. People are going to call ESPN out about that, because then it's going to be obvious that they try to steer things in certain directions or try not to have the authenticity that show has.
Because in theory, it shouldn't change, right? It's just a different.
It's just they're still in Atlanta,
right?
The same crew, the same people that they're working with are still there.
It should be the same.
Only thing I would say this change is probably the location, because it's probably not going to be on TNT's campus.
Yeah, be on ESPN.
Yeah, be on ESPN. They'll probably build them a suite, set or whatever. But still, it should be the same show.
Yeah, hopefully they leave them alone, because it's been a great show for a long time. I'm glad they'll be together just now on ESPN. So I saw some people this weekend here sharing their favorite inside the NBA moments ever, like the best clips. And I saw this one, and it made me think this is something you'd relate to. Here is Shaquille O'Neal on Inside the NBA talking about, how you save money on putting gas in your car.
Because I told him I didn't want to get a certain vehicle because of the amount of gas I would have to spend. It costs like $80
to fill it up.
And he said, then you said,
when it gets to half, then you put $20, you bring it back to full.
Yeah. But if I keep doing, I would have to stop more often and still spend 80.
No, you wouldn't.
Why?
You're complaining about when it gets to 0, you spend 80, right? When it gets to half, you put 20. Then when it get back to half, you put 20.
Yeah, but I'll keep stopping, putting 20 in, and it'll equal 80, the same amount of gas. I'm driving the same amount of gas.
The average human stops once a week for gas, right? With you only work here twice. You would probably have to stop maybe once every 2 weeks. Don't even try it.
This is bordering
Nobody
on.
travel more than me.
This is bordering on what's closer, the West Coast or the moon.
So if
this is bordering on that.
You're telling me that I wouldn't have to, if I didn't let my gas get down, I wouldn't have to fill it up as much?
No, I'm saying you're complaining about the $80. That's what the conversation about. You.
But 4 times 20 is 80, because I'm gonna stop 4 times.
No, you're not gonna stop 4 times. No, you're not gonna stop 4 times. Not in 1 week. You're not.
Anyway,
Kenny,
the West Coast is closer than the moon.
If you let it get to 0, right? Monday through Friday, right? Then you got to pay 80 to fill it back up.
Right.
Okay, but if you let it get to half by Wednesday, then you pay 20.
No, it won't get to half by. But if Wednesday it's going to be 40, and then on Friday it'll be 40.
Not 40,
again.
20.
Yeah.
It's going to be 20.
No.
I
that sounds logical to me.
No, it's not.
I mean, it is. It is. Because see, the only adjustment that I've had to make since I moved to Delaware,
right?
Is that like, what was it, $40? 50. I just put 50 in. And I'm still in my sweet spot.
But you go more often.
But
now,
here's the kicker.
So you pay the same amount.
Well, see, here's the kicker. This is what has thrown somewhat of a wrinkle into that. Is because Harper has games like this. He had the game that he has tomorrow is canceled, right? So he has one on Saturday. But normally that kind of throws a wrinkle in it because we go to his games. It's like we play on Monday and Wednesday, and so that would make me put more gas in it during the week because I got to go to Jersey.
More,
yeah. But outside of that, I'm $50. I'm still in my wheelhouse once a week.
But the point that they were trying to make to Shaq that I'll make to you, I knew you'd appreciate this clip, is it's the same money.
No, it's not. It's a little bit. You're saving a little bit.
But you're not.
Well, yeah, you are. You are.
But if you put $20 in 4 times, that's 80.
Well, if you're talking about once a week, like Shaq said, you're not going to the gas station if you're filling it up every time it gets so heavy. You're going like once that week. Now, the next week you're going to do the same thing. So it in essence it's in your sweet spot.
But it's not.
It is.
But if you let it go down to empty and you put it costs you 80 or 100 depending on the kind of car you have, you don't have to go back for a long time.
If you let it get past, because see, like even in my truck now, it get to like a quarter or something, then I'll go put some gas in. $20.
Sure.
$20.
We'll be right back to it. Fill it back up. You're spending the same amount of money.
Not the same. Not the same.
See, this is the kind of stuff ESPN cannot get involved in. Let those guys do their show.
This is the vision. See, me and Shaq on the same page.
Yeah, see, this is your problem. Did you hear the rest of the panel there yelling at him?
Shaq stole my trainer, amongst other things. That's still my dog. Me and Shaq, we still cool, though. We cool.
You know what this is? You're just uncomfortable shelling out the big dollars. It doesn't save you anything. It's just you don't like to spend the 80 or 100 at once. Well, that's what this is about.
You know what it is, and I'm sure I'm not the only person that's like this. I understand that we all, like, in order to do what we do, we have to spend money. Some people are more comfortable with spending money than others. I'm not comfortable visually seeing $80 leave my pocket every week. But I am comfortable with $50 leaving my pocket.
You know what this is?
Or $20.
You like to lie to yourself, and
it's not a lie.
It is because you're thinking maybe I won't spend that money when I know I'm going to have to go to the gas station again next week.
It's not a lie. It's my comfort zone. Perfect examples like this weekend. Okay, so my daughter's here, so we all go to the store. So it's like I got Harper with me, her, and their little cousin, right? Harper's little cousin. So everybody goes in the store, and I made the mistake. Of saying, get what you want.
Oh.
So I'm in there with
How far that set you back?
I'm in there with 2 6-year-olds and a 26-year-old, and I give them, it's almost like I was Willy Wonka, and I gave them the golden ticket.
Well, you said get what you want.
Now, let's talk about the 6-year-olds. Now, don't ever tell a 6-year-old to get whatever they want. This little girl came back with a bag of marshmallows, what they call it, a kazoo, and some other like little toys. Oh, we ain't gonna tell you what Harper got. Harper then filled his little basket up, and then my daughter, and I sat there, about $100 worth of stuff. I mean, but I'm like, hey, okay.
Yeah. You said it.
I said it. So
you gave him the green light.
Yeah, but yeah, it's almost like a pass just to do and get whatever you would never get normally, just because somebody gave you some money. You just say, hey, you know what? I'm just gonna do what I want to do. Worst thing in the world I did.
See, and I don't know why, but this does mean you should fill your gas tank up.
Nah, $20.
Okay. You and Shaq, same page on this. All right, 215-592-9495. I hope you're right. Hope ESPN doesn't mess with the show.
They can't.
Well,
they have to allow them. And if they do, you know what the funny thing about that is? Because if they do, and if they try to change the show, the way that those cats roll, they would probably all walk away.
Well, that might be what keeps the people at ESPN from messing with it. That they're afraid of them.
Because they were adamant, if I recall, about keeping the show together if they were going to do it.
See, I just wonder about the other egos there. Like, you don't you think Stephen A's going to try to wedge his way onto that show?
Well,
because then it's a different show.
Well, see, okay, if he does that, if he, okay, say, for instance, because I think this is what's going to happen. Their opinions are going to be so strong that it has the potential to moving out those fringe NBA guys. And what I mean by that is, not the guys that actually played, like the guys like Marcus Spears and that they ask NBA questions to, because I think that Charles and those guys are going to be so opinionated.
Sure, they're not going to need that.
They're not going to need that.
Yeah.
So that might be the case.
It makes ESPN stronger, certainly.
Yeah,
as they go to streaming and all that. I mean, I'm glad the show will exist. It felt like the end of an era watching Saturday. All right, 215-592-9494. We're going to check in with you people in a second. Hugh, we didn't mention, though, we did see some Eagles news today. Did you see this?
What you got?
Saquon Barkley is the cover guy for Madden. I mean, this was a lock, wasn't it? Wasn't the backwards hurdle? It had to be the Madden cover.
Oh, no question. And I think they reenacted it. I think that's what I saw. They had him on the little harnesses and cables or whatnot, and they did the whole thing.
That's a lot.
There's going to be a lot. Wait,
they didn't just take the photo from the game?
I don't think so.
Or did they mean for the game they had to reenact it?
Well, no, I think that
can you
they
do that now in
reenacted
the
the cover. I think they from what I saw, it looked like they reenacted the cover of it. So he had to I guess he lined up and did the live action shot thing.
But why? They have the real thing from the real game.
No, but I'm saying I think they used that in order to change. I don't know, but it looks like that's what they did.
Okay. Are you a Madden curse guy? You worried?
Well,
I mean, the curse has been a thing for a long time.
He was a Hard Knocks curse guy. I mean, he might as well.
Thanks, Kyle. No, am I a curse guy? I think I don't have enough data on that. Harvard study, inconclusive. I don't think so.
So whales in lakes, yes. Madden curse, no.
Listen,
I'm trying to.
I didn't say it had to make sense.
Okay.
It makes sense to me.
That's right. That sounds like it fits on WIP. Does it make sense? No. Do I think it? Yes.
It makes sense to me.
I am not a Madden curse guy. I don't buy it. Jules in Delaware. What's up, Jules?
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Jules, what's going on?
Hey, I did want to talk about that cover for the Madden. I think they just took the regular photo and just added some AI to it.
Is that what you saw here? A little AI to
what did you say now?
They added AI.
I just think they took they just took the regular picture and then sprinkled in some AI to make it look more than what it actually
why
was.
is he having all the harnesses and everything?
Yeah, you saw a video where he's having harnesses.
Oh,
I'm seeing that video now too.
I do
There are
wonder if
harnesses.
they are trying to incorporate it into the gameplay. So like maybe
Well,
you
I'm
can
saying
maybe you
that
can
might
do
be-
that
could
with
be it,
him.
yeah.
Or like if you I don't know how to do it, but like if you have the right button combination, maybe you can do a spin like a hurdle spin.
But if that was the case, he would have on the suit. Have y'all ever seen how any of this works? Like when they do the actual moves, they have on the black suit. And they have all the the little balls on it to get his actual movement. So
They do
that's
that
not
for
what
every
this.
player?
They still need that.
Well,
now?
they do that. They do
2025?
that for like the natural movements of certain players. Right. Yeah, they do that. So I don't like. Yeah, they.
Did you ever have to put that stuff on?
I did some voiceover stuff, but I forgot which game it was.
Oh, we got to find this on.
Oh no, it's
Well,
you know what? I
You
don't
do
even
know
remember.
it. You just don't want to tell us.
Nah, if I wanted to tell you, I would
We'll
tell you.
find it. I mean, that's.
I said if I wanted to tell you, I would tell you.
Yeah, we'll find it.
We will find it.
Jules, who you blaming on the Huff thing? Eagles, Huff, Hugh?
Well, I don't think it's Hugh's fault. I think he's he's one of those people that just kind of goes along with it, like a bad idea kind of thing. But
That does sound like Hugh. Yep.
Yeah, it
yes,
does.
I definitely think it's Howie's fault. I think that he probably the money that they gave to Huff, he probably could have gave some of that or most of that to Hassan, to try to run it back because the defense was pretty successful when he was out there. So I think it's partially Huff's fault, but it's mostly Howie. How Howie pulled the trigger. It was his idea. I definitely think that it's mostly
It was.
his fault.
It was a Howie-driven thing. And Jules, you mentioned an incident. Jules, we appreciate the phone call. So we did mention when we brought up the Huff thing both Friday and today. Hugh, it didn't hurt them, right? They won the Super Bowl with getting nothing out of Bryce Huff. You know when it could hurt them?
What's that?
This year. So they got rid of Bryce Huff, right? But they still owe him money, right? They had to pay him whatever, $7 or $8 or $9 million on the cap for this year. So they owe him money as Spike waves to you people.
No, I did Spike like that. He just paid us back.
They owe.
See, we petty.
Oh,
we're
you
petty.
did that?
We're petty around
Certain
this part.
things?
No, I did this like a couple weeks ago. And Spike's getting me back.
Well, good. That put you in your place. It could hurt this year's Eagles, though, because some of the money they had to allocate just to get rid of Bryce Huff could have been used to bring back someone else.
Yeah, and that's why I think for Howie, the biggest thing was he was trying to recoup some of that money. You know what I mean?
Well, now then maybe can we go use it now? Can we go get an upgrade?
Well,
can we get your favorite player, Trey Hendrickson? Can we bring him in?
You know what? I didn't think about that. That might be.
We know you like Trey.
I like Trey.
He's a good player.
I like
17 and a half sacks last year.
I like Trey. Excuse me. You know what? I forgot that was a drop. And I walked right.
Don't worry, I'll never let you forget again.
Don't you know we're going to bring up Trey Hendrickson every day this summer just for that?
Like funny, I thought we were having like a serious segment for whatever reason.
What's wrong with
you?
I thought we were having a serious. I thought we were having a serious segment for like 2 seconds.
Well, speaking of serious things, let's get to you people.
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
Many were wondering if he was going to conveniently be, quote unquote, taking pictures during you people, like he was during the Bryce Huff conversation. He was not ducking you. He was here. He's going to take this beating.
Oh, wow. I'm getting.
Well, you did say that you woke up this morning thinking about you.
I like to be annoying for whatever reason. It just, that's in my wheelhouse.
Yep. We know. We do a show with you 4 hours a day.
So I don't think I noticed. I mean, you guys might think differently. I don't think I noticed too much panic on the phone lines today.
No, not much.
No. We did get a few comments, though, about the team and how they played over the weekend. And they seemed to be a little bit stronger than some of the phone lines.
I felt frustration on the phones more than like real worry. Just more like annoyed.
Well, it was just, especially with Trey.
Yeah.
Because it's the money thing and the fundamental plays that he's missing.
Well, we had one caller that mentioned he had never heard an athlete give it was a routine grounder, and he long talked how he should have played.
And see, before y'all jumped on me, that's what I was trying to say. I said, as a father who's learning the game, I said it was just I understood that, but to your point, but y'all didn't want to hear all that.
Well, you compared him to your 6-year-old son.
Well, basically because fundamentally, that's what they're teaching 6-year-olds.
He's a $300 million shortstop.
Yep. So we got a few comments. This team is cooked, and I'm ashamed to be a Phillies fan. That feels a little strong.
Wow.
That's strong.
I mean, come on.
That's a lot.
It's going to be all right. Joe wanted to throw a parade for Topper last week.
Somebody pointed that out.
Yeah.
So this is all Topper's fault that the shortstop can't catch the ball?
Maybe it's yours, though. I mean.
Oh, okay. Now, Topper did error yesterday and admitted his error that he should have probably got Weston Wilson out of that game for Kepler an inning before. So that was a bad Topper day. I'll give that.
Joe, do you know that Turner's fielding percentage is .975?
Do you know that I don't care? How's that sound? Okay? Since he got here, he has the worst defensive run saved of any shortstop in baseball, and it's not close. So you enough with that.
Hey, don't shoot the messenger. Somebody wanted to know if you knew that.
Okay.
That's all. I hope Brian Dawkins comes and finds Joe Giglio and puts a big hit on him for his horrible takes.
Well, he did find me. He
Yeah.
sat down.
He sat down and we broke bread.
Did not hit you, though.
Did not.
Did not crush you.
I
like
didn't
you could've.
expect him to. I mean, it's his adult outing today. Why would he do that?
Yep. All right. So they noticed he was dressed nicely today. He got chocolate.
This is nice. He's just in a polo shirt.
He got chocolate covered cherry.
That's that whoever did that one, touche. That's a good one.
You also got Candy Cane Douglas.
That's a good one.
Yep.
I'll take that one.
And Waldo.
Didn't we? Oh.
Waldo. I'll take that one. See, this is what I'm talking about right here because I want to see how creative they are.
Yep.
On what I just found out is a Monday. I want to see how creative you are.
Found out it's almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Monday.
Hey man, listen, when you have the jobs that we have, Joe, and you have as much fun as we do, the days tend to run.
Can you title the podcast for the 12 o'clock hour, Where's Waldo? And we couldn't find you to start the hour.
Yep. All right. So this one's less creative and more just a good question. It's the last thing we got here. Who had the worst tenure? Bryce Huff in Philly or Hugh in Jacksonville? Now, Huff did get a ring.
When I think of tenure, I got a ring too when I came back to Philly. It wasn't a championship ring, but I got a ring.
Do anything for us?
But when I think of tenure, I think of more than one. Well, I guess in this case it fits because we were both in the same spot for more than
1 year and then dumped.
But at least I got. But listen, in my defense, I was on my way out the league, and I got 3 sacks.
That is true. Huff
I
should
was
be
on my way.
Yeah.
I was on my way out the league, and I got 3 sacks.
Who should be more proud?
How many sacks he getting this year here?
2.5.
Okay, so I win.
Who should be more proud of what they did for that franchise? Huff here or you at the Jags?
Well, hold on. Would you get 3 in Jacksonville?
Yeah, I got 3.
That's better. That's more than Huff.
Cut on live TV.
But I gave. Listen.
I mean, what are we paying?
I gave Jacksonville something to talk about. They still, like, you talk about living rent-free in somebody's head.
Well, they still write about Hugh to this day.
To this day.
Huff did give us something to talk about. You worked blue on the air defending Bryce Huff and ripping Fangio.
I did.
We didn't forget that.
I did. And you know what? It's times like this. What did the caller just say? Like, I'm kind of like, I have like bad ideas. I just kind of go with like bad ideas.
Yeah.
It's kind of the Bryce Huff thing. I go with my gut. I go with my heart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean,
why has Hassan Reddick been on?
I knew. I heard him. I
heard
him.
football team.
Yeah, that was I threw the mouse when I was looking for that.
What's your favorite Hugh Douglas Bryce Huff moment? That or when he predicted he would break the NFL sack record last season? Because I like that one.
Yeah. I feel like we should bury the sack record prediction so that nobody else ever gets to hear that.
Yeah. No, I'll go with. I'll double down on what I say. 18 sack record.
Well, 22. You said.
Yeah, I did.
The sack record's 22.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said that.
Mm-hmm. We know.
And but you know what doesn't help when y'all do that pregnant pause, that silence though, that just kind of kills the whole thing.
It really hits. It hits.
No, I'm just saying. Y'all just let it marinate. Y'all just I say yeah.
I want people to
yeah.
really let it like sink in.
How did that work out for you, Hugh? It did. But it's okay.
I think Huff's time here was worse than your time in Jacksonville. I think it was. You know why? Because he was actually on a winning team and he couldn't get on the field.
But I don't know, Joe. Because
you think yours was worse?
Yes. Because we were losing, and you know what's funny? Deion Grant was here. He's here.
He
was my team. Yeah, the same time.
Yeah.
And we talked about that. We was like, dude, he didn't like Jack either.
You didn't tell us your Jaguars teammate. We would have brought him on to talk about your team.
I knew that. That's why I didn't bring it up till now.
It's an interesting point though. Like Huff couldn't break through on a great team. Hugh not being able to break through on the Jags.
That's
the
true.
Rays.
Yeah.
Way to spin that,
but
Kyle.
maybe part of the
you said it. No,
maybe
but I'm
part of
just
the
saying.
reason why they sucked was you produced nothing.
I gave Jacksonville
Nothing.
3.5 sacks.
Oh,
I gave them all I had.
Does Hugh do anything for us?
As a older defensive end that was coming off an injury plagued season.
Oh, here come the excuses.
Well, hey, listen, I'm 53 years old. I ain't got to carry the total line for nobody anymore.
Speaking of
just keep it a bean.
Giving everything you have, that's enough for us for today. All right, you guys have a great rest today. The afternoon show is coming up next from the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Peace.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe that they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Well, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, well, that's when things get really interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, well, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer and make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA and official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/here-for-good.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, no interest and no payments till 2026. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Ring, make it, ring, girl, make it. Hey, Prime members, Grubhub and Amazon have just the thing to help you save. You can get $0 delivery fees on eligible Grubhub orders. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to start saving. Terms and additional fees apply.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with Naira Bets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NairaBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll, it's also complicated, but it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services, and we can expertly handle benefits, HR, hiring, and payroll for your small business. You don't have to wing it. Let me take the headache out of HR. No time for payroll? HRUncomplicated.com. New medical plans? New talent? HRUncomplicated.com. Let Clear Employer Services show you how to make HR uncomplicated so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit HRUncomplicated.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. There's a long-standing joke that the NFL writes a script before every season, but Major League Baseball is the league that seems to have a screenplay going right now. Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers against Aaron Judge and the Yankees is perfect. The World Series rematch was fun to watch this weekend, and these teams could be on a collision course to meet in the postseason once again. Not sure everyone around baseball would love it, but this sounds like a movie to me. I'm Andrew Perloff.
93 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Here we are, Jack, at the... Sorry, I'm all confused.
There it is.
Yeah. Here we are, the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament at Penn Oaks Golf Club. No Ike.
Yet.
No Ike yet. Ike later on.
Yes, Ike later on.
Ike it is the summer of Ike.
It is the summer of Ike. He hasn't turned down one charity golf tournament.
No. He likes playing golf.
Yeah.
He really likes golf.
It's good to be back, though. This is my home course in high school.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's your best score on this course?
I think I shot a 79 here once. Now, this course ate me up, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I probably played Ben Oaks 200 times.
And is that why they didn't invite you to play in the tournament today?
I actually don't know why I wasn't invited. Maybe it's too critical of the quarterback. I don't know.
Yeah.
But there's other baseball guys out there. I saw Tommy Green. I saw Ben Davis.
Oh, wow. Those are baseball
guys.
guys.
There's baseball represented. So I dressed for the occasion.
You did.
Hoping that, hey, we need a fourth.
Oh, dude, your hat even matches your shirt.
Yeah.
It's so sad.
No, I know. I felt like
it's such a desperate look.
Dude, I felt like an idiot when I put it all on. I felt like a kid, trying to impress people, which I don't try to do anymore.
No, but for this, you wanted to play.
Put me in, coach.
Yeah.
You know. Also, Ike was supposed to text me last night about possibly coming up. Nothing. It's just, and then he ditches. I'm out. Honestly, I'm out on the whole event.
Well, it'll be. Oh, you want to? Hugh.
Here we
Okay.
go.
All right. Hugh Douglas. All right.
I just wanted to jump in and say the reason why I did not get back to you last night. I'm not gonna go into detail, but I had a long night.
Because the big event was last night.
Ike raised. I'm not for sure, but I'm gonna say somewhere in the neighborhood of well over $100,000 last night.
Yeah.
Wow.
I saw you emceeing the whole
Yeah. Like, and you know what the funny part about it, Jack, is that last week he said he wasn't gonna do it.
That's what he always says, though.
Yes, but when he got on stage, man, he did a really, really good job. He was Ike, and yeah.
He was having a good time.
He had a good time.
He was having a good time.
Ah, a really good time.
I didn't say that. I just wanted to, because I know, because it's, because he was supposed to call me a couple times, didn't call. So don't,
all right.
Don't take it personally.
Yeah, don't
is
take
what
it
you're
personally.
trying.
He does it to all his good friends.
Yeah. Don't take it.
All right, I'll try.
That's
not
all.
to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow.
Have a great show.
Thank you for
Inside
sharing
information from Hugh.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
The Ike Insider of the Year, Hugh Douglas.
I saw the one video of Ike.
I didn't see it.
Seeing the whole thing. Yeah. Well, because the last time, it was last year when he sang the Sixers song.
Oh, right.
And then it all went.
Did Hugh post that as well?
Hugh did post that video.
Right.
And that's where the whole, he may never sing again.
Right. Well, it'll be a big show. We're hoping to have some guests who are playing golf over. Maybe even we get Ike Reese. What do you think? Maybe we get Ike Reese?
That's a big guess.
Yeah, you never
We'd
know.
love to hear from him.
You never know. It is beautiful out here. It's another one of these days that makes me wish I played golf.
I know.
It'd be a great day to play golf.
Dude, I think your 50s could be the 50s of golf.
Oh, but I can't because
Why?
of my back. I can't play.
Well, you could.
There's no way I can get into it without playing.
Well, I think you could play a little bit.
I don't think so.
Just try.
I could maybe putt.
Nah.
That'd be like designated putter.
Nah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, he could. There's just no fun. Maybe a caddy. You want to be a caddy?
I could be a caddy.
You'd be a great caddy. You're great at walking.
I do like walking. There we go. Maybe I'll be a caddy.
All right.
There it is. All right. So, not the most optimal of Phillies weekends, Jack. Coming off the series win over the Braves, they lose that final game, the second game of the doubleheader, the Zach Wheeler game, and then they get smoked all weekend at home by the Milwaukee Brewers. The first time the Brewers have swept in Philadelphia in 10 years. I think 2015 is
Really?
what Fransky said.
That was probably
yesterday.
Ryan Braun was still killing the Phillies.
Yes. Yeah. So it was. So I'm trying to figure out if I am actually concerned about the Phillies weekend. At 215-592-9494. Are you concerned or are you not concerned? Is there actual concern there? And Jack, I am of two minds here.
Okay.
Mind one is my head. And my head is telling me the same thing that you guys said to me all season long last year. It's a very long season. They were not going to win every series for the rest of the year. it was I guess sort of my head is telling me it was the worst combination of everything to happen at once. The starting pitching not quite as good, which showed how thin the bullpen was. Harper is out. The lineup sort of fails. Blah 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 blah. Sweep it under the rug, move on, go to Toronto.
Right.
But my gut is telling me that I really didn't like that series, like in an actual, real, sort of worried way, in that the Phillies, who are not just one arm short of the bullpen, they seem like they're 3 arms short of the bullpen. The offense goes completely cold. But the thing that bothers me the most about it is this sort of like dumb baseball team that shows up every once in a while, like the Bad News Bears looking baseball team that feels like they think they're better than they actually are. Like they're a good baseball team, but when they're dialed in, they're good, right? They're not good enough to just sort of sleepwalk through a series against a real team. And the Brewers aren't like good or anything, but they're a real baseball team. Yeah. And like that sort of attitude, it's not even the performance. It really isn't. We're not going to see Lazardo give up 11 runs or 12 runs again.
12 earned.
The bats are not. Bryce is going to come back eventually. The bats are not going to be that. But there was something about like the vibe of it that made me worried in my gut. My head, not that worried. My gut, pretty worried.
I saw a lot of comps to last year's A's series this week.
Yes, where they just sort of like gave up in the third game.
Just didn't
show
really
up.
show up.
Yeah, didn't. And the A's series last year, it was almost like they didn't think they needed to show up, right?
It was right before the All-Star break.
We're at the All-Star break, and that's when they lose, 18-2 or something in that last game. And by the way, it's that same vibe. We're a little bit better. We're not quite. We think we're better than we actually are, is the vibe I got from the Phils. So while my head is telling me it's just one series, my gut is telling me, I think there was something to worry about there.
So I'm closer to where your head is. I'm closer to where your head is. And frankly, I'm actually glad that weekend happened. I'm glad that weekend happened. I didn't want to have the best record in baseball anymore. I didn't want to peak in May. I wanted it to actually calm down a little bit. Like I didn't want them to front run all the way. And that's some scar tissue from last year. I mean, 100%. Like last year, they got out in front. They stayed out in front. They didn't really they kind of front ran their way to a division title. So I actually am glad, and I think that some of the weaknesses were exposed, which I think is really important. You can't just talk your way through it because you're winning games. There has to be real things addressed at the trade deadline. So I was actually happy this weekend. Now, it was not.
You weren't actually happy.
I was.
That's a cope.
I was.
You're coping.
I was happy that kind of humbling happened because I agree with you.
But do you think they'll be humbled by it?
Yes, I think they will be humbled by it. And I think that when Bryce went out, I think they kind of checked out. And I was disappointed in how they acted and how they played because, Bryce going out obviously shouldn't derail the offense. They've actually traditionally been all right when Bryce has gone out. I mean, 2022, when Bryce went down, Schwarber went nuts. And I think they had a pretty good record when Bryce went down in 2022.
Overall, since Bryce got here, I looked this up a few weeks ago. They basically they're an over 500 team when Bryce is not on the team. Yeah. Like their winning percentage is better with Bryce, but it's not like significantly better with Bryce.
I will say I'm glad to see them not winning games with Bryce, because I knew you were just sitting there. You couldn't wait to throw the stat out. Well, actually, they're better without Bryce.
Well, they're not better, but they're pretty good without Bryce. Or they have been pretty good.
I could feel the Hurts people using that take. I could feel you coming up. I could tell Giglio.
You're not actually happy that they got smoked by the Brewers.
They didn't get smoked. Trey made an error yesterday that cost them the game. Saturday wasn't even competitive, and Friday was a Taiwan night. Like overall, I'm not really concerned. That's gonna happen. That's baseball. And when you watch this weekend, like Lazardo's not going to allow 12 runs in a start. He's going to be fine. He had to wear one for his team on Saturday, which I know people didn't like how long he was out there. It was 76 pitches. I mean,
yeah, I actually, so I didn't watch the game live because I was at Disney World. But when I watched it, this morning, he didn't really look that bad. It was the Castellanos error. Then he throws the ball away. Then the balk. It just felt like it was a bad combination of things, but he wasn't. It didn't feel like he was out there a very long time.
And the reality is, Bryce didn't play, and I know that
can't be an excuse.
It is. It 100%. It's explanation, not an excuse. When like Bryce being in the lineup, even when he's not playing well, it's a way deeper lineup. There's more fear in there. Like as soon as he was out, you looked at that lineup top to bottom, and it looked like a weak lineup. And when he's in there, they're fine. They've been the top.
Bryce out cannot be an excuse for a baseball team. It's one guy. It isn't, though.
It's the middle of the order.
It isn't. Then why have they been fine without him in years previous?
If Judge missed a couple games, would you expect the Yankees to win all of those games?
I expect the Yankees would be fine without Aaron Judge.
It would change everything.
And by the way, Bryce Harper's not Aaron Judge.
I know he's not. But him being in there is a real presence. And when he wasn't in there, the lineup didn't look right. Like it was just a bad weekend. And this whole nonsense about all they do is beat up on bad teams and the record against teams that are 500. They were 8-5 since we can all agree that after the Mets series, right? They've started playing better baseball. They've been 8-5 against teams that are over 500 since that point, heading into this weekend. They had a bad weekend. They also won series against the D-backs, who now people are going to pretend that they think stink, and the Braves, who are people are going to pretend they think stink. They think the Rays stink. Like anything to detract from what the Phillies have done.
The numbers are the numbers, though.
Yeah, but
their good record is built on beating bad teams.
I think it's only been the last 2 weeks. I don't think they've beat up on bad teams the entire year.
I would agree with that. All right, 215-592-9494. Is there real cause for concern after the Phillies get swept by the Brewers? We do have a next question today, Jack, in that I did go away for the weekend, went to Disney World with my wife. It was a lot of fun. The
Adults at Disney World.
Adults at Disney World. Now, we weren't all Disneyed up. We weren't wearing the ears. We weren't wearing the ears. We weren't. No, we weren't. We weren't all Disneyed up. It's just something to do. But for next question,
didn't walk around with any Mickey Mouse ears?
No.
Wow.
So I bought her Mickey Mouse ears, and she left them at home. The Mickey Mouse ears are $37 each.
Man,
I'm not buying 2 more sets of Mickey Mouse ears.
That's pretty Mickey. That price.
Yeah. So for next question today, give us somewhere you've always wanted to go, Jack. A trip you've always wanted to take?
Yeah, I've always wanted to go to Britain, and I've wanted to go to London and see what it's all about. Like I really do. Jill always wants to go to London. I should have gone last year, but once again, the stupid morning show got to go.
See what it's all about. Is there anything specifically in London you'd like to see? Can you name anything in London?
Big Ben.
Okay.
Big Ben. I heard there's a pub on every corner.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to see what the pub life's like.
All right.
Yeah. So I want to go see London.
For me, I've always wanted to go to Australia. I don't know why. I've always been fascinated with Australia, and the flight is too far. I think it's like 30 hours on the plane.
That's insanely long.
I'm waiting for something to happen that is happening in Australia that will make it worth the 30-hour flight, because that is a long flight. I mean, it's a day.
No, I know.
There and back.
So
like
why
a full
is it?
day.
I don't get why it's so far. Isn't it like?
It's on the other side of the world.
But it's not. I mean,
it is.
But it's not. Like, if you go to California, right?
Yep.
How far is California from Australia? I mean, it's a little past Hawaii, I figured. How far past Hawaii is Australia?
It's not that direction. It's the other direction.
Is
I
it?
mean,
Hawaii.
All right. We're all right. 215-592-9494. Are you actually concerned after the Phillies get swept against Milwaukee? And for next question today, give us somewhere you've always wanted to visit. Corey in Columbus starts us off. Corey, you're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
Hey, yo, this what you do when you go to Disney. You gotta buy the ears at home and then wear them there. That's how you gotta do it.
But the ears are no cheaper at home unless you buy bootleg knockoff ears.
You buy them, no. I'm talking about don't get them from Disney site.
Weren't you just at Disney, Corey?
Yeah, listen, I got Disney hacks, boy. I got 2 kids, so Disney could be expensive with 2 kids. If you know what I mean, you know.
All right.
Well, I suppose you can save anywhere you can. Then then buying the off-brand ears, I think, is probably the way to do it for sure.
Yeah, you got to. But look, man, Spike, listen, man. Like every once in a while, once a day, you say something that's like you just get me going, man. Like I get it, you know. Aaron Judge a great player, but don't disrespect Bryce like that. Bryce is not Aaron Judge. Like
he's not even close to Aaron Judge.
He might not be the player he is right now. But like let's not poo-poo what Bryce Harper is and what he can do. I tell you what, Aaron Judge ain't Bryce Harper in the playoffs. I know that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they have the same amount of World Series wins. They have the
Okay,
same
that's
amount of World
cool.
Series wins.
That's cool. That's cool. You know what I'm saying?
Bryce
Aaron
Harper's a
Judge
great
played
player.
On some stacked teams. Aaron Judge done played on some stacked teams. Right?
Well, Bryce
He's gonna be
Harper
the
is on a
best
team stacked with his friends.
player.
Look,
They're not stacked. Don't do that.
are
They're
they-
not stacked.
They have the third highest payroll in baseball.
Okay, but that's
What are we
that
talking
don't got
about?
nothing to do with talent.
Bryce Harper is a good player. He's not on the same plane as Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge broke the home run record. He's hitting 400 and he has 20 home runs. What are we talking about?
Do they both got 2 MVPs?
I don't care how many MVPs they
This
have.
year, they're certainly not the same player.
But they're not even. They weren't close last year or the year before.
Right, but what I'm saying is like you making it seem like they not like it's not even close to bring it up the way you said it.
They're not.
You know
They're
what I'm
not.
saying? And the Brewers, listen, the Brewers, this was a bye week for us. You know what I'm saying? Bryce was hurt. You know, we getting healthy.
We started
I
Taiwan
get
on
it.
Friday. Like, let's get
Yeah,
real.
We got Taiwan on Friday. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this was a bye week. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not about to sit here and worry about, like, baseball is a long season. They're not going to just dominate every opponent. And, you know, we had our guy. We trying to bring him back. I know you missed the call on Friday because you was at Disney, but we trying to get Reese Hoskins back to Philadelphia. You know what I'm saying? So we didn't want to go as hard on him. You know what I'm saying? So, like, we trying to make him know, like, hey, listen, baby, we want you back. You know what I'm saying? Come back. You know, come back to Philadelphia. And that's all. Like, I'm not about to sit here and freak out about losing to the Brewers. You know,
I don't think anybody's freaking out, or if they are, I haven't heard them. I think
you're kind of disappointed. I'm not disappointed at all.
Yeah, like there was I don't know. There was a vibe I didn't like. Maybe it's just because they lose 3 games, whatever. But it was
They didn't look locked in.
They didn't, and they honestly didn't look locked in the second game of the Braves doubleheader either. Now maybe you're punting that one, but you're starting Zach Wheeler.
Wow,
in
yeah.
that game.
That lineup was also, they had Real Muto batting 5th. I mean, it was
And
an
not
atrocity.
and not having Bryce Harper, that is in the that's your best player. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
it's a real thing.
Yeah, that matters. You know what I'm saying? Like, that matters. Bryce is the leader of the team. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you don't got the best player and the leader of your team, I tell you what, I know you would 100% agree to this. If the Eagles ain't had Saquon Barkley, they the same team? Yes or no?
No, but it's a different thing. They don't give Bryce Harper the ball every play.
Hey man, but Bryce Harper
Because of
matters.
their
I'm
inept
saying
quarterback.
them four at bats he get a game, if they matter. You know what I'm
They
saying?
do matter. They absolutely matter.
Did the lineup look much weaker without him in it?
But the truth is that the Cardinals won the World Series the year after what's his name left.
Pujols?
Pujols
No,
left.
that was his last year. It was
They
2011.
want to hit, but he was
And then
still
he left
there.
in 2012.
He was still there when they
Oh, my bad then.
Yeah.
Well, the Nationals won the World Series the year after Bryce Harper left.
Well, yeah, but they had a great hit.
I mean, I give you that, but they still had Trea Turner on the
Over
team.
2, Spike.
They still had who?
Trea Turner was still on the team.
Oh, isn't he on this team?
Yeah, but hey, you just told me they not the same players. Come on, you just said.
All right.
Hey, where do I want to go?
Yeah,
Listen,
there's one place you've never been that you always
I
wanted to go.
would love to go to Hawaii. I've never been there. I would love to go to Hawaii.
Pretty great.
You know, you've been. Did you go for your honeymoon? Or didn't you get? Oh no.
We went to Costa Rica for my honeymoon.
Thank you for the call, Corey. Yeah, I've never been to Hawaii either.
So no, we went with my my brother and sister-in-law.
Okay.
And they told us like, oh, you can come and basically babysit their kids because my brother-in-law was at a work conference, and we didn't have a room or anything, and the hotel didn't know that, so we had to sneak in the hotel. so the whole time we were there, we were there for a week.
You had to sneak around?
We had to sneak around. We couldn't see any hotel personnel. It was they like that stuff. They view that as thrilling. Me and Jill do not view that as thrilling.
No, I'd be nervous the entire time.
We had to sit outside, wait for them to get in from the airport with our bags and pretend that we were just meeting friends in the hotel. And they're like, oh, no problem.
So you sneak around in the hallways and
Yeah.
stuff?
Oh,
What if
yeah.
you got something to eat at the hotel? Could you not do it?
My brother-in-law would go order it.
It almost doesn't sound worth it.
It wasn't.
Okay.
No, it was cool, but it was dreadful, the amount of anxiety that I felt.
Yeah, I've wanted to go to Hawaii. The problem with Hawaii is it's another place that's so far. So my brother lives in Los Angeles, so for him, Hawaii is a 4-hour flight
Big
away.
Lilo and Stitch weekend, I heard.
What?
Well, your brother. Lilo and
Oh,
Stitch.
yes, it was a big Lilo and Stitch. My brother works for Disney. He does. Didn't get me anything, by the way.
Yeah, I
Got me
mean,
no free stuff.
What a failure.
It's unbelievable. I've been carrying this kid his whole life.
Yep.
Finally, I'm like, hey, I'm going to Disney. Is there anything you can get?
You work for Disney.
Yeah. He's a vice president.
Yeah.
I got nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, I got a slight discount on the hotel.
A slight.
By the way, discount on the hotel still $550 a night. Wasn't really that big a discount. So,
It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
That's very sad.
I've always wanted to go to Hawaii
Yeah.
though as well, but it just seems like I don't want to take. You have to take like 2 flights from here, right?
We flew from Philly to Chicago to Hawaii. By the way, so you see how we talked about the Aaron Judge and Bryce thing, and you see how we can both admit that Bryce is not as good as Aaron Judge.
Oh, right.
Do you see how easy that is?
That it's easy to admit that even though you like a player and he's a really good player, that he's not as great as the greatest players in the sport.
Like I love Bryce Harper.
Yep.
I don't think he's the best player in baseball.
Right. And you can have that. You can have that opinion.
It's not that hard.
And you can still love Bryce Harper.
Correct.
Right? Yeah.
Like we don't have to lie to ourselves and pretend that Jalen is better than Josh Allen.
And by the way, I don't like when my fandom gets pushed to the brink by something like that, where I have to sound like a jerk because somebody says that I'm hating.
Dude,
because
Aaron Judge might be the best right-handed hitter that I've ever seen.
He gets better every year.
Yeah.
He's terrifying. He's
great.
hitting 400.
He's great.
Yeah.
He's great.
Okay.
It's
All
okay.
right.
Like
All right.
I don't know why we have to do that.
No. There was one guy who was in town this weekend that might be able to help the Phillies. We will talk about him next. We are at the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament at Penn Oaks Golf Club, 215-592-9494. Is there real cause for concern after the Phillies get swept by the Braves? This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. And it's beautiful outside, but summer is here, which means, in a couple weeks, it's going to be intolerably hot. And when it is that way, your old drafty windows are going to show who they really are. And that is old and drafty. And it's not going to keep the hot air out. And your energy bills are going to go through the roof. And you're going to be complaining about it, knowing the entire time you could have called Guida and got 20% off brand new windows and 20% off any door if you call them right now. The windows, and I understand, I've been there. And luckily, we are replacing our windows now and our front door now with Guida. But I understand, you see the window there, you're like, I don't really need to do it. You should do it. It's going to send your energy bills down. It's going to send the value of your home up. It's also going to make your home more comfortable to live in. As I said, 20% off every window, 20% off every door. Start your project with no money out of pocket, and you have up to 3 years to pay it off interest-free. Limited time. Restrictions apply. Get all the details by calling 877-GO-GUIDA. Get your free no-obligation in-home estimate as well, or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the tush push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those in bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speed. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
and 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with the new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You could combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get into the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here to tell you why Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. That's familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really two. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
I was just at Wawa, and I think I experienced a panini paradox.
A panini paradox?
Yeah, you see, clearly the bacon mac and cheese with its crispy bacon and toasty bread is the most delicious panini on the menu.
Obviously.
But then, so is the Southwest Chipotle chicken panini with its melty cheese and crunchy bread.
Panini paradox!
Try a breakfast or lunch panini today and see for yourself. Only at Wawa.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co. LLC. Used with permission.
Back to the afternoon show. Live from the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, yep. The WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
This is Spike's theme song now. You definitely used to trash the adult Disney goer.
I'm not an okay.
You are an
No. I want to be clear here. The thing that I trashed is Disney people, and I think they're psychotic. I think Disney adults are psychotic, but and Jack.
But that's you now.
You know, you can make this a Twitter poll. Not every adult who goes to Disney is a Disney adult.
It seems like you're trying to find a way out of
No, they're not the same thing. I don't own any Disney stuff. I haven't seen, I don't watch the movies or anything. I wanted a fun thing to do with my wife over the weekend, so we went to Disney World and Epcot Center. That does not make us Disney adults.
And you loved it.
No, I did love it. I had a great time.
Yeah. And you said before the show, you can't wait to go back.
I didn't say that. It's not what I said. I said I had a good time. It was fun. I'm not a Disney adult. An adult that goes to Disney. This is like the rose flower argument. Like every rose is a flower. Not every flower is a rose. Every Not every adult that goes to Disney is a Disney adult.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're trying to duck the allegations.
No,
you are. You're
I'm
really
not a Disney adult. Oh, look who's joining us now. Maybe he can weigh in on it. The great Mike Quick. Here, will you weigh in on this, Mike Quick?
There's no way. There's no way Mike Quick would stoop to this level. How do you feel about adults that go to Disney World?
Okay. Is there anything wrong with?
Listen, how do the kids get there?
That's exactly my point. Well, but what if you went without any kids?
Yeah. Like, let's say, what if you were almost 50 and were full of tattoos, and
You and your wife went to Disney World for a nice thing for her birthday.
I would be concerned about the kids.
But there is no.
There's no kids.
Yeah, the other folks.
Oh, the kids at Disney World.
Hello, guys.
Get out of here, Mike.
What's up, Mike?
Sad. How you looking today? How's the game? Because you're a good golfer, right?
I don't have much game today, but
Oh,
I'll tell
really?
you what, the weather has really cooperated. You know who I have as a partner today?
Who's that?
Mickey Mondini.
Is he a good golfer?
That's fun.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, yeah, he's fun.
Delco guy, Mickey. You
Yeah.
want to sit down too?
Delco's
okay.
finest.
Yeah.
They got to go putt.
Oh, okay.
No, he's fine.
I'm sorry.
Look at this.
I thought that's
Is
what
this
we were
on?
doing.
Yeah,
Yes, it's on. You're on the
Hi
radio.
there,
Punch
fellas.
around.
Yeah.
I'm playing with Mike the Quick, man. He can
Yeah.
play.
That's what I heard.
No,
He said he's
play.
not
Mickey.
playing that well today.
He's
No, I have
fine.
no game today.
Yeah.
He's fine.
Yeah, but you feel like one of those guys that you're humble about your golf game. When you're probably
No.
you're probably
I
in the
have
70s today.
I have warped expectations.
He's playing good.
Yeah, I'm sure. How's your game today, Mickey?
Not very good. I'm putting all right.
Yeah.
Other than that, it hasn't been very good. I'm not used to no wind.
Yeah, we've been playing.
Every time I go out, it's,
It's windy.
windy and cloudy, and it's a nice day today.
Dawkins is connected upstairs because this is such a perfect day for golf.
It really is.
It is. It does make you think that
Yeah,
he knows a guy.
He's connected.
Yeah, he's connected.
Spike,
Yeah.
you look good, man. Haven't
Thank
seen
you.
you in forever.
Thank you. You now? Last time you saw me, actually, I believe. No.
No.
Last time at a golf thing was at the Surfside thing last
Yeah,
year.
Ramwood.
And I was berated for a year because I did not wear a collared shirt to the golf thing.
See how you grew up?
Look at this.
Yeah.
You like this?
Yeah,
a real
looking,
adult.
You're looking
Yeah,
good.
like a
Last
real.
time I saw you were defending DiCamera.
Well,
DiCamera.
yeah. Well,
And you had a
in fairness,
8-page paper written up before you even heard anything.
that's not true. You
That
did
is
not.
true.
You didn't do a great job.
I did a great job.
Mickey had to prosecute Joe DeCamera, and in fairness, and I respect you, you didn't do a great
I
job.
did a good
that
job.
day.
Joe's not a good baseball player, period.
That I agree with.
Well, that's
I would have.
obvious.
I would have loved to convict Joe. I would have loved to convict Joe.
Next time.
Yeah. It is a beautiful day. Good cause out here today as well. Brian Dawkins Foundation doing a good job raising money.
Yeah, they did a fantastic job last night. Your cohort, Ike Reese, was unbelievable as an auctioneer.
I heard.
And he bought in a lot of money. It was a lot of fun.
I heard.
Well, he's pretty intense,
Yeah.
Like they got a nice preview of what it's like for 4 hours here.
Yes. Yeah. Imagine that. 4 hours every day.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah. Imagine if you disagree about something. It can get tough. Can I talk to you about the Eagles, or do you not want to talk about the Eagles?
Which?
I don't know. The current Eagles?
Hotel California Eagles?
Hotel California Eagles.
The band.
Oh, no. The football team.
Oh,
is that
yeah.
a no?
Yeah. Sure.
I don't know.
It's going well.
We have you here.
World champions? What do you want to know?
Yeah, what? Now, you did not go through this, obviously, going through an offseason as a world champion. Do you think that there is a right way and a wrong way to go through this offseason? Like, we see some guys that are out living it up, right? Having a great time. We see other guys that we haven't seen at all. Like, we've barely seen Jalen at all. Nick actually seems like he's dialed in. Do you think there's like a right way and a wrong way to do it?
So I think everyone is just much more aware of what they're doing this year. And a lot of the same things have happened in past years, but because they are world champions, they're coming off of winning a Super Bowl, then everything is just illuminated a little bit more. It's highlighted just a little bit more. But I think a lot of the things that guys are doing now, many of those same guys would handle each offseason that way.
Ah, okay.
You get a lot more.
Yeah,
You get a lot more attention because of that. So
Right.
then maybe you're out a little bit more, and maybe the light's on you and the camera's a little bit more. But guys are doing the same thing. And one thing guys understand is when it's time to kick it in and get ready for the season. So all of these guys, they know that. I mean, it's just the clock on your body tells you it's time for me to start to run the hills or whatever guys do now that will start them to get ready for the regular season.
Yeah, it reminded me, we were talking about Saquon, and Saquon is a guy that looks like he's done a lot, right? Like a lot of public appearances.
Yes.
And Cole Hamels, after the Phillies won in 2008, had an off season like that, and then did not have a great year the year before.
Right.
So I think to an extent we're all like, as a Philadelphian, I am waiting for the bad thing to happen. so that was like my correlation. I was like, oh no, I hope this isn't like Cole Hamels, 20 years ago.
It's sad, but that is truly how too many of us think.
Yeah, it's how I think.
Well, Ike was trying to sell me on a new Philadelphia over on Friday. Because I'm a championship every 10 years kind of guy.
Okay.
I don't I'm not a dynasties-man.
Yeah.
So he was trying to sell me that the Eagles broke the seal and that it's okay to think of yourself as a front runner or the championship town.
Well,
don't worry about the other shoe that's going to drop.
Well, I mean, both of you guys have been in the town for a long time and been under the scrutiny of the fans. Do they feel like different to you today? Fans feel different to you today than they felt 25 years ago?
I just think that everybody is so hyped, so stoked about this football team. Even the possibility of them being just as good this year. I think everybody's stoked about that.
People are just in a good mood, just excited.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Phil's wise, do you fans feel different, the same, when you played?
I think it depends on who's on the team. To be honest with you, I mean, through the 90s, we had one good team.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Now we've got long-term. We didn't have those long-term contracts back then. We had 2 or 3 years, maybe 4. Now you got the 10 years, the 12 years. So you're expected to be good for an extended period of time. And this team has been. So they're hyped.
Yeah.
But it's like every Philadelphian, when they go through a 3-game losing streak, now everybody's like, oh, I'm wondering about this team. And then when they win 9 out of 10 series, they're like, they're the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Yeah.
So that's baseball.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like somebody said it to me over the weekend. They're like, if you want everybody to be dialed in on the baseball team, then everybody's going to get freaked out when they lose.
Sure.
Like that's how it is. Either
Sure.
Either you check out, because that's how it is with the Eagles. You know what I mean? Like everybody's dialed into every game, so when they lose, it doesn't matter if it's one loss in 8 games. It's still the worst thing to happen.
Right.
So I suppose I would rather people be dialed in on the Phillies and freaking out when they lose than checked out, because I feel like in the in the 90s, even in some years before the 07 run happened, there were too many years where in the summer here it felt like people were checked out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not checked out.
No.
They're not checked out.
No, they are absolutely
They're
not.
reacting a lot, Mickey.
They are.
Yeah.
They are.
They care.
I mean, every team has weaknesses.
Sure.
Yeah.
Every team does. And health is the biggest thing. If you can stay healthy, which we have been able to do for the most part, we're going to be good. People don't realize if you're 4 games over 500 every month, which I don't think is asking too much, you're going to win 93 games. That's going to make the playoffs.
Right.
And that's all you need to do. Just get in. Obviously, we'd love to win the division, but just get in nowadays.
What have you seen from the team so far?
It was a little inconsistent, but this offense is going to be inconsistent because they rely on the home run, and when they're not hitting home runs, they don't score. Pitching staff has been tremendous. Obviously, people are concerned about the bullpen, but I think they're seeing how it's going to pan out the next few weeks. And Dave will not sit back.
No.
He'll go out and get one if he needs one.
Our team needs us.
Yeah, we've been notified you guys got to go play golf.
Oh, nice.
Thank you, Mike Quick.
Good job,
Thank
man.
you, Mickey Morandini.
Take care, guys.
It's great
I
to see you.
appreciate it.
Handsome as always.
Yeah. Save your golf day.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's so bad.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's so bad.
Man, if I could come back in another life,
Golf?
Mike Quick.
Oh, he's got the
I
best.
want to be Mike Quick.
Unbelievable life.
The coolest.
The coolest guy.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. Are you worried or not worried after this weekend's Phillies sweep to the Brewers? Jack?
Now, one thing I'm not worried about, Spike.
What?
I thought I was going to miss the Memorial Day mega sale down at National Appliance Warehouse.
You're telling me. Is it still going?
It's extended.
Whoa!
Oh, people helping people.
Wait a minute. So you're saying that National Appliance Warehouse who is already guaranteeing you the lowest price because of Price Assure, the technology which instantly lowers the prices. We'll get to Jeremiah Trotter in 1 second.
Yeah, this is good.
Right after we talk about National Appliance Warehouse.
Yep, we got to do this.
So you're saying the prices are even lower?
The prices are even lower. So you mentioned Price Assure. That's always fantastic. Also, you got to make sure you're getting the right appliances.
Yep.
And right now, I know it was a little cool over the weekend. I know you were in Florida.
Yeah, but it's cool here.
It was cool. But it's going to be grilling season. I mean, today is perfect grilling weather.
Yep.
So they have all the grills you could possibly need. But if you need kitchen appliances, they have over 100 brands from Sub-Zero to budget.
Every brand you could possibly need.
Yeah.
And they're going to install it for you if you need it.
Yeah.
Delivery if you need it, right on time.
And on top of all that, they treat you like family. That's the difference at the National Appliance Warehouse. Smart, knowledgeable, and they truly care about you. So we talk a lot about National Appliance Warehouse. It's difference making down there. Take it from us to get down to National Appliance Warehouse in tax-free, Wilmington and Middletown, Delaware. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com and tell them Fritz sent you.
Jeremiah Trotter joins us.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, dude?
Good. How y'all doing, man?
Now, are you a golfer, or are you doing this because it's the event and you're not a golfer? Like you're here for the day?
No, I'm a golfer. I love golf.
Oh yeah?
I'm just in the middle of changing my swing.
Uh-oh.
So you know how that goes. I'm trying to be patient. You got to take 10 steps forward just to get 1 or 2 steps.
Yeah.
So golf is frustrating for me right now, but I'm gonna stick with it.
Well,
it's gonna help me.
Why'd you change the swing? I mean,
because I hurt my back one day swinging. And when you're swinging incorrectly, and I'm not getting any younger, so I wanted to make sure I'm swinging correctly while I can continue to play.
Because I heard you bombed the ball. So
not right now.
Not right now.
When you change your swing, man, you got so much going through your head. You're not focusing on bombing. You just want to finish inside out on the ball, make good contact, and then once I get that down, then I can start trying to unload on the ball.
Now we obviously we love Ike.
Right.
How would you say his swing is?
I'm gonna be honest with you.
I wish you could see the look with the laugh. By the way.
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't seen Ike play in a long time.
Okay.
I just have ingrained in my mind the first few times when he first started playing. So he's obviously a different player now, right? But so he said he's got better. I see him on the course. He's getting his game in,
Well, he used to have the graphite gloves when I first started playing with him. The feet were jumping all over the place. So he's
first time I played with him, he was out there with some King Cobras, man. I was like, yo, hey, Ike. You're not fooling anybody when you show up with some King Cobras. I'm just being honest with you.
He's getting better.
You have all your old teammates here. As you get older and you have these opportunities to get back with these guys,
right?
Do you look back and appreciate that time in a
no doubt.
more the older
doubt.
you get?
No doubt, man. You just you don't get a chance to see those guys often. So events like this for a good cause, for a great person, and then you get to just see all your old teammates, man, sit around and just all the stories you tell, you get better and better as you get older.
Yeah. The stories get better.
Yeah, you get better and better. You was better than you was last year.
Yeah.
So it's always cool, man, just to reconnect with those guys, and this is a great event to do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
What was it like? I mean, obviously, Trot's on the team this year.
Right.
They go to the Super Bowl. He breaks out your old celebration in the Super Bowl. I mean, how cool was that?
It's almost like watching your kid takes his first steps, man.
Yeah.
As a parent, just a proud dad, and I just remember all the hard work and dedication and sacrifices that he put into the game, and it's not easy growing up being the son of, I don't want to use legend, other people use it, but just a guy that had a lot of success in this area, and then you got the same name. So it can be a lot of pressure.
And playing for the same team.
Yep. But even before that, just little league growing up, just being the son of Jeremiah Trotter, man, I can't imagine what it's like. But he's always handled it with grace. And for him, people ask him, is it pressure? He was like, man, my dad always been my dad, so it's just dad to me. So
right. Doesn't know any other way.
No other way. So
right.
he just put the work in. Just put the work in and just go out and do what you've been doing since you were little.
And then for you must. Obviously, you must be very, very proud of him,
right.
and proud of what he's doing and where he's doing it. But I would imagine also you don't want to be like you don't want to be a like you don't want him in your shadow all the time. So like is that a balance for you or
he doesn't have a choice.
Right. That's a good point.
He's in my shadow no matter what.
Right.
You know, you play the same sport, same position, same number, and wear the same name. You know, by default, because your last name, you're in my shadow. But when you put all those things in there, and listen, I told him, when you just put the work in, man, you put the work in and you have the God-given ability, you know, you just trust God. Everything else will take care of itself. You just keep working and just wait for your opportunities, man. And what opportunity you get, make the best of it, you know.
This year's team, what now Hugh's yelling.
Hey, man,
What do
he
you
didn't want me messing with him earlier while he was on the air.
Yeah.
You know, so now he won't mess with me.
No respect. You guys got no respect.
Zero.
Yeah.
He's gonna walk in front of the YouTube thing again.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, he's in between swings.
You don't want to see it right now. Hugh.
Yeah.
You don't want to see it right now.
Yep.
This year's team, they lose a lot of snaps on defense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of players that played a lot of snaps coming from a number one defense. Like how if I'm a fan looking at it saying they lost one of their best edges, one of their best tackles, their CB2, their starting safety. Like how do I think that I'm confident in next year's defense losing what they lost?
Well, you just have to trust the process. You know that they've drafted well, and that they do make some moves in free agency, and that's normal. Anytime you win a Super Bowl, and guys up for contract, they're going to get paid, and they deserve to go get paid, right? So it's always a high turnover when you win the Super Bowl because everybody wants a piece of winners. So, and two, if you win the Super Bowl, you got a lot of guys on your team playing very well, right? If not, then you're not going to go that deep in the playoffs. So, those guys deserve what they got, man. You just got the next man up. It's got to be next man up mentality, and you know, I'm confident that those guys will have the right pieces in place.
How about the job Vic Fangio did? I mean, what did you kind of see from Vic? Was it just bringing like an old school mentality back to this defense?
I mean, he definitely has an old school mentality. He doesn't like to blitz a lot, right? He's different. He reminds me a lot of Jim Johnson, not the blitzing part, just his mentality. And to go into the Super Bowl and play one snap of man-to-man, I'm not sure how many times they blitzed. It wasn't a lot. But anytime you can get to the quarterback with the front four, you can beat anybody. It reminds me a lot of New York when they won it, when they had that great front four back in the day. And they beat
the Patriots both years.
With Patriots, yeah. I mean, had a great front four, and when you don't have to blitz, and you're still getting that pressure, and that defense reminds me a lot of that.
Well, it seems like it takes so much. Like if he gets the right amount of buy-in from the players, because it does seem like when you're playing that way, you might be giving up personal stats, especially for pass rushers, for the sturdiness of the defense. So it seems like buy-in with his defense is pretty important.
Well, I think buy-in is for every defense, no matter what level you are. So the players have to buy in, but I don't think the players sacrifice any stats because we had a bunch of guys had a lot of sacks this past year, you know, and they was getting to the quarterback, you know, and you know when you got the players we had last year on that defensive line, you know, and we had some guys had great years, bro. So, and I'm confident they'll replace those guys.
What about, I mean, you're obviously, I think, an Eagles legend. I know you don't want to say that earlier. Absolute Eagles legend. What's it like seeing a kid like Jalen Carter just burst onto the scene and just like command the entire defensive line? It felt like. How great of a player could we be watching in Jalen Carter?
Well, we knew going into the draft he was the best player in the draft. He's just dropped because he had some off-the-field issues, right? So he was, to me, it wasn't. I ain't gonna say it wasn't close, but he was on most people's boards. He was the best player in the draft that year, and he fell to the Eagles at what, 10, 11?
I think they traded to 9.
9?
Yeah.
So there's nothing he's doing surprises me, you know. And the word is on the street, he doesn't even know how to play the position yet. I'm listen, from some guys I talked to inside, he doesn't even know how to play the position yet.
Wow.
He's just playing off of raw talent.
Wow.
So the sky's the limit for this kid, you know. So I'm excited about his future.
It was pretty impressive seeing him basically for the second half of the year playing every snap of the game as well. Like not just being good, but out there every single play.
And not just being out there, not just taking up space.
Right.
You know, taking over the game, you know. So
Yep.
that's a lot of snaps for a defensive tackle.
Yeah.
You
Well, in
know?
that Rams game, he had enough left at the end of the game to get to Matt Stafford. If he doesn't do that, the Eagles might not even be in the Super Bowl, and that's after playing the entire game. You know?
Well, it helps too. When you're on the number one defense, you're not playing a lot of snaps. You're getting
Oh,
off
right,
the
'cause
field.
you're getting off the field,
You
yeah.
can't be the number one defense, you know, playing a whole lot, giving up long drives and things like that. So they was getting off the field, but like you said, it's still impressive for one guy to get that many snaps, especially at the defensive line position.
All right. Well, we thank you for coming over, man.
Hey, man.
Good luck on
Appreciate you guys having me.
on the reinvention of the swing. We hope when we're talking to you next year,
Hopefully.
you're in, you know. And Mike Quick is over there saying, "Man, Trotter, he redid his swing. I don't know if I'm as good as him now." So
hopefully,
that's what we're looking forward
man.
to.
He's a problem.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, you guys have a good one.
All right, thank you. There he is, Jeremiah Trotter, Eagles legend, as Jack said.
Yeah.
We're pretty lucky, man.
Ah, dude, yeah. It's a lot of great, unbelievable players.
Yeah, we're just hanging out, you know.
Tell you what.
Could have been luckier if you were playing golf, but
Yep.
yeah.
Tell you what, you know who doesn't feel worthy of sitting in this seat right now?
Who?
Me.
You?
Yeah.
What? Oh no.
I just like these are
Yeah.
these are greats.
Well, I mean, then if you're not worthy, I'm also not worthy.
I'm just a jamoke.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just a couple of idiots.
Just a couple of idiots. Meanwhile, Ike's out there.
Yeah, just a couple of idiots that Ike is carrying to success.
Yep.
That's all we need.
Yeah. Would be nice to have Ike here.
Would be.
Would be
Well, now, he must not be here at all, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, oh, no, he's actually here, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, he is here.
Yeah.
Wow, that's weird.
Yeah.
We are at the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament at Penn Oaks. Talk about the Phils. Cause for concern, yes or no, after this week's sweep against the Brewers. The wrong kind of sweep. They get swept. 215-592-9494. And coming up next, we might have cause for concern, another cause for concern about the 2025 Eagles.
Oh, here we go.
Well, this news I didn't like one bit. This was one piece of Saquon news I didn't like one bit, Jack. We will talk about that next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. You know what else I don't like one bit? Moving. Hate it. Sucks. And not just the entire process of moving, right? You're moving your electric company and getting set, moving your address, all that stuff. There's the actual process of moving. It sucks, which is why you need Meeting House Movers. See, your choices are two. You can either ask your friends to do it, hope they show up on time, hope they don't break your stuff, hope they can actually get everything, get that couch around that weird bend upstairs, whatever. Or you could reach out to Meeting House Movers. Now, they'll be just like your friends, except they're good at everything. So exactly the opposite of your friends, except that they're cool to you. They'll show up on time. They'll get, everything moved in the time they said they'll get it done. They're going to treat your stuff with respect, so nothing's going to get broken from point A to point B. They're actually cool guys to hang out with as well. And if you need them to, they can even pack all your stuff. So forget about the weeks and weeks of packing. They can pack all of it in one day. So when it's time to move, you might not need to move right now, but when it's time to move, I want you to remember this name. Write it down. Meeting House Movers. You're not going to have your friends. You're going to rent your friends for the day. Meeting House Movers. So go to meetinghousemovers.com. That is meetinghousemovers.com.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeServices.com.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with the potential triple-double, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Come into your local AAA Tire and Auto Service and save $40 on any repair of $150 or more. Only at AAA Tire and Auto Service. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Offer valid through June 30th. See store for details.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with NyraBets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NyraBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective. A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at Hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED. But Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Fisher Investments. Over the last month, Scotty Scheffler has won 3 golf events, and the Colorado Rockies have won 3 baseball games. Yep, 3 wins in 30 days. Colorado is 9-50 overall, the fastest team, 250 losses since the 1884 Kansas City Unions. It's hard to be this bad. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's a WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We are at the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament, Penn Oaks Golf Club. Thank you to Mike Quick for stopping by, Mickey Morandini for stopping by, the Axeman, Jeremiah Trotter for stopping by. I am in full things aren't where they're supposed to be, live remote stress spike, full on.
Handling it well?
Yeah.
No, you're handling it fine.
I'm handling it fine.
Yes.
Could be
yes,
worse.
Yes.
You've known what worse looks like, and this is not worse.
Yeah.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Do you have real concerns about the Phillies after this weekend, or was it just a bad series? Have you looked at the results yet?
I have not.
Do you want to guess? Just a bad series or real concerns?
I think real concerns, 60%.
Just a bad series, 53%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So close to 50. I think there's some real concerns. I mean, the bullpen's real. I mean, the bullpen's going to be real.
Well, the bullpen, it's amazing how thin the bullpen looks when one of those guys, when either the starter isn't all on or one of those guys doesn't do his job.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
Well, and that's how they got screwed in the Lazardo game. Like, I know people. So it was so interesting hearing the debate about it. I didn't watch it live because I was up in Reading, but he about leaving him out there and it jacking up his ERA and basically took him out of the not to take him out of the Cy Young.
It's pretty tough. His ERA is now over 3.5,
and that could affect arbitration.
Yep.
And it could affect all that stuff. And I hear the argument to get him out of there and save him, but at the same time, I don't know what you want them to do. Like I think that's why the Abel thing happened, because it forced their hand to make sure that they have a long man, so that if some of these guys aren't pitching the way that they have all this entire year, that they have someone they can go to. But like the Lazardo's had to wear it because they can't just pitch Joe Ross for 4 innings.
No.
So yeah.
Are you, from a Jackie baseball perspective, Strom? So like his velocity is a little bit down this year. When you watch him, do you see that pitcher from last year in there?
No. Well, yeah. Okay. Well, I think it still can get there. I think he might be dealing with dead arm or something, because the fastball doesn't look the same.
Okay.
Like it doesn't have the same. It's not as deceptive, I guess. Like it looks much more hittable than it did last year. I didn't expect him to pitch to a 1-something ERA like he did last year.
It's like 4 now.
But it's jumped up quickly too,
Yeah.
because he was at 2-something in the Oakland game. And obviously that didn't go well.
I think it's his last 6 outings have not been good.
Yeah. His stuff just looked really flat tonight. So
215-592-9494. Joe in Williamstown, you're on WIP. What's up, Joe?
Hey, fellas, how we doing?
What's up, Joe?
So I want to say I'm not too worried about this. I'm really not. I'll try to be the positive guy here. I think the key to baseball is getting hot at the right time, and we're getting cold at the right time.
That's right.
And getting hot at the right time is in October. And, we did it 3 years ago. We saw the D-backs do it to us. It's just getting lucky, I think. Well, it's not necessarily lucky. It's just getting your bats going at the same time and having your rotation being strong. And I think we have a good lineup, and I think we have a good rotation. So I'm not too worried there. The only cause for concern, to me, is getting some bullpen arms.
Yeah, well, and it feels like depending on what Taiwan ends up being, and my I guess my
What's your gut tell you?
My gut tells me is that they're lying when they are saying they expect him to be a high leverage 1-inning guy. I have more faith for Joe Ross being a 1-inning guy than Taijuan being a 1-inning guy and letting Taijuan be the 3-inning guy. It just, with the Alvarado thing happening, and if Strahm doesn't get it together, they are 2 or 3 arms away instead of being 1 solid arm away. And Jack, I remember when we started this year, you thought the bullpen was an arm short.
Yeah.
I think the tough thing for them is going to be if the bullpen is 2.5 or 3 arms short.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even the bullpen not looking good. It wasn't even the bad start from Lazardo. To me, the thing that frustrates me the most about the Phillies is when they look like the bad news bears, is Trea booting that ball, Castellanos, having a ball hit his glove that he should have caught, Weston Wilson not looking like he knows how to play the outfield.
Probably doesn't know how to play the outfield.
Yeah, probably doesn't. then Lazardo throwing the ball away, and then the ridiculous fight about the balk. Like, to me, the thing that worried me a little, and I want to be clear, I'm not sounding the alarm. I still think they're a playoff team, all that, was that kind of Phillies team. And the thing that I thought hurt them last year was actually not specifically a talent issue. It was a
cockiness.
Yeah, they were not willing to acknowledge that something was wrong. And they think one second, Joe. Well, they think they're a little bit better than they are. And I went back, Kyle Schwarber did an interview with the morning show in Clearwater this year. And he said, he's been on a lot of great teams. This is one of the best teams he's ever been on. And I just think to myself, well, they're good, but I think you guys think you're a little bit better than you actually are. And I think that hurts them because I don't think they have the wiggle room to just sort of out-talent everybody.
No.
That's my worry.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of an expectation that they can kind of just cruise to the playoffs, which they probably could. But you want to be at your sharpest rolling into October, and by kind of just being lollygagging throughout the year doesn't get you in that mindset and doesn't get your bats hot and doesn't get you, touching the highest velocity you can, throwing the ball, and just cruising through the year is not going to get you anywhere. I mean, I think that's what the Braves did the prior 2 years when we took care of them in the divisional series. I think they kind of just had this expectation that they could plow through everybody, and it bites you in the butt pretty quickly.
Yeah. For next question today, what's a place you've always wanted to visit?
I'd say Milan in Italy would be pretty cool. I've been to Rome, but Milan looks really cool to me. The Winter Olympics are there this year,
Oh, nice.
and there seems like a lot to do there. The food's great from what I hear. I think that'd be a pretty neat place to go.
All right, Joe. Thanks for the call. You ever been to Italy?
So I went when I was 8.
Okay.
I lost my Backstreet Boys CD.
Oh, no. Which one?
The
self-titled?
The big one.
Well, they have 3 big ones.
Is it Millennium?
Millennium. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one with I Want It That Way?
Yeah,
That's Millennium.
No, I was in a big, again, for those that I know, I could just see the Twitter machine firing up.
Yeah.
I was 8. I was a big Britney Spears and Backstreet Boys guy.
I've seen the Backstreet Boys 10 times.
That's too much. And you're a Disney adult?
I'm not a Disney adult.
Wow. So, no, but Italy, I went when I was 8. We went to, we skied over there.
Okay.
So I was skiing over there, which was insane. But I did do the place where it's all underwater.
Venice.
Yeah. Yep. Almost at the Vatican.
Yep.
Not that one.
Not the Vatican. But that is in Italy.
It is in Italy?
Yeah, but it's not the same thing as Venice.
Isn't it technically its own country?
Yes, I guess. I guess it's technically its own country, but it's in Italy.
Okay. I'm glad we figured that out.
Venice. So I went to Italy, probably the worst trip of my life.
Really?
Yeah, I was living in Chicago, and I went with the girl I was dating and another couple.
This is the one that you guys ended up really hating each other, right?
No, we didn't hate each other, but I would say we make the plans to go to Italy, and the trip was actually further away than we had actually been dating in that time. And I would say we didn't break up specifically because we had the trip to Italy planned. And the first night in Italy, we broke up in Italy and in the hotel room. And Jack, you know me well enough to know, can see this. I tell her, I'm going to the airport. I'm flying back to America right now. I'm leaving.
Uh-huh.
And we we at least come to an agreement where I will not leave Italy and go sleep in the airport waiting to go back to America. But I will show you pictures. It was one of the worst trips of my life. We found a bar in, I don't think it was Rome. We found a bar in Florence.
Okay.
And it was like an American bar. So they were serving beer and the other. I got so drunk and was so hungover the next day, I threw my back out throwing up.
Jeez. You throw your back out a lot. It seems like you got back issues.
I do have back issues.
Yep.
It was horrible.
Yeah.
It was not a good trip. And so I don't want to go back.
Yeah.
Really.
My only other, it wasn't my favorite trip that we took because I spilled my mom's friend's beer on her, I think.
In Italy?
In Italy.
Okay.
She freaked out at me. And I don't know if you know this about me. I don't handle being yelled at very well.
No.
Couldn't get over it the entire trip.
Were you crying?
No, I was just like,
you might have cried.
I hate you.
Yeah.
I hate you. But I hope that this weekend, back to the Phillies.
Yeah, back to the Phillies.
My hope is that was a humbling weekend. Because I agree with you. I hate when they play like that. I hate when they come out. They don't look locked in. They look checked out. And hopefully that was one of those things where it's a bit of a wake-up call.
Because my thing is like Alec Boehm, Trea Turner, Nick Castellanos, none of you guys are good enough in the field to just be like, hey, I'm just going to – you have to concentrate on every ball that is hit to you. Those three guys are not good enough to just sort of be out there. You know what I mean? Like they're not naturally good enough fielders to do that.
Well, and by the way, speaking of Boehm, every time there's increased – you ask him to do a little bit more offensively. Go bat third or fourth.
No.
Craters.
That's how he's got to hit 7.
He was right back into ripping the baseball into the ground this weekend.
Got to hit 7.
I mean, just when Bryce is back, get Boehm back down to the 7. Yeah.
7.
Let him eat down there.
Yeah, let him hit 286 at 7th. And
Castellanos doesn't care where he bats. Just bat him 5th.
Well, Castellanos cares a little bit.
But I don't think I don't think he cares from expectations or pressure thing.
Okay, fair enough.
I think Boehm, when he gets back to the top of the line, is like, I need it. He gets tight. Don't want that.
You know what he doesn't think he needs to do? Hit home runs. 215-592-9494. Yeah, and 3 of them are in Colorado, Sacramento, and Tampa.
And one was, the one on Saturday was garbage time.
Right.
They did say the run differential a little bit, though.
James in Pottstown, you're on WIP. What's up, James?
Spike, Jack, good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up, James?
Well, first time calling you guys. I just wanted to let you know I love the show. I'm becoming a bit of a bitsman myself. Really.
There you go. Thank you, James.
We're all bitsmen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So first things first. I had a question for Jack.
Okay.
I don't want to jump the gun and say what we should do with Trea Turner, but I just like watching that kind of defense day in and day out. What would you do with the guy? Do you just leave him there and hope his offensive output, turns around and is enough?
Well, you leave him there for this year. You see how the rest of the year plays out. And I hear you. He's definitely, he's not a good defensive. I'm not trying to say that he is. What was kind of a shame about that is that was his first error in a month. I think he'd actually started to play a little bit better defensively, but he's not the long-term answer at shortstop. Hopefully that's Aiden Miller, and he can handle that spot. I think he's ultimately destined to be in left field. I think he's going to end up being a left fielder where, I don't know if his arm totally plays, and obviously you would like more power out of that spot. I think so far this year, though, I do think his offense has helped counterbalance his defense. We haven't heard a lot of this guy's a bum, we got to get rid of him, what a bad contract, because he has been pretty much performing offensively.
Yeah, I've liked his offense. It's been good.
Yeah, I did. I think they're going to leave him there for this year, and I think this year is kind of like the ultimatum with Trea. All right, if it doesn't get better this year, we're going to have to make different plans. So it'll at least be this year that we get to deal with it.
Field.
Yeah.
By the way, Kepler's a good left fielder.
He is a good left fielder.
Yeah.
If he was out there in the Weston Wilson inning, maybe that goes a little bit differently.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I thought I could have got that one.
Yeah. It wasn't great. It maybe one Otto Kemp up here.
Lot of trouble. Trouble tracking fly balls in the outfield this year.
Yeah.
Rojas has had a few.
Marsh is awful at it.
Yep. Marsh is bad at it. Yep. And Castellanos has had 2 or 3 of them.
Well, he's just so slow.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like it takes an hour for him to get to a ball in the corner.
Was that it, James, or do you have something else? Because you had something else up on the screen here.
I was just a throwaway shot at you, Spike.
Oh, well, we love that. Forget about
just
that.
Throw
Yeah.
a deed in the ringless category.
Okay. He is ringless.
Well, no. You were talking about Aaron Judge and Bryce Harper and how Harper doesn't have a ring. Well, let's just throw Embiid in there just to bring him back down.
Oh, well, yeah, well, that's fine. But we were talking about, well, whatever. You're being nice, so I'm just going to let it go anyway. What was it for next question, Dave? What's a place you always wanted to visit?
I've always wanted to visit the Amazon rainforest, and your Italy trip story really scared me because I'm going there for my honeymoon, so I don't need you putting that evil on me.
Well, this was long before my honeymoon was fine. So that was with my wife, it ended up working out. I actually think, thank you for the call, James. I think a vacation, a trip, is a good test of a relationship.
Sure.
It's the first real test of a relationship. I think it's an even bigger test than living with somebody. Because when you live with somebody, you're at work for 8 hours a day, you're sleeping for another 8 hours, you can go in different rooms, whatever. You're on vacation. You're together.
Yeah.
And you got to deal with each other.
Yeah.
And if you can survive a vacation together, I think that's a good sign for your relationship.
I would also, a bit of off the wall answer, but yeah, you got to so canoeing or in a boat together. So Jill and I, when we first started dating, I forget there's one where you got to be in lockstep.
Okay.
I think it's rowing. It might be rowing.
You guys were on a crew?
No, we weren't even. Is it kayak? Kayak. Yeah, we were kayaking. Two-person kayak.
Okay, all right.
And, you got to do things kind of in rhythm.
I was going to say, were you guys doing the Dadville Regatta? Did you guys wind up on a crew team or something?
Yeah, no.
You had a kayak.
Yeah, kayak, canoe, whatever. You gotta be in. No, it was a canoe because, you're on one side of the boat, the other one's on the other side of the boat, and you got to keep it on stern, right? I promise I'm going to land this plane.
Okay.
This is why I don't talk too much.
Okay.
This is why I try to keep it down.
Yep.
But, I mean, we just, I thought she was totally wrong the entire time. She thought I was wrong the entire time. This is like when we were a freshman or sophomore in high school. That was a good early test of.
Yeah.
And it hasn't really changed.
Were you wrong or was she wrong?
I think I was totally right.
Yeah. Oh, you were?
No, of course. I knew how to canoe. She was a liability the entire time.
215-592-9494. Chris in Middletown, you're on WIP. What's up, Chris?
Happy Ike Free Day, man.
No one says that, actually.
Yeah, no, just you. Just you. Yep.
Everyone disagrees.
Yep.
I don't know, guys. Listen, we got to celebrate the fact that we can be honest about our quarterback and you don't get yelled at by your coworker there.
Yeah.
Right?
I would say generally plays fair with the Jalen stuff. He could make life a lot more difficult on me than he does. I would say he has a couple of times.
Well, on Friday he forced me into it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do you think he enjoys?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
He's like a lion, and they throw a piece of meat into the cage.
Yeah.
That's what he does with us with Jalen.
Cornering.
Just to watch us weasel our way out of it.
Yeah.
While you're on the subject of lions, I have a question for you guys.
Yeah.
Who do you think would win in a fight? And I use the word lion very sarcastically. So who do you think would win in a fight between Stewardess Jim, the closet Eagles fan, or Jolly?
Oh, Jolly.
Well, Jolly, when he gets intense, if you just tell him Daryl Morey,
yeah,
I think he'd kill him, man.
That's a weird fight. Is there any reason you're imagining them fighting?
I don't know.
All right, okay.
All right, anyway,
get on the
Phils.
Phils. Yeah.
Let's get on the Phils here. Easy. Pause. Guys, the Phillies are going to be fine. It's June 2nd. I mean, we just won the Super Bowl. But here's the thing that I really want to see. Do you think Dave, and somebody brought this up, Dave goes out and trades for either shortstop or third baseman? Because the reality is we need a bat. And other than getting one out in the outfield, I kind of don't see them making any moves offensively. Like, we know he's going to address the bullpen, but I just don't see him bringing any offensive support or defensive support, and that kind of frightens me. So I guess we come to the question, if we're not going to make a move in the infield, Jack, the question that you're asked 1,000,001 times, who I know you just saw, your man crush, is Aiden going to come up this year? Because that's our only hope.
So unless he gets hot, I don't think he's coming up this year. I mean, he's starting to slowly heat up in Double-A, but I think that's more maybe next year. Like, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen this year. But I mean, like, you say all that. There was a first baseman in town this weekend. If they wanted to do it, there's a first baseman in town. Reese was in town. He would help the lineup.
Why is it that Bryce, who's playing a phenomenal defensive first base, needs to move from his position, but yet our fragile, egoed shortstop cannot be moved from his position?
Well, we don't know if he's fragile and egoed with that.
Wow.
And
otherwise, it would have been done.
And Bryce has said that he would move.
I know, but why hasn't Trea said, I will move? I'm terrible at shortstop. I'll move for the better of my team, but specifically, he's actually pushed back when questioned about it and said he's a shortstop.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
I think here's why I think it's touchier. I think it's touchier because one guy would be going to the outfield for the rest of his career, and the other guy would be back at first base next year. And I think, like, Bryce has a certain standing with this team and a certain standing within the league that allows him to do things that are not a threat to his ego, whereas Trea does not really have that standing. So while I agree with you, it would be nice to have him do that. The other thing is that Bryce has played outfield more recently than Trea has played outfield. And I think it's more reasonable to think that Bryce could go out there and play a solid left or right field than Trea Turner, who hasn't played outfield in 7 years or something, going out there and doing it. So
I give you, I'm sorry, real quick, because I know you got to let me go. Before I give you my answer for question of the day, here's a question that I would love to know under some truth serum or a polygraph with Bryce. Does he regret lobbying and bringing Trea in?
I don't think he does. Like what he made an error yesterday. Is that why we're all trade up right now? He's been good
Jack,
this year.
Let's not act like this guy randomly makes errors. This guy is an error machine. He's a very below average defensive shortstop.
Sure.
And he makes them. He makes common plays look uncommon, and that is the problem with him. Nobody's going to argue about his offense. I mean, we'll get up and down when he's hot or cold, but still, at the same token, he's a great offensive batter when it comes to his position. The problem has always been his defensive abilities, and the fact that it seems like, again, he won't move to another position, and they're having issues not doing that. I just wonder, and his hard part is he goes, man, I really wish we wouldn't have brought that guy in. We would have got somebody else. That's where I'm at.
Right.
As for the question of the day, the place that I would love to visit is a place my wife and I have always talked about since college, and that's going to Australia, and more particularly going to Steve Irwin's zoo in Australia.
Steve Irwin has a zoo?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's had a zoo there. Obviously, his daughter runs it now. But,
okay.
I
didn't know that.
It was always a place, I'm sure Jack has no idea who Steve Irwin is. But
I know who Steve Irwin is.
All right, thank you for the call.
Easy.
By the way, my wife also terrified of alligators all the time.
I saw your tweet, though. Like, you don't know the difference between an alligator and a crocodile?
I do not.
I don't think anyone does.
No. And if people were responding, it's like, duh. It's like, all right, you just Googled it. Like, there's no way you already knew.
Well, what is the difference?
There's one is more aggressive than the other, and their snouts look different. So I guess one of them has a pointy, like, front of the head, and the other one has, like, a more square front of the head.
I think crocodiles are smaller, too.
I don't know. All I know is my wife thinks there is an alligator coming out of every body of water anywhere. We were in the Poconos once, and with our dog, and she said, should we get close to the lake? What if there's an alligator? And I was like, in the Poconos. And
wow.
She's like, yeah. And then we were at Disney World, and there's
what about at the ocean? What about at the Jersey Shore?
She's also scared of alligators, and there's like a man-made like little lake thing at the Disney right where we were staying. She's convinced that there's an alligator in there.
But at least that makes a little bit of sense. You're in Florida.
I said, Val, like, do you think that alligators are eating people at Disney World like all the time, and we just don't know about it?
Yeah.
Well,
did you go on the?
Don't you think you would have heard of that?
Did you go on the safari when you were there?
No. I'm not into that stuff.
Why?
Well, because
the
animals.
Well, I remember when I was 8.
Yep.
I was fully bought in on the the poachers. Like, I was so upset that there was poachers there going to kill the animals.
Really?
They really sold it well.
Yeah.
Like, they sold it well that there's really these poachers.
You thought it was real.
And I was like, that's... I think they saw the truck. I was like, that's a truck. Someone call the cops. Someone call the cops.
And you were like 17 at the time, right?
I was 8.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I wasn't an adult Disney goer like you.
Stop. Adult Disney goer, not an adult Disney person, though. Not a Disney adult.
Sure.
215-592-9494. Cause for concern about the Phillies weekend it's not a weekend sweep.
Yeah, they got swept.
They got swept. Yeah. Is there cause for concern? The Phillies get swept against the Brewers. 215-592-9494. We are at the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament at Penn Oaks Golf Club. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Timing. Life is about timing. Timing is everything. At Colonial Hyundai, the time, my friend, is now. Because until May 31st, you have a choice between two great things at Colonial, only through May 31st. Choice number one, you can get 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Any new Hyundai in stock. Or you could get $6,500 for your trade, no matter what condition it's in. That is until May 31st. And they've got whatever the Hyundai you want, they've got it. They've got Palisades. They've got Konas. They've got Tucsons. They've got the Ioniq 5. They've got the Ioniq 6. The best financing anywhere as low as 0%. And everything, as always at Colonial, is going to be faster, easier, and better. Online, 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. See dealer for full details.
The Phillies head to the Great White North to battle the Blue Jays. Tomorrow, leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:07. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Way gone up into the second deck, Kyle Schwarber.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speed. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
It's our famous amateur night this Wednesday at Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret, where girls strut their stuff in the buff for a $500 grand prize. Creekside Cabaret, 3225 Advance Lane, Hatfield. Amateur night this Wednesday at Creekside. CreeksideCabaret.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Edge with Galaxy AI. Plus, we'll help pay off your old phones. Up to 4 lines for $800 each. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days. Visit T-Mobile.com/switch.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
BetParks Online Casino and Sportsbook and Parks Casino. Proud to be a major sponsor of the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Golf Tournament, benefiting the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation that helps young people in underserved communities.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off. Select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Primer and Ceiling Paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Buying a new car might make you say things like,
I can't believe it.
Seriously, it's ours?
Is this real life?
Move it!
Yeah, it's real life, all right.
but what you really need to say is something that can protect your new ride.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yep, we're here to help you choose the coverage you need. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow The Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the afternoon show, live from the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We are at the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament at Penn Oaks. Ike is off playing golf somewhere.
Yep.
We keep hearing about what an excellent job he did as auctioneer last night.
Yeah.
How much money he raised as auctioneer.
Yeah. It seems like everyone's seen Ike today.
Except
besides us.
Yep, his co-host.
Yeah. I've seen every former Eagle, actually.
Yeah.
Like, they're just walking around. He said he'd stop by to turn. That didn't happen. So, again, it's...
Well, it's a day off's a day off.
Yeah.
Again,
I think he's actually making up some charity golf tournaments to go to.
So he doesn't have to hang out with us.
So he doesn't have to work.
Everybody was right. The Twitter question.
Right.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Do you have real concerns about the Phillies after this weekend, or was it just a bad series? 52.9% say it was just a bad series. Tasty Cake Dom, you're on WIP. Tasty Cake, how are you feeling, brother?
Well, first, Spike, I got two things to get out of the way.
Okay.
Listen, a couple times you let me call in and chirp when I was right about something. So,
well, I think you also present that yourself, Dom. I feel like you're very excited to tell people when you're right.
Boy, Jack, I disagree with that, but okay. Well, here's what, okay, I'll take that, but here's what I'm saying. Then, as a foxhole guy, I had a call today and tell you, Spike, you were dead right about the Pacers, and I couldn't have been more wrong.
Oh,
So,
Tom Thibodeau. Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
I will tell you that this, Jack.
Yeah.
I will tell you, Jack, that if I do, you call it a victory lap. I promise you, Jack, when I'm wrong about something, That's the most important call I'll make to this show
Yeah.
as a Foxhole guy, to say I'm wrong. That's way more important than calling when you're right.
I totally agree. That's what makes
So,
you Dom. You're an
You're
an accountable guy.
Now, number 2, Spike, you asked me. So while I was on hold, so I had surgery Wednesday. They operated on both of my legs. My left leg was not as bad as the right leg. There was some concern of the infection getting into the bone, and that would be a severe problem. The biopsy came back negatively. I do have MRSA in my bloodstream,
Oh, no.
so I'll have to take antibiotics for the next 8 weeks. But tomorrow I'm off to the rehab with both of my legs. So I'm the happiest guy in the world today, Spike.
Good. So Spike's mic's currently dead right now, Tasty
Okay.
Cake Dom. So he's trying to get it back. But I'm glad it's
Well, I'll talk to you, Jack, and I got to tell you something else.
okay.
Gotcha. There we go.
All right,
So,
Spike's-
by the way, Tasty Cake, glad that everything is going good. MRSA going through your bloodstream, not great, but you're. I assume you're being attended to by professionals who know what they're
and
doing. So.
Spike, because of the I want to thank the show because I'm going to be heading to the rehab, and I'm going to rehab my rear end off to get
There
out
you
of
are.
this wheelchair. And so next summer, Spike, me, you, Jack, and Ike versus Hugh, Gilio, Kyle, and Chris from Middletown. Anytime, any court, any place, anywhere. Spike, I promise you, I got 5 more jumpers left in these legs.
Oh,
Let's
that's
do
all
it.
you need, brother. 5 more. Just
I got
5
five
more.
more jumpers left in these legs, so let's do it.
I would love that.
I would love to see it.
Yeah.
I would love to see it.
No, we will. And
I'm
anything to hit Chris in Middletown down.
I'm picking whatever team Tasty Cake Dom's on.
Now, Spike, I need a favor. I need to ask for you to help me mentor our guy who I love to death. Because on Friday, Spike, Jack and Ike did the show, and
Yep.
their question was, who is the most reprehensible, hateful athlete in the history of Philadelphia?
Oh, my God.
And as you know, Spike, there is the definitive answer, which I had. There is one answer that shines above all others. And I was having a procedure done, so I couldn't call. But I did text Jack the answer, which is DC. And his response, Spike, was who?
Wait, you said Derek Coleman?
Yeah.
I said, Derek. Wait a minute. He didn't know Derek Coleman.
Oh,
I
yeah.
didn't know he walked around with DC. I thought he was talking about Dominic Rogers Cromartie or something.
Spike, ain't that a little bit of a violation there?
Well, Jack didn't experience Derek Coleman as a Sixer, I don't think.
Well,
Like, he has.
Do you think I'm right with his?
Why was he so? I didn't know that he was so hated.
Well,
Because
it was a bad era. You know what I mean? Like I don't. But I don't. I guess I don't have. Maybe it's because I'm a Syracuse guy. I don't have the same Derek Coleman. Like I wouldn't put Derek Coleman on the same level as like Papelbon or
Babin,
Babin.
Jake Arrieta.
Yeah. Oh my God, Arrieta.
Can I tell you my reason why I hate him more than everybody else?
Absolutely.
Because Spike, as you know, he should have been Karl Malone. He should have been Tim Duncan. There is nothing on the basketball court that Derek Coleman couldn't. He could shoot like Dirk, he could rebound like Robin, and he could pass like Magic. There's nothing on the court that Derek Coleman didn't have except heart and ambitiousness to be in shape.
Oh yeah, I mean he was lazy. I mean he's exactly as you're describing him. He was incredibly talented and just didn't have the motivation to be great at the next level, which is why guys like that can shine in college and then the league exposes them. But he was so great, by the way, talent-wise, that he was able to his stats are fine. Like you look at his stats as an NBA player, and he played pretty well, but I think it's pretty deceptive. Watching him and looking at the stats were two different things.
Yep, and also got a little grudge because Larry Brown went and got him twice. Spike,
Wow.
he didn't have enough of them the first time. He went and got him a second time.
Larry Brown, one of the more overrated coaches in Philadelphia history.
We agree again.
Yeah,
We're on a ship of being on the same boat. Spike,
yeah.
from
I mean,
now on.
always wherever Larry Brown is, he's always looking for whatever his next stop is going to be. So
So
yeah,
do
Larry
I got
Brown's got
20
a
more-
big case of Coach FOMO. Yeah.
Do I got 20 more seconds to ask you something, Spike? Because I got
Sure.
into an argument with a young fella
Sure.
last night who is a diehard Sixers fan.
Okay.
Okay, he goes Jokic over Shaq.
So here's the thing. I think most people, I don't think if you didn't watch Shaq, I think it's very, very difficult for people to understand how dominant he was. Like he was like nothing what people talk about Wilt being like, that's what Shaq looked like to me. Shaq was the most unstoppable basketball player I've ever seen in my life, physically incomparable to anyone he played with. So I would take Shaq over Jokic simply because Shaq was dominant on both ends. That said, Jokic is like, it's pretty awesome.
Is Jokic ahead of Hakeem yet?
Well, I got Hakeem ahead of Shaq.
Really?
Yeah.
I got Hakeem. I go Kareem, Moses, Hakeem. I got Kareem 1, Spike.
Well, that's fine. I mean, he's got the numbers for it. It just wasn't any fun to watch. Thank you for. Oh, Tasty Cake, give us your next question. Someplace you always wanted to visit.
So, I have seen Niagara Falls, and I saw Mount Rushmore. I never saw the Grand Canyon, and I'd like to see that.
Oh, that's a good one.
I've been in the Grand Canyon.
I haven't been there. Another story. You ready for another travel story?
Sure. Same ex-girlfriend?
No, it was my Aunt Debbie. Shout out Aunt Debbie. So I was living freshman year, University of Southern California, and Debbie volunteers. I have my car out there. Debbie volunteers to fly out and drive back with me.
Okay.
From Los Angeles to Philadelphia. So the thought was we were going to split the driving, and we were going to stop at places like the Grand Canyon. We're on our way outside of Los Angeles, and I say to her, I forget what the freeway is, but I say, hey, can you let me know when you see the sign for the 10? And she was like, oh, I can't read the signs. And I was like, what do you mean you can't read the signs? She's like, I can't read the signs. And I was like, well, how are you supposed to be driving? And she said, oh, I can see big stuff like cars.
Nice. And 18-wheelers?
So at that moment, I realized I was driving the entire way back.
Yeah.
We didn't stop anywhere. We drove from L.A. to Philadelphia in 3 days, drove 14 hours a day just so I could get home.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's kind of like when George was starting spotting the...
Yes, those were mailboxes. Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
No, the Grand Canyon, while cool, my issue with it was, like, I don't know how long you're supposed to just look at rocks. Like, I get it. I get the Grand Canyon thing.
Well, you can take like a trip down. Can't you?
Yeah.
Can't you like walk down it?
Yeah, we didn't want to do that.
Okay. All right.
We kept that on the. We were on the top.
215-592-9494. Ken from Cinnaminson. You're on WIP. What's up, Ken?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you today?
What's up, Ken?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hello? Can you hear
Oh
me?
my God. Yes.
Okay. You were sounding like you could. So.
Oh no. Yeah, all good. I wasn't oh-godding you. I'm sorry.
Since George Costanza has already been brought up, Spike, it is George Costanza who said that those trips are relationship killers, right?
Yep, it's the truth.
And I don't know if you have heard this or not, but it's the truth, Spike. About, I guess, maybe 10 years ago, a 3-year-old kid was taken by an alligator in one of those man-made lakes on the Disney property there.
I got that story sent to me a couple times during the break.
Well, I guess Val had a right to be scared then.
Yeah, it's not as irrational as you're making it out.
Well, how long has Disney World been there? 75 years? One alligator in 75 years sounds like pretty good odds.
Unless you're that 3-year-old.
Well, that's
Spike, what do you
sure.
got to say about that?
Then you're chum. So
yeah.
So, listen, the cause for concern, again, it's the question and the way the question is posed that causes me angst. Because the cause for concern is not about this week. The cause for concern has been staring us right in the face for a long time.
Here it comes.
We're just you tell me if this is worthy of concern. They are the worst defensive team in baseball as measured by defensive run saved. They are the last. They are -33 in defensive run saves. run saved. And, oh, by the way, I love when Chris from Middletown says demonstrably false things, which he does a lot. So Bryce Harper playing phenomenal first base. Bryce Harper and Reese Hoskins both have the exact same DRS ranking this year, -2. So they are both rated as -2 defensive run saved. So if that's phenomenal, then I guess Reese Hoskins is playing.
Well,
for
you would say though that baseball defensive metrics are pretty messy, and the eye test would allow you to believe that Bryce Harper is a better defensive first. Now, I'm not watching Reese Hoskins every game, but
Right.
I think it's probably fair to say that Bryce is a better first baseman than Reese.
I would agree with that. But we talk about the guy like you might as well just throw a first baseman on the bag.
We call him a Gold Glover a lot for a guy who's never won a Gold Glove
He's
at
been
first
there a
base.
year and a half.
Well, I'm just saying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So but it's not a stretch to just say, whether you really trust the metrics or not, that this team is among the worst defensive teams in baseball. The bullpen is terrible, and that's objectively true. That the bullpen is just terrible, and they are sub 500 against 500 teams, and they have been for a long time. So. You used the phrase earlier that this team is not as good as they think they are. This team is not as good as a lot of people think they are. And it's all of those kinds of things are staring us in the face and waving at us saying, hey, look at me. And we're ignoring it because, when Kyle Schwarber
But they have played good baseball this year, Ken. I mean, they have.
Well, it's look, we went from, and again, this is the roller coaster that we do, what you have to do, because, you got to talk about something for 4 hours, right? But when they were struggling a few weeks ago, it was, let's fire Rob Thompson, which I would always sign up for, by the way. And, let's fire Dave Dombrowski, which...
Well, hold on. You're all Sirianni'd up. He's the greatest thing of all time, but Thompson, he sucks?
Well, Nick Sirianni, I'm not going to get into apples and oranges comparison. Nick Sirianni is the most accomplished head coach in the history of the franchise.
Well, by winning percentage, Thompson's the best winning percentage in the history of the franchise.
Well, when he wins a ring, we'll talk about it. But the point is that a couple weeks ago, everybody was all panicking, and now they go out and they beat up on some Double-A teams for a week and a half, and everybody's got them as World Series favorites, and we keep hearing about. Best record in baseball. The best record in baseball on June 1st or May 30th or whatever the date was when they still had the best record in baseball. You can't watch this team and say, okay, this legitimately is the best team in baseball. They're just not. And I don't know how you're going to be able to fix what is broken because they didn't do anything to address it. So this team is going to be bad defensively all year. Jack, you said it, and you're exactly right. They are at least 2, if not 3, arms short in the bullpen. I don't know how you address that. Taijuan Walker certainly isn't going to be the answer. And, until they can beat good teams and until they can prove that they don't struggle hitting quality pitching, because they have struggled hitting quality pitching, and it's been a while now. And I would just remind you that it was this coming weekend last year when they went to London. So this weekend coming up is a year ago since they went to London last year, and they were a sub-500 team since they came home from London. So there's, 103 games left in the year right now. If they are sub-500 from here on out, which they were last year at this point, if they go 51 and 52, because there's 103 games left, that's 87 wins, and that doesn't get them into the postseason. So the cause for concern that I have is not based upon this weekend. Cause for concern that I have is a cause for concern that I had on opening day, that they haven't fixed the flaws with this team. And I think we're looking at 4 more months of this core of the baseball team before they have to admit this roster, the way it's constituted, cannot win a World Series. And they're going to.
Can I ask you something though, Ken? All fair points, right? Let's put the Dodgers aside. What team in the National League do you think is better?
I think the Mets are clearly better. I think the Cubs are better only because the Cubs, you look at the Cubs' run production, the Phillies can't match that. So
Well, what happened when the Phils went out there, Ken?
It was May, right? So again, it's a 162 game season.
I know.
And the sample size, the larger sample size, is this team as it's constituted over the last 2 or 3 years, and against against 500 or better teams, they are a sub-500 team, not just this year. They're a sub-500 team for a long time going back. And defensively, it's just such a bad recipe to be the worst defensive team in baseball, have a terrible bullpen on top of it. Like, how many runs can you possibly hope to score, especially when you're running Brandon Marsh and Johan Rojas and Max Kepler and Edmundo Sosa, and you're running those guys out there every day of the week. It's just, to me, it's. Look, I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I am, which is not new for me. But
right, yeah. You're a genius.
Yeah. Ken, what next question today? Give us somewhere you always wanted to visit.
Well, when I was in Europe in the '80s in the Army, and there was, an Iron Curtain at the time, so I got to see a lot of Europe for free. But the one place I didn't get to see because there was an Iron Curtain that I really want to go visit, I want to go to Poland. I mean, half of my family is from there, and I just understand it's a beautiful country, and Warsaw is a beautiful city. So I'd like to get to Poland before it's all said and done.
There you go. First vote for Poland.
That might be the only vote for Poland.
Yeah, probably not going to be a huge on the list of places.
See, I do want to go to Scandinavia, though. Like, I'm Swedish.
Yeah, it looks fun.
Yeah.
Well, in Epcot Center, you actually visit every part of the world.
That's amazing.
So I was in Norway or whatever.
You really are a Disney adult.
Yeah,
That's good.
Yeah.
Ken laid it on pretty thick there.
Yeah.
He laid it on pretty thick.
He said he had a lot of points, a lot of good points.
Well, I'll say this.
Yeah.
Before they went to London last year, they swept the Brewers. So now they got swept by the Brewers.
There you go.
Changing it all around.
Changing around the mojo.
I just don't buy the. I'll continue to push back against they beat up on bad teams. Like, I just don't think that's true. I think for a week there they did. They played the Pirates and the Rockies, and yeah, they took care of business. That's how they got the best record in baseball, right? But unless we want to just pretend that no one's afraid of the Braves, no one's afraid of the Diamondbacks, the Rays stink, even though I think they're 500 now. Like, they have played good teams and beat them too. They went to Chicago and to Cleveland and won both of those series.
And by the way, if we were cheering for the Mets and we looked at the Mets lineup every day, we would not think the Mets were that good a team.
Well, also the Mets just swept the Rockies over the weekend.
Right.
But now everyone's like, oh, the Mets. Again, before this Brewer series, and I think if we all agree that they've played better baseball post-Mets series, they were 8-5 against teams that are over 500.
But now they're 8-8.
Now they're 8-8. They had a bad weekend. But they've also, during that time, took 2 or 3 from the D-backs, took 2 or 3 from the Braves, and swept the Rays. They beat the Cubs 2 or 3, and they beat the Guardians 2 or 3. I know the Pirates and Rockies things helped propel them to the quote-unquote best record in baseball. Do I think they're the best team in baseball? No, I don't think they're the best team in baseball. But I think that they're just like all these other teams. It's just we don't watch the other teams. So it makes it more frustrating when they go out and have a weekend like that. But it's just the excitement that people have when they play bad. It's the excitement that they can say, there they are. There's the fraudulent Phillies. It makes people so happy. It's always the football fans. It's always the Eagles fans.
Well, but you do the same thing. You would do the same thing with Jalen. I'm sorry, I got to call you on it.
What?
You do the same thing.
What?
If Jalen has a bad half,
never.
You are elated.
Never.
Oh, you're not talking to somebody who doesn't talk to you during the games, buddy.
Well, you kept jinxing it last year.
I didn't keep jinxing.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. You text in the first half being like, all excited.
No,
and I'd say, no.
You're trying to turn me into you.
Don't count.
I'm not you.
Don't count the chickens for the eggs.
I'm not you. Don't make me you. 215-592-9494. Phillies get swept by the Brewers. Is there real cause for concern? We are at the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament at Penn Oaks.
Ike Reese, apparently here.
Is he?
Haven't seen him.
We haven't seen him. 2 hours. Well, actually, I've been here since 12:30. So I've been here 3.5 hours. I've not seen Ike.
We're not even sure if he's actually here.
No.
If we're going to be good.
Yeah.
Jack's all. The other producer named Jack is all. He's here. He's here.
Well, yeah. Prove it.
Yeah, prove it.
Yeah, prove it.
Just like Will.
Yep. High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report next.
Sure.
All right. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Let me paint a scenario to you. It's moving day, and you have relied on your buddy, basically somebody like Jack. Are you trusting a bunch of your buddies to move you on moving day?
Yeah, again, I am a helpful friend from that standpoint.
Yeah, look, you don't want to call your friends when it's time to move. It's stressful enough. You want to hire your friends for the day, Meeting House Movers. Because if for no other reason, that when Meeting House Movers comes and moves you, when it's their time to move, they're not going to call you and ask you to help, which is what's going to happen. Think about this. You call 4 of your friends. They all help you. That's 4 other moves you got to do. You're a grown-up. When it's time to move, I want you to plan it. I want you to reach out to Meeting House Movers, and I want them to do it. They're going to show up on time exactly when they say they're going to show up. They're going to move all your stuff without breaking any of it. All the weird little turns, get this couch out that door, up these stairs, they can do all that stuff. They take all the stress out. You move your stuff from one place to another. You can relax the entire time. So when it's time to move, you don't reach out to your friends. You rent your friends for the day. That is Meeting House Movers. You go to meetinghousemovers.com, meetinghousemovers.com.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Even when you just need a little something to get you right. Popeye's new chicken wraps cap those in-between on-the-clock cravings that just kind of sneak up on you like a parent's birthday. Classic, spicy, honey mustard. That's 3 flavors for $3.99 a pop. Sounds like a fantasy, but this is the realest deal you've ever tasted. Nobody wraps like us. Love that chicken from Popeyes. Limited time only at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
The Starbucks Summer Berry Refresher is officially back. Bold notes of raspberry, blueberry, and blackberry shaken with ice and poured over raspberry-flavored pearls. Try it with lemonade or coconut milk. Available for a limited time. Your Summer Berry Refresher is ready at Starbucks.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Dylan Scott's new album, Easy Does It, available now. And it wasn't easy, but the Pacers did do it, clinching their berth to the NBA Finals and cementing a whole new reality. The times of big threes and big twos and superstars as the lone ingredient for chasing the championship are over. In this new NBA, parity, great coaches, and depth are going to matter most. And I think it bodes well for the future of the sport. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament at Penn Oaks, joined by WIP legend Billy King. Is what you're most known for, I think, is your run at WIP. Some would say one of my best hires. How you doing, man?
I'm good. I like these hours better.
Yeah. You don't have to get up so early.
Yeah, I mean, I was waking up about this time, but it was on the AM.
Yeah. How's your game out there? You a good golfer?
No, I have a torn rotator cuff, so I brought my son in as the reliever, so he's playing for me.
Okay. Great event. Great day.
Great event. Beautiful weather.
Yeah. So, you must, being in the city where the team where you were general manager at one point, like the 76ers. You
how you got to that.
Well, no. Just that you're here, and I can't imagine, like, when I'm off for a day on this show, I don't even listen because I don't want to know what's going on. So it's sort of
we're not talking nice about you.
Yeah, they're not talking nice about them. So I can just imagine you watching it with a different eye and thinking about it as having been in that situation and watching it that way. It just must be interesting for you.
It is. I guess every year we're a GM, you watch it from a lens of a GM. So it's what moves would you make, what deals would you do. So I'm always looking at not just the Sixers, but all the teams, like what deals would you do.
Yeah.
Cap-wise, guys are playing, Knicks lost. I'm thinking, okay, what are they going to do to get better?
Yeah.
Sixers lost. What are they going to do to get better? That's the curse of being a GM.
Yeah.
Is that that part never leaves you. Even as a coach, former coach, I'm watching it when there's a timeout, end of the game, what play could they run? So you're always thinking of it that way, not like the pleasure of just watching it.
Well, the NBA is so much different, I think, than the other sports because that one player is so important.
Yeah.
And even if that player is imperfect for one reason or another, it's still better than not having that player. So, you dealt with Allen as a general manager here. Morey is dealing with Embiid, imperfect in different ways, but both imperfect. What is it like, I guess, to have to build around a player that might might be unpredictable, might not be the easiest to figure out?
Well, I think every team, Pat Riley told me this years ago when we had Allen. He goes, every team has things that they go through with their best player, their star. Some of it is not as public as Allen was, but everybody goes through situations. It's how you manage it, how you deal with it. But every team has those situations that they're dealing with. And you try to build a team so if that player is injured or not available to play, that they can continue to play and win without him. You're never going to win for a long period without your best player, but if you can build a team that can be competitive and play hard every night, give yourself a chance to win in those games, that's what you strive to do.
Yeah.
Billy.
Uh-oh.
Spike,
oh boy,
he likes to say he's like a basketball guy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, do you see it? I mean, like, when you talk to him, or do you think you're talking to a good hoopman?
He's passionate.
He's passionate.
Oh,
that's
wow.
a good way to put it.
That's
a good way to put it.
And the reason I say he's passionate because of the fact that he watches it, he studies it, and there's some people out there that are Sixer fans, and they may not be as passionate, so they don't listen and talk to different people, get all the nuances. So when I say passion, that's not a dig. It's just that I think Spike will talk to people within this organization, and he will read maybe more things than you maybe. You may do it with baseball with the Phillies.
Sure.
But I think that's more his passion is the Sixers.
Yes.
He's a sports fan, but I think his passion's there. So when you're passionate something about it, you tend to dig deeper and learn more about it, just like you do with the Phillies.
That's right.
Yeah, that was nice.
That was eloquent.
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, here comes the follow-up.
Yes, it is a follow-up. Has he thanked you enough because you acquired Ricky Sanchez, or you?
I did. Well,
Yeah.
he was thrown into the deal when we traded Allen. The previous GM in Denver had gotten Ricky Sanchez, drafted him, and promised their GM, the late Dan Fagan, that he will bring him over and sign him. Well, that GM was gone, and the new GM didn't want to adhere to that, so he asked me, can you just take Ricky Sanchez and deal? I said, all right, I'll take his rights. So we took his rights, and then his agent called me, Dan Fagan, and said, did they tell you to promise that they were going to bring him in and pay him? I go, no. He goes, well, are you going to do it? I go, no, we're not going to do it either.
That's amazing.
And I don't think he ever played in the NBA.
No.
Yeah.
So that's how he got here. I don't know how you end up naming your podcast after
They traded his rights for Sam Young, who was from Memphis.
Oh, the Pitt guy.
And we were just like looking on the list of transactions, and we was like, that would be a funny name, and that was it. That was it. Yeah, not like a particular passion for the player. It was just a transaction.
And you'd be amazed. There are a lot of guys like that get traded constantly because they're, we need somebody to take the rights. Because the agent's probably begging you to sign him or bring him over from Europe. So you're like, if I can get rid of that, I don't have to deal with the agent anymore.
Yeah. So Sixers are in a tough spot.
Yeah.
I guess you look and you say, okay, if this guy's healthy, then we have a shot. But he's never healthy. Like, at what point, I guess, when you're running a franchise, do you say, I can't live like this anymore? Do you know what I mean? Like, because mathematically, I would say, well, even if they only have a 5% chance of him being healthy, it's a better chance than whatever else they're going to do. But that's still tough to live with.
Well, the hardest thing is knowing when Joel is healthy, he's one of the best players in the league. And everybody's gonna say, well, he's never healthy. But the thing about it is when you trade him, you're not the player or the players you're gonna get back. You're never gonna equal value. And the fact is, you may get players that maybe in those 15, 20 games, at the 50 games that Joel will play, they're never gonna equal to that. I think they've got to get more. They've got to get more athletic around Joel as much as possible. I think in the way the league is, if you're watching Oklahoma City, you're watching Indiana, you watch Boston. I think you need as many 6'8" athletes as possible to be able to compete in this league because the game has changed where the power player down low is not as dominant, and the game is try to create mismatches by running pick and rolls, and so you got to have 7-feeters or 6'10" guys that can guard when you do switch.
Yeah.
So I think you need as many 6'8", 6'9" athletes to be able to compete in this era of NBA. And the shooting, everybody shoots three. So if a guy is a 30% three-point shooter, it's pretty good in this league. But I think you've got to just have as many long athletic bodies as possible to be competitive.
What do you think about Ace Bailey? He seems like he's a hot topic here, obviously, because he's the third pick in the draft. What do you think about him?
I think he has a chance to be a very good player. I don't know if it'll be in the window of Joel Embiid and Paul George.
Okay.
That's where if you're sitting there as an organization, do you draft him because he's the best player for you for the now and the future, or do you move him to get something to try to win with Joel in this window?
It's the most difficult thing is trying to do something. That pick is a great asset, right? But to be in the middle where they sort of seem like you don't want to go all out and trade the opportunity for a young player for now. But then if you don't, it's almost like you're wasting it because the kid's never going to play here anyway. You know,
so that's the difficult part. I mean, I know they're going to listen to every offer, and people are going to make, and he's going to be as creative as possible. I think there will be a lot of movement just because I think a lot of teams are in the same position. And you've got Dallas, Boston, even with Tatum being injured, what do they do? I mean, there are a lot of teams, Sacramento, they are looking at it. How do we, Chicago, how do we become better? Because they're all looking at that window. We've got to try to win. Some want to get in the playoffs. Some want to try to get further than they did in the first round. Some don't want to be in the play-in, Atlanta, for example. So I think that will create a lot of movement just because I think there's a lot of uncertainty in the league. There are a lot of teams that everybody knows that Indiana, Boston, if healthy, they'll be good. And the teams are going to be good in the East. Then there are a lot of teams that are uncertain. So when there's a lot of teams uncertain, that creates a lot of movement.
The one guy I'm really fascinated with, it's probably more of a trade down option, but it's the Duke kid, Knippel. I mean, how do you think his fit would be on this team, and would he maybe an interesting option as a trade down guy?
This opinion will be biased. No, but
I had to ask about it. You have a Duke shirt on.
But how many Duke guys did I ever have in my career?
That's a good point. It's not like you run around, acquiring Duke guys.
Yeah. You weren't the Chip Kelly of GM.
I love Khan. I think he's an unbelievable shooter. I think he's a 4 in this league, mismatch 4. So on this team, he'd be great because he can shoot the ball. Defensively, he'll try and give you effort. I think he's a bigger Cal Korver version of a defensive player, better rebounder probably than Cal. Shooting-wise, I think he has a chance to be just as good because I think he's a really good shooter. And I think he's more ready to play right now too.
Well, and while we're asking, what Malawak? Is that how we say his last name? The center on Duke.
I think his upside is tremendous. I don't think he's going to be a guy that's going to come in and be a dominant player next year, but I think he has a tremendous upside because I think he'll be a very good player in this league.
Would be an interesting pick if the Sixers were to go and take a center.
Yeah. That tells you what they're thinking about doing.
Yeah,
there.
Absolutely. All right, Billy. We appreciate your time, man.
Here comes your partner.
Oh, there he is. Oh, we have
Oh.
They told me I couldn't come on.
Yeah. Billy King. Thank you, Billy. Appreciate you, man.
I'm out here playing with BK this summer.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
How's that going?
There he is, Ike Reese.
What's up, fellas?
Oh, the show, the ratings just went through the roof.
The delegation back today?
Yeah.
They've been all right?
Corey called.
Yeah, we got Corey.
That's about it.
Yeah.
Everyone else took the day off.
Yep.
Light up those phone lines.
What's up, fellas?
So how you shooting out there, man? No.
Of course it's tough, man.
Oh, yeah? That's what Jack said.
Yeah, it's tight, man. It doesn't suit my game.
No?
Now I need it to be open.
Right.
I need more room for left and right shots.
You do.
Yeah,
you do.
This course requires you to hit the ball straight too much. Yeah.
The Ike slice.
Yes,
the Ike
I
slice.
need that out here, man.
Now, Trot said he's working on his swing.
Listen.
All these guys are really
Listen.
It's actually insulting. Mike.
I don't know about him. Used to be able to play. I don't know what he's doing nowadays.
Says he's in between swings. He says working on his swing.
Working on his swing.
Yeah.
Awesome.
He was dead serious, too. He was working on things.
He takes it serious, man. He takes it serious. I saw BG out here shanking the ball everywhere.
Well, now he's got time. Now he's got to get good.
That's what I told him.
No
I said,
excuse now.
I said, welcome to retirement, brother. Yeah, this is us.
Oh, now if he's hitting balls, I guess because didn't he tear his tricep again?
He did.
Oh.
Well, yeah. That's a mystery injury.
Like a LeBron injury.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why don't you bring him on and grill him about it?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It sounds fishy.
What do you guys have on today?
Oh, man, we had Trot.
Okay.
We had Mickey
Quick.
Morandini, Mike Quick.
At the same time.
Yeah. How did they get on the same team is what I want to know.
Oh, is Mickey good?
Yeah.
Oh.
Of course he is, yes. Yo, you baseball players, man. You guys
Well, yeah,
ball, man.
Yeah, that seems like BS,
Yes,
actually.
exactly.
Billy King, am I missing anybody else? No, that was it, right?
Me and BK together. He teed off on
Everyone's got an
I don't
excuse.
make excuses for my bad play.
No.
I just accept it.
And last night apparently went great, right? The auction.
Yeah, the auction went pretty good, man. Yeah, raised a lot of money.
Yep.
No, you didn't sing this time.
I did not sing.
But you were into it. Some of the videos I saw.
Yeah, you know what? When the prices kept going up, we had a couple of bidders, man.
Oh yeah.
I mean, hey, they started off at 5,000.
Oh
and
man,
10,000. Yeah, I was like, oh my goodness. So yeah, we had one guy. He could have basically bought every auction item.
Dude,
he was nice enough to let somebody else win.
There is something about live auctions that Val knows, my wife knows. If I'm at a charity thing and there's a live auction, you got to get me out of the room because I will.
You will raise your hand.
Well, because what'll happen is I'll raise my hand early in something. I'll think, it gets competitive.
It got up there last night too. Yeah, it got up pretty good.
Yeah.
Pause.
Yeah.
I know Jack's ready to go.
I
with
was
that one.
wondering where you're going.
Yeah.
Seemed like my invite got lost in the mail.
Yeah, you know what? I worked on it though, man. I worked on it.
Look at how he dressed. He dressed all dressed
He
up.
dressed ready to play.
Dude, I brought my clubs too. I didn't know if I needed to sneak in, just in case.
Dude, I saw him walk up, and it's like his hat matches his shirt.
Yes.
His shirt's tucked in.
Yeah, he's ready to go.
Oh, he was ready.
You got to
to
go tucked in shirt at a private club, like Ben Oaks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Simply perfect.
Did he tell you this is his old course?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he
it's
said.
his old course.
Yeah.
He used to smoke houses.
Yeah, I got a picture of Jack in there on the wall.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a wanted poster. It must be cool. I think it's great when you are around your old teammates. I like watching you guys together because, and we asked Trot about it. As you get older, do you appreciate these things even more? And you must, right?
Yes.
Because I said to Jack earlier, when you guys are lucky in that once for most people, once you graduate college, that's the end of being around your boys all the time, but you guys had a career that allowed you to have those things. And I just think it's great to see you guys, interacting and still so close after all these years.
Yeah, man. And we appreciate it. We appreciate, having these type of events that allows us to come out and be around each other. I remember when Dawk was first talking about doing it and, worried about whether or not it would be successful in getting guys to come back here. I'm like, dude, you're Brian Dawkins.
Yes,
yeah. We're gonna come. Yeah. You're asking, we're coming.
Yeah.
So, and it's great to see. The great thing is, I think this is the 5th year, and I see a lot of the players that come every year. So those guys are coming back, and then we're adding new guys every year that's coming. Y'all see Carlos? Los Emmons? Los Emmons is here. Yeah, Los Emmons is out here hacking up the golf course everywhere. But I've been trying to get him to back up here for the last couple of years, and Takeo Spikes. They're close friends, and Takeo comes every year. People forget Takeo Spikes played for the Eagles.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, he has that video.
Yeah, the 1 year he played
I was
going to
say 2 years. Was it one?
1 year,
An
07.
Unbelievable neck. Like it's a huge.
That's right, with the traps.
Yeah.
You got the traps on the shoulder, man.
Well, the video of because there's an NFL Films thing about Doc, and they asked Takeo Spikes, and Takeo Spikes tells a story about how Dawkins told him, "I'm going to take his soul." It's such a difference maker.
And Doc out here looking like he can still play.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Well, Carlos Emmons was the one that got hurt right before that's why he started the Packers game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was our defensive MVP of 03. So a lot of people don't remember that. He was our defensive MVP of the team and broke his leg in the second to last game against the 49ers. And so, I basically had to go in and start for him the last couple of games and then into the playoffs. Yep. That would have been him to Najee Davenport. He wouldn't have had as much success.
Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I know that's where you wanted to go.
No, I was.
Yeah, you wanted to go there.
Yeah. There'd be no. They really started to go after Ike Reese now and drop.
That clip would not exist.
Yeah. But also, you sacked Brett Favre.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah. You finally brought that up.
Yeah, people don't talk about that enough.
You don't talk about it.
Yes.
Yeah, I noticed that clip isn't
Yeah,
loaded.
you
in
don't play that clip very often.
Yeah.
Nope. No, I mean, you were a free edge rusher. You didn't
There
get
it is.
blocked.
There it
It's
is.
a lot of Marcus Smith sacks. Yeah. Nobody blocks you, Bryce Huff. It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
So I know you're not officially working today, but Phils get swept.
Holy cow.
And you
Panic
were
button?
you were on the, you're in.
Yeah.
Did it shake you at all?
Yeah, no, I'm still in.
Okay.
No, I'm still in.
It didn't shake you?
It did. Listen, of course it did.
Okay,
yes.
all right. There we go.
Of course, they put 17 up Saturday. I can't believe I sat there and watched all of that.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I had nothing else going on. I was like, how many runs can they score?
Oh, it was raining here all
Yeah,
weekend, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, 17-7. I thought I was watching the Eagles game.
Yeah.
So, no, yeah, that was a tough series to get through. Jack and I were saying this Friday. They just, when Bryce is not in the lineup, it just has a different feeling to it. I don't know why that is. It just has a different feeling. The game seems a little flatter, and that's how they kind of played all weekend.
They did.
Like they were playing sort of uninspired. And I know Milwaukee's a solid team. They shouldn't have came in here and did what they did to us this weekend.
No.
I'm like, are you kidding me?
Well, they just look sloppy. And here's the reason the uninspired thing sort of bothers me in this respect, is that when you have your best guy, all right, I actually need a little more out of you.
Right.
I don't need you looking like you're
woe is me.
Yeah, again, this is not the NBA. Like when your best player is out, you guys are all pretty good.
Yeah.
If you guys could dial in a little bit, but it seemed like it was the opposite of that.
I think if they knew Bryce was going to miss an extended period of time, they probably would have done that. It's the uncertainty. Is he going to be there?
Yeah, it was the
Like when they went on the run in 22, they knew he was out for a couple months.
Right.
So maybe that makes it like when you know the guy's not going to be there. It's like when Carson went down. Like when Carson went down, they knew.
You know he's out, not coming back.
Yep. Now, the other big news from the day, are you ready to press the panic button on this Eagle season with Saquon Barkley being on the cover of Madden?
Yeah, it is
Oh,
bad.
Saquon's on the cover of Madden?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That came out today?
Yeah, he posted a video of the photo shoot, and he's backwards.
Of course.
Backwards
hurdling
Now,
over
that
there.
has to be CGI.
Him hanging in the air mid-jump, I think was CGI. I don't know if the jump totally was.
Well, we actually saw him do it in person.
Yeah, he did. But the
when
video
you watch the video, you're like, oh, wait a minute.
He's floating.
Yeah, that
Okay.
doesn't look right.
He's floating.
But I don't like Saquon being on the cover of Madden.
Yeah.
The last Eagle to be on there, Ike? Donovan in 06?
Donovan, yeah.
What happened in Donovan in 06?
Yeah.
Tore his ACL.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Believe me, I
Madden curse is real.
I hear you. It is. But you know what?
Oh, God.
Doesn't apply to us.
Yeah.
Doesn't
There it
apply
is.
to us.
There
When
it
it's
is.
time to go back to back, BK. We go back to back. They don't want to let me go. Like they want to hold me here for another segment.
Well, he's not helping anyone out there. I mean, he actually is doing more.
Definitely not
here.
helping the team for sure. Yeah, that's for sure.
Are we pouring one out for Ronald Darby? He announced his retirement today.
Ron Darby did?
Yeah.
Didn't know he was still playing.
Super Bowl champion? Ron Darby?
That is Super Bowl champ.
That's
Yep.
right, man.
Yep.
Put some respect on Ron Darby's name.
He'll be here next year.
If he gave up 600 yards in that game against the Patriots.
Him and Mills.
Him and Mills.
All right, buddy. Go hack
You guys
it up.
enjoying this thing, man?
Yeah, we're having a good
It's
time.
pretty
It's
cool.
beautiful out.
It's pretty
Yeah.
cool. Y'all get Dalk on?
No, he was on midday show.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, he's already on the midday show?
Yeah.
That's a no-no.
Yeah, well, look. You got to talk,
That's a no-no. I'm going to start complaining. Yeah,
All
the
right,
Dalk
thank you.
comes on this show.
Thank
not
you.
the damn midday show.
Especially if you're going to be the auction guy for free.
Exactly, yes. Especially if I'm raising $100,000.
Yeah, I didn't see Gilio out there racing $100,000, or Hugh for that matter.
Exactly.
Well, Gilio
Yeah.
couldn't motivate anyone to make a
Yeah,
sandwich.
come on.
All right, fellas.
All right, dude.
I'm going
It's
to go
good
out
to
here
see
and do you proud.
All right.
I'll be back.
All right.
All right.
But you guys will still be on here when I come back.
Yeah,
All right.
great.
Yeah, we'll
that's
be
awesome.
here. Yeah, we're here in a second.
Yep.
Yep. All right.
Thanks for the invite.
All right, yep. All right, we are at the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament. We're at Penn Oaks. Coming up next, we put off High Hopes Jackie Baseball. We'll do that next.
Rudely interrupted.
We will talk. By the way, the Saquon thing is a problem.
It's a huge problem.
Saquon being on the cover of Madden is a disaster.
Yeah, this feels like a 10-win year.
10 win if
9.
we're lucky. Yeah. This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. You know what else is a disaster? Your windows. You've needed to replace those windows for years. It's summertime. It's about to get hot out. Your energy bills are going to go through the roof because you haven't replaced the windows, potentially doors as well, maybe an insulated front entry door, maybe a sliding patio door. Guide is going to help you out right now. 20% off every expertly installed energy efficient window. 20% off any door. So that's an insulated entry door, sliding patio door, whatever it is. You're going to start your project with no money out of pocket and up to 3 years to pay it off interest-free. So you're going to get all the benefits without any interest, without any money down. Those benefits being lower energy bills, the value of your home going up, the comfort of your home, all those things, interest-free financing up to 36 months. Restrictions apply. This offer is good for a limited time. Call GUIDA today. Just do it. 877-GO-GUIDA. Get your free no-obligation in-home estimate or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe that they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Well, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, well, that's when things get really interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, well, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer and make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA and official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
It's our famous amateur night this Wednesday at Creekside Cabaret.
Creekside Cabaret,
where girls strut their stuff in the buff
for a $500 grand prize.
Creekside Cabaret, 3225 Advance Lane, Hatfield.
Amateur night this Wednesday at Creekside.
CreeksideCabaret.com.
BetParks Online Casino and Sportsbook and Parks Casino. Proud to be a major sponsor of the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Golf Tournament, benefiting the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation that helps young people in underserved communities.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament at Penn Oaks, joined by the Freak, Javon Curse. Thank you for taking some time out, man.
Hey, thanks for having me on, man.
So you and I are connected in a way.
Yeah, come on, please.
All right. So I'm in my mid-20s. I'm driving to work on 76 into Philadelphia, and I see a billboard. And on that billboard is two men, right? One man had a fur on without a shirt underneath. He looked very handsome, and it was you. And the other guy had a fur on with a shirt unbuttoned halfway, and that was my dad.
Howard Eskin
is my dad.
That's my dude. I did not know that,
Yeah.
man. Nice to meet you,
Nice
bro.
to meet you, too.
Pleasure, man.
What was that photo shoot like? I just want you to know that was a troubling moment for me. You look good, but seeing my dad with the shirt unbuttoned next to you, I don't know. You look cool with the fur with no shirt. He didn't look the same way.
I'm just saying that shoot was magical, man. Like hanging out with your dad there, he had all the ideas. Like first of all,
did he?
that was for Zimmern Furs.
Yes, for
And
Zimmern Furs.
They came up with the shoot and everything, and they had all the ideas. But once we got there, Pops had everything. And Pops was like, trust me, I got this. So he took over all the creativeness during that shoot.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
That was quite a moment. My brother and I, we talked about it for years afterwards, and we can't believe our father was on that billboard with Javon Curse. Quite a moment.
It was dope. It was fun. It was fun to shoot that.
Your time in Philly, do you remember that fondly? Is that a fun moment in your career playing in Philly?
It was very vivid. I remember.
Really?
It was very vivid, man. It was just fun time. I mean, outside of the team being who the team was,
Yep.
outside of having star players all across the board on both sides of the ball, it was exciting just to be here in the city.
Yeah.
With the fans. Listen, I was kind of prepared for. Well, I wasn't prepared for this. I was kind of forewarned, by. I would say the media in Tennessee, as soon as I signed with you guys,
they were like, uh-oh.
They're like, bro, be ready. Be ready. It's going to be a different animal. So I accepted it and I came up here, whatever. It was always a fun time playing. The fans here was just, it was just on a different level.
Yeah, I mean, what was it like for you? When you got here, and you actually felt what everyone warned you about? Is it apprehension? Is it excitement? What is it like to go from what you were experiencing to what you did experience?
I was more excited about it because it was just you're never going to see a boring game here. It don't matter if we're losing, if we're winning or whatever. It was always going to be fun. So literally getting here, getting used to talk radio, getting used to these fans.
Yeah.
It was always just something that I look forward to doing. Then once you get here and once you're a part of it, and that first year I got here was the 03-04 season. The season we went to the Super Bowl and lost to the Patriots. That season right there was just the epitome of Eagles football because it was just so live and so much love coming from everywhere, man.
So obviously we're here for Brian Dawkins, and all the charity that he does was great. What was it like? Obviously you were an established player, you're a great player, then coming here, being around a guy like Brian Dawkins and what he brings to a team.
Right. Personally, I felt like more. I'm not gonna say I felt comfortable coming in and playing, but like when I got here, I knew that I didn't have to be the man. Even though I already was one of the men, I knew I didn't have to be the man because we got 54, we got number 20, we got leadership, we got like the defense, the offense was stacked. So I didn't feel any extra pressure to I got to be the one to make this happen. I'm like, listen, I got to make me some plays because I know they're gonna make some plays, so I got to try to steal some of those damn plays. So basically, it was one of those to where like you come in on a comfort level, like knowing that you don't got to take over this team or whatever. It was already established. I just got to just add to the puzzle.
And he did.
Yeah.
Javon Curse with us. So we're the same age. You're 48.
Mm-hmm.
Now you look like you're in great shape. Look like you're moving around all right. How's the body like feel?
I mean, for the most part, the body's holding up good. I'm still in the gym 4 days a week. I still do cardio.
You look like it.
When you have time, I don't have a wife or kids, so
Okay.
I have time to go to the gym and do my little counseling sessions. Is what I'm going to call it nowadays.
Yep.
Go there and like release some endorphins and then feel better. But outside of that, I just basically just keep busy. I do workouts 4 days a week or whatever. And outside of that, one point, I was doing some fun stuff in Jamaica and kind of tore a tricep tendon. And then when that happened, I wasn't able to work out for a little bit. And then when that happened, my hip kind of started getting arthritic. But outside of that, I mean, I can probably throw a new hip in and go out there and get you back.
I have a new one.
I need
It's about a year old.
bro.
New hip. Yeah.
Look at you two.
Yeah, look at us. Me and Javon Curse.
Yep. Two elite athletes. Yeah.
It happens, man. To the elite ones, man. That's what it happens to.
It does. How's the golf game? Is it all right?
The golf game's picking up.
Good.
I'm somewhere around 17, 18 handicap. I just try to bogey golf, but most of the time I go out and have fun, especially when I come to these events here. It's always good networking, and I always stay in contact with the teams that I play with.
Now, Ike is on the show every single day.
Yeah.
Ike Reese.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite Ike story as a teammate, or any Ike stories that kind of stick out?
No, actually, I don't have any Ike stories.
We try to get dirt on him is what we're trying to do. So if you don't have any, it's all right.
No, I think he kept his nose clean around me, man.
Okay.
Yeah, he kept a good image around me. I
That's
didn't
good.
really have a chance to catch anything yet.
Yeah. Well,
Give me
one of
some
these
time.
days. One of these
Or I
days.
might think of something. Who knows?
Do you still watch a lot of football?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tons of football.
Yeah.
Yeah.
NFL. Yeah.
NFL.
Yeah.
I keep up with my Gators, even though they're not so good, but they finished up for me pretty good last season. They was expected to have like a below 500 season and ended up above that. So I like that. But like I keep up with the Eagles. I played for only two pro teams, Titans and Eagles. Got my AFC, my NFC team.
So you were cheering for us last year.
Damn right.
Yeah.
Man, it wasn't nothing going on in Tennessee anyways. So hell yeah.
What do you think of that? I mean, with the number one defense in the NFL, watching the Eagles defense last year, what do you think of that?
By far, I would love to play on that damn defense.
Oh, really?
Man. Heck yeah.
And what was it about their defense that you loved watching?
Man, that damn the middle of the defensive line, man.
Yeah.
Jalen Carter and the boys go to work, man. I like Coop DeJean in the back end. Everything is like that's the way the defense ties together. Like everything starts up front. You got some big dogs up front. Them boys are eating. They making some noise.
Yep.
And then your next level, your linebackers, they're right there as well, man. Zach. Oh man, come on. I mean, just in the stuff he did, and then I was told like last year was his first year like being a full-time starter.
Yeah.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah,
man.
he had never even played that position really. Right? I mean, they thought when they signed him, Howie Roseman said that they thought he was basically going to be like a situational linebacker and a special teams player.
Team guy.
And he ended up being all-pro.
It's an unbelievable signing on a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
Listen, all I got to say is 2 names. Howie Roseman.
A great Gator.
And he's a Gator. I was going to say that as well.
Oh, I don't think I knew he was a Gator.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't draft any Gators. Only Georgia and Alabama. Only
Listen,
Georgia and
I love
Alabama.
him. He gets them here, man. He gets them here, and they come in and play, man. So I do love what they're doing here.
You were a great defensive player, obviously. What's it like to see a guy like Jalen Carter? Like, what do you see when you watch Jalen Carter?
A guy that has just endless potential, and not just the potential. He goes out there and does it on the field. And on top of that, everyone else on the defense like feeds off that. So everything just starts up front. If you got this guy crushing that middle, I would love to be lined up next to him and go around that end and get to that damn quarterback, man. So, like, the stuff that he's doing, man, and, yeah.
You get that new hip in.
Yeah, maybe we get you a new hip in there and get you in there.
Listen, I can still give you about 10 standing
I was
up,
going to
though.
say,
Yeah.
10, 15 snaps. That's all we
standing
need
up.
out of you.
That's it. That's
All
it.
right. All right, Javon Curse, we appreciate you, man.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming by.
Anytime, fellas.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep, thank you.
Oh, man.
The Eskin collection.
Yeah, finally, the Eskin collection.
The story.
reunion happens. Yeah.
The real story. That had to be traumatizing for you. Yeah, I'm sure.
Man. Oh, it was very traumatizing
Yeah.
for me. Yeah, I mean,
Because Javon looked great.
well, yeah. I mean, look, he could still wear a fur with no shirt underneath. He does look great, man.
Yeah, I know.
He looks like he still play.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
All right, throw a new hip in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, NFL players seem to go one of two ways. Like, either they really bulk up when they're done or they get yoked.
Yeah. Well, and he looks like a guy similar to, because Ike always said that his problem was keeping weight on. He he doesn't look like he's naturally. I mean, even when he played, he was jacked, but he wasn't like enormous, from a strength standpoint.
Yeah. Love Javon Curse.
Oh yeah.
We had T.O. and Javon Curse in the same offseason.
Yeah, that's a pretty big offseason.
Pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a little bigger than Aziz Ojulari and
Uche.
Uche. Yeah.
Uche.
Yeah.
You bummed about Bryce Huff leaving, Kyle?
Well, okay. Can we just be honest about the Bryce Huff thing for 1 second? Can we un-Howie season ourselves for just 1 second and realize that we are being told that we can't keep players and can't sign players because of cash, and we are giving Bryce Huff $10 million to play on somebody else's team? Like, that is the cash that is happening this year, is $10 million to Bryce Huff on somebody else's team.
Yep, they only saved $2 million.
$2 million on the cap, whatever. There's no cap savings, and it's $10 million cash. And you can't continually tell me that the Eagles can do whatever they want from a cap standpoint, and that this is cash, and then not be upset that there's $10 million of cash. Do you know what $10 million buys you? $10 million buys you Isaiah Rodgers, buys you, who was the backup, Oren Burks. I'm saying combination of all these guys.
Yeah.
I don't. What did Slay end up signing for?
Nothing.
Right. Do you know what I'm saying? Like these. It's not the end of the world, and they've made more good moves than bad. But this is a really bad signing. Like, this is I know we got over it last year. $10 million this year gone away for him to play on somebody else's team. And I'll tell you the other thing, and this is fine, whatever. He's going to get 10 sacks next year in San Francisco.
Yeah,
There's no doubt.
If there was no cap savings, I probably would have just kept him. I mean, it's not like they're super deep defensive end wise.
But Fangio's not going to play him.
Yeah, but
I mean, he's going to get 10 sacks in San Francisco because Saleh is there. Saleh knows what he's getting. Mm-hmm. He's going to, and look, I'd rather have Vic Fangio than Robert Saleh. I'm glad that Bryce Huff is gone. But spending $10 million for him to get 10 sacks on another team when our second defensive end is Jalix Hunt. I love Jalix Hunt, but
well, it's not even him. It's behind him is Uche,
right.
Ojulari, the hyphen kid they drafted in the 6th round.
Oh, right.
Highland Rollins.
Right.
Roland.
Right. It's just like, I don't know. This is a really bad signing. The Bryce Huff signing was a really bad signing, and we're lucky. Last year we were lucky. It cost Brandon Graham 2 triceps because of the signing last year, because he had to play more than he was going to. And then this year it cost us $10 million. Just remember that when we get told, like, the Eagles in the NFL, cash-wise, are spending the 31st most money in the NFL. That means 30 teams are spending more on their defense this year than the Philadelphia Eagles are. And $10 million of that we're spending is for a guy to play on another team.
Elliott said that both sides are to blame for the Bryce Huff thing.
Well, only the Eagles are to blame from my perspective. What are we blaming Bryce Huff for?
Well, he also was horrible. I mean,
well, yeah, but
he got paid to come in here and do nothing. He was inactive in the Super Bowl.
We should know that, or whatever. 215-592-9494. I'm sorry, I was on vacation when this happened on Friday, and I saw a bunch of friggin' Howie season tweets, and I'm like, for what? We just paid $10 million for a 5th-round pick. That's essentially what we did.
Yeah.
And there's no doubt in my mind he will get 10 sacks.
No, he's going to be fine for them.
Yeah.
He's going to be back to being Bryce Huff.
215-592-9494. Gary and Vineland, you're on WIP. What's up, Gary?
Hey, talking about Chris with the alligators, like literally, there's like 1,800 signs down there that say "Do not go in the water" with pictures of alligators. So, I mean, it's horrible what happened, but
Yeah,
natural selection, I guess.
yeah. That a 3-year-old lost it. I don't need
I
that.
guess there's never any problems in Napa Valley.
Yes, yeah. All right, go ahead.
But why, Jack? Why every year when Bryce Harper gets going, somebody has to like break him?
I know.
Like it just seems like Groundhog Day. It's so
Stop hitting
frustrating.
Bryce Harper. Stop hitting Bryce Harper.
For real. We should put up signs at Citizens Bank Park.
Can I ask you a stupid question, Jack?
Okay.
Yes.
Is he too close to the plate?
No, the issue is he turns into it every single time.
Like
so
this. Okay.
You're always taught to turn your back when the pitch is coming inside, but he opens up so much because of how his swing is.
Okay.
He opens himself up to being hit, and he's not protecting himself.
So it's on him.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, and shouldn't he be wearing one of those guards?
Yeah, well, that's the thing, and I guess the report Gelb reported the other day that he's going to wear one now.
Okay.
So it only took a
good.
little bit. He clearly was not comfortable wearing one, or else
Yeah.
he would have worn one. But
Yeah.
we all know Bonds used to have all the armor on.
Yes, he did. Bonds had a lot on.
Yeah, it's just so frustrating. It seems like the team just shuts down when he's not in the lineup.
Well, we can say that, but like historically, the record is fine without Bryce. Like that. That's why I'm not accepting the everybody shut down because Bryce wasn't there this weekend. It should be the opposite. It's not Bryce and a bunch of like rookies out there. It's Bryce and Kyle Schwarber's making $20 million. JT who's making $25 million. Trey who's making $30 million. Nick Castellanos is making $20 million a year. Alec Boehm, who everyone tells me is an all-star last year. That's the rumor. That's what happened. So they should, instead of shutting down when Bryce goes out and looking like the bad news bears out there, they should. Everyone should bring their game up.
Mm-hmm.
Like they should step up, and
They did not do that.
They did not. Yeah. Gary, next question.
And
18, go ahead.
18 groundouts. I was like going crazy. But next question.
Yeah.
I go to the homeland where my family's from, Venice and Bologna in Italy.
Oh, there you go.
A lot of Italy answers today.
Yeah, Venice. So Jack, you saw Venice, right?
Yeah.
Now you were a little kid when you were in Venice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I saw Venice, it looked like a amusement park to me. Like it looked fake. Like it couldn't be real.
It was hard to wrap my mind around water in the city.
Like water in the streets.
Yeah. It's like you can only get around on boats.
Yeah.
Seems insane.
Yeah, and they have at night it's a cool place to wander around but when I was in Venice, it looked fake to me.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't a real city.
Yeah. I just remember I was so excited. I had I think I found American soda in one of the pizza places. And I was so happy. It's like,
yeah. When I was in Italy and the food is great, it made me long for American food.
Interesting.
Yeah, I just
exact opposite of I think everyone else.
Yeah, it was good. Before everybody gets how they're going to get. I was not vegan at the time, so I was eating whatever was there. I just wanted to get I wanted normal, gross American chain
greasy food. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what's funny is that maybe I did end up in the right field where I just want to complain about everything all the time.
Yep.
But the thing I didn't like about Italy was I thought the eggs were horrible. Like everywhere we went, eggs horrible. They could do the chicken parm, they could do the spaghetti, they could do the pizza, they could do the meatballs. They suck at cooking eggs.
Well, they don't do a lot of eggs for breakfast, right? Breakfast is not a big meal in Italy, I don't think.
Is it not?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I just remember terrible eggs.
215-592-9494. Okay, Andrew, you're on WIP.
Ooh.
What's up, okay?
What it do, fellas?
Oh, what it do, Andrew?
Hey, big weekend, not for the Phils, but big weekend in general for teams around Milwaukee, specifically the guy, Reese Hoskins, who we should be trying to acquire. And I think that might be a necessity to have another guy we can rely on for power in our lineup, because we only have two big power guys in a lineup, aside from Trey, who could be 50-50. But I feel like Jack is right after all these times saying it, which I don't say that a lot. So we need to
Thank you, okay, Andrew. I appreciate the compliment.
And I also think that our center field situation, everyone's talking about it. There needs to be one guy. A lot of the successful teams around the league have one guy in the center field that controls the outfield. If it's not Rojas, if it's not Marsh, if it's Crawford, then I'm sorry to a lot of the sentimental Phillies fans, but we might need to get rid of both of them for a better positional need, such as a number one reliever or such as a
You think you're going to get a
Armado
number
lineup.
one reliever for Brandon Marsh and Johan Rojas?
No.
Okay.
But a package, maybe. So,
Well-
I mean, we've been linked to Howley. We've been linked to Bautista. I said a couple of guys last week that are lefties. But my overall thing is we need to fill the gaps of the timely hitting, which I know Jack says is a myth. Blah, blah,
It's a
blah.
myth.
But we need to be able to hit in all areas of our lineup in the biggest moments because we can't. We leave so many runners on, and our bullpen comes in and inherits runs and lets them in. So good teams do not do that.
Can I ask you, and I hesitate to ask you, why do we need one guy in center field?
I think that we need a consistent guy.
I-
I think that we need
That's the
one
same
guy
as saying one guy, but like, why should it only be one guy?
I think center field's one of the most important positions on the field, aside from catcher and probably either shortstop. So I think we need a guy to take charge out there, be a leader, and
Okay.
become the captain of this team for years to come. And if we can do that, we can build around them in the outfield.
All right, okay. Next question today. Give us somewhere you always wanted to visit.
So I had two spots, but I'm going to say South Africa. I'm a big Safarisman. I know Jack's a big Safarisman too.
Oh, yeah.
Spike, you got to get on that. So
He won't.
I got to get on what? A safari?
Being a safari guy like me and OK Andrew.
You're a safari guy?
Yeah,
now?
wait, 8-year-old Jack was. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. And you're a safarisman, okay. What safaris have you been on?
I mean, all right. Hate to say it. I've been to the Disney Safari. It's nothing big.
Well, you don't
but
hate
I
to
wanna
say
go-
it. You're
It's not a real safari.
You're not 48,
It's not.
Spike.
It's not.
Did anyone
But-
tell you, when you went there, did they tell you it's not a real safari?
No, but it's not. It's not going in the wild.
Yeah.
I'd like
Okay.
to go like see animals.
Okay. All right. There it is.
Justin's here.
Hey, Justin. Yeah. It's terrifying. You can't say you're a safari guy, and then I ask you what safari you've been to,
And it's just Disney
and
World?
it's Disney World. That's not a real safari.
I mean, how many safaris are there, though? I mean, isn't it just kind of... I mean, there's not many. Like, you can't just walk around and find a safari. You can't go to the Midwest and bang, there's a safari.
No, not here. But I think there are safaris in the world that you could visit.
Yeah.
Do you think the Reese Hoskins thing... So I watched Trea bobble that ball.
Okay.
And I'm like, I was all in on the Reese Hoskins thing. And then I watched Castellanos blow that ball. I watched Trea bobble that ball.
Well, if Bryce plays, they don't make those errors.
Will you stop it? Do you think the Reese Hoskins thing is actually a good idea?
Yeah.
Really?
I think overall... like,
it makes them worse defensively, though, right?
Well,
Because
again,
if Bryce is playing left,
if you want to go by DRS, he's been as good as Bryce defensively.
let's be grown-ups.
No, well, in all seriousness, I talked to a buddy of mine out there, and he has. I'm just telling you, everyone scoffs when I say that. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not.
Wait, you have a friend in Milwaukee?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't
All
worry
right.
about it.
Okay.
Just saying that.
My girlfriend lives in Ohio. That's what that sounds like.
No,
Somebody's
no,
a
no,
made
no,
up
no.
thing.
All I'm
Okay.
doing is telling you.
Okay. All right.
And he said that he's been better defensively there. Like, he hasn't been. He's still not great. I'm not saying he's great. Hasn't been as much of a butcher. I just think we get so worked up about possible runs they could give up when what he brings offensively would, I think, make up for it and then some.
Do you think Trea makes up for his defense with his offense?
I think this year he has.
Yeah.
I don't think he's been. Again, that was his first error he's made in a month, and it was annoying.
He's made 5 errors this year.
Well, he's made 40. I think he's made 45 as a Philly,
Yeah.
which feels like a lot of errors.
It feels like a very high number.
Like
Yeah.
a ton of errors.
Yeah, he hasn't been here since like 2009 or something. He's only been here 3 years.
No, I know. So, I just think I think he would make the entire thing better. And why I think timely hitting is a myth. It's like everyone's like timely hitting. It's just like if you at 300 with runner in scoring position, then you're great. That means you're still failing a lot of times.
Yeah, but you complained about their hitting with 2 outs and runners in scoring position.
Well, they were horrible.
Well, but that's timely hitting.
Yeah, it's when Andrew says it.
Now we get to the honest thing.
No, it's just like everyone's like. I think people just make up things to come. You're gonna not come through a majority of the time.
Well, that's true. You could still be better. Yeah,
they have been better at it.
Oh God,
I'm just telling you.
All this guy does is he's so wormed up.
There's no worm.
There's a lot of worm.
It was too windy for Jesus Lazardo on Saturday.
There it is.
And the offense has gotten going because it's cold.
All right. The excuses. So what's coming up in the top 5 at 5? Top 5 reasons he couldn't trust it to buzz?
Yeah, no. The people at WIP I'm most disappointed in currently.
Oh, God. I know one person who's going to be on it.
There's obviously 5 people.
Yeah. But I think I know for a fact one of them. I just don't know what number that person will be.
Okay.
All right. We are at the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament at Penn Oaks, 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. You know, Jack's doing the top 5 people you're disappointed in?
At WIP.
At
currently,
WIP.
yes.
I'm disappointed in you if you don't call Meeting House Movers for your next move. Very disappointed. Because you have an opportunity to take the most stressful thing in life, and that is moving. Most stressful, non-catastrophic thing in life,
Sure.
and that is moving, and making it much, much, much easier. Meeting House Movers, I wouldn't trust just anybody to move my stuff. I got a lot of stuff. Some of it is of a personal nature, and I need somebody I can trust. And Meeting House Movers I can trust. They're going to show up on time. They're not going to break any of your stuff. The difficult things, like, are you sure that couch can get through that door? They can get it through the door, and they're going to do all of it with a smile. At least they're not going to be frowning. I'm going to be honest with you. Maybe they won't be smiling the entire time, but they will smile when they arrive, and they'll smile when they leave, and you'll be smiling the entire time because your pressure of moving will be off. When it's time to move, I want you to write this down. Remember the words that I say. Meeting House Movers, when it's time to move. Go to meetinghousemovers.com. That is meetinghousemovers.com.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come and enjoy one of your seasonal favorites from our new Summer of Shellfish menu, including our flavorful garlic and herb, roasted shrimp and lobster, tasty crabby tuna and poke tacos, or our incredible seafood boil featuring crab legs, scrumptious shrimp, clams, mussels, and more. And try one of our delicious seasonal cocktails with your meal. There's Summer of Shellfish only at Chickies and Pete's.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials, join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage, while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth-in-a-Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
It's our famous amateur night this Wednesday at Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret, where girls strut their stuff in the buff for a $500 grand prize. Creekside Cabaret, 3225 Advance Lane, Hatfield. Amateur night this Wednesday at Creekside. CreeksideCabaret.com.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Visit windownation.com.
See Joe Conklin in the city where the orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th. And at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
Connected TV is one of the most effective channels for driving measurable advertising results. That's because when your customer's not scrolling, they're streaming. Let Viant put your ads right where they are, on the best content, across the most premium platforms in the world. We're talking real consumers, big screens, big outcomes. With Viant, you get people-based targeting, AI-powered performance, and full access to inventory built to seize eyeballs, not clickbait. Viant, where premium streaming meets performance. Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
What He'll Never Have, the smash hit from Dylan Scott, appears on a brand new album, Easy Does It. The album also features the #1 song, This Town's Been Too Good to Us. Until I Can, I Will. I'll do whatever it takes, yeah, believe me when I say till I can, I will. Dylan Scott. Search, follow, and listen now on all music streaming services. Sponsored by Curb Records.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start June 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. The New York Knicks season came to a close on Saturday night, losing in Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals to the Indiana Pacers. Looking back, this season was a success for the Knicks by having back-to-back 50-win seasons for the first time since 1995 and going to the conference finals for the first time since 2000. But whenever you lose this late in the year, it stings even more and leaves a bitter taste in your mouth. But ultimately, you look back fondly on this run that featured 3 miraculous 20-point comebacks in the playoffs. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Back to the afternoon show. Live from the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament. On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We are at the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament at Penn Oaks. Thanks to Javon Curse, who was on the show.
Great interview.
To Jeremiah Trotter, Billy King, Mike Quick, Mickey Morandini.
I was going to talk to a real basketball guy.
Billy King?
When we had Billy King on.
Yeah, he gave me a backhanded compliment. They tried to make up for it.
He did.
Yeah.
That's what they always say. The old GMs in town. Always really the passion thing.
No respect.
Yeah. No respect for us. Just
yeah.
fans of the team.
Well, and in fairness, I used to argue with Billy on the air about stuff, like, without the respect I should have for him as a
Correct.
former general manager.
Yep.
Right? Like, I just, like, it was arguing with you or
Right.
something.
Well, that's how you are, though. Now,
yes.
before we get to the top 5.
Yep.
Have you noticed?
I have one thing, too, before we get to top 5 as well.
We got time to kill.
Okay.
We got time to kill. Have you noticed that Insider of the Year candidates, I feel like, are looking at both of us with a bit of a side eye?
Yep. Almost like they don't even want to say hi.
Yeah, it's a little timid to come over.
Yep.
Maybe don't want to come over.
Yep.
And then are wondering if they're going to say something wrong.
Yep.
I've noticed in some of the Insider of the Year candidates that we've seen here, a little worried, I think,
Yep.
about what we might pick up on.
Well, let me tell you guys, you're on the clock always.
We're always watching.
You're always on the clock. I'm judging your job performance. Look, our job performance gets reported on. You know how we're doing,
Sure.
ratings and stuff. So
People tweeted us
Yep.
and let us know how awesome we are.
Yep.
YouTube comments filled with positivity.
Yep, always very, very positive. Mostly about us, not always about Ike, really.
Ike, you look great today.
Yep.
Ike, oh, how do you do it? Ike, please like my tweet.
Last thing, before we get to the top 5 at 5. And this isn't the case here. It just reminded me of it being in the public restroom. Have you noticed that in public, this is very
Was there a guy going no hands?
No. And this is
We
a very,
hate those people.
Yeah, this is a very Seinfeldian thing. Have you noticed? You go into a public restroom. The sign says you have to wash your hands for 20 seconds, like vigorously, and then the automatic water goes for 3 seconds.
Yeah, it's wrong.
What's going on? Am I supposed to wash my hands for 3 seconds or 20 seconds?
Yeah.
And if it's 20 seconds, then the automatic water in the faucet should be for 20 seconds.
So I'm pretty out on the automatic water. I also hate the push. That never stays on long enough.
Yeah,
And-
but
and then
also
it
I
dies.
don't want to have to touch the thing again after I'm done washing my hands.
Yeah, I guess that could be a case for the. Yeah, that could be a case for it. It's really just the push that I have a problem.
Or I don't know if you remember these. Some stadiums used to have it. Give me the foot control. Let me hit the foot for the water.
I'm not that old.
Oh,
I'm definitely not that.
Nah,
old.
they had some of the foot water things.
Were you old enough for the trough?
The trough?
Yeah, the trough.
Oh yeah, I peed in a trough. The vet had some troughs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I peed in a
That's bring that back.
Well, you got to be pretty confident to be peeing in a trough.
I know. dude.
Pretty confident or pretty drunk.
They are disgusting.
Yeah. You don't see any no hands guys at the trough.
No.
All right,
Again, the cockiness of the no hands and at the.
This is going to be quite an hour. Buckle up.
Yeah.
If you're listening to this show, buckle up. You're going to want to be part of this.
Should we ask Brian Dawkins that question?
Yeah. You ever go no hands?
Yeah, you ever go no hands?
All right. Hit the thing, Buzz. Please.
It's the 5. Number 5. At 5. With Jack Fritz.
Beautiful 5.
All right. So what I have for you today
Yeah.
is the 5 people at WIP I am the most disappointed in currently.
Okay.
Now, I'm largely always disappointed at many of my coworkers. So this could be updated many, many times.
Some might say they're often disappointed in you.
I actually don't know if that's true.
Oh, really?
I feel like I got a pretty high Q rating in the building.
Really?
Yeah, I think just you are always disappointed in me.
Not always.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah.
Not always.
Yeah. All right. So what have you there? Yeah. So number 5 is Spike.
All right. What did I do?
Well, you're supposed to be someone who once led this station.
Oh, here we go.
And is supposed to be a guy that makes people around you better, right?
I do.
Rather than making everyone tight.
I do.
On Friday,
what did I do?
No issues with the callers, with Buzz. And I just wonder if maybe there was someone who wasn't in that seat, who you're always just grilling him to where he has the yips back there. Like, you're supposed to lift Buzz up, and I think you have him in such a pickle that he just doesn't know what to do. He was so relieved on Friday that you weren't there that it really helped his performance.
Well, let me explain something to you, Jack. There's primetime performers and there's non-primetime performers. And if Buzz wants to be a primetime performer, he'll be able to perform no matter who's in that seat. And if you're telling me that I put too much pressure on him, then, what does they say? What's the saying? Pressure bust pipes or whatever.
Pressure makes diamonds.
Yeah. Well, I need Buzz to be a diamond.
What do you think he is?
I think he's a lump of coal.
Like a rock?
Yeah, I'm going to have to keep squeezing him until he becomes a diamond.
Buzz, do you agree with that assessment? I mean, you seem so stress-free and carefree on Friday.
So for the record, I never complained about this. This was your thing that you noticed. But I will say the callers seem to be more in line.
Yeah.
Oh,
Interesting.
okay.
Interesting how that happens.
All right, yeah. Okay.
All right. Number 4, people I'm most disappointed in currently at WIP is Joe Giglio.
Oh, what did he do?
Well, there's this new kid on the block. A scrappy young fella, Alex Call.
Oh, yeah?
And
wow, you're bringing him up.
And, you know.
He's a part-time producer here at WIP.
Yeah. / insider of the decade.
Right.
And Giglio the other day says I'm no longer the top baseball guy at WIP.
Oh, that Alex Call?
Yeah. And that was quite disappointing. And, again, I'm rooting for the kid. I hope he does well.
Alex, if you're listening, he's not rooting for you.
That's not true.
Well,
that's not true.
He's not rooting for you.
But again, take a deep breath.
Wow.
Joe Giglio.
Wow.
Yeah. It hurt. It hurt a little bit. Me and Joe have been through a lot of wars together, a lot of battles.
Yeah, well, I mean, some don't know you were the producer of his night show.
Put him on the map.
It was a great show, you
Yeah,
guys.
It was a great show.
It was a good show, you guys.
We always said we raised the IQ of the station.
Well, that I don't know about. That I don't know about.
Also, Giglio panicking yet again today. This guy's, you want to talk about Chicken Little. I mean, he really is just always panicking.
Well, the Phils look terrible this week.
Yeah. Well,
bad defense, bad bullpen.
Have a backbone. The third person at WIP that I am the most disappointed in currently is Joe DeCamera.
Oh, what did he do?
Well, he gets this big show, right? You know, he's finally named the morning show host.
Yep, Joe DeCamera and Friends.
Joe DeCamera and Friends, a.k.a. no one else allowed to talk.
Yep.
And he takes off once a week now. If it's not a Monday, it's a Friday. I look at the schedule every week. There's the camera off again. I mean, it comes down to having personal pride in your show, right? And he's just starting to take off a lot for someone you'd think that would be so happy to be in that chair.
Look, he needs his, he has professed that he needs his, away time so he can grind during football season.
But we all do.
Boomer and Gio.
He has nothing else to do. That's my issue.
So Boomer and Gio morning show at WFAN. Gio used to tell me they would take all this time off during the summer, right? Way more time than DeCamera. And Gio knew I hated it. And he goes, yeah, but then as soon as Labor Day happens, we're working all the way through to Thanksgiving. And I was like, no kidding. You're going to work every day for 3 months? Wow.
What a war.
I can't believe it. Look, now, didn't you just say before we went on the air that you were going to take more days off?
Well, now that I see you and Ike's work ethic.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I'm starting to see an uptick in off days. I didn't know that was okay.
I took one vacation day.
Yeah, and he moved, and he took 3 other ones on top of that.
I took 2 when I closed on my house and when I moved.
Yeah, and then you went to Disney.
Dude, I'm a
That's
grinder.
3.
I don't want to hear that.
That's 3.
I'm a grinder.
Ike's up to, again, he won't turn down a charity golf tournament.
Yep. If you need somebody to play in your charity golf tournament, call Ike. Doesn't matter.
4 more weeks paternity leave coming?
Yeah, look, there might be a 3rd week of paternity leave right around the corner. All right. The second people at WIP that I'm most disappointed
The second what?
Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Well, because this is a group of people.
Okay.
It's not a
All right.
person.
Fair enough.
Is Paul Jolovitz, Tom Kelly, Devin Caney, and those like them that are anti-bringing Reese Hoskins back. I'm so disappointed. TK, he's never had a deep thought in his life. You know what I mean?
Well, he's got a high voice.
No second level thinking with TK.
Okay, what is TK's reasoning?
You just say he's a casual fan, trying to play the nostalgia card. Jolly's couldn't stop tweeting about Reese Hoskins this weekend, about how it's just a nostalgia trip. Learn the game. Just learn the game.
Well, because the question really is Reese Hoskins a better hitter than Max Kepler?
Sure.
That's what it ends up
And
being,
Max
right?
Kepler.
Or if Max Kepler moves to center, is he a better hitter than the some sort of combination of Rojas, Marsh, and Kepler?
Yeah. I mean, he just makes the Phillies better. It's not just it's a name obviously that people know. So I think that just to throw it out there, but it's also it doesn't not make sense. That's what drives me crazy about the whole discussion. It does make sense, and I do think it does make the entire team. I think it would raise their I think they'd be better with Reese Hoskins in the lineup. I know he's not great defensively. I get it, but to just shoo it off as like a nostalgia trip, I don't view it as a nostalgia trip. I don't view it. I mean, I know people love to bring the Flyers thing up. The Eagles brought back Trot. They
wow. I mean, that wasn't.
He was great the first time. It was the second time when he was on WIP. That was the issue. The Eagles brought Hugh back after Jacksonville.
The Sixers brought back Iverson. That didn't work.
But he was cooked. I mean, Iverson was done. Like Reese Hoskins is having a really good year. He has 9 home runs. He's at number 280. I think there's a little too much poo-pooing the idea because they just don't like Reese Hoskins.
Well, here's what I think about it. I don't know why you would be against it. That's the only thing that I can't get to. Like, I don't know. I can understand somebody thinking it's not the cure-all for what's wrong, but they've been missing a power bat in the middle of the lineup for the last 2 years.
He's a patient right-handed hitter.
You can tell the difference in their lineup with him out of it and with him in it, like the last 2 years. Because I remember I was talking about Pete Alonso last year. Having a right-handed power bat in the middle of Reese Hoskins.
What? He's a right-handed.
Right-handed power bat. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. I was like having a stroke or something there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be all right. Having a right-handed power bat in the middle of the lineup, who, by the way, is patient, makes the lineup puts everybody else in a better spot. Would you rather have Alec Boehm hitting cleanup or Reese Hoskins?
Well, when Harper's back, will be fifth.
Well, but you know,
and it bumps Castellanos down another spot, bumps Boehm down another spot. Kepler, by the way, I mean, if he turns, he could be like Jeff Jenkins in 2008, where he's like some kind of powerish type bat off the bench.
When you did the show on a Friday, what was the reaction?
Yeah, it was more pro. It was more pro, and then he had the big day on Saturday, so that certainly helped things.
Well, and then the other thing I want to say is finally you're understanding that Paul Jolovitz is full of it. I'm going to be honest with you. On Thursday, when I didn't have a show because we had the doubleheader, I watched the debate. Paul Jolovitz didn't make any good points in the entire debate. And I love Paul. I think Jolly is, as I said, legendary host at WIP. He didn't make any good points in that debate. He has no logic behind his Daryl Morey point. The debate was all whining and crying that Daryl Morey hasn't won a championship. And none of his logic tied together. He was telling me he was throwing Mikal Bridges in my face. Yeah. Mikal Bridges hasn't won a championship either. Mm-hmm. I just that debate bothers me.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and the
fact everyone was so pro Jolly. That's
what
bothers
me
and
the fact that people think Jolly won the debate is infuriating. He didn't win the debate.
Tell. Yeah. I feel like you're gonna watch it again. I'm sure.
He didn't win the debate. I'm gonna listen to it on the way home.
I know you are, and then you're gonna provide a full breakdown.
Yeah,
you should break it all down on YouTube one day to sit here and say this is a bad point.
Actually,
I'm sick and tired of this.
Where's Tucker? I'm happy to do Is Tucker around here somewhere? Yeah. I'm happy to do a video, Tucker, breaking down the me and Jolly debate with a me and Jolly debate footage in there.
I need you with a telestrator, too.
Yes, I would love to.
Circling issues of the
I
debate.
just want to stop it each time he makes a point and point out how full of it he was. I'm insulted. I am the... All right.
You're the what?
The host of the afternoon drive show.
I thought you were going to say the foremost authority on Sixers basketball.
No.
It's like, wow, you jumping to it.
Well, and was named #1 program director in America 3 different times.
Nice.
All right.
Was it 3?
No, I got screwed by Rick Radzik once. #1 twice and #2 twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, one day we'll get Lakin up there.
Yeah.
One day.
But
the #1 person at WIP that I'm most disappointed in is James Seltzer.
Oh, I thought it was going to be Ike for not being on the show today.
Oh, well, I was going to do him not inviting me
for
this and last night, but it would only be funny if he's here.
Wow, Seltzer.
Yeah, well, so we go to Reading on Saturday.
Yep.
We're going to see Aiden Miller.
High Hopes night.
And Aiden, by the way, the absolute man. He's a great dude.
Now, at any point, Did it? Now that you're becoming an older guy.
No, I know
you're
I know
31.
what you're gonna say.
No, look, I'm in there with you. But at any point when you're talking to Abe Miller and you're talking about what a big fan everybody is, are you ever like, hey, I'm 10 years older than this guy?
No, I know.
Okay.
I know. Well, that's why they were like, all right, so inside the show,
yeah,
they were like, well, his birthday is next week when he turns 21. We should do it that night. I was like, what am I? Like I look like a creep, like I just was out on that idea.
You'll buy him a beer?
Yeah. Well, we make him a cake. So no, it was a seltzer. We go to the game. They let us throw out the first pitch, and I mean, he throws an absolute worm burner.
Yeah, it was terrible.
It didn't even.
It's like 4 feet in front of the plate.
It barely reached the dirt.
Yeah.
Around the catcher's mound. So it went over the head too. So the wind up over the head, which
Oh yeah, he did a wind up.
Felt a little cocky.
Yep.
And he bounced it. It was a really bad first pitch, and then he left in the 6th inning. I mean, I know, and I'm just teasing him because his family was very ready to leave, and I felt bad. It was raining and cold.
Well, then maybe you don't bring your friend. Val doesn't come to Ricky's stuff anymore.
Well, she came to the last one.
5 minutes.
I know.
To bring the dog and then get out of there.
Yeah. So just a brutal first pitch by James Seltzer.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Jack sent me the video proudly, and yeah, I barely hear from Jack all weekend. All I do is get the video of Seltzer bouncing the pitch.
I checked in like 3 times to see if you were over Disney World yet.
You did.
Easy.
And I was having a good time.
I know, which was shocking. I was shocked to hear you're having a good time.
This hour is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Get 20% off all windows and doors with no money down and up to 3 years to pay it off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGUIDA.com. How did your pitch go? Your pitch was fine?
No, so...
oh, boy.
Well, so I think adrenaline must have taken over. Like, I have this fantasy, I guess you would call it at this point, that one of these days I'm going to wake up and my arm's going to be, I'll throw 92. So.
Well, that's not going to happen.
You don't know that.
Yeah.
You don't know that. And by the way, the worst thing that you could have told a younger Jack was that Billy Wagner broke his right arm and then he started throwing 100 from his left side. Because then I could be like, Mom, I got an idea. but no, so I get up there, adrenaline starts going. And it was like a kid behind that was catching all the first pitches because it was like a group.
Yeah.
Whipped it at this kid. I mean, like I thought today's the day that the arm's coming back. So like it was low. It would have been a strike if he caught it, but like went right past him.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
Yeah. So it wasn't a great first pitch. It didn't bounce. It was low.
Does your arm hurt?
No, she feels all right.
Okay.
Yeah, there's some sink on that pitch too.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Derek Lowe.
And Aiden Miller, what was his performance?
He smoked a double in the first inning.
Ah, that was for you guys.
It was good. It was good.
All you grown-ups cheering for the little kid.
He's 21-ish.
Yeah.
So he smoked that, and then he had a hit late, and he played some good defense at shortstop. Like looked pretty spry out there.
Have you been to that stadium before?
Yeah. So I went there in 2018 because we did that one bit with Julio where I would still throw 80.
Oh, right.
At a first pitch.
Yep.
And I hit 78 and a half.
Yep. I remember
that. So that was the first time. But I think that was the first time I'd been there since 2001. Like I actually found the ticket stub in my room the other day. My first baseball game ever was a Reading game in 01.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I can't believe your first baseball game was in 01. Dude, there's a picture of me in the 1980 World Series, and your first baseball game was 01.
Yeah.
I'm much older than you.
Dude, the Reading State, it's so minor league baseball.
Yeah, it's baseball town. That's Reading, right?
Yeah.
I think it was Reading that I went to when they had the Ryan Howard Garden Gnome.
Oh, yeah?
And we got there, and dude, like the line was around the block, and there were people walking out of there with like 2 gnomes, 3 gnomes. I was like, what the hell's going on here? We didn't get a gnome. We got there too late.
Yep. It's all time.
Yeah, but they have great giveaways there.
No, they
Reading
do.
baseball games are great.
No, it's minor league baseball personified.
It's about an hour.
It was like 45 from Westchester, so not bad. But yeah, we met Aiden before the game, and he was super cool. And then after the game, with mobbed by 1,000 kids trying to sign autographs, he came over and took a picture with our group. So
there you go.
Yeah, so it was cool.
Well, great high hopes night at Reading with Jack.
And then I'm sure we'll be at Lehigh Valley soon as we continue the Aiden Miller road to the show.
Lehigh Valley soon. Oh, right.
Well,
do you think he's gonna, or do you think he just goes right to?
No, I think maybe by July, August.
Oh,
gets
really?
Up to
AAA?
He's got to start, obviously really start playing well.
I just thought sometimes they skip AAA now.
Yeah, I don't think they. Well, if Crawford's already there, so
Right.
I think they're having these guys kind of go through it a little bit.
Buzz, it says one thing at this for me, but I actually think it's a different one. Can you just confirm that you're
Wow.
wrong?
Already tight already.
Well, I just want to make sure.
What am I confirming that I'm
It's
wrong?
Colonial is here, right? You have something different.
Oh,
up
yes,
on
I am wrong. You are correct.
All right,
Wow,
there
Buzz,
you go.
come on, man! I just defended you on the top 5.
All right,
and
just want to be sure.
wow, and Spike's back, and all of a sudden Buzz falls apart.
Yep, 215-592-9494.
Do you
This is
have-
what you're dealing with.
Do you have a clutch gene, Buzz?
He doesn't. No.
Have you
I do,
ever
and
done
Spike's not
anything? Have you ever done anything clutch in your life?
I had a half-court buzzer beater in intramural basketball once.
He's LeBron in the clutch over here.
Well, LeBron actually has more
Oh,
buzzer
stop.
beaters than
All
Michael
right.
Jordan.
All right, this is the.
He does. He's one of the best clutch players of all time by the numbers.
He's not. Just like Reese is like a great defensive third baseman.
He's not a third baseman.
Oh,
idiot.
first baseman. We are at the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament at Penn Oaks. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. All right. When you go to buy a brand new car, you don't want your time wasted. You don't want hassle. You want everything to be smooth, everything to be good, everything to be efficient, and that is what Colonial Hyundai is. Colonial is intent on making your experience faster, easier, and better. Like right now, until May 31st, giving you 20% off any new Hyundai in stock, giving you $6,500 for your trade, taking you through the process in their brand new showroom with tons of brand new Hyundais, whatever you're looking for, whether it's a Palisade, whether it's a Kona, whether it's an Elantra, whether it's the Ioniq 6, they've got it for you. And they've also got great financing as low as 0%. That is right, 0%. Every new Hyundai comes with 3 years of complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain with Hyundai Assurance. Right now, anytime, 24/7, you can go to colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. See dealer for full details.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365. Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
It's our famous amateur night this Wednesday at Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret, where girls strut their stuff in the buff for a $500 grand prize. Creekside Cabaret, 3225 Advance Lane, Hatfield. Amateur night this Wednesday at Creekside. CreeksideCabaret.com.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, no interest and no payments till 2026. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
I was just at Wawa, and I think I experienced a panini paradox.
A panini paradox?
Yeah, you see, clearly the bacon mac and cheese with its crispy bacon and toasty bread is the most delicious panini on the menu.
Obviously.
But then, so is the Southwest Chipotle chicken panini with its melty cheese and crunchy bread.
Panini paradox!
Try a breakfast or lunch panini today and see for yourself. Only at Wawa.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
This is the afternoon show, live from the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right.
I have to say, we've done a lot in awkward situations. We did it at the Truist Championship. We did it on Radio Row.
Yeah.
But I would say that is the most awkward one we've done, in that it is incredibly quiet. It's toward the end of the golf tournament here at the B-Doc Celebrity Golf Tournament, and there's absolutely no one who wanted us to do it here.
No.
Usually there's a few people who are amused by it.
Yeah.
No, we weren't even getting the curiosity looks.
No.
We were getting the awkward shame ignoring stuff.
Well, and the straight disgust.
Yeah.
Yeah, like just what are they doing?
Yeah.
Not at this distinguished place.
No.
Not at Penno's.
No. And this is a private course?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
Well.
and Johnny Airports looked like he could not distance himself further from
Well,
us.
you know what? Screw Johnny Airport in that, because he should be coming over and singing it with us.
Yeah, he should.
That's on Johnny Airport.
As a Bruceman.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, I always thought he was Bruce number one, but we were talking to him. He might be a Pearl Jam number one guy.
He loves Pearl Jam.
Which has to kill your soul. I can't believe you're anti-Pearl Jam.
And, well, I don't hate them anymore. I just don't like them.
That's good.
I used to hate them. He'll always remember me getting him tickets to that event. That was 20 years ago.
Nice.
Yeah.
Because you're a class act.
You know it. I've always been a class act. The Twitter question, I haven't always. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Do you have real concerns about the Phillies after this weekend, or was it just a bad series? 53.5% say it was just a bad series. My head tells me just a bad series. Gut tells me I didn't like watching those games.
Well, it was not a fun watch at all.
No.
I mean, Friday was just a normal waste of time. Yesterday was a waste of time, and Saturday was a bloodbath.
At least Saturday, I had more trouble with Sunday's loss than Saturday's.
Yeah.
Saturday was just like, all right, this happens, whatever. Yesterday's loss, was it 2-0 or it was 2-1?
It was 2-1 when Turner made the error. It was 2-0 earlier in it.
Yeah. The combination of the Weston Wilson misplay, then the Turner error. Was there another one that inning, I feel like? Or was it just those two?
No, it was just those two.
Yeah.
It was just those two. But then on top of that, with Saturday, the Castellanos play.
Yep.
And actually, like Stock didn't get to a ball that he usually gets to.
The one up the middle.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was sloppy. It was sloppy.
Yep.
But whatever.
Well, why don't we talk a little Phils?
All right.
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. Here's Jackie Baseball.
So Mick Abel's back up. Now, he's not going to start tomorrow like originally planned. They changed it around, so he's going to start Wednesday.
Who's starting tomorrow?
I believe tomorrow is Wheeler.
Okay.
So they
Wheeler got scratched.
Wheeler did. Is it because he's on? I think his wife is about to.
Wives do, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Tuesday Sanchez, Wednesday Abel, Thursday Lazardo.
Okay.
So Lazardo in a bounce back spot. I'm excited for Abel. I think Saturday really, with what happened with Lazardo and having to have him wear it and jacking up his ERA and not having a long man they could go to, I think it forced their hand to put Taiwan in the rotation or Taiwan in the bullpen.
Even though they keep saying that Taiwan is a one-inning high leverage guy.
Yeah. Well, again, I think they're going to push Joe Ross more into a high leverage spot and let maybe Taiwan take the Joe Ross kind of situation.
Well, Joe Ross has some stuff.
Yeah. I mean, in a great bullpen, he's a long man and a spot starter. They don't need a spot starter because they have so many. But he's not bad.
No, I kind of like Joe Ross. So let me ask you this about Mick Abel. So you had mentioned prior that you thought Mick Abel was sort of like trade bait, right, for potentially. Are they running any risk of bringing him up? And, like, they had this one start in the majors where he looked great. He's pitching well in the minors. Is there any concern that you bring him up and you expose him a little bit more and maybe he gets knocked around and it hurts his trade value? Or is it just not game to game? And, by the way, he gets probably, 2 starts?
Probably because then Nola's going to be back, but he might stay if he's pitching well. Thompson said he might stay up here. So and maybe they go 6-man to try to lighten the load on the starters.
Yeah,
they could do that. So I wonder if my new thing on Abel. I do still think that he's obviously trade bait, and he's actually helping his trade value. I don't think he had much trade value this offseason and in the past couple years. I wonder if he's changing if he's changing their minds. And
they might want to keep him.
Yeah, and it comes down to the trade deadline. And let's say he's here, they should probably start him through the trade deadline for trade value reasons. Now they could put him in the bullpen if they just decide on keeping him, but if they decide on trading him, then you just keep starting him and see how it goes. But I think I do wonder about him in the bullpen. Like if that could be their plan post trade deadline if all their starters
just
are back
for this
up.
year.
Yeah.
Because you're talking about, keeping him beyond this year. I guess the question ends up being, it really ends up being a NOLA question to an extent, right? Because Rangers, no, I guess you could use both Painter and Mick Abel.
Well, and that's where I was getting to.
No, it becomes a NOLA question because Wheeler's locked in, Sanchez locked in, Lazardo locked in. Mm-hmm. The question's NOLA.
About what?
Well, whether you need 2 starters. Whether Abel can be a starter and Painter can be a starter.
Yeah. But even if those guys are both here, and then the other thing as we're trying to figure out creative ways to make the Phillies better, and Ben Davis brought this up with the morning show last week, is the idea of trading Ranger at the deadline.
Right.
If you have a surplus of starters already, now you have to go to a team that's competing and needs a starter, and then it would have to be like a perfect match in a way.
Would you trade him to the Dodgers?
I don't know what the Dodgers would.
Well, the Dodgers, half their staff is injured.
No, I know. I'm trying to think of what they would give back.
Okay.
Like what would be the return?
Right.
So yeah, there's gonna be some interesting roster decisions here. But with Ranger, if there is a surplus, I would rather trade. I would at this point trade Ranger before Abel. I mean, he's 23. He showed the kind of stuff that he showed in that Pirate start. Now,
they're not going to re-sign Ranger,
and they're not going to re-sign Ranger. I wouldn't trade Abel for a expiring Ryan Helsley because it helps this year's team, and then let Ryan Helsley walk. Now, if he's in a package for a Felix Bautista or a guy that's under contract for a couple years, okay, maybe. But he might be changing their plans with how well he's pitching. So I think it's definitely one to monitor. Now, the one idea I brought up on Thursday when you weren't here is, let's say they keep all the starters, everything's going to plan, no one's injured, and they have to put someone in the bullpen to help raise the level of the bullpen. In 5 out of his last 6 starts, Chris Sanchez has gone 90 pitches or under. So is that limiting workload? Do they have workload concerns with him? I don't know. But his stuff out of the bullpen, he's already under contract.
He's good at pitching with guys on base.
Sure. Now, the contrary is that he's your 3rd best starter probably, or could be your 2nd best starter. He's a really solid starting pitcher. But let's say they keep Ranger. Let's say Abel comes up and pitches really well. Painter eventually gets up here.
What's the advantage of putting Sanchez in the bullpen and not Ranger at that point?
Well, I think he could be like a weapon out of the bullpen if they wanted to do it that way. I don't know. We're all trying to piece this whole thing together.
Well, because they're not going to be able to trade for enough relievers.
They're going to have to put one of those guys in there.
Yeah.
I think they're only trading for one reliever.
Right. And they need 2 guys.
And they'll put one of those guys in the bullpen. And maybe Ranger refuses to go to the bullpen because of the contract thing, and he doesn't want to do it. Chris Sanchez out of the bullpen.
I mean, all right. So I'm just thinking about the playoffs now. It really comes down to. It just keeps coming back down to Nola.
Yeah, sure. Like, you're not putting him in the bullpen if Nola doesn't.
If Nola's not right, yeah.
Bounce back and's all right pitcher.
You need Nola to be right for any of those things to work.
Yeah. Nola, I guess, probably another week. Miss a couple starts here.
Yep.
With the ankle, so we'll see. And then the Red Sox have made they're probably going to trade Aroldis Chapman. Just a stone Philly. I mean, if there's ever a lock to be a Philly, it's either him or Kenley Jansen at the trade deadline.
Let me tell you. Let me explain this to the WIP, to you, to the WIP listener. If they trade for Aroldis Chapman and the Phillies are in the playoffs will end with Aroldis Chapman on the mound.
He's got a little Kimbrel in the postseason.
He is, and I said this with Estevez last year, and I was right. I watched Aroldis Chapman 3 years ago. By the way, not a team guy. Just another thing to throw out there. I watched Aroldis Chapman 3 years ago with the Yankees. He was cooked 3 years ago. The guy is cooked. He will definitely disappoint you. This is the problem with every bullpen arm they're going to trade for, is that they're going to need those guys to be better than they are. Honestly, that's the problem. If Aroldis Chapman was just one of your guys, that would be fine.
But he's not a bad Alvarado replacement.
I'm telling you,
he's not a star back there. But for an Alvarado replacement, he's got a 1.8 ERA so far this year.
I'm a guy who used to love Aroldis Chapman. I'm telling you, that guy's cooked.
He's in the postseason. He's terrifying, 100% terrifying. I've seen a lot of Aroldis Chapman memes.
Yep.
But now one of those home runs was Jose Altuve when he was wearing the.
So he's cheating.
So, yeah,
that's your big thing.
Well, he had the wire on. He ran straight into the dugout and changed his shirt, and then came back out for the post-game press conference. Seems a little fishy. But Chapman just reeks of being a Philly.
Yeah. Well, Dombrowski will get him for almost nothing, right? I mean, nobody's going to trade anything for.
I mean, he's having a good year. We'll see.
I got it. You know who I'm going to have to break out? Inside the numbers spike. I'm going to have to bring it. That's what happened with Estevez.
Yeah.
I looked a little deeper. I'm going to have to look at Chapman.
Billy Bean asking, yeah.
Yeah. How much is he? Is he at 100 miles an hour at least?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's still got 100 in the
All right. Well, he used to throw 103.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. 1.8 ERA. Learning how to pitch in his old age.
Yeah, really?
Yeah. The Red Sox also might trade.
Also not a team guy.
If you're looking for a guy that's going to cost a ton trade-wise, but he's also your answer in center field, they might trade Jarren Duran, their center fielder, where you're starting with, I mean, you probably have to put Aiden on the table. But if you want to lock down the center field position for the next couple, he's under contract till 29.
But then you're just trading one problem for another.
Well, yeah, you're probably going to need Aiden to play shortstop here soon.
Yeah.
So.
Well, or third base.
Or third.
Yeah.
Or third. Or second.
Yeah.
Stott's cool at all. It's stinks. I mean, I'm pro Stott, but
he'll end up at 274.
Yeah, it's just shocking that he's down to like 250 something now.
Yeah. Because he had a bad month.
He was playing so well.
Yep. So big news in Eagles land today. Did you see the Saquon thing? Did you see it? I saw it announced basically on his Instagram.
Oh, I saw Schefter tweeted it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I discovered it. I'm looking at Instagram. I see the Saquon Instagram, and they're on a set, and he is hurtling backwards over someone, and he says something like he is honored to be on the cover of Madden. This is disastrous. Like, I'm very happy for Saquon. I want to say personally, I'm happy that Saquon had the season he had and now is having the time of his life in the offseason. I'm happy that he gets to be on the cover of Madden, which for somebody, any of our ages, 25 to 50, being on the cover of Madden would be one of the greatest things of all time. Barry Sanders on the cover of Madden retires the next year.
Great.
Dante Culpepper, 02, on the cover of Madden, was 0-5 and then tore ligaments in his knee. Michael Vick broke his leg in the preseason. Donovan McNabb.
But Madden 04 is one of the best video games of all time.
It's a great video game. Donovan, we know Donovan. Sean Alexander, 07, breaks his leg the next year. Never gets 100 yards again. Troy Polamalu, sprained MCL week 1, misses 11 games. Peyton Hillis disappeared off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
Never, as far as I'm concerned, Peyton Hillis doesn't even exist anymore. Antonio Brown, 2019, went crazy. Lamar Jackson, next year, Ravens don't make the playoffs. Christian McCaffrey, 2024, what happens? He barely plays last year because all his knee issues. And then Saquon. It's not a good list.
No, and it's not. I don't even think it's a bit. I'm worried about next year's Eagles team. I just really am. I mean,
you're not worried. You're excited.
This team on top of everything else. I mean, spelling for a disaster. There's no way. There's just no way that I would be very surprised if Saquon has another unbelievable year.
So it's all on the quarterback.
Sure. See how that goes.
The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
This is the greatest vacation ever! Val finding a TV in the hotel room.
Unreal. Unreal.
There was a TV in the hotel room.
Did you request them to take it out?
Didn't turn it on. It was up to her. I said, you could turn the TV on if you want.
Yeah.
Turn it on for 5 seconds, turned it right off.
I didn't really watch TV in the hotel room.
No, we had this is the way the day would go at Disney. We'd go to the park during the day.
Of course.
Then we'd have 3.5 hours in between that and dinner to go back to the room and take a nap. No TV.
What was do you have a favorite ride? Is Splash Mountain still there? We got Disney back
is
here.
it?
Yeah.
No, it is not.
Splash Mountain was the goat back in the day.
There was a log flume at Magic Kingdom. We didn't go to it because Val doesn't like them. I would say Tron. The Tron ride, the Tron roller coaster at Magic Kingdom was pretty sick.
Nice.
Because you're on a motorcycle, so you lean forward and then they strap you in from behind. It's terrifying.
Nice.
Yeah, it was terrifying. What's next?
You never went through this because you never won anything. Not a damn thing, actually. But how are the Eagles handling the offseason? Spike grilling Mike Quick.
I felt it when I said that.
I know.
Well, I wanted to ask what the right way to handle it is, but I also want to acknowledge I don't want to get him to say, well, I don't know. I don't know. I never did.
Yeah, to remind him.
Well, you do it to Ike all the time.
Yeah,
Mike Quick's fine. His life is great.
He made it.
Yeah, he made it. What's next?
Spike and Jack deserve a gold medal for the mental gymnastics they're going through to not ask their Eagles guests about Jalen. Mark and Motko.
Didn't ask one question. Didn't ask any of them if he was elite.
Yeah.
What they think about him.
I'm trying to think. I know what answer Mike Quick would have given.
Yeah.
He's too good at this.
Yeah.
Trot would have dodged the question
a
little bit, is my prediction. This is me. I don't have any. Javon Curse would have been a good one because he doesn't know.
I know.
He doesn't know what he's stepping into.
Sure.
Could have asked the freak.
Yeah.
Could have asked Javon Curse. What's next?
Hawaii is a little past Australia? Where did I go wrong? Jack's elementary school social studies teacher.
A little past Hawaii. I think it's 5,000 miles past Hawaii.
That's it?
Yeah.
It's only a, 10, 12-hour flight?
That seems pretty far away. Well, because how far is, Japan from here? How long? Isn't that flight only, 14 hours?
I don't know how far.
Well, why is it so much? Because
it's south.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's further over. What do you...
I just don't know why it's that far.
Because Japan's not like right next to Australia.
Yeah, but it's the same
All right.
side.
What's next?
Spike in Italy. It's over. And you know what? I'm leaving and going back to my happy place.
Spike's ex-girlfriend.
You're going back to America?
Spike.
No, Euro Disney.
Alex in Lancaster.
Yep. You are an adult Disney goer. Something you used to rail against.
I went to Disney. I had a good time. I am not a Disney adult.
Yep.
And I will never be a Disney adult.
You had the Mickey Mouse ears and everything.
I did not have Mickey Mouse ears. I didn't even wear one Disney thing while I was there.
Sounds like you had a great time.
I did have a great time. I just wasn't all Disneyed up.
I know.
What's next?
Actually, Spike, in 1972, I lost vision in one of my eyes due to a snake bite, and I still drove from San Diego to Maine in 4 hours.
Ken in Cinnaminson, still needlessly correcting Spike on random things.
Yeah.
He has a very high opinion of himself.
He does.
Yeah.
I think Ken's a good caller.
He is.
His smugness used to drive me crazy, and now I'm actually in awe of it.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. He always come back around.
He got one thing right. Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, I know.
And by the way, he said, well, let's talk about Nick Sirianni versus Rob Thompson after one of them, wins a championship. It's like, bro, you said Nick Sirianni was the best coach in the league before he won a championship.
I know.
Are you strutting around?
I know. And they had the same resume before.
Yes.
We'll see how this...
I would think Nick Sirianni's a great coach. Absolutely. But let's be honest. Ken from Cinnaminson got one thing right.
Just like OG Wade.
Yep.
And now he sends his producer everywhere.
Yeah. What's next?
Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge, and I'm thinking, maybe 6 feet ain't so far down. Jack's sad and lonely golf clubs in the car.
Yep. Yep.
You bringing your golf clubs is excellent. I wish you walked them up here.
So I knew that wouldn't go well. I could feel me being made fun of from a mile away. But
if you had brought them up here?
Yeah. Now, if there's still range balls out there when I go down there, I'm going to go get some hacks in.
Are you allowed to do that? You're not a member.
I'm a former member. I'm a former member.
I don't think there's like an alumni thing at golf clubs.
There should be.
I don't think there is.
Do they know who I am?
What's next?
Holla at your boy! Ike arriving at a movie right when it's ending.
Yep. Yeah. Again, was supposed to be here at 5:30.
Yep.
No Ike.
What did we get? About 8 minutes of Ike today?
Yeah, 8 minutes of Ike.
He took a vacation day.
Yep.
It's on him.
How many more charity golf outings can he find?
Yep. As many as he can. Any other former Eagles? He's calling Mark McMillan. Hey, you got a golf tournament?
Yeah. How many former Eagles have golf tournaments?
Golf tournaments? He's flying across the country.
Yep, and there's Ike.
Yep. What's next?
For those keeping track, let the record show that Spike's coaching up of OK Andrew has yielded one of the single most boring callers in the history of the show.
Whoa.
Tim in Newark.
Look, I fixed OK for 3 weeks.
I think he's uncoachable. Well, I think he's a lost.
Well, by the way, the person who's trying to coach him now is Corey.
Yeah.
That's not on me anymore. Yeah.
No, I know. It's out of your hands.
Yeah. OK he loves the show. I think, actually, I'm setting the rule. OK Andrew has 40 seconds when he calls from now on. Then I want the horn to go off.
Like Flyers in 50?
Yep.
He gets more if it's a good call.
OK and 40.
Yeah.
Yep. What's next?
I'm a huge Safari guy. OK Andrew as he opens up the Safari web browser on his iPhone.
Text line.